Welcome everybody to the road to the international. We are here at the qualifiers for the Eastern European region. My name is Nomad. I am joined by T-Gov, and we are about to get into a day of qualifier action. So T-Gov, firstly, how are you doing, and what are your thoughts on this region?
Well, first of all, region's going to be very competitive, right? Of course, Aurora, they are the ones also in the qualifier, but they are, looking to be extremely dominant, right? And then everyone else, it's like, can they get good enough, quick enough to be able to beat Aurora? So yeah, the region's got quite a nice script already laid out, and yeah, I mean, to be fair, Nomad, I'm a simple man, When I see TI qualifiers starting, that's when I get excited. That's like the start of like the important part of the season. TI qualifiers. We get the teams qualify, then there's like a little bit of a break, then we see TI. I don't know. It's like, for me, this is all I care about. This is like, this is my year. This is my start of the year and the end of the year. This is like everything in this next like 3 months is the cinema part of the Dota calendar.
Absolutely, and it all starts with the qualifiers as well. And yeah, I mean, as you say, this region, it is kind of Aurora versus the world. Na'Vi are here as well, but Na'Vi are just a team where we haven't quite seen them look like a qualifying team as of yet. Of course, that could change. They have the backing, they have the players, they have the experience, but is it going to work out that way? I don't really know. That remains to be seen, but take a look at the bracket and see exactly how things are going to look. So as you can see, we're starting off with a couple of these upper bracket round one games in which only 4 of the teams will be playing in this very opening round. These are the teams which did not come top in the open qualifiers. These are the teams which came second and third in the open qualifiers. So there's 3 slots per open qualifier. So they get their own little starting bracket, which is pretty difficult for them.
I think critically, though, what we're seeing here is a very forgiving way in which open qualifiers work. Because in the previous iterations of the TI qualifiers, an open qualifier team, for being the one that, the mixed stack that makes it, their reward was being in the lower bracket of the closed qualifiers. But this time around, the open qualifier teams are being seeded into the upper bracket, right? So that round one, it is just a bunch of open qualifier teams playing each other, but it's the fact that they get to now progress to another upper bracket round. Sure, if you're Cybergoose or Quantum and you go up against Aurora, you're probably not too excited, right? But I think it is very good to see that the format has shifted in a way where we're actually giving open qualifier teams a good position to play from. Because, if you're a new stack on the block and you suddenly, yes, we made it, you play a best of 3 and you're out, it's like, that's not very fun, right? So I think the format's looking much nicer this year to help every team have the best chance to qualify.
Absolutely. We can take a look at those matches that we will be covering today on this stream. And of course, we're starting things out with Cybergoose versus Quantum. Then we're into Runa Team versus eSpoiled. These European qualifier teams, which came second and third, as we were just mentioning there. So, you might not recognize these names, but you will recognize some of these players. Absolutely, for sure. And then in the later half of the day, we've got One Moon versus Namiga, and we've got Liga versus Kalmachata. So, for people that don't know these teams, let's just quickly go over the teams which we're not doing in the first series. So starting from Runa Team versus eSpoiled. Which way are you leaning on each of these, T?
Runa Team versus eSpoiled. I'm leaning more towards Runa Team based on the fact that I think their players have a bit more of a kind of like a tier 1 knowledge, right? Shigetsu, Nikki-Cool, Hidou. I don't know if I pronounced that correctly, but, it's like they are just like players who've been around like the tier 2, tier 3 Eastern European scene for some time. On the other side, eSport, you got like Snov1, who, again, very high MMR carry player, but, yet to make his big break. So it does feel like, again, most of these teams, like Runa Team, Kawachata, Quantum, eSport, even Namiga, I would be surprised if they made it to the finals. But that's where the TI magic happens, right? Like I'm already in my head, I'm not thinking about them on the final day. So if they were to start doing well, I'll be excited, but I'm really looking towards like Cybergoose, One Move, Na'Vi, Liga. Like, what can they do in the qualifier? Maybe less One Move, but still, it's yeah. I'm hoping for an upset somewhere. It is unlikely, but that's often the case. If you set the scene to be unlikely, it happens, Nomad. I'm really trying hard to manifest an upset.
Build a storyline here. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the storyline is all versus Aurora, basically. Can anybody take down this team, which has just looked like a phenomenal tier 1 CIS team, which is now in these qualifiers? That is the question, and it's going to be a tough ask. But one of the teams which might have that magic, I would say they have the formula to make this magic happen, could be Cyber Goose. I've been eyeing up this team, and sure, they didn't get first place in open qualifiers, already a pretty big red flag. However, this is some names you will know. I mean, TA2000 obviously had that stint in Quest where he really stood out as a magnificent carry player. We had Cheerio Jr. and Noticed who both played together on 1 week. Yep, go for it, T, Governor.
Quickly, just saying, they did forfeit their seeding match because when you're this confident, you don't care about seeding.
Nice.
So they forfeited the seeding to then put themselves into a weaker position, i.e. playing Aurora. So that in itself shows confidence.
They just want to get Aurora out the way early, don't they? Just like, right, if we can forfeit this, go and take down Aurora, nice and early in the bracket, easy peasy. So that's already pretty chattily from them. And then we got Noticed, of course, who was playing with them. And then Solo on the position 5, which is very exciting seeing him back playing in qualifiers. So one of the legends returning. I'm very excited to watch this one and see how this team progresses, see how good they are. And yeah, we'll get to see that in our first match, in fact, as we have Cyber Goose versus Quantum on the cards, T.
Yeah, and not only that, I don't know about you, but Undying has been very popular in the pubs, in pro play. People are very scared of this hero. I think low-key a little overrated in regards to how people are like banning it. But, oh wait, you've got an animal mug too. Look, I've got a cat on mine. Look, there you go.
Oh, very cute. Yeah,
that's really cute. Yeah, that's nice. Yeah.
Nice.
Cool, nice. Cheers, mate.
Well, a wholesome start to the day.
Yeah, that's nice. Yeah, sorry. Anyway, but Undying is really popular at the moment. And what is Solo's like arguably most iconic hero? It's Undying. So I really want to see him get his hands on the hero once in the series because again, I've seen other players try it. It looks okay. Dominates a lane here, puts a tombstone in a fight there, but like it's not really shining to me at being like this really needs to be a first ban hero in the tournament. So I'm excited to see it. Again, I didn't really pay too much attention to the previous tournament that just happened, so maybe I'm just one tournament out of touch. But yeah, I like the hero. Do I think it's first phase ban? Probably not. Excited to see it in play? Yes.
Yeah, I think part of that's been the flex potential as well. The fact that people have been willing to play it offlane has sort of expanded Undying a little bit. Offlane Undying a little bit cooked, but it does work sometimes, and that instant respawn on any core hero is always going to feel like really strong. So we'll see how the teams deal with that one. And just a bit of an insight into Quantum as well. Again, this is a team where you may not know so many of the players here, but I mean, Icarad, Pantimos, these guys are hanging around. Mary, I believe, played in definitely the Kazakh national team, I think, Bait back in the day. So these guys, you'll know a couple of names here, but mostly this is a team which we are sort of watching with dubious eyes. Maybe they won't do so hot here. Maybe this is just a team of players which didn't quite manage to get on better teams, but we'll see what they can pull out the bag, see what they can do here. Hold our judgment until we see them play, of course.
Yeah, I think the critical thing with also they're on boot camp. Look at the Cyber Goose stack. I'm guessing that isn't an org, right? That just sounds like a stack name, right?
So my thoughts would be that was like a sponsor behind them, which they're not sponsored by. Therefore, they've just covered it up with something. I don't know what that is.
Yeah. Oh well. But that aside, I think cool to see them on boot camp. Every little helps, especially in a qualifier. I think seeing a team on boot camp 4-tier qualifiers does level up the fact that they are very serious and putting everything behind them to win. And again, looking at this roster, we spoke about the hope for an upset. This is the type of team that can create that. Sure, they did win 2-1 against Runa team. That is another open qualifier team. They then forfeited a game because they don't care about seeding. Like there isn't like this perfect play every game, win every game type mentality. But if there was, again, like I said, room for an upset, here it is. In regards to the bans, though, we spoke about Undying, and Quantum are like, no. Solo, we respect you. I feel like in my head, it's like the only person I would like talk about banning Undying against would be for Solo. Like, it's like the only player in the world where I'm like, my God, this guy makes this hero look way better than it should be.
Yeah,
but fair play.
I mean,
the hero's gone.
You got to pay respects to the GOAT for sure. So got a quick issue sorted out. Oh, there we go. There we go. We got it down in the blower. Nice. That didn't take long at all. All right. We got a draft. We got the player cams. Everything looking absolutely lovely here. And look at that. They see the purple theming for TI, and they go, "Okay, all right. We'll stick to that." And they get a dark skin. Look at how well he blends in there. It really brings out his eyes. That border.
Yeah. And I'm just a fan of the. I don't know. It's like the purple theme. It's quite nice.
5 seconds remaining.
It is, isn't it? Yeah. It's yeah. Darkseid blending into that one. All right, Quantum. Come on, get yourself a Willow or something here. All right. I mean, it's a little tealy, but we'll take it. Oracle coming out as the first pick for Quantum.
Just saying that, man. You're like okay. So, what are we like the? We're like the second series. Like, has China? Where's China in the qualifiers? Before I make this statement, I need to double check. How many games have they played so far? None.
5
Oh,
seconds remaining.
sure. So wait. We're the first ever series for TI qualifier this year.
Oh, nice. We're first.
Which
yeah,
means-
first road to TI broadcast.
Yeah.
Lovely.
But that means that you, in the first draft to the first game in the first series to the road to the international, your entry analysis was, "Oh, Darkseid is purple. That's nice. Oracle. not
It
so
does.
purple."
It fits in, dude. It fits in. It looks
Yeah, I mean,
lovely. Look at
we
it.
have-
I mean, the Oracle
We have
doesn't.
to
The
set
Oracle
the
was a stretch.
standard
I'll
for the
accept
year,
that.
Nomad.
Yeah, and that's how I mean to go on. Okay, this is something I want everybody else to follow, and I don't think they can. I don't think they've got it in them. I think only us.
Oh God,
5 seconds remaining.
get me out. Oh God.
I mean, this does seem a little at you. I mean, I suppose like Oracle as an answer to Darkseer sort of makes sense. You know, you purge off that Iron Shell and everything, but is Oracle that good at the moment?
Dire
Yes,
team
Oracle is very good at the moment. The changes to healing and like all of that shenanigans, I won't obviously go into detail because there's just a lot of words, made Oracle feel a lot better. On top of that, we are seeing a shift away from like the warlocks and these like hyper lane dominating fives, which gives life to like new fives to enter the meta. And yeah, Oracle. The reason why it's strong is because of the classics, right? It's the 1 second. There you go. It's because of the fact that you don't find the backline. Like, are we really seeing like Night Stalker pickups and all this type of stuff? Like, it's quite easy for Oracle to hide away and ensure that he has good turnaround potential in the fights. So yeah, I think Oracle,
Absolutely, mate.
yeah, does well.
So where are we seeing Oracle in terms of like you know, no Dazzle or you know, Ringmaster, for example? You know, why would you choose the Oracle over them?
Why the Oracle? Well, you have the Fate's Edict for the magic resistance, so it's like a cheaper form of fight. Feels really good. And then False Promise, it just does so much, right? Like, the fact that you can like buff people up and heal them in. Axe is quite popular at the moment, so picking Dazzle doesn't feel too good, but Oracle feels quite nice. So there's like so many layers to it. I think like it's less about like Oracle being good, but more about like other heroes. Like Death Prophet feels good, Sven feels good, so you want to pick Oracle. Axe is playable, so you don't pick Dazzle, right? Like it's not as simple as, oh, the numbers in Oracle are good. It's all the other heroes are kind of shifting in a way that makes the hero feel better. And then we haven't mentioned it, but of course you can dispel the Iron Shell. So if you are to put the Oracle in the same lane as Darkseer, he won't be able to farm efficiently. But it does look like it's going to probably be Oracle Sven as a safe lane. Therefore, we're not seeing the kind of the big counter of Oracle dispelling.
Yeah, probably not. I mean, we'll see if they flex things up or not. Maybe just grab yourself a 4 hero and then top the lanes anyway. Or maybe you just want the Oracle because Oracle's good. We'll find out. But in the meantime, we've had a Nature's Prophet and a Tusk coming out. This is likely just the 4-5 picks for Cyber Goose. Tusk is a fantastic 4 hero, going to give you that bit of extra catch, juking potential. Prophet, he has been very, very popular on the position of 5. There's a Soothing Sapling's been getting everybody's gears going on this hero.
Did get nerfed as well a little bit, but not enough to prevent the hero. There was like less damage on the ultimate and less healing on the Sprout, but doesn't really prevent the hero from being strong. The key thing with Nature's Prophet is you buy so much utility for like because you farm so well that you're always entering a fight with an early vessel. Then you have an early shard for the vision, and then you have now a glimmer cape and just more items, maybe even Atos. Like you just compound just so much presence in the fight that it's very hard to deal with. And then you pair that with a very skirmishing lineup, every wave shoved into your face. Anytime you show, you're getting picked off by like a tusk punch or something else, and it can get really hard to play into. So I kind of like respect the fact that Quantum, they were approaching this with, you know, map play and just good damage themselves, like Storm and Batrider. If you want to try and TP in on a Nature's Prophet, in a matter of seconds, Storm zips on you, Blink lassos you, you get deleted. You won't be able to play out the fight, right? You have to disengage. So yeah, I like the fact that Quantum went for this. But when you throw the return Abaddon into the mix, Abaddon will soak up everything Quantum has. He does not care about Batrider. He does not care about Sven. He does not care about Oracle, right? Like, nothing Quantum has right now says, hey, Abaddon, you're going to have a bad game. Like, it is a very good Abaddon pick once he gets, like, 1 or 2 items.
5 seconds remaining.
And do you feel like this might be your TA2000 carry hero then?
Yes.
Good. All right, excellent stuff.
Great
so
answer.
we've still got their last pick to come here. Probably going to be the last pick on the mid lane. They know they're playing against the Storm, therefore you pick up the Monkey King. Why wouldn't you pick up the Monkey King? It seems a little bit free. Cybergoose with a very, very strong opening draft here, I would say. They're ticking a lot of boxes for me right now. Like, yeah, they don't have that, like, kind of big initiation abilities, but, you know, you've got so much in terms of just strength across the board and some very strong looking lanes. What are Quantum going to reply with their final pick here?
I mean, it's quite difficult. Quite a lot of the good offlaners are banned, right? Like, maybe you think about Doom to prevent the Abaddon, but that's banned out. Lane dominators like an Enigma, but again, Goose have already got rid of them. I'm trying to look through the heroes now to see if I can find anything, and I don't think I see it myself. Like, Medusa isn't really played that much, but that could have been like a version that you play here. Just Mystic Snake the wave and take the tower quite early on. I don't think you want to go for like a Mars or something. Like, you don't want more control because you don't have the damage right now. Like, your Storm needs items and Sven needs items to do damage. So you kind of want your offlaner to pressure the tower to buy time for the items to come in. Because if you just pick up like another farming offlane hero, I do feel like Cybergoose are going to take over the game. So, okay, they do pick up like a semi-aggressive offlane. That's fine. I was worried if they went for like the Underlord Centaurs, like this type of offlane. It's way too passive, and then their draft is in a problem. So I kind of I don't mind the brew, right? You can just cyclone up the Abaddon in the fight, so you don't have to think about him early on. You can then, if you have a really good game, you get Radiance, which will threaten the melee cores in Cybergoose. Of course, that's lane dependent, but not a bad pick. Not a bad pick.
Yeah, I think it remedies a few things in this draft for them. I think it gives them like a little bit of presence in the early game. I do worry a little bit about his lane. Laning this kind of brew bat into the Abaddon, into Nature's Prophet. I don't know how well that's going to go for you, but I guess Prophet doesn't give the same insane harass that he used to. He's more sort of a cross between that old Nature's Prophet and maybe like a Warlock these days with that Soothing Sapling. So maybe it'll be okay. Maybe it's going to be all right. He'll get out the lanes, and yeah, he'll be the kind of brick wall which they sort of need him to be. The Storm's going to need a bit of time, especially in the lane versus Monkey. We've seen it time and time again. You know, yeah, the Storm's going to have a bad time. You know, maybe gets caught out once or twice, but you just go recover in the jungle. You know, you spend a bit of time, but all it means is you're not going to have this like big, flashy Storm Spirit in the first sort of 10, 20 minutes of the game. He's going to take a bit of time to get more online, unless you can find a way to really enable him or punish the Monkey King's aggression with some good rotations, which they can do. They have the heroes for it. So whilst I really, really like the Cybergeese draft, I do think that Quantum has options to get out of this one. If they can play their draft correctly, I think they've got some options here. Would you agree with that?
I'm leaning no, because it's going to be so difficult. I think the options that you're talking about is like the 35-40 minute, the epicness of the mid to late game where anyone can win it. Just the early game, it really feels like it's scripted towards Cybergoose doing more. As we are seeing a 5-man smoke.
Full 5-man smoke onto each other. Let's get Road to TI off with a bang as Emptiness getting dropped early on here. Rooting to the backline, actually. I'll turn it to Yayo, and he'll be the one to fall instead. TA2000 grabs a first blood. Looking over towards Lucas now. How much more do they have in the tank? Are there any stun slows available? There's some trees coming out. It's not the best lockdown, though. Inkcrab going to be able to back himself away. Lucas as well. Unharmed here, but TA2000 wants more. He's up on the high ground, just forcing back the side of Quantum. So great start here for the side of the Cyber Goose.
Yeah, especially because, you know, you're running in 5-man on Quantum, head on, and then you meet a Tusk with tag team. It's like, wait a second, we shouldn't really be here. Like, if you want to get a kill, you need to lead with the stun, not the Battle Rider. So, yeah, I think the Cyber Goose are just showing good positioning, respecting it.
Yeah, this bounty here. Yeah, utilizing the
feel
fact
good.
that he has a stun, trades a bit of health for it, but I'd say worthwhile as he is. No, okay.
Teleport on top,
TP's up
keeping it
top.
simple. Yeah. I like this, like the early stages of tournaments, because obviously the players aren't teams, right? It's just mixed stacks. Because like every single person's like team tag is just different.
Yeah,
Like, you look like Aurora and Navi, and it's like Aurora, Navi, right? And here it's like we've got, you know, CG, Quantum, we then got some secrets. Everyone's got a different tag.
Yeah, we're going around the world here. It's it's fun to see.
There's
I
even
just
an
respect the
alliance.
people
Oh my
that-
god, guys, Alliance, they're doing it! They're
the
here!
Alliance are back. Yeah, we even got Alliance tag. That's a rare one.
I completely forgot that Palantimos was tagged up as Yayo. So it's like I've been pubbing against this guy for like weeks now. I'm like, who's Yayo? My guy, like he's kind of annoying, and it's like, oh wait, it's Palantimos. Makes
I'll
sense.
switch. I think that's if I remember correctly, that's a naughty word in his language. So yeah.
Ah well,
that's,
I've said it 3 times. Not my fault.
No, I think you're good. I'm just saying.
Yeah. Noted. No. I'll Google it. Oh, yeah. No, yeah. It's, yeah.
Just wondering if you're going to share that with the stream or not. But
No. We're on the road to
Okay,
TI, mate.
alright.
We gotta,
do your research at home, guys.
we gotta keep the broadcast clean, my
If
friend.
you have children in the house, in which case don't look it up. Anyway,
There we go.
so far so good though. You know, this Dark here is struggling a little bit up in the top side. Notice not really being able to get these iron shells too much, but Lucas ain't really getting a whole lot either on the spend. Problems is certainly creating problems for both Mary and Lucas up here, being very aggressive, even though he doesn't have an iron shell on him most of the time.
So,
Mid lane,
it's one of those,
Simply getting off the Jingu here, but it's a very, very high cost for it as Icarad just making him suffer under the tower a bit, but still gets it off, still gets his health back, and should be a decent trade.
they're just bullying each other. Again, I'm not really expecting there to be kills on mid lane. It really takes like Monkey King trying to dive the tower to outplay the Storm, or Storm to kind of play around the fact that Jingu isn't available at the time where he pressures him. So again, I'm not expecting any kills. It's just constant poking, constant, you know, take water room, keep fighting. To me, it's more about the side lanes, right? I think the bottom is going to be very much like a farm fest again. But it's who kind of utilizes it more, right? Like, will the Brewmaster take this lane of a farm trade and go for a Radiance to make sure he's always in the game to scale in? Or is he going to go for auras? Like, that's kind of like the biggest question I have for the early game for Quantum. And he's yet to give us any indicators by the quick fire round.
Yeah, keep our eyes on Palantimos, aka Yayo. And see what direction he goes in. And it is a bit of a struggle for the Storm in the middle lane at the moment, as we're expecting. You know, we're not really anticipating the Storm to be doing particularly well. And even a fortify on the tower here. Chira Jr. getting very, very aggressive, wanting to use these Jingu stacks as Solo comes in for this as well. They want to bring down Einkrad here, and they might just have the damage to do it. They do. They kill him off. Mary, can he get the return kill? Chira playing around the trees, trying to mess with him here, but won't be able to do so. Out comes the Purifying Flames, and down goes Chira Jr. So, at the very least, the Storm will get a little bit of revenge, but doesn't feel too good for him. Again, no gold, no XP for that kill. That is very, very aggressive, and that is just making further use of that rotation on the Oracle to now get yourself a kill. Finally get off some iron shells in this lane.
Yeah, so the problem with top lane was Darkseid didn't use Iron Shell early on because he against Oracle. So then the wave shoved into him. The Tusk then blocked the pool multiple times. So where Sven often is a good lane encounter to the Darkseid because you get to kind of like play under your tower, the shells are coming in, you feel fine. They were like, wait a second, let's just play a non-Iron Shell lane. And then Lucas just wasn't able to hit any creeps, right? He's got 19 CS to the 27 of the Darkseid. And of course, Oracle TP's mid. You instantly dive to Sven with the tag team and the Iron Shell because now the Dispel's not available. But yeah, the way that they've played this off lane is extremely punishing. Sure, they missed the shards there, which does counter my point slightly because it's slightly punishing now. So it is just constant aggression. They do have Snowball.
Ooh, good double purge from Mary there. Is it going to be enough? I think it is. Lucas doing okay for now. Notice still trying to be aggressive, but without your Iron Shells, you ain't really doing a whole lot.
But you can see just from the CS, it's already a 2,000 gold lead. The Darkseid, the Tusk, like I mentioned, the way that they played top lane was exceptional. Sven shut out from the laning phase. Abaddon complete free farm in the bot lane. We expected that to be the case. And Tusk,
Problems will die.
he will be dying. Yeah, wait, there you go. But yeah, I think just the way that their Tricore is farming, it is exactly what you expect for the map to feel dangerous. We already said that Storm and Sven, they need to recover, and I think that's exactly what Ankrad's doing. He's understanding that he doesn't want to show on the mid lane. He wants to hit the jungle as quick as possible, make sure that when the inevitable fights happen, he has at least like a soul ring or something to his name so he can contribute to an engagement.
Absolutely, but it's going to be a bit of a struggle for him to get there, of course. And even Solo coming in with the Arcane Rune, just TPing in deep here. Doesn't even have any wards. He's just looking to see if he can go and find the storm.
Yeah, he placed the ward on the topper.
Oh yeah, he placed one when he TP'd. My bad.
That's his dead top, mate.
Under the tower. Yeah, notice will die.
Oh no, Storm Spirit.
Hey, Storm is TP'd in here. Alright, he's gonna die. Unlucky. Oh, that's a toughie as well. Just returning to the lane, just TPing back in after doing a bit of jungling. Thinking he can get away with under your tower in nice safety, but no.
Just a nice read, right? They see he's not in the jungle. The best spot for Storm to farm in the early game are the two camps kind of above the mid tier 2. So that doesn't happen. And then they see the catapult. They identify the fact he's probably on TP. Easy kills. Very, very good moves there from Cyber Goose. Cyber Geese? Cyber Goose? What are we saying here?
I think the team name is Cyber Goose. So, Emptiness actually messing up the flame break there. He could have secured that Wisdom Shrine for his team there, but didn't quite manage. Problems getting really, really low, burning up to the Bat Rider. They get inside the snowball, but in comes Chira Jr., and he should be the one to secure this one as Notice grabs Shrine of Wisdom, and they will take down both the supports that tried to make this invasion work out.
Double Wisdom going the way of Radiant. So much easier to say than Cyber Goose every time.
You can't call them. They're the Cyber Geese.
Okay, the
Or
Cyber
Team
Geese.
Cyber Goose, whichever direction you want to take it.
Alright, I will make sure that I'll say Cyber Geese. That sounds way more natural than... Yeah, nope. That's good.
They go onto Lucas here. Quantum Lucas in trouble. He's going to get dropped up in the top lane. Nice moves from Chira Jr., utilizing the early advantage he's managed to get in this middle lane against the Storm, making his presence felt on the side lanes as well. Minecraft again, just trying to farm up, just trying to get something here.
But he has no move to make, right? Like, the whole Quantum lineup is built around sustaining through lane to set up their farming patterns that they feel like they are, they're not making ganks, but they're ready to TP to each other. With how quick they play on the map inside Cyber Geese, then there's no real move to make. Like, Sven's not joining a fight, right? He's got Tread's Morbid Mask. He needs to farm at least the Mask of Madness and the Echo Saber before he even entertains trying to fight. Then you look towards the Brewmaster, right, as an inventory. He's got Double Bracer. He's also got the Radiance now queued up in his quick buy. Like, he wants to scale. So your Sven needs to farm, what, 5,000 gold of farming items. Your Brewmaster needs to farm, what, 4,000 gold of farming items. Or 5,000 technically round up. It's like... It's all farm.
Lucas
And they're
again
getting
here up on the
punished, yeah.
top side. Emptiness is here to try and help out, but there's far too much damage out coming onto the Sven. Yayo coming in though, looking for a bit of revenge here, but they've already lost their Sven, so making a fight happen from this is never going to feel that great. Ultima's easily able to get out of those trees and keep the fight going, but
is under
He just
attack.
can't do a thing. Doesn't want to pop the split. Not when there's no other core here to really help him out. So with a toothless rotation, unfortunately, for the Panda.
Really nice map movement though, once again from Cybergeese. You identify the fact that they're farming, and then you poke them top again, you force them, because Sven, he wants to enter jungle with the Mask of Madness. Pre-Mask of Madness, kind of want to be in the lane. Utilize the additional golden XP. Nice zip to break the tree there from the storm. No damage as of yet. There is a snowball to save if you want to.
Yeah, he's nearby as well. They might just make this happen. In comes Wukong's command. Is it going to be enough to keep him alive? No, it is not. Igrad gets some much needed revenge here, and they might just be able to bring down problems as well as the Tusk getting beaten down. In comes the Pandas, and they will not be letting him go. Problems is going to drop. Will not make it to the Ancients, but he does force Mary to take the kill at least.
Okay, so in that engagement, there's a brief point where he was actually rooted by the Oracle. But still, yeah, just not getting off the snowball to protect the Monkey King, to buy time for the Abaddon to get in. Just a misplay coming out from the Tuscan Monkey King. Positioning, Storm punishing it, and capitalizing on it. So nice little sign of life there from Quantum. But it was built around just a misplay from the Tusk. In another world, he hits the spells and probably doesn't go as bad for them. Oh, 3,000 gold lead. They continue to pressure them up. They're hitting top tower. I do love how Nature's Prophet always goes through like the extremes in a patch, where it's like you either max a Treant because oh my god it's reinforced and broken, or you max a Sprout because oh my it's broken. Like, can we get to an era of Prophet where you can go like 2-1-2 or something? Can we have both spells being used at the same time? It's always just one or the other. That said, they are smoking. They want redemption on the Monkey in the Tusk.
To the Sven, yeah, and it might be another death here for Lucas. I don't see him getting out of this one, though. Mary's nearby. There comes a false promise, and that will be enough to keep Lucas alive. So, despite there being 3 heroes in the neighborhood, they cannot lock him down enough, and they certainly cannot control Mary, who's in the right place at the right time.
Yeah. Lucas instantly runs back to the jungle. Meanwhile, Solo, he pings up the top tower. They've been kind of poking this tower for some time now, but they eventually do take it down just before the 12-minute mark.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
And Darkseer looking to rush for the Greaves. Of course, in other games, you might think about like Vanguard Halberds and maybe look at like Pipes, but here, against Sven, against potential Orchids and Nuisances and Roots, having that Dispel on the Guardian Greaves is going to be good, especially when you're low HP. The additional buff will feel quite nice, so don't mind the Greaves. It does feel like the optimization of Radiant is we want to break the map at 15 minutes. Like, the Monkey King is going for instant BKB. Like, he went Treads, Mithril Hammer, into then BKB. Darks is going for Greaves, right? Like, everyone's kind of going, let's get one item, and that one item will be take a pick off, take Roshan, like, do everything you want. And of course, this is very, very delicious. Strong, they do level the ultimate Abaddon, be able to survive this game. And he is only a relic away from the Radiance.
Radiant's
Yeah,
The
bottom
relic does cost a
item
lot of
timings.
money, but he's only 400 gold away from the relics, so yeah, he's very close.
Radiant
Wait, was it? Does he not have the talisman on his career? I swear I saw it.
Yeah, he does.
Does he?
Uh,
No, he doesn't.
Oh, he
Okay.
doesn't.
I lied.
Okay.
I swear I saw a talisman. I must have clicked the Brewmaster, then clicked the Abaddon quick enough that I kind of baited myself.
Yeah, weirdly I thought that, but I guess I was looking on Brew also. But Problem's
oh.
having problems. See if he can get himself denied, but he can't. Yeah, gets him again.
middle tower is under
Alright, no, man. I feel like we're allowed to be honest with each other, right? No, we've been casting. You've said problems and problem twice now.
Yep, and I'm going to keep on going. I don't know how long they're going to be in this tournament, dude.
Okay, fair enough. Okay.
gotta make hay whilst the sun shines.
I thought the first time I was like, alright, fair play. Low-hanging fruit, we'll take it. Second time,
It's just too out there. There's some
Alright,
games where it's like
sure.
a bit of a jump, but that is just, yeah.
Just, okay, do it, because if they do qualify, then there'll be the TI highlight package of how many problems did he
Every
have.
single play.
He had 99 problems, but, and then, he qualified or something. That's like the montage. Right, keep going.
Minecraft trying to grab that haste rune, doesn't quite get it. Will have to zip himself all the way out to safety here. And smartly from Minecraft goes for the long zip rather than trying to be greedy about it. Just get out of there. And once again, Wisdom trying to be taken here, but Chiro Jr. comes in and says, no, sir, that is not allowed. He's going to be able to get the kill and get himself the Wisdom Shrine in the process.
Can they get the bot tower? Yep, they do.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Okay, so we have a Relic on the one laner and the Talisman of Evasion on the other. Tier 2000, a lot closer to his Radiance than Yo-Yo is, that's for sure.
Because when I said, I was like, damn, this is so quick. It's such an early Radiance.
That would have been nuts if he'd had the rest, but he didn't. But tier 2000 very much chilling at the moment. When they hit this Radiance, is this like go, go, go from Cyber Goose? You have a fight happening at the top lane. It is Chiro Jr. Maybe getting brought down, though. Pops off the BKB, goes for the Wukong's command, turns this around, and jumps across, utilizing the changing of the guard to get himself out of danger.
Bot lane.
Junior is going to live, and yeah, down to the bottom side. Let's see if Lucas is so lucky as Mary trying to keep him alive, stuck inside the trees, goes for the TP out, just jumping across to the tier 2 tower, making sure that he's still able to pick up these stacks, which Mary has been dutifully making for him. And there have been a lot, and that is what Notice is enjoying right now, taking the stacks along with the help of this Sven illusion.
Yeah, we saw the strength of Nature's Prophet there because they jumped him. He went into the tree line, sprouted himself. The Sven cut one tree, but he couldn't cut enough trees to then get on top of the Prophet, which then bought time for the Darkseid to come in with the mech and all the saves. Sure, Sven doesn't die, but you know, Sven jumping at position 5, you'd like to think that you can kill him in the early game. It wasn't to be the case. And I just want to do another quick update. Did anyone on Radiant get the Sister's Shroud? No. Okay. So this is conceptually one of the most broken tier 1 items in the game against Sven, right? The fact that you have this incredible evasion when you're half HP, Sven jumps on top of you, what, 2, 3, 4 right clicks he's gonna miss? Like Sven, he buys Echo Saber for 2 big hits. They're not gonna connect, so yeah, we aren't seeing it on Radiant, so they're not gonna be able to utilize that. But you need to be careful when you play Sven. If you see Sister Shroud on the enemy team, that hero, you can't really jump too easily.
And how long will people keep that around for? Like, will they be taking it into tier 2s, maybe tier 3s, or no?
Yeah, no, 100%. I think taking it into tier 2 is a very, very good option. As much as I talk about it now, I am referencing a pub I played where Amar was playing Sven on my team, and then the enemy team kept Sister Shroud, and it was like Dakalis and stuff. They kept it to like tier 3. And Amar was like, I cannot play this game. He just all chat like, I'm done. Tier 1 neutral item, deleted my hero. What the hell? You know, it's like, I'm like, here, like, don't worry, Amar, we'll do it, boss. And I'm just seeing him blinking in, and it's just like, miss, miss, miss. It's like, all right, there's nothing we can do. My Sven's gone. The tier 1 item, it's broken.
Unlucky.
But of course, it's like against Sven, where it's like, big hit, wait, big hit. Of course, it makes sense. If you're against like Medusas and Morphlings, where they're throwing out like a flurry of right clicks, not so much. So yeah, it is
I also
hero.
wanted to mention I'm not going to mention it, as we've got to jump here onto Solo. Solo getting beaten down slowly but surely, but the team's coming through, and they will get at least one revenge kill here onto Emptiness. Now looking over towards Icarad. Lucas comes in though, jumping onto the Monkey King. It's a big target he's going for here. Does he have the damage to bring him down with the help of Mary? Yes, he does. In goes the Storm as well, taking down Problems. Looking over to the sidelines here, T80,000 and Notice just going to get themselves out. So this game is looking very, very close now. In fact, I can't remember the last time we had a clean team fight coming out from the Cyber Geese. Quantum have been all over them.
They are just getting surprised by the jump, right? Like they're in kind of the middle of like no man's land at the mid lane, right? They're just kind of like walking about. Sure, they jump on Nature's Prophet. They think they're keeping him alive, but with using all the resource to keep your Nature's Prophet alive, when the monkey gets jumped by the Sven, there's no resources available, right? There's no Sprout to buff up the monkey. There's no Greaves. There's no Snowball save. There's nothing. It's just monkey versus Sven. And Sven with the Blink Dagger and God Strength, you're going to rip through the Monkey King. We are going to see the replay here. And it's like, the fact that Solo, he is the one getting jumped, it feels good. But all the spells that I just mentioned, you kind of need to disengage at this point. This is not your fight anymore, but the blink reveal from Lucas, not getting the BKB off from Chiro Jr., that completely stopped Cybergeese in their tracks. And yeah, you could also ask, where's the Abaddon? He wasn't in the fight as well. He took up at the very end, and so many little questions you can ask, but the easiest answer is they need to play a cleaner fight on Cybergeese. The whole point of their lineup was to break down the greediness of Quantum, to keep that map progression, to kind of itemize early on, and they're getting thwarted. The scaling is kicking in, and he's fighting solo. He's getting a solo kill, and yeah, he's gonna have
Very
what?
good solo kill.
I didn't even mean to, man. It just like,
Yeah, I know.
it's so
see, now you're
I
joining.
regretted it. After I said it, I instantly, my head was like, oh my god, no man, don't you dare say, oh, solo kill. I said that, and then you said it, and I'm like, oh my god.
I mean, it was a little nod, just between us, but then we went to the PSA broadcast mode, unfortunately. But they go for a tormentor here, up on the top side.
Hey, I think it's fine. Okay,
You're good.
message me on Steam if you don't like it, alright? We can. I don't want to air our dirty laundry on broadcast.
Sort it outside. I'll make it after we're done casting. I'll make the 3-hour drive. Actually, 2.5 hours each way.
Yeah.
Scrap.
Yeah. We'll meet in Scotland.
It's not the halfway point, but sure. I want to go to Scotland anyway, so I'm down.
Yeah, same. Yeah, really
That's
nice.
20 minutes in, it looked like it was going to be a really dominating game from Cybergoose. They had an amazing start. Their draft was doing everything it was supposed to do, but just some really heads-up plays from Quantum, especially coming out from Lucas, put them in a position where they're dead even in this game at the moment. And they've just picked up a BKB on this fence, so we're going to see a little bit more coming out from Quantum in these next few fights. I'm excited to see where this one goes.
Trying to poke out the forward time in the top lane. Able to do it.
Yeah, Solo comes in there and he does deal a decent amount of damage with the Spirit Vessel, but that was his final charge.
Yeah, as
Now
time progresses
you
though.
teleport into the enemy fountain to get 2 more.
You only get 1 more if you die.
Oh, yeah, I guess that's not worth it then.
No.
Otherwise,
Hilarious. Quantum, they're smoked up. They have everything they need to get a fight now. The blink, the BKB on Sven. If you find any hero but Abaddon,
I was going to say,
you're
even
gonna
this
kill
guy?
no. There's the asterisk.
He's really looking around here. He is searching and he is not finding anything.
He doesn't have a ward to place out. He's kind of all out by himself. Moving down.
Still trying to force this here. Notice does get noticed as they jump onto him on the backlines. It's just like right at the moment. Yeah, he's in the middle of this fight as well. He's got the split available should he want to use it. And yeah, we'll be committing with this one. Where is the spend? He's looking at his first moment of entry, but they're just getting harassed on the backlines as Chira tries to jump the Oracle, but doesn't really kill him off, which means there is no Wukong's command for this fight. It's getting very awkward very quickly, and now they jump in. Lucas, though, he's so low. Can he get off the damage in time? False Promise comes out, turning this one around. TA2000, though, he's got a False Promise of his own as a borrowed time is able to get thrown into yet Lucas. Oh god, he needs to run, he needs to heal. There's a Chira Jr. right in his face though. Lucas running to the sidelines as Mary goes down, and now they'll go towards Yayo as well. Jump out from Chira Jr. though as he runs to the backlines. TA2000 in the front. They won't kill off the Panda though. They lose TA2000 in this one as well. Chira Jr. happened to back himself away, but I don't think this is going to happen. Let's see. I mean, Storm, he's still got mana to work with here. He can still keep going. Tries to jump away, gets dragged out of the jump here by Iconrad as he gets himself an ultra kill.
Oh, what a fight there from Quantum. Of course, they were able to cut out the Monkey King. I'm sorry, I had to let out a little giggle there because Lucas, he kites back the Oracle, keeping him alive in the clutch moments, hides behind the tree line, and then he blinks right into the boundless strike of the Monkey King and just deletes himself. So after this epic juke, he hitting a creep for a bit of life still to get 180 HP. We are going to see the replay, but again, Quantum, when they make the jump, they are just devastating, right? The fact that you see Monkey on the top of your screen, he uses Wukong, instantly cancels, then he has to take the fight. It's very they're not one team on the side of Quantum. On the side of Cybergeese, sorry. But also their heroes don't have clean stuns to do that. They kind of like awkwardly run them down. So for Quantum, look at Mary. He's not punished by anything. He can just play on the right side, use out his free spells, and we are eventually going to get to the point in which it did make me chuckle. Like, look here, Lucas making every play possible to try and keep himself alive. He hugs the tree line, and he's like, you know what? This is my time to shine. I've got this.
Oh, man, he popped. Good Lord, he just disappeared.
Like, imagine if he doesn't die there, right? Like, that is just going to be complete 100% devastation for Cybergeese. Like, still, it is, right? Storm, of course, cleaned up in the very end, but I think we are seeing problems now with the Radiant draft that this fight, the reason why it was so long is because for Radiant to try and kill a hero, they have to, like, awkwardly chase him forever. And as soon as you chase them, you will be out of position at some point where the Storm will punish you, or the Bat will grab you, or the Sven will, you know, burst you, right? It's like, Dire really thrives when they're not instantly blown up or punished, right? And yeah, Radiant, they need to find a way to cleanly get a hero kill. It needs to be like Tusk plus Monkey double jump to kill Storm and then fight. Like, yeah, it's very, very difficult. As the game progresses,
if you want to be reductionist about that last fight, you know, Chiro Jr., if you're solo committing Wukong's command in the backlines of a fight, you have to get your man. You have to bring down that Oracle. If you don't, then this fight just gets really awkward. And that's exactly what we saw. Like, the Sven was able to stand his ground, you know. He gets, like, all those debuffs taken off him. And, yeah, I mean, that's all because you don't have Wukong's command. You still have Oracle. Like, that is a mass equation, which is never going to work out for Cybergoose. So, yeah, Chiro Jr. definitely needs to step it up as they get into Roshan and start taking down the big boy.
We go to maybe, you know, praise the Bat right? The fact that fight started, he instantly lasted the Tusk to prevent the initial save of the Dark Villain. They knew what they were doing, and Roshan was full to the Radiant side. We want Chiro Jr. to have a bit more presence in the fight, and, you know, slapping an Aegis on him, it's going to help him immensely. Of course, one way to play out against a Sven lineup is do everything in your power to survive the God Strength, timing, and play around its cooldown.
Good reaction.
Oh, yeah, that's right. That really does it,
Also interesting that he went for... I mean, there's a few interesting facet choices on Quantum. One being the Arsonist on the back rider. Oh, hold on here as we got to jump onto Chiro Jr. Maybe, or not maybe. Oh, nice back wall coming out onto the four of them, onto the back lines, but where is the follow-up damage? It just doesn't seem to be there at the moment. They have taken down the Oracle. Great start here for the Cybergeese. Can they get any more? Is Yayo just continuing to harass certain heroes, but they're on top of Lucas right now. Lucas forced to BKB, going for the TP out, but that is not going to work, friend. He is dead. No Sven anymore. And Igrad also caught on the sidelines here. He's got a little bit of mana to work with, jumps forwards, hoping to get out, but no. TA2000 will bring him down with a missed coil. And there's going to be 3 big heroes dead on the side of Quantum here. An absolute wipe of a fight there. And Chiro Jr.'s not done. He's finding emptiness here as well. What's happening?
The fights are just so tough. It goes from, like, one team making, like, excellent initiations and, you know, punishing the other, and now suddenly Cybergeese are finding 3-man vacuums, and they're utilizing the Monkey King cleanly. They also have the vision advantage the entire time, right? They have the high ground ward. So Quantum, they walked into vision, got completely destroyed because of it, and it's as simple as that. The vision won the fight that time around, and yeah, you're gonna see here, right? It's like Storm jumps Monkey King, the Sven's there as well, but they don't really overcommit, and yes. Okay, no, the ward was placed after, so Dai actually had the vision, so my apologies on that one. But the fact that your Storm and Sven both jump the Monkey King, but they kind of half commit, right? It's like a Vortex and a Zip Out. It's a stun, but with no God Strength. Like, they didn't execute the Monkey King. And as soon as you initiate, all your team kind of swarm into that area, but you've not killed anyone. So now, yeah, you get the turnaround. A weird fight from Quantum. I wasn't expecting that. I feel like when you see a core hero, they're going to need to use more to kill him. It's not as if there's like an Oracle behind the Monkey King, right? You are the one with the Oracle. Like, that's why you're not really seeing Radiant go too crazy, because they need Quantum to show their hero position to then fight them. Because if they fight blind and jump a Sven out of nowhere, Oracle will save him, Storm will jump you, right? Like, you need vision for Radiant to fight, and Quantum, they just gave it.
Also, another thing to mention is that Mary's gone for this build of Solar Crest into Blink Dagger. Obviously, when you're the Sven and your Oracle's sitting behind you with a Solar Crest, you're going to feel amazing. But if that Oracle has any problems whatsoever, if there's any hero upon him, he's going to feel miserable. No Glimmer Cape to survive it, no Force Staff to get away. I like the Blink Dagger choice. Like, obviously, that's going to allow you to just hide in the fights, blink in, get off the spells, and then, you know, whatever happens, happens. But yeah, it's a very all or nothing way to play Oracle, and we are seeing that play out in the fights, where these fights for Quantum have been really all or nothing. It's either gone great or it's gone terribly, depending on if they can find the Oracle or not. As Yao's getting awkwardly caught out here. He may just be dead. It's still available if he really wants to use it. He'll throw it down, try to get himself away. That will allow him to survive this one.
Nation Prophet now has the Aghanim's as well, so you will be able to have a global route whenever you need it.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
So they go high ground with this Aegis. I mean, with no split available, it does feel like a tempting opportunity, and yep, they are absolutely going to take that.
Are fortified.
Wow, look, little treants.
Yay, it's good to be back. I was happy to see the reinforced tree. Sure, they die quickly, but it's kind of what they're meant to be.
Yeah,
It was meant to happen.
Listen, as an Earthshaker player, I'm happy to see multiple treants back in there.
The thing's about.
Zip in, zip out.
Attack the river. Okay, let's see what they do in the river.
Attack the river. Is that like a new enemy? Tormentor, Rojan, and then river?
Poor Fat Rider.
Yeah. Trying to find himself a little pit to hide in, but they won't be getting away from that one. Aegis runs out, so I mean, it was a very good usage of Aegis, let's be real here. They took a good fight, they got every single tower off the map. Like, sure, they didn't go high ground, but in terms of like realistic map state, it's just, yeah, very, very profitable. And you can see that from the graphs as well, like the big sort of swing back into the side of East Davis.
Oh, they just saw the Tormentor got taken, so they know he's by himself, and they didn't know, but Tusk is still in the neighborhood to keep that alive.
Out and almost turn that one around. Did you see Solo's TP there?
No, I didn't know.
He just started a TP, like, basically like on the steps of the fountain.
Yeah. That is one of the best mechanics of Prophet is you... Oh wait, hold on. They're finding the Sven?
Yeah, there's a really big catch here as once again problems creating
Oh, the
opportunities and vacuum down to the low ground noticed. How did he know? Oh no, Mary getting caught out with his buddy as well. I mean, sure, you can blink away under the false promise, but there is so much damage on Lucas right now. He's gonna pop like a balloon. See you later. Two huge heroes taken out of the equation here. Oh, they are
still had the
fully
ward
back
from the
into
previous
it.
fight. That is why they knew that hill and the ward on the high ground, right? They see the Oracle on the top of the steps for a brief second, and Darks is like, thank you very
Just
much.
about, yeah.
Yeah. Very, very nice vacuum from the Darks here.
Who's that?
Playing the map, looking around. This is kind of what I expected to see. Like, after how well the lanes went for Cybergears, this is what I expected to see the entire time. The fact that there's like these moments of Quantum showing up in the game is, of course, a testament to Quantum skill, but also the kind of the lack of time that we've seen Cybergears together. Like, they are kind of a new team that kind of formed just for this qualifier. So they're going to have to iron that out if they want to try and beat the likes of the Auroras and the Navis, but for now it is looking good. They are.
Yeah, well, as you said, coming into this one, as we had this going down, you know, this isn't a... Oh, my God, Anchorad going in, trying to look for a play here. That's a little bit brave.
It does have a punch.
Yeah, no PKB on this Storm, but he's just going to get the kill and run away. All right, nice.
Oh,
He
he
just
is
shot
Does he
collar,
run
finished
away?
that
He is
one off.
stuck in the pit.
Oh, unlucky.
So, as you were saying, Chris? Oh, wait, no, don't worry. They're still fighting. Please hold.
No, we're good. Yeah. Vacuum, wall, Mary, once again, regretting his life choices. I mean, let's be real there. Glimmer Cape's not going to get you out of that one. He's
They're now
just dead
finding
on the stage.
Lucas's. Oh, God.
Oh
Quantum
my
have
God,
not been
it's
able to
it's
set
a
up a, like-
one-on-one-on-one. They've broken them.
It's been like 9 minutes of just death after death after death. Like, when have we seen the 5-man smoke with like the Sven jumping the split? Like, ever since they jumped the Monkey King in the bottom area of the map, and the Storm Sven didn't kill Monkey, and then they got 3-man vacuumed and died, they've just not done anything as a team since then. Like, they've fully been just broken as a team. Reminded at how sweeping of map play this Radiant lineup can have if they get to control the pace of the game. It feels so awful when this is happening, because it's like you have all the damage. Like there's nothing Quantum needs to kill a hero. Like, they have everything. Just see hero, kill hero. That's it. Vision is the thing stopping them. I'm not able to do it. I think just taking that Roshan was such a good call from Cyber Geese. Putting the Aegis in the Monkey King, it gave him life. It enabled them to take the fight. If they don't take the Aegis, they're probably going to play way more defensive, skip ways, and Yayo just running into all of them. He's like, hey, boys, I'm here.
Yeah, let's go. This is my Roshan, baby. And, well, Storm jumps in, but Chira Jr. gets the Aegis. They do get the kill onto Roshan, but how much value is that? As False Promise actually coming out to Brew, allowing him to get off that ultimate, as Icaran actually picking up his BKB on the sidelines, and they have gotten the Aegis out of the hands of Chira Jr., but now on the second life, this is going to be tricky again. No False Promise available for this Sven. I don't know if he knows that, as he's getting clicked at by Chira Jr. non-stop. Lucas, though, on the run, trying to get up to the high ground. Perch comes out, he turned around! Chira Jr.'s actually dead! What? The Monkey King dying twice. Lucas gets another solo falls as well. TA2000, he's turning back around onto this one, trying to catch up these heroes. They just need to play it carefully. Don't poke the beast, but slowly get those daggers in him and bring him down to make it a 4th kill and an ultra kill for Lucas. How did that fight go that way, Tiga?
Simple answer. Brew Master the entire time, right? So he starts the fight by randomly running into all of them. He's like, wait a second, this guy could die. He doesn't die. Oracle, of course, keeps him alive. He's living the dream, gets the ultimate off, and then it's Cyclone after Cyclone after Cyclone on Abaddon. Abaddon had 0 fight contribution that entire time, right? I believe he just picked up an Orchid going into that fight. You could argue, maybe a BKB would look pretty good. You've not had to fight into the Brewmaster because Quantum just haven't fought you. Finally, after so many minutes of Quantum not fighting, they turn up to the fight with the heroes that we expect to see, right? It's Sven hitting the Monkey King with great confidence. Storm finally fighting. And look at this. Just look at Abaddon off screen just the entire time. It's just like, oh wait, he goes in for a little bit. Wait a second, stunned up by the Panda. Oh wait, you're now cycloned again. And Sven just getting a little bit of buff here from Oracle, kept alive. just
Oh my god, he's even
Abaddon
using the
just full
Void
control.
Panda to just push him back and tornadoed again.
Yeah.
Oh man,
Exceptional
TA2000.
micro there from the Brewmaster to stop Abaddon from playing the game. But
Valentinos is
Yeah.
just MVP of that fight all over. With a honorable shout out to Mary as well. You know, I doubted you, Mary, and I'm so sorry for that. I thought the false promise onto the Brewmaster would have been a terrible idea. Lucas needs you, but Lucas doesn't need you. He's actually a big, strong boy who can look after himself now. He's grown up.
I think the fact that we had seen Quantum make no move for like 8 minutes, I'll be honest, I was disheartened. I was expecting them to kind of sit back and slowly accept the demise, right? But no, they kind of woke up and contested that Roshan beautifully.
Yeah, both
I do love the
teams
fact that like
seem
that
to be
fight.
fully have woken up now and both
Yeah.
kind of locked into the game, playing some really decent Dota together.
Do you think TA2000 will ever think about BKB now that he just got completely deleted by a Brewmaster? Because at the moment he's opting for the Blood Dawn, yeah.
Yeah, you would imagine so, but so far, no. Which does seem questionable. I mean, I guess Bloodthorn gives you an opportunity to maybe kill off the Brewmaster, but Brew's got BKB, though. That's not really happening. I don't know, Chief.
And yeah, it's kind of satanic. There's some massive items. That's why, like, I was so confused by how Quantum had played the game. Because like, they have all these items, yet they just kept getting picked off and not playing together. That, yeah, it was... Now that I click around the Quantum Heroes again, I'm like, wait, they really should... This should not be this difficult for them to, like, take a fight.
Scanning.
I mean, this game is incredibly even. Like, we were selling the narrative as if it was, like, Cybergeese, you know, closing out the game, should be winning, but... Yeah. Not, of course, not to be the case.
Yeah. I was still a little bit
Jump to.
baffled by the Bat Rider with the Arsonist and Hurricane Pike. Like in a game where they were kind of getting a little bit squashed. It feels like a
This
really
is
odd
the build.
decision, but you
This is the
you have
build,
to do
though.
it when you go for this facet, right? Like we've seen a few Bat Riders play with Stoke, but this does seem to be the more popular option.
You just do quite nice damage. It's like, it's a support Bat Rider on the side of the map who's right-clicking you, and then on top of that, he'll eventually will get BKB and he'll scale. Like,
Radiant are scared.
in time, you just need to respect Bat Rider more. Monkey King trying to scout the crew, sees them for a brief second, and they get married, but there's no vision, no detection.
Get that wand out of there, Chira Jr. Give me that dust. You're playing against this
find
guy
again.
now. Yeah, this is a good kill. A very good kill. The Obsidian, Outworld stuff.
Oh, they've a bit.
Oh, that's a big catch here. Going on to Icarad, trying to get off the Wukong's command, but he does get grabbed by the... Oh my god! See you later, guys! See you later! Icarad just turns it around, takes them both out. Lucas just running around. He's not playing Dota, he's playing Whack-A-Mole.
What do you want me to say? Sven hit big crit. Abba didn't even get ult off. Like
Aghanim's on the
1300
Storm
damage.
Spirit, dude. They just
Yeah.
baited. Pretty thoroughly baited.
And Chloe P. Like, they found the jump on the Abaddon, right? Like, the Abaddon gets the Storm Spirit. It's like, okay. And then Monkey follows up, and I'm like, sure. But, like, the only way this really works is you need the Tusk to then be that final additional stun, right? If the Tusk doesn't come in, not to be the case, and yet Lucas, he relishes this, like, clumping of heroes. Right, you see here, they've used Snowball Punch to kill off the Oracle, and within a matter of seconds, TA2000 then jumps the Storm Spirit. So he's not respecting the fact that his team just used their pick-off potential on the Oracle. Abaddon getting kited at the Roshan fight,
Radiant's middle,
overplaying his hand at the triangle pick-off. Like,
Radiant's
it's...
middle tower.
Live, Emptiness is going for tier 4s. Look at my Bat Rider right now.
Yeah, look at the damage.
Get him!
It is so
I mean,
much
this is crazy.
damage.
This is a tier 4.
It is, yeah, very good.
For those of you that don't know, by the way, Bat Rider on with this Arsonist facet, he gets 5 stacks of sticky napalm, 5 levels of sticky napalm, sorry, which allows him to get up to a ridiculous amount of stacks and also apply on right clicks, and then the shard makes it work on buildings. So. There's a little TLDR on why that Bat Rider just took a tier 4 by himself. Jump in, Icarad looking on the back lines, just bullying TA2000, maybe trying to force out an ultimate hit, but it's not going to be that easy. Gets himself back.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Yeah, just to clarify, the 4th to 5th level of Sticky Napalm doesn't actually increase the stack quantity. It's just the fact that you apply Napalm through your right click on level 5. So you apply stats quicker because you can right click and cast Sticky. Just to
Yeah,
clarify.
that's true. No, none of the other stats are increased, are they, by the
Yeah,
fifth
yeah,
level? It's not
yeah,
like it gets
yeah.
a stronger ability.
That would be insane though. You have like 5-point
Oh, I
napalm,
wish.
and it's like rather than like 10 stack, which goes up to 20 because of the new change. Imagine it goes to like 30 or 40. That would be actually like, that'd be so broken.
I mean, it is funny when you see a Bat Rider taking Roshan and you get up to like 50 stacks. Looks very dumb.
Yeah.
I like big numbers. So, what's the way back into it now from the Cyber Geese? Because so far, none of their plans are really working out.
Radiant's top tower.
Recycle the conversation. Back to clean jumps and trying to dictate the tempo of the game, and that is not happening once you're talking about the ultra late game of Sven and Storm. You're lucky to even show yourself on the map against these games.
Icarad, leave
toying with
Solo
them.
alone, man. Leave him alone. He's going to get him. No, he's not. The shield comes out from TA2000. And yeah, Icarad has used BKB
Oh,
and a
Mr.
whole lot more
Vacuum.
for this, but he's got a regen rune going. He is absolutely hunky-dory.
Meanwhile, Monkey, he's trying to find the backup. He gets the Bat Rider.
Yeah, Wukong's coming down here, but there's a whole bunch of
bunch of
heroes on
stuff.
his face. He needs to change the guard, and he will do so up to the high ground. Nice way to duke out this fight. As the rest of the team coming in, TA2000 this time he gets the ulti off. He's not going to risk it. But Lasso comes out, the Bat Rider, he's still not dead, dragging TA2000 back into Lucas. TA2000 needs to leave. And he is going to get inside the snowball for now, try to get himself back away from this one, but he is not escaping this one. Icarad brings him down with that Aghanims, moving across towards Problems as well. Tusk is going to die. It's another kill going the way of Quantum as they take control of this fight. Solo goes down as well. They'll move to the sidelines, find Notice, and that is going to be 4 dead once again. They cannot put it together.
They are, yeah. It's looking to be over. Quantum, they had a difficult early game. The mid game really struggled. There was only a couple moments where they looked good, but then it took one Roshan contest, one fight, and everything it became theirs. Like 21,000 gold lead, items on every single core. Like you could not ask for anything else on them. They're deleting the buildings with ease. Look at Emptiness. He just wants to go back to the tier 4s. Like, look at my hero. Look at my hero.
The guys, look, that tower's got stacks on it. It could be it. Chira Jr. jumping in, trying to stop them, but they're missing 2 heroes, one of which is their carry. Chira Jr. trying to do it all, but they're focusing on that Ancient right now. They don't care about these heroes. Get the Ancient. 21 stacks, a sticky napalm onto that Ancient. A good game is called. That will be it. Game number 1, it goes the way of Quantum. Despite a good draft and a dominant start, Quantum hold it together and come back not once but twice in this game number 1 to secure themselves the first game on the road to the International.
Yeah, no, and an incredible game, right? Especially because it's like the way in which Quantum win is they have to show a lot of discipline, right? Like the fact that they are losing out so much of the game, the map state feels really bad for them. They're getting chain picked off. Like there's no identity on the team. It kind of feels like every man for themselves, but then it just clicks. At one moment it clicks. And I think it kind of boils down to one, I think tier 2000 kind of got baited because like his team was doing so much work for him. And then like he was farming. He buys an Orchid, gets kited by a Brewmaster, then forces another fight on Storm and dies. I think tier 2000, like, putting it bluntly, he didn't really step up to close out the game for his team. I think he struggled immensely on the Abaddon. Even though the game looks really good, he was the one that made, like, the itemization choice and the play choice that made this game, like, unplayable at some point, right? But for Quantum, they capitalized on that. They punished him. Like, they see this Abaddon playing in a certain way, and it's like, guys, if we punish him and what he's doing, we can win this game. And they do it perfectly. Like, Brewmaster, if he doesn't play at that Roshan fight with the micro, the game is not there. Like, this is the problem Quantum have here. Like, they jump on this highlight here, and they should lose the game in this start. Like, if they're fighting in this way, they lose, what, 8,000 gold, Roshan, towers, everything. Like, this is devastating for Quantum that they took this fight. But yeah, I think tier 2000 just got baited of the pacing of the game, and Quantum then used that to turn it back around again. So yeah, a real back and forth game.
Very, very back and forth indeed. Yeah, Graf shown that as well. And yeah, I think there was definitely a point in this game where Quantum said, I mean, I imagine this is probably Yayo Palantimos coming in for
this point
saying,
right
guys,
here.
well, no, that was just kind of a clutch up moment, to be honest. It was really like the fight before that, I feel, where they started to put it together, and we had this brew being told, like, guys, if I get off my ulti, this game is like, these fights are over. Like, tier 2000 cannot play. They don't have a carry. We should just win. And that is why they were able to put so much emphasis onto getting off that ulti. Like, you know, everybody coming in. We've got lassos. We've got ultis from the Oracle. The false promises coming down. Everything being used to make sure that Palantimos gets into a good position and gets a nice late ulti off to start off these fights. And that is exactly how they were able to really kind of turn this one around. And some, you know, lovely regen runes from Minecraft as well in 2 fights there. It's kind of crazy how he was able to pick those up, but yeah, you know, it's how it goes sometimes. And yeah, that was a really, really good game really good game from both teams in terms of like entertainment value. Sure, there was a little bit of a couple of mistakes, you know, a couple of bad reads, a couple of bad goes, but yeah, overall both teams showing that they can come back into games and they will not be an easy open qualifier team to beat.
Yeah, no, it really showed that Quantum have that clutch potential, right, in their players, right? Because sure, the standout player we can say is Aincrad, right? The fact that he, you know, hits his Aghanim's Vortex, doesn't overplay his hand, he then opens up the fight for Sven. But then there's been moments where Lucas stepped up. There was moments where we praised the Brewmaster, right? Like even Mary the Ultimates, right? So I think overall it was pretty hyped that Quantum showed this combat potential. And I think going into game 2, I just want Tier 2000 to be a bit more respectful within his playstyle, because yeah, he just kind of made the game harder than it needed to be for anything for his team. And yeah, you can't make these mistakes into TI qualifiers.
Quantum, they have the mechanics to leap forward in this series, but can they take it a 2-0, or we'll see the Cyber Geese coming back into it in the second game? We're going to be finding out after this short break. We'll see you in a bit. Hello there, and welcome back to the Road to the International. We're here with the Eastern European Qualifier region into game number 2 of Quantum versus Cyber Goose. These two open qualifier teams, one of which was very cocky coming through the open qualifiers, forfeiting their seeding match to put them in this very, very first round of upper bracket games, and now they are one game down. Quantum, just for the people that didn't catch it, T, how were they able to clutch up in that first game?
Whew, I mean, Brewmaster hitting epic utilization of his pandas, Sven, one hitting and a Baden, so Ultimate didn't go off, and then Storm Spirit hitting multi-hero Ags Vortexes. Like, yeah, I mean, every single player just made some, insane comeback play. So, yeah, Quantum showing the kind of mechanical skill they have to hand to punish a team that kind of felt like a bit on cruise control, I guess. And yeah, CyberGoods, they need to stay focused the entire time. Like, their opponents are always going to find an avenue to get back into the game, right? This is the TI qualifiers. This is not some, random run-of-the-mill, 17 billion group stage tournament, whatever. Like, this is the important things. You got to focus up. Everyone's playing to try and get to the Aegis, right? So, yeah, they, I feel like CyberGoods, they kind of, they were a little bit too chill in that game.
Due to the prevalence of underdogs at TI, especially, like Team Spirit, a huge influence on this region and sort of responsible for the current uprising of new talent of this region. And it's just given these teams like so much belief in themselves. Every single team in this region just tends to play with like this idea that we can go all the way. There's no team which is just like, nah, we might do well, but just tend to flop out. Like, no, there's something magical about EEU stacks, especially as we get towards the end of the year, where they just start to really kick it into gear and deliver some really good and really scary Dota. The waters here are shark infested, and the moment you capsize, you will just get eaten alive by these hungry teams. So let's get into it. And again, it does come down to, we know the skill is there for all of these teams. It comes down to the organization. It comes down to the discipline. It comes down to the coaching, if they have it or whether they don't have it. Either way, it comes down to how they can strategize and how strong their mental game can be as well. And as you can see here, all on boot camp on the side of the Cyber Geese. So these guys, they are looking into this as a very, very serious team to try and go as far as they can, and giving themselves every tool at their disposal to try to do well here.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, I think that's the thing that might even help them bounce back in the series, right? The fact that they're all on site. I think if they're like an online team, that type of defeat, it's kind of hard to communicate to every player like the exact things you need to do to remedy the problem. So yeah, I think boot camp advantage might come into play in the series. I think for Quantum at least, we do need to remind ourselves that they did lose the laning phase. They did lose the early game. They were kind of victim to waiting for the mistakes to happen from Cybergeese to be able to play out the kind of the late game. So I think for adjustments, I would like to see Quantum focus up on like kind of the laning setups to ensure that the kind of the early game is a little bit more competitive.
10 seconds.
Let's see what they can pull out of the bag. That early game was looking good for Cybergeese, but again, early game doesn't mean anything if you can't convert it. You need to be very, very disciplined, not giving opportunities to these teams which have these comeback mechanics built into their draft. And yeah, I mean, it's hard to say when the hero's just being tossed into the air and controlled so much, but the Abaddon did look really bad last game. I think the Brew is just such a good answer to it, but yeah, we didn't really see TA2000 able to do anything, and he's usually such an impactful player as well, so a bit disappointing. So
No, Kunkka and AA, very, very, very popular heroes, of course, at the moment. Kunkka played in pretty much any role, but if we do focus up on the default version of Kunkka, it is like blade mail, utilizing the run buff, getting into the middle of the fight, throwing out boats. Like, you're just really obnoxious in your map play. And Quantum's response, of course, to that is, all right, pick up the Ancient Apparition. If you want to try and play on, half HP, low HP using blade mail, we'll ice blast you, make sure that you can't stand your ground. So I think the trade of heroes is very nice. My one, I think, I guess, concern for Quantum at the moment is picking AA. I think teams identified that just picking Zoo into the Ancient Apparition is a really good way to threaten him. Like, AA doesn't really do well in lanes where he can't just right-click the hero and bully them with Bone Chill. So if you start throwing in summons into the lane, you can just shove out the AA and hurt him a lot. So I'm expecting to maybe see the Kunkka get pushed into like the mid or the carry role, and then you get to pick up one of these type of heroes to win the lane. And that's something that we already mentioned, that Quantum, they need to find ways to win their lanes, and we'll see if they can protect it potentially with a ban here.
And what kind of ban would you be expecting in that regard?
Like I said, okay, they do the Beastmaster. I said 2 heroes, they banned 1, that's fine, right? They only have 1 ban. That's one of those moments, Nomad, where it's like, if I really go all in on 2 heroes and then they ban something else, it's like, damn, you know?
Yeah.
I put all my credentials on the line there for a second, but we're in the clear. We survived.
10 seconds remaining.
So, pick up now from Quantum. Probably going to grab yourself a core in this position. They do have the double pick a little bit later on. Could just go double support to start this one off, and that's exactly what they're going to do. Tusk and AA, the icy combo, covering each other's weaknesses very, very nicely. AA, he does lack those stuns. He does lack that tankiness. Tusk absolutely making up for that. Also gives you a modicum of save as well with that snowball, the initiation factor, BKB penetrating, some really nice tools for them to work with here.
5 seconds
And
remaining.
meanwhile, Tusk himself, he lacks that big team fight ability. He lacks any way to really amp up his teammates too much. But that's where the AA comes in with the ulti and the Ice Vortex.
Wow.
Now Cybergoose coming down with the kind of, yeah, a similar thing. You know, doubles like the stuns on Shaman and then the sort of save and disable on the Shadow Demon. Very, very similar support duos from both teams here, to be honest. Just one with a melee and one with a ranged
10
for.
seconds
Yeah,
remaining.
Quantum has more explosive damage, right? Where you have Ice Blast, you know, Cold Feet comboed with the punch so it can proc, and then, you know, it's just tag team. Like that is a smoke 2 supports and get kills. Or Cybergeese, it's more kind of positional, right? Where you will kind of walk to a tower to defend an objective, or you'll smoke up and you'll like offer up a core to get, you know, ganked, and then SD saves, and maybe Shaman finds a hex on that initiating hero. So I think there's a slight disparity in the supports because Quantum want to kill, while Cybergeese want to make stacks and, you know, play around objectives and use that to kind of enable themselves. But yeah, I think the fact that both teams, it's a proactive opening for sure from both sides. We'll see where they want to, of course, round out their lineup. The Kunkka is getting flexed until probably the end of this phase. So that's where Quantum need to decide, do we want to double pick 2 heroes that can threaten Kunkka in both roles, or do we ignore him? And at the moment, they're kind of ignoring him. But I think the lack of big damage from Cybergeese supports is potentially going to hurt them a little bit. As Quantum, we already mentioned their supports are very aggressive. You put a Dawnbreaker on the off lane, even into carry potentially, depending on
Remaining.
if they can do it. The Tusk can initiate with so much confidence. SD saves. Now you put a Solar Guardian on top of the SD save. When you come out of that in prison, boom! Now you get another stun. So yeah, so much aggression from Quantum. Like this, if they can play this lineup like from good lanes, and they're not suddenly like dying in the early game, it is so beautiful to watch. It's just constant map play, constant pressure. So you know, we'll see if they can hit that stride.
Yeah, again, not drafting themselves the easiest draft, but, you know, the same thing last game, and they came through, they played it well, and they were able to come back into it, even though their draft was a little bit harder to execute, but they know what to do. So let's see if they can replicate it. Let's see, they got a carry pick to come here. Maybe Terrorblade. The Terrorblade and Shadow Demon can be a little bit tough. Maybe you want something tankier to make usage of this Lifestealer, perhaps. Oh, they're going to grab a Sand King.
Okay.
Have we been
so
seeing a lot of this hero since the changes to his facets?
I don't believe so. I think the hero fell off a little bit. I don't have the stats instantly to hand, but from my gut, it tells me, like, I've not been seeing it in pubs, for example, and
Yeah.
you know, pre-patch it was in every single pub, right?
Yeah.
So I think the only player I've seen play it in my pub was 33, and we lost that game, so unlucky. But yeah, so I just double checked. So the previous tournament we just watched, it was 43% win rate, but that obviously that's combining
Dire team
both patches, right? So Yeah, again, I don't mind it. I think fundamentally the hero still is quite explosive, right? You still want to go for Blink and Aghanims and to find the backline to destroy heroes. We're also seeing like the flexibility of Dawn could be carry offlane, Sanky could be offlane mid, right? Like maybe Quantum was just trying to find a hero that has a couple roles to then see where the Kunka's going, to then try and like have the one up in the draft. But that aside, it is just explosive damage. I said the supports are dangerous. It's even more dangerous when you have AA and Sanking on the same team. Right? You put a Vortex down, there's plenty of damage with Sanking. Now even more damage, right? So if you even misstep for a second on Kunkka or Storm or anyone, you're probably just going to get 100 to 0. Like positioning and vision will be critical for Cybergeese to play out the tempo of the Quantum lineup.
10 seconds.
It is scary. It is very, very scary. You cannot afford to slip up.
And they are banning out mid laners. So they're expecting Dawn to be carry, Sanking to be offlane. With a nod to one of the harder counters to the Storm Spirit. Of course, you can never really fight into a coil.
10 seconds remaining.
No, that is true.
5 seconds
So,
remaining.
yeah, Cybergeese going to need to... Oh, yeah, it's also expected that the Kunk's going to be carrying. They'll be offlaning the... they'll be grabbing their offlane with the last pick for Cybergeese, which could be the case for sure. Yeah,
Also, the
flexibility in
Dawnbreaker-
both these drafts make it hard.
We didn't mention it, but the Dawnbreaker does block from the Enigma pick because you have the your toolkit and that enables you to kill the Eidolons, right? Both your spells. So as like we kind of forgot to continue that line of like what does AA suffer with in laning phase? They banned out the Beastmaster, they pick up the Dawnbreaker to kind of soft protect against the Enigma. So they did kind of like identify the two biggest counters to a first pick AA quite nicely. What is still available for them here? Is Doom okay? So okay. Doom was
Medusa.
first phase banned, but
Yeah.
Anti-Mage banned into Medusa. Okay, yeah. To be
I
fair,
still don't know if this is going to be a Medusa carry or a Kunkka carry.
I would like to see Medusa carry under the logic of the aggression and skirmish from Quantum is very good, but there's no tower damage. So if you just keep killing heroes and then Medusa suddenly leaves the jungle with like Butterfly, Skadi, Manta, like this type of stuff, then it's really hard to deal with. So I think I'm leaning towards Medusa carry. Maybe the Spectre pick changes it, but no, they still go for it. And Spectre, we just don't see the hero too often at all, but we mentioned so many times, Quantum is such an aggressive lineup. Spectre, he is one of the faster carries post-laning phase. Once you get out of the lane, you're not having tower pressure, and you play on your ultimate every, was it 60, 70 seconds? Just keep jumping onto heroes, keep killing them. You eventually get to like Radiance and these items. It is really, really strong. So I think Spectre is an underrated hero, but you need the correct lineup to make it work. And there's so much aggression in the first 4 heroes that it does make sense. So yeah, I'm excited to see the Spectre v Medusa, like big carries, right? And especially because it's like a game 2, Cybergeese, they one game away to go into the lower bracket already. No one wants to make the TI close qualifier lower bracket run, from day 2. It's like or day 1, sorry, that's going to be terrible. So yeah, great drafts from both teams. Really excited to see this one.
Absolutely, yeah. A bit of creativity coming out as well. Lots of flexible picks coming to sort of get the better of each other. Very exciting stuff. And Quantum with this really, really global draft. Like this is pretty crazy. You've got an AA, you've got a Dawnbreaker, and now you've got a Spectre to back that all up as well. So wherever you are, you're gonna have help. Like that kind of limits the pick-off potential from Cybergeese, but at the same time, Cybergoose aren't really, with that last pick, they really kind of switch things around to be like, actually, we're not looking to kill that badly. It's more sort of just playing behind the Medusa and making sure we have options to catch the backlines, which I think is really smart. You want to be able to maybe catch out the Sand King, make sure he doesn't get off the Dream Initiation in the fights. Obviously, this AA has to die, so yeah, again, a lot of pressure on Mary. He stepped up last game, though. Let's see if he can do it again this game on the AA.
I think it is quite something there. After game 1, my take was like tier 2000 needs to make sure he steps up into the series, right? Like he's underperforming in that first game, and then now it's like it's all about him. Can he get to the items quick enough that he can like rally his team behind him? Like, can he become this like unkillable fortress that like walks through the map? Sure, he's got undulation, so he's going to be maybe crawling through the map, but
30 seconds
still,
to
it's
battle.
Yeah.
it's all on him.
I mean, this is a really ridiculous facet as well, especially against certain heroes. I think it's extremely good against sort of these slow circle abilities, of which they have two. Of course, I'm talking about Solar Guardian and Epicenter. You just pop that ulti, you're not slowed, so you just leave at ridiculously high speed. So it turns Stone Gaze into one of the best escape abilities into the game. But we're going to have a little bit of fight over the bounty rune here. And it's going to be Yayo that grabs it. And also Solo, caught out by these shards. The three heroes come in onto the Shadow Demon. And this may well just be the first blood. Certainly will. Yayo grabs it. Palantimo starting the game off with a kill onto Solo.
And, not the hero you want to give first blood to.
Definitely.
Dawnbreakers with an early lead, they can really kind of remind you about the advantage that they have. You want to put as many points into like Hammer and Starbreakers as possible to shove the wave in to get really fat. So we'll see if that's going to cause any problems. And kind of weird lane in the bot lane, right? I mean, AA Spectre.
Yeah.
Normally Spectre needs like someone to hold their hand in the laning phase. Ideally through some type of like heals or something, but not to be the case this time around. We'll see how much damage Mary can do.
Best I can do is a nice
Spectre comes on.
good luck.
Yeah, exactly.
I do envision this being a very strong lane for the Cyber Geese on the bottom side, but we'll see how it works out. You know, maybe there's some shifts to Spectre here and there have made a decent. Of course, in the mid lane. A return for the Sankin. Again, I haven't seen this hero in a very long time. So he has gone for the final sting facet. If you have a jump onto Emptiness, Emptiness just going to use his shards. This is going to be enough to get him out, though. Oh, the snake and the blood grenade. It finishes the job, but the return kill should come through here as Palantimo is able to kill off Solo. So just a trader support, T2000 Yo shaking hands and saying, oh, pleasure doing business. My support for yours. Anyway, final sting. So, Caustic's Finale Explosion is created around every enemy hero hit in Stinger's innermost radius. Basically, the I want to build Aghanim Scepter facet.
Correct, yes.
Does not apply to strikes created by Aghanim Scepter. Okay, never mind.
No, but it's still the fact that you're playing on the damage on Stinger, right? So you still take this to do early game with it, and then you get Aghanims, and it does, you know, separate damage, but still it's, you're kind of compounding all your damage with Stinger and that kind of thing.
Bottom lane. Gonna fall. Is he gonna get the return kill? I don't think so. The dagger not being used there onto problems. So will just be a death for the ancient apparition.
The bot lane, as time grows and levels come into the Shaman and the Kunka, I'm expecting to see the Spectre kind of get shoved out of the wave. And this was the thing about the heroes. Like, Spectre, if you can get through your lane without any deaths and maybe just, you know, 40 CS or whatever, game's fine. If at any minute your support's dying, you're at half HP, you're under threat under CS, you know, your tower's maybe getting pressure at the catapult, you never really enter the game until kind of much later. So the first 8 minutes for Spectre is so critical.
Yeah.
It's okay so far, 13 CS, but it could potentially get a lot worse. We'll see how Cyberbeast want to handle the lane in the next 2 to 3 minutes to see if they can do some more damage to Quantum.
It is funny watching Sand King lane now versus what it used to be like with those massive sandstorms coming out of mid lane. You just can't even approach, and now you just stand like a foot away from the creep wave and you're completely untouched.
Look at the block on top.
Oh, emptiness.
Oh no, Soda got baited by it as well.
And yeah, I mean, he is not particularly healthy either. And the snake's going to do a lot of damage, but is it going to stop them from killing Solo? No, it is not. Gorgon's graph go completely awry. But emptiness, he's going to be fine. He's got a wand. He's going to live. And deny off to the ancients. Unless the creep. Ah, no, that's a die.
A little surprised Solo actually opted to try and pressure there, right? Like, he hits the Tusk, but the Tusk has Snowball. So it's like your body blocks the Tusk that could technically leave if he wanted to. Your Medusa isn't a high damage hero. Your Medusa's also going for a first item Midas, by the way. So it's not as if it's like a Treads Medusa that can maybe right click you. It is just a naked no stick Midas. So yeah, I think
Good lord.
so I'm just playing a little bit too aggressive top lane. 3 deaths already. First blood at the bounty rune, a death in the lane, a death at the neutral camp.
All right,
Needs to
Midas
chill out just a little
Medusa
bit.
coming to a pub near you.
You said that everything boils on how quickly can Medusa get fat, right? If you get a Midas at, what, 6 minutes, then have uncontested farm in the jungle, it's like the epic race to 3 items, pretty much, if we ignore the Midas being an item.
Yeah. And of course the late game scalability as well could be slightly better. And Spectre, famously, not the fastest farmer in the world. She gets there, but it takes some time, it takes some fights. Her biggest strength is the ability to join every single engagement by using that ultimate and always being able to cash in on a little bit of extra XP and gold. But that can be a detriment as well. As problems going very, very deep here. They really wanted to find Lucas. They're not going to. And now the CP coming out from the tusk mean they have to back away from this one. Problems. He needs to leave. He's got nowhere to go. Shards are going to come out and, oh no, the hands off the keyboard. Oh,
Deny.
goes for the deny. Oh, he's past it. The foul play, the innate. I don't know if it stopped him getting a deny there, but it certainly made it harder. So, alas, this chicken will be cooked. And Lucas is the one to grab that kill as well, which is exactly what you want. Spectre getting an early kill, speeding her up a bit, making her a little stronger, and heading towards that level 6 faster.
Yeah, and Lucas, he was thinking about some options here. As a 6-minute rune.
Oh, Chiro got that.
And it's a
Viper
DD.
kind of just has to ulti here if he wants to live. But I'm not even sure that's going to be enough. Is anybody coming in to help? No, they're not. Iconrad is just going to die.
It's going to feel a little bit rough. I say a little bit. No, that's rough. What am I saying? That's very rough.
Yes, getting solo killed. And I mean, that was a solo kill with an audience. There were supports there, but they didn't have any impact on that at all. Both teams are just kind of watching their mids duke it out with popcorn on the sides.
So he gets hit there. He gets hit. Yeah. I'm really happy that that spell isn't like ult cast, where like you can turn it on and off. And that is
Can we send it over to our judges to say whether he would have been denied if it hadn't been for the innate?
I believe it was. That's what the replay was showing. I believe I did see the.
Patrick, what say you? Give us a nod or a shake.
No, denied.
No.
Is under
Okay.
attack.
Yeah, oh yeah. Look at
Yeah, there they are. Woo! The froglets and the boglets.
that. I just love the animations. Such a random addition to Dota, but already quite nice. I think like if they stay in the game long enough, like they could become like more iconic than like a Cobalt. And that's a hot take, boys. That's a hot take. I know Cobalts.
Absolutely.
They are integral.
They will
but-
never get a crowd going like the kobolds get a crowd going.
All right, but if Dota, sorry, let me rephrase that. When Dota's still alive in like 15 years time, we're gonna have the Polywogs versus
Listen,
the
if
Kobolds.
we have at TI, if we have someone dressed up like the Marsh Mage Apprentice, playing the flute, like absolutely banging out tunes as Problems is dying here, this is like 4 heroes coming in for killing Problems. It is what it is. That's what I'm saying. That's my react. Valve, if you make that happen, then I will relinquish the Kobold title to the Marsh Mage Apprentice.
There'll be a cosplay. I'm sure there'll be a cosplay of it. I mean, if you want to win the cosplay competition,
Let's go.
you know what to do, boys.
And you can play the flute, or you think you can learn the flute quickly enough to bust out a tune. I think that's a very, very important though.
Yes, to play the flute in front of thousands of people with large audio, I'm sure they'll hear it.
I'm sure it's easy to set up musical audio in a large arena like that. Don't worry about it. Mary getting brought pretty low. Shirogina doesn't. Damn, he's just playing in between the tier 1 and tier 2 of the enemy side. He does not care at the moment, recognizing that their lockdown for him is extremely limited. Has a shield rune, so yeah, go play some Dota.
Everything happening right now is greatly enabling the build on the Medusa, right? Like, if Tier 2000 had bought Midas to then lose his tower to be fighting, it's a problem, right? But it's not to be the case. And also, he might not even be doing the Manta build. He's looking, I believe, to be going for the Maelstrom, which then means
Maelstrom
most
Ags.
likely Maelstrom Ags, going for more kind of like the stand your ground, get the split shot available as quick as possible, do damage. So yeah, it is a slightly different build.
Yeah, the Aghanim Scepter does give you the old 25 flying attack modifiers. Ooh, nice jump away from Lucas there. A tasty bit of tech from the Spectre. Jiro Jr., though, undeterred by his target escaping and still continuing to try and make this aggression happen. Lucas trying to poke in, prodding, and in comes the Iconrad Stand King as well, but does not have a lockdown. Jiro Jr. just getting away again. He can do whatever he wants in this game, it feels like.
Dire's middle tower.
Quantum, they're just not really bringing the numbers, right? It's the Cyber Geese, they are always ready. It feels like Storm making the jump, forcing TPs. Now AA's mid, and now they're fighting bottom, but now AA's mid, and the Sand King's by himself, and Tusky's down. Like everything's kind of disjointed for Quantum because they are reacting so much. They need to find time to have their own moment in the game, and of course, picking up a haste rune on the Sand King might be enough for them to feel like they can potentially smoke. They do have one on the Ancient Apparition. This entire time, Dawnbreaker has just been farming on the side of the map. But the net worth is just not looking good for Quantum at all, right? 3,700 gold, 3,900 gold for the Spectre, the Sand King. You compare that to, like the Deucer and the Storm, the Kunkka, that they are thriving. Like, they need to get kills. The point of this lineup is to get into the game as early as possible, a quick blink on the Sand King, and play on every global spell that you have, but yet to be the case. Their lanes are just too weak, so their entry to the game has been delayed by some critical minutes. Of course, farming up the stacks, this will give the blink damage.
God, this is looking to be a record-breaking game on Medusa at the moment. Just no pressure at all. She's been able to come into lane quickly, grab a few creeps there, back to the jungle, get off Midas. Like, the Midas Deucer, and they haven't been able to respond to it. That is bad news. Again, Medusa trying to make plays down at the bottom side. They're going to go on to Lucas here. Lucas, he has the Shadow Step, but he just cannot get it off. Emptiness needs to come in and help out with the snowball, but stopped by problems. The shackles are there. Lucas dies. And with just a couple of heroes, Quantum are able to kill off the enemy carry. Has a global escape ability, by the way. And even Solo decides chefing up Iconrad a little bit here as well, also. Like, this is bad news.
Quantum not really wanting to use spells, right? Like Emptiness, he delayed using the snowball, then got shackled.
Hold on, spell being used. Spell being used, everybody. Spell being used. Spell was used, T.
Radiant's top
Spells just
tower is
weren't
under
used
attack.
very well by Quantum in the last 25 seconds. No snowball, no good Solar Guardian, Epicenter missed.
Epicenter is still on cooldown.
Yeah, they're feeling the pressure now for sure. 4,000 gold lead. And now with Solar Guardian on cooldown, Epicenter on cooldown, this blink timing on Sand King, which was meant to maybe be like the life entering Quantum, it's just stalled out. They're gonna have to wait another minute and a half.
That's another 1,000 gold from Medusa. That's not gonna work out very well.
But don't worry, Nomad. The last time we spoke like this, Quantum, they found the fight.
I'm not sure I'm feeling it this time around.
Neither am I, but for the sake of the audience,
Dire are
they
Oh,
found
right,
the fight
okay.
in game 1. They might be able to do it again in game 2.
Radiant
Solo.
Killing Solo.
Surely this is a kill. Help them, thanking him for it. He wants nothing to do with it. Just completely baited Mary here. Poor old Mary. Let's try to go for the kill on Solo. Not going to happen. Emptiness. Oh, wait, hold on. Finishing the job. The global presence. There it is. Jiro Jr. is also very low on mana here. So if they do decide to go for this fight, then things might get awkward. There's a snake coming out from problem, though. That's going to create issues here for the side of the Cyber Geese. But that said, Palantino's just coming in and hammers down onto him anyway. He don't care about no snakes. Jiro Jr. with a nice long zip away. He's still got himself
They're still
a decent amount of mana to work with the Soul Ring. Although, finding the angle though, he does get out. Emptiness still chasing, and he's got a punch available. They'll take him down. Palantimos finding his team a way back into at least this fight. Still a long way to go to say they're back into the game, but this is a step in the right direction. Solo really just big kind of chihuahua energy in this game, where he's kind of just barking at any core that comes near him, and they can't really fight back. He just grabs them.
Yeah, you know what? I've never thought about it that way, but he actually, that is his entire gameplay for his entire career, right? Like, pick Ogre, walk up high ground, plays SD, still walks up high ground, right? Like, that is him in a nutshell. Like, they just profit. TP in, don't care, right? It's
Yep, TP into base in the mid lane, where it was like him solo versus Iconrad, and he's just casting spells, gets into half health. Like,
No, for Quantum, it's great to see that they have the fight in them, right? Like, they do find some kills. Of course, we were expecting them to be able to do this at minute maybe 9, 10, 11, 12, but it does take them nearly 13, 14 minutes of the game to connect their heroes, and it's going to feel good in the moment, but in the back of your mind, it's like, imagine if we were able to do this a little bit cleaner, right? Like, now that Medusa finally leaves the top side of the map, takes your bottom tower, like, you click on her inventory, it's like, oh, wait a second. Guys, we may have a problem. The Deucer is here. So, yeah, Quantum dealing with some problems, but other ones are quickly rising up.
Like, this Medusa is so killable without the Aghanims. Like, the Aghanims with this sort of build, it gives you everything. At this point on, from this point in the game, you have Maelstrom, Hand of Midas, Blade of Alacrity. Like, your stats are non-existent. You're sitting on 900 mana. Like, she is... T8000 will die to a gust of breeze, but luckily she's been fully sheltered this entire game.
Alright, you okay. It was 991 mana. You were really... For all the Spotify listeners out there, that was...
I'm telling you, you need to make it...
Ah, yes, true.
You need to make it sell the narrative.
Yeah, okay, that's fine. A glass cannon on the Medusa.
Yes.
Yeah.
With undulation, we are also ignoring, but that's fine. And the great healing lotus she has as well. So.
I was like, yeah, the 14 wand and I was like, are you going to get to the point in which we now say she's tanky or?
Very squishy.
Right, okay, very squishy. Axe is
oh, baiting here in the middle lane. Bye Chira Jr. He took the carrot. And he regretted it immediately afterwards. And Solo just going to use that ulti onto the Sanking. Sanking sort of in a bad position now. T8000 joining the first fight of the game here to try to just bring down the Sanking on the sidelines, but can't quite finish the job. So damn slow on Medusa. Cannot finish this kill. The Palantimos may be on the sidelines. Yeah, with the X marks coming down. Doesn't look like it was way out for the start. The Dawnbreaker. And Yayo will fall. So... this time, despite losing their Storm Spirit, they bring everybody on the side of Quantum, and it is too much for the Cyber Geese to handle.
Yeah, the save, the sustain of Quantum Geese. When Quantum Geese just come back.
Oh! Notice! Oh my god, he runs into the Sandstorm with Blade Mail, gets around the creep and catches him with the Tidebringer. That was one of the most stylish kills I've actually seen in a while. That was
didn't
sick.
see it. No, I was looking elsewhere. Oh well. My bad.
Anchorage just getting absolutely read like a book there. That was a full-on gut read. I mean, the scoreline's only 9-9. Medusa in the game versus a Spectre. That's going to feel very, very good for the Medusa team. And don't look at that money.
They're moving to the bottom side of the map as 5. They get the deal as well. They have the control in the area. That's showing. There's nothing to snowball.
He's fine. Absolutely fine. Oh, big bait maybe here. It's a burst strike through the 3 of them along with the ultimate Palantimos, but who's really getting baited here? There is just a lot of damage coming out. Sure, they'll take down the Shadow Shaman, but it ain't much as Yayo's looking to fall here. Shira Jr., he knows they're out of resources. It was a flashy start to the fight, but ultimately they just do not have the damage. There's just too much tankiness up on the side of Quantum.
Yeah, the Glimmer Cape on the SD, the Pipe on the Kunka, you're able to kind of brush off the Sanking, and then because of that, the Spectre doesn't want to overstay her welcome, right? Shadow steps in. Maybe you could argue you could get a kill on the Storm, but goes, you know what? My team's kind of crumbling already. I need to back out. I need to make sure that I'm not giving away, an additional death. So Quantum, they're feeling the strain. The sustainability is so powerful. And they need to try and find a way to... I mean, realistically, when I say they need to find a way, it's going to be a smoke, right? Grab a smoke, get yourselves into a good position, find a hero, blow them up, and then disengage. We're yet to see Quantum, set the pace of the game, right? Like, it's not as if tough as finding a kill on one side of the map with Spectre, and then the other side AA and Sankin getting a kill. Like, there is so much potential for multiple pickoffs occurring at the same time, but they have been, cornered into just such a small area of the map so early on that it is unlikely to see that pacing from the lineup. I can soon complete the Sand King. That will, motivate Quantum to want to be the aggressors.
Radiant are scanning.
That could be the timing they're looking for. We shall see. At the moment, it does feel like they just can't bring enough to these fights. They're relying on like these little pickups on the side as the X-Mark's going to drag Lucas back in, but the knockdown follow-up isn't really there just yet. There comes the electric vortex, but Lucas is going to get snowballed, but it's a snowball back in, but they've still got Yayo coming in with the Solar Guardian, and Lucas, he's just about going to live through this. Emptiness gives his life to keep his Spectre alive, but does do so successfully. But that was a lot used to try to just make sure that Lucas stays alive and in the game. It's a little bit tough.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
So
Radiant
we'll throw down
now
as well.
down.
Yeah. It's like every pickoff with Shaman on the team leads to some type of objective pressure. It is. Even though the tower's not going to probably die,
Radiant's
still a fair chunk of damage done.
attack.
It's only a third actually. It's not that much damage.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Infrared nearby with a brand new Aghanim Scepter. He's got a new toy to play with. Is GH2000 the target you want to go for? Apparently it is. They're going to try and just throw everything onto the Medusa. They know she has no Stone Gaze, but she does have Solo, and it's just as good. Destruction comes in, breaking up the fight. Although the Ice Blast coming through, landing onto everybody. Solo is going to drop, but they'll return with Solo dying, and Icarad dying in the middle of this one as well. Emptiness and Yayo trying to fight up together. It's a lot of damage coming out from the Dawnbreaker, but she is going to die, and notice getting low just as the Ice Blast runs off. Unfortunate, and that is everybody dead on the side of Quantum. They just didn't deal the damage. The Spectre tries to jump in, but they're just getting chopped down by all of that physical damage from the Kunkka, from the Medusa. It's too much for her to handle with just a Radiance at the moment.
It felt like they were hoping for the Geese to be slightly out of position, right? Like when you're jumping Medusa there, you're kind of hoping that Shadow Demon isn't in range to hit a Disruption or to put a Glimmer. But they are. Like you look on the minimap, they're holding the high ground on the left-hand side. They are very quickly able to react, and every little spell buys just enough time that, sure, Quantum, they're hitting the big 2-3 man Ice Blast. They're doing enough to kill off the Medusa, but the fact that it took that additional 4, 5, 6 seconds, now there's a boat, now there's an extra little bit of resource, and they do all go down.
Chiro Jr. through it all, just staying alive, so having enough mana to just constantly cast through these fights. It's
one of those painful things because it's like you watch that fight, and even though Quantum lose the fight, you can see in a different timeline, what if their lanes were better? What if they utilized their early Blink Dagger timings better? Like this engagement, they could potentially just wipe the side, of the Cyber Geese.
They have these big ultis, it's kind of what you expect. Second Center, Solar Guardian, Ice Blast, when they all connect like that, it always looks good. But again, just always been a bit behind the mark.
I just keep looking at the net worth, and it's like normally, like with Medusa lineups, you play so sacrificial on the other two heroes to like break the map that you kind of have this like Medusa versus every other core being evenly farmed, but this time like the Kunkka and the Storm, they're also just breaking away from the Quantum cores and
Radiant
ensuring that they are equally scaling somewhat in line with the Medusa. That makes it even more potent. And noticed he had the Blade Mail, the pipe. He's looking at just going back for a Radiant. He's like, all right, we're just farming, guys. There's no reason for me to buy more auras and to potentially hinder my scaling.
Dire's top
Talking
tower
about
is
scaling
under
in more ways
attack.
than one.
Radiant's
Medusa
bottom
with the
tower is
Aghanims,
under
with the
attack.
Mjolnir now going in for the Skadi next. Not going to be long before she hits that timing, and that's going to be really, really hard. Palantimos has kind of been playing these fights really nicely in fairness, but utilizing his mobility and trying to like heal up a little bit with the Luminosities. Starbreak's coming down as well, but it's not really going to be possible anymore. It's going to be an all-or-nothing fight from Palantinos after this. Skadi comes out on Dusa. You can't stick around. With Roshan going down, it should give them a way to easily siege towers. It might even give us a strong spirit, to be honest with you. Nope, tier 2000. That's your battering ram to take down this base. Send in the Medusa.
Yeah, he is, what, 1,300 gold away from a Skadi? He'll be able to get that during the Aegis timing. There is a world where an Ags, Mjolnir, Skadi, Medusa is split-shotting at your high ground. I expect a jumps.
Alright. Fine. Well, I guess I'll take it.
Okay, we didn't really mention it, but the Tusk going with the drinking buddies facet this time around. I personally think it's pretty viable against utility Kunkers because the control of Kunker is like you X them, you boat them. It's like they have to be in that position. So any repositioning to combo break the X boat, it does hurt a lot of what control Kunker brings. So yeah, I'm not opposed to it, especially because in lane you don't really need to overwhelm the lane with the tag team, as they already got killed without it. So I don't mind it.
Yeah.
But because of how like awkward the game's been, we're yet to be like, oh my god, Tusk, the drinking buddy is saved. Wow, it just kind of feels like a non-factor yet. But potentially something to look at if there is to be a comeback fight. It could be something as small as, you know, the save of the drinking buddies into a snowball to then buy time to open up a fight. So we need to keep an eye out for that. And tier 2000 actually didn't even finish this. Wait, did he? No, okay, he missed Blink. He accidentally bought the Blink Dagger, then sold the Blink Dagger quickly to then buy the Skadi. It's like, there's no way you're going one Ultimate Orb Blink not having Skadi. That would be unhinged of a build.
You need to get in there, dude.
Yeah, true. 3 minutes
Liking
on the
this
Aegis.
casual push up in top lane. I'll just take the tier 3 tower whilst I'm at it before we switch over towards mid. This will be the final tier 2 standing. Full side of Quantum.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
I'm just a little upset we might not see the Spectre Agnums. Like, the Spectre pick on paper looks so good into like Shaman and SD. Like, you get into the late game, you have an Agnums, you press your Haunt, you see everyone. The supports cannot stand their ground though. The way that Cybergeeks played this game, it was disciplined, farm efficient, don't allow any time or pickoffs from Quantum, and they are uncontested as they hit the high ground. They're taking top fracks with the Medusa, they're taking mid. Kind of trying to take mid to certain points, but the tower
This is
killing a couple.
extremely split focus. Like, no,
There
what
he is.
goodness. They actually want to take top fracks. Nah,
Oh, backline. Oh,
okay, correct. Trying to make something happen here. With Lucas coming in for this one as well, it's looking like a pretty mad jump. In comes the snowball. They've got a notice sort of low here, but it doesn't really matter. Emptiness. He might be dropping. Nope, gets away. Nice first strike, but Palantinos has been left behind, but not before he gets a kill. Brings down Noticed. A little greedy there from the Kunkka, coming close to the Dawnbreaker and suffering for it. I think you take a trade there considering how that fight went, but the problem is the Medusa still has an Aegis. She's still got plenty of HP and is still attacking your buildings.
we're taking both. I've never seen the mid and top siege by one hero at the same time. That's been an interesting one, but it is very effective in this game. You take the range rats mid, melee top, backdoor kicks in for just a second, and they now take the range rats as well. Yeah, Quantum, they tried to go for the wraparound. They tried to get... No, they can't kill the Medusa. They can barely kill her once. They're not killing her twice. The epicenter does not connect.
And again, this Aghanims build with the Skadi, with the Mjolnir, like the damage coming out from Medusa now is crazy. Not to mention the debuffs from the Skadi as well, and that applies to everybody. It's going to be so hard to stand your ground in this fight.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
It's year 2000. The boss of the game, 22k net worth at just 28 minutes into the game. Final lane of barracks now exposed.
Radiant's bottom
20 seconds for
Quantum.
epicenter.
What do you do? Can they wait that long? I mean, I think they have
Actually, no, it's
to.
5 seconds, sorry.
Snakes though, there's a disruption as well. Aegis still 20 seconds left. they can somehow force them back off these barracks for 20 seconds and delay on fight. They can't, so they're just going to have to go for it now. Eichenbrand going on the backlines once again. Notice is going to be that target. The boat's going to come down in time, giving them that tankiness, and the Yayo getting so low, and he's going to fall. TA2000 actually popping the ulti just to get back and help his team, and that is going to take down just about everybody on the side of Quantum. An attempt was made, but it was not very good, and I think this might be game. There it is. GG gets called. Game number 2 goes back the other way, leading us to a 1-1 in this series. For game 2, looking much more convincing than game number 1. The Cyber Geese will be there.
Yeah, and it's one of those games where it's like, I expect Cyber Geese, like, the way that they played this, the discipline they had, like, the players on the roster, I expected this from in their game 1, but they didn't show it. But going into game 2, they very quickly fixed up their game plan, their play style, and Tier 2000, an exceptional game, right? Like, uncontested in top. Sure, SD died a couple of times, but he buys the Midas, full farm, and then you have Storm Spirit breaking open the early game, and because of that, the game feels good. Like, because of Storm's early aggression, there was no room for the side of Quantum to ever group up their heroes to go get the kill. And, you know, critically, when Sankin gets his Blink Dagger, and that first Blink entry to the game doesn't connect with good kills, you just feel like they've lost all of the tempo possible. And at no point since the Blink rule, it felt like there was never a, hey guys, we can go kill heroes, we can go find them. They were just victim to watching the side of Cyber Geese just farm up and scale. It was a tough one to watch if you're a Quantum fan, for sure.
Certainly was. Yeah, they made the right plays. That's the thing. Like, and as you said, if they weren't like 9k goal behind, if they were like 2 or 3k goal behind, then this play here, it probably works. But
yeah,
they had just got themselves in such a bad position by 21 minutes that fighting into the Cyber Geese was sort of just impossible. Like, you really needed to not really take a 5-on-5, which is a really bad thing to be saying when you've got Epicenter, Ice Blast, Solar Guardian, all these big ticket abilities. But yeah, ultimately they need to find a way to find pickups on the side. They weren't able to do that because they were just playing way too cleanly on Cyber Geese. And yeah, it is what it comes down to. Like, just cleanliness, you know, playing together as 4 really, really well, enabling their Medusa. I would have liked to see Cyber Geese, Quantum maybe look for the Medusa a little bit more, try to put some pressure onto TA2000, but then again, they had way too many issues to fix before that point. And also not really the heroes to do it. Like, everything kind of came down to Eikrad on the Sand King. They needed him to be able to just do so much this game. He couldn't. It really ended up being Palantimos who was the tempo controller for their team, and that's really wasn't good enough
rough.
for them.
Yeah.
So yeah, it was a very tough game, and I think they just need to make sure they don't get into this situation in the early game of the next game.
Yeah, and that has been the kind of the TLDR of both of Quantum's games. Even though Quantum won game 1, it was a turbulent laning phase in game 1. Sure, they made the comeback. Game 2, turbulent laning phase. This time around, they're completely shut out. Quantum have to make sure going into game 3, they find a way to muscle up against the laning prowess of Cyber Geese, because in this game, when you're giving Kunkka, Storm, Medusa 3 entries to the game, it is so hard, like you said, to fight into them. So yeah, critically for Quantum, they have to have a discussion, find out how they want to navigate the laning phase, because if they play like they are, I feel like Cyber Geese are only leveling up. They're a stack that have only recently been together, and every game is a learning lesson for them, or a moment to learn, and they're improving. So yeah, Quantum, you have to win your lanes in game 3.
Yeah, they do. Pretty simple stuff for them to work on here, but very, very hard to execute. And noticed our standout player there, quite deservedly as well. He kind of just glued this team together, made them feel really, really strong as 5. Those boats, the perfect answer to those big ultis coming out from Quantum. 3-1 and 17 assists on the Gunker, like ridiculous amount. Involved in almost every single kill. So yeah, definitely a great performance from the Cyber Geese here in the second game. If they could do that again, then it is going to be a clean 2-1 for them. But obviously Quantum, they still have a lot of fight left in them. Let's see what they can do in game number 3 coming up after this short break. Strap in as we're back on the road to the international here. It is the qualifiers for the Eastern European region, and we're into game number 3 of Cybergeese versus Quantum. Team Cybergoose, really convincing game number 2 there. They got the T8 2000 Medusa. They knew what they were doing. Really tight game. Game number 3, Quantum, they need to come back with something big. And of course, 2 open qualifier teams, like one team, they're kind of boot camping, they're trying really hard. I mean, Quantum, they're trying hard, but they don't seem to have the same sort of either funding or, whatever. They're just not together. So we're kind of expecting this from Cybergoose to be a little bit cleaner in regards to their wins. But yeah, game 1 certainly did look like that. But do you feel like now that game 1's out of the way, Cybergoose is sort of locked in and they are the better team, or did you not really feel that way from game number 2?
I think I'm moving towards it, yes. But I think the draft enabled Cybergeese a lot. And maybe because of how fresh of a team they are, they're very draft dependent on how well they do, right? Because like this time, their draft was strong, the Storm enabled them, Medusa wasn't pressured, game's fine. Game 1 is like, they draft was a little bit weaker, they made mistakes, they lost because of some comeback, right? So I think on a strategic level, they're similar, but on a draft level, if you have the edge, then you win, basically. So, yeah. Weak answer, potentially, for your question, but
No,
I don't want to give them
it's a
too
hard
much
one to
praise.
answer
Like,
when-
I'm just not convinced by them, so I don't want to, like, overhype them, That's kind of the thing.
No, we don't have the information yet to know whether that first game was down to like a little bit of sleepiness or a bit of like a blunder from Cybergoose, or whether actually like they just can't play to the level that we want them to, because that first game also should have been in the bag, but they had some stumbles and Quantum were able to come back into it because Quantum are a good skilled team as well. So we'll have to keep watching. That's what these qualifiers are about. It's about watching. It's about learning these teams, learning the quality in which they can play to, trying to see the potential in them as well. Always really important because you just never know with TI. You never know who's going to find the magic. All the tournaments throughout the year, usually we're just expecting the big 5 to take it. But TI, the more established the sort of top 3 teams are in the year, the more likely it is for just some random open qualifier team to just rock up through the tournament and say, hey, what's up? What's going on, guys? We're Team Spirit, or we're OG, and we're going to take the win today. So you're always looking for it. There's always that in the back of the mind, that 1 in 500 chance that one of these teams is on the start of a monumental journey, on the start of a monumental road, some might say. But let's get into the draft for game number 3. Shadow Shaman versus Kunkka. How are you feeling about this Kunkka pick coming out once again for the Cybergoose?
Yeah, it worked wonders, right? Because in the last game, when you're seeing a Spectre as the enemy carry, you're like, wait a second, there is like negative pressure getting applied to me as a Kunkka, right? So you can take over the game. I think this time, Quantum will respect the fact that they need to find, like I said before, a bit more entry to the laning phase. So if it is a Kunkka in the safe lane, or flame, sorry, let's make sure that they have a position 5 and carry that can maybe threaten the Kunkka, have some kill potential, and be a good start. You don't want to allow him to just autopilot his way to blade mail pipe with like pretty much 0 pressure on him.
Yeah, pretty much. You need to control up this guy and make sure he's not having an absolutely free time. But getting out of these lanes, it's there ways to answer Kunkka in lane. Like, is there any hero which absolutely just dominates him?
You can see from the ban, right, from Cybergeese, they're worried about the Omni Knight. Like a carry Omni running around, you have the kind of the debuff immunity, so you don't really care. So yeah, I rate that. But there's also like Lifestealer and carries like this where they just hold their ground. Sure, they might not kill the Kunkka, but you just kind of chill. You hit creeps. You eventually just outscale. You have Rage. You have Radiance. Later on BKB, you just there's nothing that can really be done. So a hero to at least consider on the side of Quantum. But the early pick Darkseer, it's kind of like they banned Ursa, so they're protecting the Darkseer in that regard. They're not like forcing Cybergeese like, hey, go pick Ursa, we've not banned it. So they've gone for like the best carry against Darkseer ban. But still, there's Sven available. There's some leaner carries that we've been seeing rising up a little bit. Like, there's options.
There's always options. You need to get creative. especially when you've been beaten in the first game, can't ban at everything. They're going to go for the same options again. You need to have a very strong idea on how to respond to this. But Quantum, I will say, I don't know if I want to put them in the stronger position, but it certainly feels easier to answer a team which just beat you, but then they're doing the same thing again. You get to sort of put into practice your ideas on what you did wrong in the last game. You get to, you know, if you're a good team, then you should be able to definitely make big improvements from your last game. But still, only 2 heroes as of yet. They could still change things up a lot on the Cyber Goose team.
Radiant team pick.
You're at your service.
You get win runner. Okay. Yeah, the draft from Cyber Goose just it feels like it's providing stability where no pick makes a future pick
10 seconds.
volatile, where it's like, oh my, we have to fix this problem. Okay, tier 2000, you got to pick this specific hero to do this, right? It feels like when you lay down the foundation of like Kunkka SD plus whatever other position 4 support you want to go for, it does give freedoms for everyone else. And this 18 pick will potentially be devastating. There's Puck, which is available for Cybergeese if they want it, against Dark Serum, Ability, and Shaman for pickoff. Sure, Shaman is one of the counters to Puck because you have Hex, but you know, you play with the good vision, you know where Shaman is, and you don't really mind. Storm Spirit that we just saw in the previous game. There's so many options to utilize to close out the phase, and now Quantum. They know that if they want to play out this game with skirmishing potential with the Darkseer, they do need explosive damage. Like with SD Disruption, the run buff that we saw utilized in game 2, they can't play a slow fight. They need to be, you know, killing it with the wall, killing with the jump from the Shaman. So that's what we'll see in the next 2 picks.
Yeah, getting on the backline is going to be really, really important. Storm obviously has been hotly contested in this series so far. 2 games out of 2.
Ooh, okay, Tiny. Are they going to keep the Tiny as a flex here between, obviously, support, mid to core? But also, it could just be the position 4 to play with the Darkseer. Like, the default answer would have been, you pick Tusk for Quantum, you have Tusk Darkseer lane, it's aggressive, you put Shaman 5, you run around the map, you find kills. Like, it makes sense. But they don't go for it, they go for Tiny. So maybe they're trying to do something a little bit more creative by keeping the, like I said, the draft a bit more open. It would depend on this pick here, if they're flexing the Tiny between a support position or a core position. It is explosive damage at least. If it's a crack, I mean, even in carry, but behind carry, it's locked behind items. Okay, so most likely.
But I think
mid. I feel.
Yeah, potentially. I think the flip side to what you're saying there is that if it is carry, then the lockdown, yeah, it's hidden behind items, but it's also applies to everybody, which I think is sometimes the issue with Conqueror, is that like you have this burst hero at like, you know, position 4 or mid or whatever, but you don't have enough to just like dump everything onto a Conqueror and take him out of the game. Like he's still going to get off his blade mail, or he's still going to get off his bow. He's still going to be able to cast his spells. But on carry, you can eventually do that, which I think is what they're looking for from this pick. Maybe we'll see.
No, for sure. Again, like the mid Tiny is Blink Dagger with Crash Landing, and you kill supports. A carry Tiny, like you said, it's farm 3-4 items, get Shadow Blade, play like Nightfall, where at any minute any core's dead, right? So it really depends. Does Quantum see a need to kill supports and break the early game, or do they want to potentially break the mid to late game with core kills? Depending on that read, the Tiny can shift between either role. Hence why it is quite a fun, flexible pick, because you know it just, you put it in the role for the time that you want it to match, right? And for Cybergeese, they just go for the Ember. The lockdown from Quantum, it's limited, right? There's an Ice Path, there's an Avalanche, there's a Toss, there's a Hex, there's a Shackle, but to try and apply that on an Ember is already going to be somewhat difficult. Then there's going to be turnaround potential, like we already mentioned with the Kunkka DSD. So even if you do catch the Ember, are you killing the Ember? Mage Slayer, very potent this game to brush off the magic damage of every hero on Quantum. So yeah, strong Ember pick, strong way to stand your ground. And for Quantum, we didn't talk about the Chikira, but I kind of like it against SD, just for the fact that it's like, if you jump a hero, they get saved. Now you know, okay, Ice Path that disruption. ice path or like macro priors, like throw everything onto that disruption and you'll get the kill. So it's kind of like a cute little response to the SD, but they do have big Ember problems, and they're going to need to find a response to it. Of course, beating it in lane helps, but Quantum early banned the Monkey King in the first phase, and then Cybergeese just banned out the Husker. So the only other kind of counters to Ember available are the mid Death Prophet to pressure tower. Then you have like a Slardar just to try and play on the kind of the bash and the right click against melee heroes. They're kind of like the bigger two counters available.
Could be really interesting. And we have seen these teams get a bit creative in their picks as well, so I wouldn't be surprised to see it at all.
Is there any other mid that I'm missing that can stop the Ember from laning? I think
it's
maybe there's like the mid bat could be pretty cool. Like, yeah.
I'd definitely be down for that. Yeah, I like that idea.
There's
The thing
DP, there's bat. I mean, there's plenty of like options. Of course, they're not as good as the Husker, the Monkey King, right? But still, as long as you delay the Ember from getting Mage Slayer and like dictating the tempo, I think they would be relatively happy. And they pick up the Pangolier. So it's gonna be a carry Kunkka, offlane Pangolier, sorry, and mid Ember. Very skirmishy. This is, whew.
Yeah, this is a brawling lineup.
Yeah.
Here. Wanting to prove that they don't just need to go for, some big hard carry and run around the map as 4 and make space for TA2000. No, they want to give TA2000 a chance to play a bit actively as well. Play multiple forms of Dota 2. It's exactly what you're going to need to do. Like, if you just lock in on the 4 Protect 1 strategy early on, then you're never going to make it far in these qualifiers. So, doing what's best for the situation. Quantum, what is your pick?
That's a
10
big
seconds
jug
left.
of water. Whew. Did you see
Damn,
that?
the chug jug.
Oh, Life Stealer. It's a
Life
tiny
Stealer
just a
coming
mid.
out, so it is not the tiny carry. It will be Iconrad tiny mid.
Okay. I mean, I spoke about Life Stealer as a response to Kunkka like in the first start of the draft, but I kind of forgot about it and moved on to maybe they want to shut down the Ember, but they don't want to shut
Yeah.
down the Ember. They're content with the trade of farm between Tiny Ember. Play for the fact that who gets the rune, who gets the jump. Like, it's more of a discipline game rather than a let's Monkey King them out of the mid lane, right? Of course it was banned, but it's the hero I fought in the moment. But still, Life
And how
Stealer.
many times,
Yeah.
have we seen it where a team's gone all in on countering an Ember? The Ember doesn't have a lane. He's really, really sad. And then, like,
Yeah.
2 fights. And he's so... I think the problem with Ember is that he's so easy to survive. Like, you just have, like, 3 kind of get-out-of-jail-free cards in Slight, in Spirits, in Flame Guard as well. So you're always able to kind of live through the fights and grab the XP and come back into the game. So I don't know what it is about Ember. He's just this hero which feels like really punishing to shut down because he just kind of comes back anyway. And then you're like, oh, well, that was a waste of time and waste of draft resources, etc. So they ignore it. They'll just prioritize their own game. However, it does leave them with this sort of tricore of like very melee, very kind of blow up dependent heroes. If they are not finding a core on the catch at the start of these fights, then I feel like this Lifestealer could just be juked into oblivion. Do you agree with that, or do you think he's got ways to play the fight?
I think he's going to be very happy and independent once he has items, because he's playing into a Pango, Kunkka, and Ember that never threaten him, right? Like, it is a free Lifestealer game. Kunkka doesn't buy Abyssal. You don't really buy items to stop him. So Lifestealer, as long as he gets into his kind of farm pattern, gets like the Radiance and maybe like a BKB, Basher himself, it does feel like Lifestealer will be, we have to kite him, kill his team, and then we'll deal with him at the very end of the fight, right? So I think it's good signs for Quantum, honestly, but the Tiny has to have a good lane to play with his Darkseer to break open the game, because it is so much easier for the Geese to be able to group up and make big moves, right? Because like Darkseer, he needs to farm item, Lifestealer needs to farm item. There could be a world where Tiny just by himself, because Shaman and Jakiro, they don't make explosive damage, right? They kind of just set other people up. So there's this weird kind of disconnect between the Tiny and the rest of his team. That is something to look out for on Quantum.
30 seconds.
Big
to
smoke
battle.
here once again, same as game 1 from the Cyber Geese team, but doesn't look like they're finding anything a lot here. I mean, Lucas is going to reveal, but when the smoke gets broken, he just runs. And that is the benefit of using smoke and splitting up across the map, is that if you're alone, your smoke is a great defensive ability early on in the game. The smoke pops, you just leave. You know those heroes there in the night time. very, very useful. So
The battle
That is the reason why everyone buys a smoke at the start of the game. It's not to find kill, it's just to understand the position.
yeah, absolutely. One thing to mention here, by the way, do you know what the biggest predator of the goose is in nature?
No. I was trying to think, but no.
You really
What
went.
is it?
Yeah, I was like, is he actually going to know this? It's a
No,
good thing you
is
don't,
it-
because I'm making
is it
stuff up. but
mankind?
It is actually the snake. Therefore,
Oh.
very intelligently here on Quantum, Emptiness has gone for the Giga Snake, the massive serpent ward, which has recently been buffed as well. So that might be the answer they're looking for. We'll see what this gigantic serpent ward can do. I mean, do you like this facet?
It got a nice little buff, right? 'Cause I think it has
It's 12 times
12
the power
times
of
damage,
this.
right? Instead of 10, right? Yeah.
Very cool.
So it really does hit towers as Shaman. Probably giving first blood, unless, you know, they disconnect.
Unless they just as a yeah.
And here come the shots.
Yeah, you always got to sprinkle that doubt in there when you're a caster, don't you? Just to make sure the curse doesn't somehow come true. But no, he's a goner. And that'll be your first blood. A little deep there on the Shaman. Not expecting TA2000 to be that active early on, but he's take a freebie when he can get him. So
I think Solo wants redemption, right? Because the last time he did that disruption was on a Tusk where he died, right? He's like, no. This disrupt at this camp is a death. I know it.
Yep.
Of course, Kunker is very, very aggressive compared to a Medusa.
Oh, another block. Solo is a block master. He didn't quite catch it there, but he managed to catch out Emptiness again against the tree line. Solo is just, he's a blocking master. He's been practicing for many years.
I think I checked earlier. I think he's 34, which is kind of hype. If you're, you know, a budding 28-year-old support player, there's at least another 6 years to make it.
Love a bit of relatability in the pro scene.
There it is.
Mid lane has been quiet as predicted, but quietly Chira Jr. is pulling ahead. Tiny can struggle with that very, very low attack speed. Easy damage, but the Ember just Solo getting low up in the top side, but turns around with the disruption. He's got a disseminate here available as well, and we'll use that onto Yayo as well. Tier 2000 has taken chunks, but unable to get any real kills here. And they have sort of lost like over half a wave here whilst doing this. So I'm unsure about the value of this, but then, actually triggering off the foul play. Emptiness will live, does get himself the healing lotus, and yeah, can't really come close to the wave anymore, so.
Yeah, you also get level 4 to get that extra burst to heal from the Nathan. Yeah, it's the way that they're playing it is just try and whittle down their resources.
Oh, here they go, though. Disruption out into the torrent. Tier 2000 trying to find an angle with the Tidebringer there, but awkwardly just kind of moves into the camps and gets sort of takes a ton of extra damage for his efforts.
You can see how toxic the combination is, right? It's just disrupt the guy, torrent them from a million miles away, and then Tidebringer from whatever creep you're near. But Kunkel wasn't really in position. And Solo, look at as soon as it's off cooldown, it's like, I'm ready.
Yeah.
Press torrent, then connect. Oh, Darks is giving him the target.
Yeah, kind of giving him
He
the
just
angle
killed his
there,
friend.
and that allows them to get the kill. But they will get the return onto Solo. But I mean,
My guy just like loaded up the scope and was like, hey, here's the shaman. I've just A-click and I got you.
kill my support. I'm telling you, this is the same thing that happened last game where they just killed each other's supports like twice in a row. It's the same thing again. These guys have an agreement.
You know, if this was a pub, somehow the Darks is flaming the shaman. By the way, like you already know.
Absolutely, yeah.
Shaman having to rotate mid, just to get
Yeah.
a little bit of that deterrent.
Yeah, Icarant does just need a little bit of extra help in this mid lane. He's not having the best of times. I'm not sure this Shaman rotation is really going to make any difference to that.
No. He was just kind of there, but he goes mid. He then stacks the triangle, then back to top. So it's not as if the Darkseid got threatened in his absence. Of course, Darkseid just picked up the Vanguard.
Really good problem with the crash landing Tiny is just how hard it is to land those tosses.
Darkseid has to be careful because even though they are probably he has one.
He's getting low. Yeah, he's used that one now though.
Power shot.
Ooh, problems catching him out. The kill shot comes in. Yayo goes down. A nice little rotation there from the Wind Ranger. I don't think much punish is going to be happening in the bottom lane as well. Jakiro, Lifestealer, not really going to be making any kills happen down here.
Yeah, I'm surprised the Dark's actually overstayed his welcome there. Like, he goes to half HP from a combination. If Kunkka was level 5 with X, then probably even dies in that combination, but he's not. And then he still proceeds to use Vacuum to try and threaten it. So, yeah, very optimistic fight from Quantum in the offlane.
Bit of a tense start to this game. Both teams sort of respecting each other, playing around each other. None of these lanes have been particularly even either. You know, despite the kills up in the, I think top lanes actually, they're both getting pretty rich off this. Maybe that death onto Yayo brings him behind a little bit. TA2000 having a wonderful time this Kunkka. Which I'm excited to see. Most of these Kunkka carries have been pretty quiet for the early parts of the game from what I've seen, but TA2000 is definitely going to have a game.
But because of the support, right? Like, how often do you see SD Kunkka in a safe lane combination where every single disruption's setting up for a torrent and the Tidebringer, right? Like,
this is true.
often against Kunkkas, you're trying to dodge the Tidebringer. You're not really utilizing torrent that well, and in the carry role, it's just kind of a spell available. But here, it's just every time you step up, take a torrent to the face, take a level 2 disseminate, then have the bonus damage in place. It is a really, really aggressive lane, and it's kind of fun to see. It's maybe a combination that other teams might think about in the future, because you just can't step near the wave when these two heroes hit some early levels.
Yep. I'm a big fan of I don't know how to say it. Promulgate from the Shadow Demon. That facet is really, really nice just to work in combination with Disseminate. It gets you surprisingly low. Already a good spell. Just really giving you that extra bit of aggression. And again, move on to Shaman, and Shaman is absolutely going to drop here. Shira Jr. and problems. Helping out with that one as the pressure starting to mount here. Not really seeing a whole lot of counterplay coming out from the side of Quantum at the moment.
They just don't have counterplay, right? One of my concerns with the lineup was the fact that Tiny's the only kind of active hero on the map. Shaman, Jakiro, they play behind other heroes having success, and Lifestealer, he needs to farm an entire Radiance. Darkseid wants to farm an entire Aura, right? They're not explosive side lane cores that run around the map. Compare that though to a Pangolier. At any minute, he's probably going to TP to an engagement if he sees it. And Kunkka, he's happy to throw a boat in if required. So we'll see if this disparity in side lane cores will come to light on solo.
Trying to force a fight, but it's a double damage available for the Ember Spirit, but he's still going to give the kill to Solo. But Shira Jr. will be able to get at least one in response and back himself away. A little bit steep there from the side of the Cyber Goose. Kunkka trying to grab him and just take in these stacks. And I'm not entirely convinced that they're going to have too many ways to really just stop them, at least taking the hard camp here. I don't think they'll go for the Ancients. That feels like an overreach, and they will agree.
Yeah. Like, I think the only time you take the Ancients is if the Pangolier comes as well. But Shaman, he's TPing top. He identifies the fact that Kunkka would be by himself here. Surging in.
Would be a nice play. Let's see. Shackles out. They've got a nice path available as well. Damage will be enough. And they kill off TA2000. Very nice read. A tip for emptiness in the same time as well.
It was a very, very good read there from the Shaman. Now, that's the type of call that you need to make. Like, you have a split second to decide where you're moving on the map. You just had some pressure. You lost some stacks. If you don't kill the Kunkka, he is fully uncontested. So yeah, like Emptiness. He knows what he needs to do to be able to keep himself in this game.
Absolutely is. Yeah, you're actually going to call out Surged here, so this actually could be a kill. In comes a Shackle. Oh, Torrent just about connects with the boat coming through as well, and it will be enough damage to bring down the Darkseer. Timo's getting a little bit too comfortable there in the enemy jungle. Does get punished.
Is under attack.
Good moves, good catch, and good timing with the Kunkka respawning as well, and immediately getting TA2000 back. You know, when you die, you TP back in, you immediately get a kill. It's almost like you never died. He's back on top of network.
Some good opium logic. You know what?
Top tower
Yeah.
is under attack.
I just wish every core player had this logic.
I die, I don't.
Yeah, true. Oh, hang on.
About dying. Noticed does get caught out in the bottom side. The rotation from Jakiro from the Tiny not read particularly well. Oh, nice Shackle coming out from Problems, though. That's going to get them the kill onto Jakiro and maybe onto the Tiny as well. Tiny on the run. Icarad going to have to toss back here and get infested, but that will keep him alive. Shouldn't be finding any more from this. Lucas even feels comfortable enough to continue sitting in the lane, continue farming up. Has still got himself a Rage. Will be absolutely fine.
Yeah,
There's a lot of damage control for Quantum.
He has Rage. This is quite early. Vicious go.
Yeah, like-
TP.
I've definitely learned to
Is under attack.
trust Lucas's read when he's sticking around. You kind of know that he's not really in too much trouble.
I don't want
I
to
felt that
just to get
Castle's
disrupted.
coming a
Yeah,
mile
I
off.
was like, my god, you're trying. Oh god. I think the proof of how good of a lifestealer game is kind of coming to light, right? The fact that he can just sit down here, he's not really scared of anything. Sure, he's much lower net worth than Kunkka, but that's a Kunkka that was getting killed in lane compared to a lifestealer that's been kicking creeps.
M2 is just getting focus fired to death there. They're following Problems.
TA2000 is going to have a 13-minute radiant.
Yikes.
He is very fun.
There is always that Darkseer counterpoint though. If you have a Radiance and we have a Radiance.
It's on the courier, so now the records for Kunkka Radiances are victim to his courier moving across the map.
Ooh, toss back onto the Chira Jr. and with the Shackle as well. That was a very nice play. Cocky from Chira Jr., but a really, really nice catch from Emptiness and Aikenrad. You can't blink away from the Shackles. Damn, that was
I love when Tiny gets to play with like any instant lockdown hero because it's just it's a communication between the two players. When you hit toss, just have that spell pre-cast and it's gonna connect it. So, yeah. Of course, takes a little bit of synergy and coordination, but when done correctly, it is a treat to watch.
You also got to be good at clicking on the Shaman as well, you know, click that mid-air guy. So, some good questions. Yeah, I'll say that.
We'll have the mage there complete, so magic resistance against the Tiny will be incredible for him to frontline. And the Pangolier just completed the Diffusal Blade as we do look at all the items. There is some big ticket skirmishing items available. For the Cyber Geese. Pangolier, Ember should be wanting to try and create some opportunities for their team now. So you don't buy these items to continue jungling. These are items to mind your opponent. So do you find the time in the blade?
This is going to be a killer.
Haste Rune.
Oh, no, Haste Rune. This should get him out of here. Yeah, he'll live.
Everything should be doing that.
Hey, I'm not trusting anything in this game. Been lied to too many times.
That's fair.
My trust is broken.
It's good,
I think it's after that game one, you know, I came into these qualifiers feeling like, you know, cocky,
True.
being like, I know what's going to happen. Game one, I've got whiplash. It's like a roller coaster. The team which should be winning is no longer winning, and yeah, it's made me very unsure of myself. Need to get some more confidence back.
Radiant's top tower is under
To be
attack.
fair, I think that's also kind of like solo kind of aura, right? Like most of the teams he's been on with recently just haven't had the same success as like what his name presents. You could argue the same thing for like Puppy, right? Puppy's like the Western European version to Solo's Eastern in regards to like where the teams are playing. So they're both kind of the captains that are not doing too hot in the big picture of Dota at the moment.
Tower has fallen.
Until this quality.
Dire structures.
They are going 3 games in their opening games against another open qualifier team. You never know. You never know. But at the moment, this game number 3, I would say feels. It's hard to call at the moment. It's very, very even. We need to see what they're gonna do on the side of the Cyber Geese with these, you know, as you say, brawling, big ticket items, Mage Slayer, Diffusal, Conkers hit the Radiance. You know, like let's see some action here, guys. Let's see some smokes. Let's see some impetus. But at the moment, there's just a big snake in the middle lane, and that's enough to take the tower. Second big snake, second big objective.
Yeah, I think it really depends on the next 5 to 10 minutes of fight coming from Cyber Geese, but I think if it's as slow as we see right now, I am leaning towards Quantum being the favorites to dictate the game. Just because the net worth, the Dark Side Lifesteal and Tiny, even though it's very even, they're scaling together. Whilst the Ember and the Pangolier, the itemization that we mentioned, they're kind of like hoping for a fight to break out. And if it never breaks out to their advantage, they might just be lost in the net worth. So we'll see. As
They just got a Midas and a Radiance, and they're going to try and fight with this. They've already lost Emptiness. They're just going to try and jump solo on the backlines, and he should die to this. Notice, though, rolling around, not really too bothered. It's taken a bit of time for the Cyber Geese to get their team in position to take this fight, though. And I'm not sure they're really down for it. TP out from the Ember Spirit. A toss back, though, is going to make sure this Pangolier is most certainly going to wait, hold, never mind that. They will kill him off eventually. Yayo gets it.
You gotta commit, boss. You gotta commit. Just
Yeah, I know. We need to stop this. I was
you
ready
know,
to
some-
commit, and then
No,
it looked like it was going to live, but he won.
But you didn't used to do this. This is like it's like a. It's like
told you, I'm a
in the last
broken
like
man.
month. I know. In the last like month, we started to second guess ourselves. Just commit. If you don't die, wow,
He's dead
didn't.
100%.
Yeah. Or maybe just don't speak with definitives.
That's what we've been doing. Yayo getting jumped here. He's got that ultimate upon him, which is going to make it very difficult to get out. Mary and Lucas coming in. Infest not available, though. That said, we're going to tier 1. Oh, still alive for now as Lucas jumps in onto the Ember Spirit, and they catch him out. Overextending, and this is how Quantum will win this game, okay? They just need to take every little fight they can. Don't force the big 5-on-5s. Just punish any little small mistake which they make, and just take the momentum away from Cyber Geese.
It's working out really well for them. Wait for the opportunities to present themselves. You know that the Cyber Geese want to cross the river to find an engagement, and when it comes, be ready. And yeah, Lucas having a pretty stellar game at the moment. 1-0-3, and Ankrat on the Tiny 4-0-2. He goes for the Midas post blink, but I'm not opposed to that. Like, this is not a game where he's breaking the map, finding kills. He respects that his team is not ready to match his pacing. So scale up yourself. Sure, be present in the fight, but also be ready to farm. He goes to the boots of travel. Like he's going to be here.
Getting very greedy here, going for this wave. He's just
my.
his BKB just arrived, and he's not going to get a chance to get it up. He's gone. Oh no, that is a really, really impactful kill coming out from Quantum here. One which is going to change the momentum of this game. They just picked up that BKB. They wanted to play. They wanted to do something. And now they've got a tier 2 tower with a big snake on it, and Solo with a big lifestealer on it. He's going to get killed off here for sure, as the snake gets to work on this tower. And look at this, it's tower versus snake, and the tower is not winning.
The critical thing to note with the Serpent Board is your DPS
big
will
it
always be
is.
the same, right? Like,
Yeah.
oh, it's also really big. Yeah, sorry.
Thank you.
No worries.
How empty this is pinging the tower. Like, hey guys, look. Look how much the snake's doing.
It is a lot of
He's so
damage.
happy with himself. As he should be. I mean, standout player so far in this game. Emptiness for sure on my book.
Yeah, the read to kill the Kunkka top to utilize the surge in the dark so multiple times to find other pickoffs. It's yeah. They have
Tiny
done.
toss back play onto the Ember to just really shut his game down. Like, he's been responsible for pretty much every major play they've made in this game, and it's those small but impactful plays which have gotten them into this position where they're now 4K up. They've got Radiance and Midas on their side, and winning pretty much every fight. It is time to see some life coming out from the Cyber Geese, but what can they do? Notice gonna try to start this one off, but not really finding an opportunity. Does go for it now, gets off the Rolling Thunder, a little late on the ice path there. Will this set them up for a fight though? And Iconrad just waiting on the sidelines, looking for an opportunity. He sees it onto Solo, but doesn't really follow up very well. And what a huge disruption coming out from Solo, saving him from so much damage here. But Lucas, he wants him. He wants to kill off that Shadow Demon, but he's not going to be able to do so, and his rage is getting kind of low. Could this be the awkward fight with a shackle like that? It very well might be. Lucas is going to be the target. Tier 2000 pops the BKB, getting onto the life stealer, trying to bring him down. Lucas getting so very low, but they'll need a little bit more, and they'll find it. The life stealer goes down. Jakiro buying back into this one as Emptiness trying to cower under his snake, but it's not going to do enough here. They will get that kill, but Iconrad still looking for an opportunity. Lovely little toss back, but disruption from Solo stops the damage coming through and allows TA2000 and Problems to survive. What a play from the old man. He's still got them fingers as now, well, they'll keep it going here. Notice got to be a little careful, but they don't need to be. Iconrad turns around, throws a catapult their way, but Chira Jr. trying to finish off Iconrad here. Can't quite do it. They're really trying to just play around this Serpent Ward, and honestly, it's kind of working, but the power strategy catching out Iconrad there. Lovely, lovely stuff there from Problems. Trying to find another. But
Mary's
won't be
hiding.
Finding Mary. Oh, yes, they will. Of course they will. They are not hiding in that pit forever. Bye-bye, Jakiro. It will be a victorious fight for the side of the Cyber Goose at last.
That was a dieback from the Jakiro as well. And Quantum, what a way to start a fight, right? It's, you see Solo, you try to commit on him, but then there's a disrupt, then there's the boat buff, your life stealer, a hero that we've been praising, a player that we've been praising. He overextends. It's a Radiance life stealer trying to kill off a rum buffed, SD, who also has an Essence ring, so it's extremely tanky. And the fact that you've not put all your spells together. The Tiny also tossed in his Jakiro, by the way, killing him off at the start of the fight. So it's like, your Tiny killed your Jakiro, the lifestealer committed on an SD that he can't kill, they're not playing near the wall. It unfortunately just was not a good fight for Quantum. They were playing so well, kind of in the last 5 to 6 minutes, but that fight, it hurt them a lot. The kiting from Cyber Geese was exceptional, and it all started with Pangolier committing to the early part of the fight, kind of just forcing out some critical spells to then enable the rest of his team to follow up on top. So yeah, good fight from Cyber Geese, but still for Quantum, they have the damage, they have the way to fight. Just was not clean in any way. The Shaman with the Blink Dagger, at any minute a hero can die. So both teams still need to be very careful. This wasn't a team fight that gives the momentum the way of Cyber Geese. It really is still an even game.
They've got the confidence now to take fights. They've got
Dire are
a few more tools in their inventory as well. And critically, TA2000 had a good fight as well, which I think they're going to need to get him on board, keep him fighting. Sanjan Yasha and BKB now for TA2000, so his goal is very clear. Get in the fights and just be sticky. Stay in the fight. Stay on a hero. Here we go, moving up to the top lane, but the only hero up here at the moment is Jakiro, who is heading through the portal, but if they head through the portal themselves, they will be finding a whole bunch of Radiant heroes, I say, as they all TP away to the middle lane to make a smoke of their own. So just Tormentor time.
Actually a really nice change to the game, moving Tormentor to 20 minutes. It's like 20 minutes is like awkward enough of a time where you don't want to rush towards it instantly because there's other things to do on the map. Maybe there's a Roshan, maybe there's a just something just critical to do. It kind of alleviates the pressure of we must be there. And yeah, you see, one thing they go for Roshan.
This is a trade we always see being made as well. One team does Tormentor, the other team runs into Roshan. It's very awkward to contest because they're on opposite sides of the map as well, so this is very often a very good play. Power Shot's going to reveal it, but it's way too late. Roshan's already dead. Aegis into the hands or claws or whatever he has of Lucas.
Into the jaws.
Into the jaws. That's a nice one.
He had a
definitely
really
has
large
those.
mouth on Life Stealer, so
Many teeth. don't go look at Lifestealer's model if you have bontrophobia, which is that fear of like many things clustered together.
Today I learned. That's how I kind of customize all my Dota heroes. I make sure all the cosmetics overlap in really bad ways.
Yeah, and trigger as many phobias as possible to win the mental game.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
And 14. This is the qualifier game 3 you're looking for, folks. Aegis up on Lucas. They're only a little bit of goal behind. TA2000's been an absolute monster on this conquer. Interesting they choose to go for Satanic, so yet another survivability item. TA2000 just wants to live.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
And the longer he lives, it does enable for multiple rounds of swashbuckles with diffusal burn. It's then the additional slight chains on a hero, you know, get through that rage. It kind of feels like Lucas is on the path to maybe get AC, Basher, then a BKB. Might even need the BKB before the Basher, but debuff immunity, if he can just have as much as possible, it will give him plenty of time to right click. So we'll see how they want to go with that one. To us.
Is under attack.
Yeah, a bit of a wraparound. Quantum going down the serpent ward, taking the tier 2. And Cyber Geese,
Big Snake.
they know that Lucas has the Aegis, but they're still posturing for the fight. They
Radiant structures are fortified.
can take him.
Again, I mean,
We've got the inventory,
already
the
said
back line.
it's all about kiting the Lifestealer. That doesn't change whether you have an Aegis or not. They're just going to try and go on the backlines. It's a great target if you can bring him down in time, but with Lucas jumping in on this one and using the Infest, Iconrad is going to be fine for now, but Notice getting so much done with that Rolling Thunder, but great chicken coming out from the Shaman, holding down Notice, but it's not really making much of a difference. They're still just running in on this fight, and they've taken down the Tiny. Now they'll go towards Yayo as well, but Pantimos on the run, trailing 3 heroes behind him though. The 3 cores come crashing down onto the Darkseer, and they will take his head. Noticed gets the kill, and they do take the fight into the Aegis. Perfect read from the Cyber Geese.
Not only that, but it's just utilizing their toolkit to perfection, right? The Invis rune on the Pangolier to scout out the start of the fight. Even if they were to jump the Pangolier, you're going to probably get Rolling Thunder off. And when you get that Rolling Thunder off, you're going to get to the Shaman, to the Jakiro. The Tiny doesn't... I mean, not a BKB, I think, just arrived, but still not available for the fight.
So, kill here on Emptiness in the middle lane as well.
The Shaman's dead.
Yeah,
It
just
is
to get a
like-
cheeky push.
The only hero that likes to stand his ground in this entire game is the Lifestealer, right, for
Yeah.
Quantum. You could argue maybe the Darkseer because he has the auras, but like the supports, when the fight breaks, if they're not like behind a tree, under the cover of their own vision, they will just disappear. There's power shots, there's swashbuckles, there's slights, there's tidebringers, rolling thunders, there's plenty of spells for the supports to feel despair, and that kind of feels like the story of every big fight that we see. The supports on Quantum cannot stand their ground. They disappear, and then Lifestealer's somewhat on an island. It feels like Quantum, they need to find a way to make the jump themselves. They need to, you know, initiate the fight. After looking to go for the Abyssal Blade, which will give him kill threat. Potentially the argument would be BKB before Basher. Sure, he might live, but we just saw him living. Doesn't really matter, right? He just gets ignored. You buy a Basher or an Abyssal Blade, you can't ignore this guy anymore, because he will be on top of you. So, you know, I do like the fact that he is actually opting for the aggressive item first.
Radiant are scanning.
You need to find some sort of kill threat in this game. Unfortunately, Iconrad can't really do it. These supports, they're just staying alive. Solo is not getting killed off often here, but maybe this will be the moment. Close the gap onto him, have a toss, damage, should be enough. Was enough, he knew. I like Tier 2000 just farming the triangle nearby, like, huh, cool. Barely even blinks. We'll back away now, noticing that Quantum are grabbing heroes and heading down the bottom side. Where's my big snake? Oh, big snake's not in position. Does this not need it?
Dire's bottom tower.
Interesting. Mary's not opting to use his neutral item yet. I'm sure he should select that soon. He has GPM available, especially after he died back and his game's pretty rough. He's currently opting to hold the Tumbler toy in the cast range. So, yeah. I kind of feel like in this position, you go, you know what? If you really want Tumbler Toy, you just go Tumbler Toy plus GPM. You get to your Solar Crest, you get to another item, the game becomes like playable again for you. But he's opting for, I want to be as far away as possible. I need this cast range. But yeah, I've yet to see a support opt for cast range over GPM. So.
It's a choice, isn't it?
Yeah.
I just can't stand having that hammer there glowing in the corner the entire game. I can never
It's
hold
pretty
that.
annoying, yeah.
It's
Yeah,
like
core
it's not
players,
as
they're
bad
very
as
quick to
level up
change.
where it's
Yeah.
like a little lower down. This one's like in your field of view the whole time. You can't
Yeah,
ignore it.
yeah.
Radiant
I wish there was an option for like just ignore, like a button on top of the options, like a little boop. Like I understand that I can do this, but I don't want it. I don't want to skip it because of course I might take it later on, but
Yeah. Just stop glowing a bit. Chill out.
just a bit.
Smoke up.
Jakiro would do negative damage though, it would be pretty funny. Minus 60 damage, he's already on what? Yeah, he would actually, he wouldn't do any damage.
I'm like 20 damage. I kind of want to see
Well,
that.
he has what?
Oh
he
wait,
does
no, yeah, you're
47.
right. Yeah,
he would do
would be
minus
on-
13 damage. I mean, his right click.
Healing.
He is not right clicking in the fights, to be clear. It doesn't matter, right? Especially because he's got like the icebreaker, like. But
He just doesn't want
Kinda
to do
wanna-
it. He doesn't want to be. He doesn't want to have 0 right click damage. Like it's just like I don't want that. He can't bring himself to click that GPM bonus. He just.
I'll keep you updated if he does. Don't worry. But he is missing out on valuable gold right now. I'm yet to see him use this cast range. He could have had a. What? We've been talking about it for 2 minutes at least. That's 200 gold missed.
Dyer's middle tower is under attack.
So he needs to
Top
move it.
tower.
I can't believe that. That's crazy.
Oh, MKB? Ooh, he doesn't even go for Basher. Okay.
Yeah. Wants to click.
Needs to eat that Kunka. We'll see if he can do it.
Okay.
Smoked up. Instant. Get the MKB, get the smoke.
Ooh, they see Chiro Jr. though. Chiro Jr. is going to know that something's off, but he's not immediately reacting. He's got a shield and a BKB, so if they go on this guy, they might be a little bit uncomfortable. I'm talking about uncomfortable. This initiation's getting pretty weird. Notice moving through the fights and finding Iconrad. Iconrad has just kind of been caught out here. He's popped the BKB, but will it be enough to keep him alive? Wall comes out as well. Iconrad can back himself out of this one, so instead they'll turn their attention towards Gaio. Pantima does have the Lifestealer inside of him, who comes popping on out, but Lucas doesn't really have a target. Now moving. Oh, that's a nice shackle from the Shaman from the sidelines, and it'll allow them to care off Chiro Jr. Finally, the fight breaks as Quantum find themselves an opportunity. They will look forward, but TA 2000 BKB TP away, Solo Disruption TP away, but nope, once again, Emptiness is in range and does find the kill. Keen-eyed on the Gale Guard with an Aether Lens, giving him a ridiculous amount of range on these shackles and allowing him to step up once again for Quantum.
Quantum, they're getting tanky enough that they can actually, you know, withstand the initiation, right? The Darkseid gets jumped, but he has BKB, he disengages. The Tiny gets jumped, he BKB, he disengages, right? The Lifestealer, all he has to do, press rage, walk away. The fact that the supports weren't the ones getting targeted, the Shaman, the Jakiro, they hold their ground, hide behind the tree line, the clutch shackle on an Ember to get the kill, and the chase down, right? When there's no boat, there's no roll. Most of the team fight has disappeared. And I think, yeah, Quantum, they read that fight really nicely. They just disengage, they don't overcommit to the start, and they even get the winner and a kill much later after, so yeah. If Quantum can continue playing like this, then it does feel like the game should be going their way, right? It's how does the Cyber Geese get a kill if they aren't just perfectly getting like, it's like, what is their damage realistically? The team fight, it's like a rolling thunder and that's it. Like when BKBs are in play, they don't lock down heroes. There's no instant way to do the damage. Maybe like Kunkka needs a Daedalus plus the Pangolier, and then you get this like epic stun into Tidebringer hit, and it's enough to make the fight go their way. But they are smoked up. As for Tormentor falls to Quantum, can they find the initiation? Can they find a jump that enables them to feel confident? Because if Quantum are in position, they have everything back up.
Radiant are scared.
The BKBs, they're ready to go again. And Jakiro is still yet to take his kills out of him. Where they find him?
jumped here a little bit, but the Macroplier comes down, and that's right on the choke point, which is going to make fighting here sort of impossible, so not able to get that ward to get that kill. Still completely seen here. Ooh, Avalanche doesn't quite connect onto Notice. He got himself back. They do not have another smoke available. What they do have is an Aghanim Scepter on solo. One Purge is going to be available.
Break is going to be quite nice, right? To annoy the life stealer, take away some of his attack speed, or a lot of his attack speed. I'm still bewildered that Jakiro is rocking the cast range over the GPM.
Yeah, that is insane. That's certifiably insane. Mary has a little plan. It involves nice long ice paths.
He's yet to hit one though, I'll be honest. The last couple of fights he has missed it, so
he needs longer. He needs an acre length. Oh, big snake! Dropped in the bottom lane.
And a catapult.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Fairness, yeah, this is sort of like a bait snake. You go for this snake, then you will just have time. Damn, BKB. Can he kill it inside a BKB duration? That is the question. Not before the tower goes down.
It's like the new version of the Nature's Prophet Treant from last patch, right? It's now the Shaman Snake. It's the obnoxious thing that hits your building.
Yeah.
And can you really hit it?
This one has 110 second cooldown rather than 15, you know?
True. You know what? I see your argument and I concede. How broken this shot would be if you just large life reward.
Spam on the map with them.
Right, now he takes the GPM? Oh my. Yo, Mary, boss man, you've been holding
I'm telling you, he didn't want to hit for 0. Now he's hitting for 20. He's like, okay, cool. I still got a little bit of room.
Brother, he's not right-clicked
in
anything.
my step.
I can't even remember how many minutes I've been yapping about this, but
Doesn't matter, okay? It's a status thing. You don't want to be hitting for minus damage, okay? Nobody wants that. It doesn't matter who you are.
it's been since, what, yeah, like 12 minutes, maybe? Okay, let's say 10 minutes, to be fair.
He'd have changed to make him take GPM now.
Nothing! Nothing has changed. He'd have 2,500 gold minimum here. He'd have Ghost Scepter and a hearty buyback. I am disgruntled, to say the least. Wait, doesn't matter. They're smoked up. Oh, Emptiness with the lifesteal inside of him. Can he find a big kill?
Problems would be a really good catch here, and that's exactly who's going to find. Does get off the wind run, but it doesn't matter. The MKD's there, and Lucas will get the kill. Buyback immediately coming out from the Wind Ranger, though, so she is going to be back on this one. And it looks like they should be losing Emptiness, so they're running around as a chicken and blinks himself away. Where the hell did that Shaman go? They don't know. They wanted so badly, but the bait! They're running in, they're going to get Ice Path now. Lucas on top of Jiro Jr. and even the Shackle coming out from Emptiness.
They're still gonna get
Healed
him.
again, greater healing load. There's no way. In comes the Fast. They are not letting the Shaman die. Notice goes down instead. Tier 2000 trying to stand his ground here, but without a team behind him, there is no chance he can hold this. And a Shackle coming out once again. Emptiness surely will fall here, and he will die. Buyback immediately. He wants to come back in and help out his team, because this is looking like an excellent fight for the side of Quantum here. Iconrad going for the toss back, and once again that Ice Path he just brought back into the game. Chira Jr., what are you doing? They're falling apart. Quantum onto the high ground, looking to put an end to these barracks. Lucas will not be deterred. And a snake dropped down on the bottom side as well. Big snake on the bottom barracks. Oh no, what have you done, Cyber? They're not holding this one together at all, T-Gun.
Another time to go fishing. You got Solo. What exceptional teamwork from Quantum. Like the fact that the Shaman, under the cover of foul play, gets the blink out, but then there's a grease, then there's a infest, there's everything possible. Every little option of heal, sustain was thrown into the Shaman, baiting Cybergeese deeper into a fight, and Tiny jumps.
No,
in.
Solo, he just buys back and immediately gets thrown back in again. Notice is able to get off the Rolling Thunder, but Lucas is just camping Solo's disruption and will kill him the moment he comes back in. Problems has to back himself away. You cannot stand your ground versus this Lifestealer, but a nice shackle might be turning this around here. No, it is not. TA2000 cannot get off these hits. He needs to attack people. He needs to get off some clicks here, but notice just gets shackled again. Emptiness cannot be stopped. The barracks are going to fall with 3 heroes dead. Still 20 seconds left on Chiro Jr. It is mega creeps now for Quantum. And Lucas, he's not done. Good lord, how they've fallen apart. The diebacks have just been absolutely outrageous.
One bad fight and your mega creep. As simple as that. Shaman though, easily the MVP of this game. Shadow him down. Every
Rapier on TA2000. BKB comes out. He needs to start clicking and needs to hit something important. Lucas, he doesn't care. Sitting on the front lines, just doing whatever. Big Snake coming down, taking down the throne as well. I'm not entirely sure they could stop this Snake from just winning the game for them. You can fight all you like, but your throne's in trouble. Iconrod coming in. I mean, it's done. It's over. They can't stop the Snake. You can Rapier the heroes, but you can't Rapier the Snake. And GT comes out. What a game from Quantum. What a game from Emptiness. This guy who we just haven't really seen that much of before. Absolutely tearing this one up. And you can see from that smile, my God.
Yeah, just devastation, right, in this game. Just the way in which they played the map. Again, the lanes for Quantum, let's not talk about it, right? Their laning isn't the strongest aspect of the team. But their ability to find comebacks, to find the fight, to look for that next opportunity is incredible, right? Especially against the discipline and, like, not even discipline's wrong, experience of the players of Cybergeese, right? TA2000, Solo, Noticed, right? Like, there's so much, like, history with the players within the region that for them to fall short in this style, sure, it's the upper bracket, right? There's another option for them in the lower bracket, but Quantum, I wasn't really expecting them to be, you know, this strong, I guess, and yeah, they did it extremely well. Just again, the fighting, the way in which they enabled each other, the Shaman, whew, great game.
Yeah, I was pretty excited by the players playing on the side of Cybergoose. You know, I was ready to wake up and cast this game where we see Cybergoose, you know, showing us some nice clean gameplay. Absolutely not. Quantum, they might be a little dirty, but they're playing some really, really cool games here. Game number 1, coming back into it, utilizing on the small mistakes which Cybergoose made. And game 2, I think the same thing. You know, bad laning phase, but every little blunder which Chiro Jr. made, he was punished for very, very heavily. Same with the supports, you know, same with Noticed as well. They didn't really catch out TA2000 too much, but they got one very critical kill on him, which again was set up by Emptiness, tipped by his teammates for it as well. They just had no answers. It was really like, yeah, I too am a little bit taken aback by how Quantum played this series. Again, it wasn't clean. I'm not about to say like, oh, you know, they can beat anybody now, but it's a kind of team which you watch and you get a little bit scared if you're one of these big teams.
It's just draft though, critically. To simplify it more, right? I think we praised Cybergeese in game 2 because their draft was very strong, right? In game 3, the last pick Lifestealer, when there's a carry Kunkka, Lifestealer will always outscale the Kunkka, right? And we saw that in the game. Early on, the pressure that Kunkka applied with the SD, the movement he made, it felt like Kunkka had the slight edge. But as time goes on, does Kunkka ever 1v1 the Lifestealer? He doesn't. So you have to try and ignore the Lifestealer, which is fine. You can do that for a couple of fights because the resources available for Darkseer, Shama, Jakiro, and Tiny are not there. They're not present. But once the items come into play, and the Lifestealer can't simply just be ignored and kill his team. When his team steps up to join the Lifestealer in how tanky he is, the game gets really difficult, right? So for Cybergeese, the fact they couldn't control this tempo of the game, the early diffusal on the Pangolier, the Maid Slayer and the Ember didn't transition to constant kills, constant map play, so then Lifestealer was by himself. The fact that they took their foot off the gas and enabled the side of Quantum to evenly scale was the biggest fundamental problem. And Lifestealer pick was great. The draft was great. Drafts enable teams immensely, especially when they're kind of like on the up. There's kind of the tier 2 kind of fringe teams where they might be tier 2, might not, hard to say. But yeah, of course, like we said, Emptiness on the Shaman was the MVP. I think the fact that when he makes that TP to the top tier 1 after they lose the double stack in the triangle to then kill the Kunkka, like that read on the Shaman is the type of read you need. Like, you know that he's always thinking, like, how do I make sure that we're in this game? So yeah, and he kept that like logic the entire time. So yeah, very good stuff.
Very good stuff indeed. Excited to see Quantum play some more. Of course, their next matchup's going to be a little bit harder than this one as they move forward in the bracket and are now playing up against the top seed, who are, of course, Aurora Gaming. So good luck to them. We'll see that game tomorrow. I don't imagine it'll be a quick one, but who knows? Maybe they've got it in them to give Aurora a run for their money in their opening match in these qualifiers. But we are all done with this one as Cyber Goose moved down to the lower bracket, which means we're moving into our next series of the day. And it's another open qualifier rumble from the upper bracket here. The two teams which qualified second and third in the second round. It's going to be Espoiled versus Runa team. So guys, stick around. We won't be back too much longer before we're back. So yeah, stick around. We'll see you in a bit for the next series in these qualifiers at the Road to the International.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Hello and welcome back to the Road to the International. We're here in the Eastern European qualifiers where we are into our second series of the day. And T, Governor, talk to me about this series. Who we got on the cards?
We have Runa team versus Spoiled, and I'll be honest, I don't have many expectations in the series because Runa was the third place team who won it as a 2-1 in the open qualifier, and then Spoiled lost their seeding match, so they're kind of second seed. So we're kind of watching like the second seed open qualifier versus the third seed open qualifier. But like we just saw Quantum show up and beat some of like kind of the old school lads, we are going to potentially have that again here. But it's kind of like the calm before the storm, right? As we see in the bracket, Runa and Eastward, both of the open qualifier teams, whoever wins this series will have to play up against Na'Vi, which you could argue is the second seed for this entire tournament. So I'm kind of looking at both of these teams to show their best Dota to then look competitive against Na'Vi. So
Yeah. I mean, they are technically the second seed for the entire tournament. So, you could argue it, and you would be correct to argue it. It's tough for these open qualified teams. They got to play against each other, and then they got to go against the first and second seed. But of course, that's how it works. That's how we do it in any qualifier run. And you got to beat the best. And also, only one slot available for this region, which means any way you go about it, you're probably going to have to come against Aurora and maybe even Na'Vi as well at some point in your journey. Even if you beat them here, the chance of them popping up again at the very end is also very, very likely. So, just get it out the way quick and soon, I guess. You know, the teams themselves don't really care too much about seeding. They're very much of the attitude of like, well, if we're in the tournament and there's only one slot, we're going to beat everybody anyway. So, there's not going to be too many, as we saw from the last team that played, Cyber Geese, even though they did jump down to the lower bracket, they've forfeited their seeding qualifying match because, again, if you're playing, you're going to have to beat everybody anyway. So let's have a little talk about the teams we've got on the cards. There's not many notable names between these two teams. That has to be said straight off the bat. But a couple of these guys from seeing them around in like different stacks and pubs as well, right, T?
yeah, so Snov1 is like a up-and-coming carry player in the rank scene. I believe he's like around top 150 carry, if I remember correctly. So maybe even top 100, actually. I think he's actually very, very high ranked. So he's there. The rest of his team, the only other player that might be known by the Western audience is potentially Asticor, because he did have a brief spell playing for Yellow Submarine and some kind of notable teams like that. But yeah, it really is just like a bunch of high-ranked pub players that have kind of come together and they're here, right? So again, we'll see how far they can go. And for Runa team, slightly more known players, right? Shigetsu, Nikki Cool, Albuka, like these are probably maybe slightly more tier 2, tier 3 known players. So again, it really feels like the battle of the true underdog. Like when we looked at the other teams, there's a player or two that make the team notable enough that it's like, yeah, I could see them making an upset. But once we move down to kind of like the Kamachatas, the Runa teams, the Esports, like these three teams, they feel like if they are to make a run at the TI qualifiers, that is like the hardest run possible, because like these are the teams that really need to dig deep to find some momentum in this qualifier.
Yeah, absolutely. And, having been around for a little while, play on a bunch of different stacks, it does give you that extra bit of experience, which we're imagining Runa team will probably use to get the advantage, but you never know. E-Spoiled. I think what this comes down to is, can Runa team utilize their experience? Do they have like the mature voices in the team to form a good strategy to get a really good draft in and just kind of out-strategize E-Spoiled? And E-Sport, I think their win will probably come off the back of like sort of some outstanding plays, some outstanding players, and perhaps some, as you say, some very, very high-skilled, maybe prodigy players is a bit of a overreach, but some new blood which can deliver and maybe get themselves an early victory here in these qualifiers. Again, we're watching this series. We're kind of looking for promise. We're looking for potential. Again, we've seen most of Runa around for a while. In fact, I believe 2 of their players were in VP Prodigy back in the day. At the very least, Albuka, was. I remember that. So, literal prodigy players from back in the day. So yeah, we'll see what they can deliver in this matchup here. If it's going to be convincing one way or the other, or if it's going to be another close series like our opening one was.
I think the main thing from what you said from that is both teams have the mechanical skill to do well. It's going to be what draft do they create for themselves? How simple is it for them to execute on it? Because like when we get to the kind of the lower tiers of teams in the qualifier, I'm not expecting them to be, you know, the best drafters in the world and make every choice perfect, right? I'm expecting to see mistakes. I'm expecting to see some holes in the draft, but as long as they can minimize those, then we're going to see moments like Quantum where it's like you have a lifesteal of your Kunkka, the lifesteal will always outscale the Kunkka to get to that point in the game. So I think it is so critical for these teams to make sure that their draft is as solid as possible. Because again, the play, I'm expecting it to be volatile. They've not been together for too long. They've probably only played a couple scrims before playing the qualifier. They aren't this team that's been playing online tournaments throughout the entire year, trying to qualify, right? Like it is quite a... So yeah, that is why the draft is so critical for these teams. And we'll see which direction they want to go. We are seeing some early bans, even an early Ursa ban. But that, of course, in the... in that position in the ban list, you do ban Ursa there to force the other team to think about Darkseer, because otherwise you then do get a free first pick on the Darkseer yourself if you esport. So yeah, just forcing the ban.
Yep, makes sense. Also worth mentioning that eSport did take out Passion UA, the full Ukrainian with Crystallize and
Yep.
QBFY team
They
in the open
also,
qualifiers.
Which technically means then... Because I got eliminated by Passion UA in the qualifier, in my meme
I
team. Yeah. I got invited to play with some Ukrainians. I joined them for memes. We won 2 rounds, then lost to Passion UA in some like 38-minute game. But, you know, we got to 30 minutes. I'm happy. And yeah, life goes on. So I am now connected to eSpoiled through process of elimination, literally.
Yeah. They've taken your aura because Passion UA took your aura by beating you, and now they beat Passion UA,
Yep.
so your aura continues. Let's see if Runak team can take the T-Governor aura next, or whether it will stay with eSpoiled.
Well, that would be
through the
poetic then.
series.
Because if eSpoiled win the series, then they carry the aura through to the next round. They then potentially lose to Na'Vi, and then somehow the aura has moved back to a Ukrainian. So that is some powerful aura shifting. Yeah, there we go. Very, very smart. Yeah.
Maybe it will favor. Let's see. Either way, opening up with the Templar Assassin, hero which was first phase for an extremely long time in the last patch. This patch, I think it's a little bit more a little bit less contested. Sorry, but some teams
Nah,
still
Hero's broken,
still
mate.
opting to play it. No, it's still broken.
Heroes,
Okay,
It's
all right.
it's silly. It had like 75% win rate or something in the previous tournament. It was
Yep.
picked when possible, banned every other time. Like the Heroes conceptually does it all. Strong laning shuts out a lot of the offlaners. If you want to put a Kunkka or a Timber or whatever in the offlane, congratulations, you're now getting Meld Striked, right? You see Roshan, you have traps, you got vision. Even with the nerf to the trap, so it's less silence, it doesn't matter. It does all the job it needs to do. It really is a matter of probably one of the best carries in the game at the moment.
But Tikov, they reduced the silence upon casting trap immediately by
I know.
1 second.
Doesn't matter when you get Meld Striked and you're half HP.
Yeah.
The thing with TA though, it's like TA is is very good, but no offense to any TA player, it's one of like the most obvious heroes, right? Because like the item path is always kind of the same thing, right? From the carry roll, it's like you want Deso, you have Dragon Lance, you go Hurricane Pike, you get Blink, you might get like a Daedalus or a Nullifier. You know, it's like maybe BKB if you're feeling a bit fruity on the hero, right? It's just like there's nothing too special about the hero. Sure, there's some mechanical skill behind hitting side blades and, you know, putting your traps in the right places and whatnot, but fundamentally, it's quite an easy hero to understand and to play on. So it should be punishable in that regard, because it's like you know what's coming, you know the items. There's not going to be like a surprise change up of the build or the playstyle, right? It's just a TA, she follows a script. The script is really, really good, but at some point people should try and find ways to deal with that. The kind of the predictability of the hero.
That is true, but no one ever has because it's just too good. It's just too good. I don't know. Terrorblade is always that kind of hero who has enough armor to maybe survive against the TA for a little bit longer than most. He also has the illusions to be able to rep through her refraction relatively quickly. And then, of course, the Skadi later on to force her into not having as much mobility in the fights. But, you know, these are all nice in concept. But in reality, when your teammate's getting meld strike to half health, it doesn't really make too much of a difference.
Yeah, the problem with the TV versus TA is, again, TA has no timings she cares about. She plays on refraction, on meld. There's like no cooldown. So if she sees a bad fight, if she pokes the meta from the Terrorblade, you blink out, you disengage, you wait for meta to be on cooldown, TA's ready to go again. Like, that is one of the main reasons she is so potent. So for Runa team at least, they need to find ways to kind of keep the fight alive without Terrorblade having to full commit. And I like the Naga Siren. I think the hero has risen in popularity a lot recently, especially because we're seeing like with Beastmasters and Enigmas and Tidehunters and any of these heroes, even like Mars, like any hero that forces the engagement to be on my spell, I must kill. If the spell gets used incorrectly, then how do I take that secondary fight? And Naga Siren, of course, always punishes that. From the support role, you buy Blink Dagger, or Glimmer Cape, you get Song, you control that engagement, everyone goes to sleep, you walk away, you wait for the spells to like kind of fade out, then you go back in, they don't have the big spells, right? So now eSport has to make sure that they aren't playing on, you know, big single target pick off spells that they can continue to skirmish with. And yeah, so far so good. They got Centaur. Plays on Blink Stomp, it's fine. Sure, Stampede is kind of a big cooldown, but doesn't really matter.
Nah.
5
You
Kinda
know,
feels like-
it gives you more of that reset like you were talking about against the Terrorblade. Just poke, get the meta, reset. Naga Siren will do her best to sing the song of her people and try to catch out the Centaur when he goes for the Stampede. So it's a lot of sort of a big game of rock, paper, scissors here with meta, Stampede, Song. Now we'll have a Snowball in the mix as well. I don't really know how that pairs up to the rock, paper, scissors game. Rock, paper, scissors, Snowball.
Kind of hard one.
It's tricky.
Snowball might just lose everything. Might maybe beats paper, but not instantly. It's gonna take a bit of time.
Oh, what's going on with the camera?
5
Getting new angles.
I'm
like
gonna
the,
predict that's his phone.
I mean, I don't know what it is. Like the lines going across the camera as well. It's like some sort of you know, it's old
I feel
school
like-
monitors.
How long until we get like an official, you know, Dota app for pro players? So when they are on broadcast, they have, you know, like when you do like the Face ID check, you have to get your face inside the frame.
Yeah,
We
yeah.
do that for the player cam, and if they move their face too
a good
far away
idea.
from the frame, it then just bleeps at them.
Any forehead enjoyers?
Because like till the end, for example, my guy has, and Shigetsu as well. Oh,
Yep, the forehead
Yeah.
enjoyers for eating good tonight.
At least look, Queasy actually has some good lighting. At least, like my guy set up like some soft light, like actually it's quite harsh light, but still. Great camera work, guys.
He's very proud of his wallpaper.
And then we have pro players go, you know what? Why don't I have a major following or brand or anything or anyone really invested in my career on? Brother, you showed him a forehead for 17 games.
Yeah, no one knows your face. They only know you from the wrinkles of your forehead. Those are lovely curtains on Queasy as well. Like yeah, full 10 out of 10. The golden and black curtains, very classy.
Draft has progressed, of course. We're in a team. They do have the basically just the anti-skirmish lineup, right? We already said that eSport is playing on, you know, low cooldown pick off and fight. You got tag team and punch and coil and blink stomps on a centaur, TA with constant mail strikes. Now on Runa team, you've got Rum Buff, Boat, Terrorize, Naga Song, Sunder. Like every hero on Runa team has the potential of a clutch turnaround. And eSport, their entire logic is find hero, kill hero, and hope to not have a turnaround. So now they have to like navigate 4 options that can like threaten their jump, which is actually very exciting. It really is like offense versus defense in regards to the draft at the moment.
10 seconds remaining.
Final picks now for both of these teams. But yeah, I'm liking what I'm seeing across the board. I don't think any team has like a particular. I mean, actually, eSpoiled do have a slightly better drafter at the moment, I would say. I'm not sure I would consider this TA answered as such, but then again, I don't think there is a answer to TA, so.
They do have answers in the fact that they have a lot of area control on Runa. Like, TAs don't like buying BKB. They're very invested into what's my next damage item to provide the kill. So it's a TA who might get X'd into a torrent, into a bramble, into an ensnare, right? Like, there's multiple layers of TA could be punished. And that is where a lot of the picks for eSport enable TA to feel better. You have Stampede so she can reposition. You have Snowball to save her. You have Puck to coil people away from the TA, or even to localize the fight so TA gets the damage off, right? So it's like, I really feel like Runa is answering the TA, and eSpoiled is going, you know what, we need to fully invest in the TA, right? I gotta say, I think both drafts are truly, everyone's thinking about TA in this game for sure.
Absolutely. What can they do to enable or disable this hero? We shall find out.
Position 5 for eSport is required, most likely.
Yeah.
Or even position 4. I wouldn't mind the Tusk laning with the Templar Assassin. That's just a simple lane, and then you find like a ranged position 4 to play with the Centaur. That'd be quite nice.
Yeah, that would be cool.
I mean, it's maybe not too great, but
Don't do it.
like a Shaker or something could be pretty nice in the 4 role for eSpoiled. You get a bit more control. You then have high range stun to stop the Naga from TPing out. Like, if anyone's TPing out from the Song, you can just like blink stun outside of the Song range. You can have like a ground stun to stop the Willow in the realm. Oh, they actually banned it themselves. All right, okay.
Okay, not going to be seeing that then.
Not gonna see that one. Yep. They
Um,
banned out anti-puck
just wondering
mid-heroes.
if there's a world where we have a Hoodwink 4 coming out. I know that hero is like well in the
The
grave.
throwback?
And that, yeah, that's what I thought you were going to suggest, which is why I was saying don't do it, but you didn't do
No,
it. So now I got to do it.
I didn't do it. No, I was going Shaker.
Yeah.
Enchantress.
Pinch. Okay.
We
got
don't
the
see this hero at
defibrillator
all.
out.
Oh
Yeah.
God,
Really
Babby's
reviving.
back.
So this hero sort of fell off a bit because, well, multiple reasons, but one of the big ones was that her impetus doesn't do damage to creeps anymore, which means that you can't really scale into a pseudo carry anymore. You're sort of stuck being either killing heroes or just trying to like control up fights as best you can. But you can take Terrorblade Illusions, which is always very nice. And then Keeper of the Light going to come out from Rune Team as their final pick.
And it's a mid-keeper light. Just gonna
Yes.
shove the wave in, potentially get early Vessel, maybe even like an early Orchid. That will threaten the puck. And it's good pacing. Of course, Solar Bind from the mid-Kotl. We're not going to see people being TP'd around the map, but with the damage, like Dark Willow plus Kotl, you throw down a Solar Bind and the Bedlam of a Willow with the Throwing Shade. It's percentage buff of Solar Bind, percentage buff of Throwing Shade, Bedlam and Illuminates. Like, heroes will get deleted. Like, Templar Assassin, you're going to probably need to think about a BKB pretty early on in this game. Maybe, second, third item.
Yeah,
Maybe
but
that's a
once
bit
she
too
has
early.
it-
Third or fourth item. But when she has it, whew, yeah.
Yeah, it's going to be really scary to play into this TA once she has the BKB. And this team is not going to struggle to play as 4. So if they want to have a more traditional carry style TA who's not turning up to every single engagement, I think that actually works really well for eSpoiled. I don't think they worried about that at all. Like Centaur, Puck, Tusk, and these guys more than happy to hold hands and skip around the meadows of the enemy team together, having a gale time and really shutting down the enemy team. So we'll see what they're able to do. I like the draft, though, from eSpoiled. Not just saying that because they've got the TA, but I think the 4 heroes on accompanying it look really good. So I think you could put in most carries here and I'd be pretty comfortable. So I think, they've kind of got the better of them. Runa team, though, it's looking very traditional from them, other than the Coddle mid. And it does always come down to the Coddle mid. How much can it do? Is it going to roll the game? Will you get a good timing on the Spirit Vessel? Will you have charges on the Spirit Vessel? So many questions to ask. And now we're going to get some answers, hopefully, in game number 1 between Runa and eSpoiled here as they start their road to the International.
Yeah, in regards to the facets we want, I'd argue seeing anything too crazy. I think everything's somewhat predictable. No one going left field with a crazy facet choice. But we do have, of course, the start of game smoke. This time around, the puck gets seen. We'll have to pass off. I mean, you can actually play some more. So.
quiet start to the game as both teams just posturing. There is a smoke up on Naga, which she'll use now. So if this is for aggression or just to send somebody top.
It's all
Or
for
just to
position. Again, like
Yeah.
the difficulty with bounty runes in Dota is like if you're not the team that smokes later, then you have the high chance of getting picked up for the bounty rune. Even if you don't get picked up for the bounty rune, running to the lane, you get hit by a hero, you're half HP. Your game's going to be difficult, right? So it's all about minimizing the amount of damage you take to get the expected 2 bounty runes.
Till the end,
Another
definitely
Terror.
taking some heavy damage here, and will be getting dropped as the right clicks come through. Ryota going to be grabbing the first kill of the game onto the Naga Siren.
Yeah, that's a bit of a, to me, just a poor entry to the game, right? Like, you've already smoked heroes bottom, you see they're not bottom, you have to assume they're top, and the greed for the bounty runes, it really can hurt a player. Who did actually get the first one? Okay, luckily the first one goes the way of the Tusk. So it's not as if like a Centaur is going to be getting a really quick Vanguard due to that additional
I saw
gold.
that ending from miles away.
Top and bottom. No aggression coming out from both teams. Of course, you got the tag team on one side, so he's always going to want to go in and get some clicks off. Bottom side as well. The Enchantress is going to be super annoying. Now, the Aztekor probably wants to get a creep here. And yeah, we'll be taking the miniature hell there and also messing up with the pull. Pretty nicely done.
Edge was always good against like the ranged fours that wanted to bully, right? Like, you put a Shaman, a Lion, or Willow into a lane, they're good at just zoning position 5. But when it's a position 5 with a creep, their prowess in lane does fade a little bit. Of course, Enchantress, once you get to level 3, can take over level 5 units. And the lane will get even harder. So yeah, TA should be complete free farm in the bot lane due to the Enchantress's presence.
In addition to that as well, good
top
map
lane.
pressure should come out as they jump up in the top lane here till the end. Might just be falling, but Metamorphosis has been popped, so maybe that gets them the return kill onto Waste 21. And yes, indeed, Waste 21 will be dead to Shigetsu. So
What a competitive name, actually.
Waste 21, yeah, it's
Because
something,
his,
isn't it?
his
a
name
choice.
on Wikipedia is Tam OP. I don't know how if you want to pronounce it, but oh well.
Well,
Waste 21 just got a kill.
yeah, good job, Waste 21. Shigetsu dies. Not really respecting the TP in from the central there, I'll be honest. Bit of a mistake. Down on the bottom side as well. Aztekor in some trouble, but not too much trouble. Easy, unable to get any more brambles off than the initial one. Aztekor will be fine. Yeah, gone for Spellbound over Overprotective Wisps, so doesn't have that extra healing available, but again, just going to be leveling up Impetus and Enchant, utilizing the creep more. Be as annoying as possible. And later on in the game, the Impetus will be doing a lot more with the Spellbound.
I don't really. I think if Ent was to be playable at the moment, it's not for overprotective wisps. I think it would be more towards the. You take Spellbound. You still want to try and have some type of input in the fight outside of. Ooh, I'm kind of tanky. That was, great analysis there, but
Thanks, dude.
no worries, mate. I got you. I'm here all day. Actually, no, I'm not. I'm done after the series. I'll
Yeah.
be playing pubs in it. In about 2 hours, I'm playing pubs. I'll be honest.
Top lane, I'm always feeling like a kill is coming any second here, and I might be correct as they move on to till the end, and yeah, there you go, down goes the Naga Siren. It's just this melee hero which isn't tanky enough to survive a tag team stomp combination, so it's a little bit rough. If Shigetsu doesn't have meta up either, then there won't be a return kill coming either. So yeah, it's
The problem
looking a
is,
little awkward.
if Naga Siren isn't in a position to body the tag team, she doesn't do enough to stop them just killing the Terrorblade. Even though he has good armor, tag team plus hoof stomp, double edge, the Terrorblade is going to be in a really big spot of bother. So I kind of see why the Naga Siren is the one kind of dying to enable the TV, but also it's like, if you played on the small camp a bit more, you block the hard camp, play on the tower, then you probably don't need to die on 3 times. Maybe you could die like once, maybe twice. So I think the top lane it's struggling for sure. And waste 21 on the Centaur. Very early Vanguard as Queasy.
Oh, bottom side.
The jungle is
One more
attacking him.
impetus will be coming down, but the Wander's there, keeping Queasy alive as Nikki Cool comes in for this one. Level 6, looking for the solar bind target, and that's going to be Snov. Damage coming out as Snov trying to get the return kill onto Albuca, but Albuca just running at the TA in circles. He's still not quite dead yet, but will be finished off by Queasy in the end with the Shadow Realm. And now they'll enjoy a little heal from the Coddle as well as Nikki Cool heads back towards the mid.
Alright, just gonna take a step back away from the game for a second, if that's okay. Oh wait, hold on. Let's see if what happens with the Naga Siren. He's getting punched. Okay, he's fine.
As usual.
Just the way that obviously, you know, when you cast, you say player names. It's really taken a hot second for it to sink in that some of these player names, unfortunately, are quite underwhelming. Snov on the TA, waste 21 on the Centaur.
Yeah. It doesn't kind of put you in the expectations for big plays happening. But then again, we've got a pro player called Noob, and he's pretty good. So
Yeah, but that's what it's like. I'm just thinking, like, what happens, right? These are the open qualifier teams. What happens in like half a year to a year's time, right? They pop off, and we're talking about, God, do you remember the waste 21? The way that, you know, oh,
Yeah.
Snov.
I love it. I mean, yeah. I love a bad nickname. The only thing better than a great nickname is a bad nickname.
I mean, they're unique enough that they're memorable. I'll never forget the name Snov now. Like, it is ingrained into my head, but...
Little Snov. Just farming away down in the river. Snobbing away.
Dire are scanning. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
It's a nice micro, honestly. Like, Aztekor is just kind of playing bottom lane with this little Centaur, using Stomp to get some denies and stuff, just being super obnoxious whilst the TA is away. Yeah, pretty cute.
So Keeper Light in the mid lane, he has gone for just the urn for the aggression, but instant into the Orchid. He identified the fact that he needs the Orchid to threaten the puck. If he goes to Vessel, it will delay the Orchid for too long. But the way that the Tusk is positioning, he is preventing Nikki Cool from freely entering his jungle, farming up the double camp, even the ward as well, to ensure they see where he's going, and he might even
In
try to
trouble
kill
here
them.
as he moves right into Ryota. It's a gift for Ryota here as Nikki Cool heals himself up with the Illuminate. He's going to try and get up another one here, but will not be able to do so. Nikki Cool is gone. Snowball out as well, buying Ryota the time he needs to get out to safety. Purple Paradise easily dodging out some spells, although I say that now the net comes down and
Oh, pushed
could
him
be
away.
in. Nah,
Oh,
it's
no,
good,
Enchantress
it's
on
good.
his own team. Yeah, makes sense.
Purple
Oh,
Paradise is
another-
not really. Finally does get the orb away. I was worried that route was going to be a little bit longer than it was, but it's sad as there is. Albuca dead over on the other side of the map, down at bottom. Not really respecting the fact that Ryota was no longer at mid. Honestly, a pretty cool rotation from Ryota, showing in the mid lane, immediately going bottom, finding a kill there. That's some tempo early game right there.
The tempo you expect, right? Tusk and Enchantress and Puck there. Here is that they see an opportunity. They're going to go poke down their opponent and overlap their spells to try and get a kill or two. The supports are syncing up once again. Tusk and Inch moving towards bot lane. Of course, TA being level 7. Multiple traps across the lane. It's kind of difficult for you to enter this area. Kunko, of course, just chilling in the jungle. Just conceding this part of the map to the Radiant side. It just feels that we're just simply waiting for the Orchid. It's just shove waves.
Yeah.
When Kotal's ready, you play Dota. Because it's Naga Siren, unfortunately, yeah. Wait, hold. Okay, yeah, has had no real impact in the game. I was waiting to say, I was like, I don't want to critique the Naga Siren and then you maybe get a kill on the puck. You know, I'm waiting, but
Listen, we all laugh now, okay? But when till the end hits the Song of the Siren, gets the Aghanims, Aghanims nets the puck inside the, and then it's probably never gonna happen because
no, I know, but that's the thing with Naga Sirens. So it's like after lane, there's always the chance for a turnaround, right? I'm expecting it. Like it feels inevitable. It doesn't matter. Like even if you're 4 or 5 deaths, you are gonna have one good song in the game to create a good chance, right? It's just a matter of finding that opportunity.
That's true.
Trying to get this. Ooh, gets over the charge.
Yeah, just about the snowball coming out. It should put an end to till the end anyway. We'll TP out, but immediately cancelled out by the Willow, who was more than ready for it. It's just going to have to die here. Slowly but surely. With the
so broken.
Sister's Shroud looking really, really cool and fun.
Fairy Fire. Deny.
Just gotta, yep, there we go.
What a great
nice
item.
clean kill, guys.
Yeah.
Good job.
Now you know why Sven hates to play against a neutral item, right? Like if you truly amazing. That should be like a tier 2 minimum.
Yeah.
The fact
Oh,
it's
yeah,
tier 1 is
Well,
bonkers.
yeah, there's a little bit of value in it. Actually, there's not any value in it being tier 1. It's ridiculous. You just, yeah.
Imagine you're a puck. You jump a guy. And it's like, oh, I just need 4 right clicks to kill him. Oh, I'm only allowed to do 1 right click. My apologies. Lucky.
Ego, you simply do the right clicks before you jump. Before you get them to half health and finish them off with spells.
I'm sure there's a joke about, buffing the game for supports, but I don't really want to make it. But I'll skirt around it in a way in which I kind of made the joke anyways.
Listen, you supports are on thin ice already, okay? Your time is another. Next big patch, supports are just going to get like...
Yeah.
Glimmercape removed from the game. 4 staff now costs half your HP pool to cast.
HP pool, crazy. The hyper realistic Dota 3. What a weirdly slow game.
Yeah, no, I was expecting action. I was expecting violence. I was expecting, but no, everyone's just chilling. Yeah. TV untouched. TA untouched. Okay. Let's see how these carries do. We do have ourselves that Orchid timing, and with the ridiculous cast range you get on it on the Spirit Form, you can usually catch heroes out, such as Templar Assassin. They'll get through the refraction, their fear comes down as well, a little bit more is needed, and it will be there. Snov will fall. No help coming in time, no Stampede available. Used, but to no effect. And that will be Snov dead.
And now the pacing has to match this. You have the Orchid every time the supports are ready, go get another kill. Play behind the keeper light. Of course, you need to be careful. Playing near objectives with the puck, with the coil, the centaur, you can get punished yourself. And people instantly breaks the coil actually just to walk away. You have the hill that Ragtime refused to walk into. They are back to being healthy.
Yeah, something else to mention about the Spirit Form against Puck in particular is the extra range you get on this Orchid of Malevolence. It just gives you that opportunity to catch him from smoke when usually it's a little bit harder.
That's true. What was on cooldown? 40 seconds, pretty decent window to go have a scuffle if you are a Runa team. But they are yet to entertain the scuffle. They are still shoving waves, and Terrorblade moving to bot lane. His Metamorphosis is running out. He used it to try and pressure the Tuscan top. Now as it expires, he hits the bottom tower. But perfectly fine, like I said. With the coil on cooldown. Not too crazy of a play. He is level 11 with the Terrorblade. Having a very, very good game. Matching the level of the Templar Assassin.
Dire are scanning.
And there it is. Orchid comes out. It's not going to do a whole lot by the looks of it, though I say that Terrorize is going to be there. Actually, they might just have enough, and yes, they will. Nikki Cool brings them down. Purple Paradise is gone. Immediately coming off there with
on the song top.
Oh,
He just hit
a very
level
nice
6.
setup. Yeah, and to the TA as well of all heroes. This could be absolutely perfect. Damage coming down. Stampede's going to be used, but the root's there from the Naga Siren. She's setting this up beautifully for her team. They're trying to ignore everybody else, just go for Snoff, but Snoff gets out regardless. They didn't have enough damage to stack up onto this Templar Assassin. Waste 21, meanwhile, just trying to hold his ground. He's got himself a blade mail with the Retaliate as well. It's pretty painful to go for this until the end. Actually just going to get sniped off by the amplified damage. Nope, never mind. Antagor almost gets it, but the smoke is there. And that saves till the end for now, so back themselves away. But honestly, these smokes are really, really valuable. Like, as I mentioned before, using the Spirit Form and the Orchid with the bonus range to snipe kills from smoke is very, very important. But they will try and make some use of it here. Nikki Cool's going down to the bottom side to try and find Purple Paradise. They kill his puck again, that would be huge.
Yeah, that's the thing. If they can turn the smoke, that is a kind of a, putting it bluntly, like a selfish 5 saving himself from a, you know, an out of position death, right? If they can turn it into a kill, then sure, it's good. If not, then I agree with your sentiment that it is just, you know, a finite resource that's getting used in the heat of the moment. I think saving a core of it sounds pretty good, but, you know, looking to progress, trying to see what they can find. And there's no wards here from Radiant, so it's not as if they're just walking over any vision. They did dodge the trap. They find the Enchantress.
Yeah. To be a kill. The yeah, as you mentioned in the draft, the Willow and Coddle combo is just really, really strong. Solar Bind, giving all that bonus damage for
mid lane.
Yeah, there's 21. Does have a blade now to use here, but doesn't actually use it beforehand. I think he may have thought he was getting a save from the snowball, but he didn't. So baited by Rota a little bit. Gives an all chat message as well. That's interesting. I feel like he messed up there by not being able to save the center, and yeah, good. Tower gonna fall in the middle lane.
I'll give credit, of course, to the Dire side. I think the fact that they smoked like that in top, to then get a ward out bottom, find a kill, turn it into a tower, you can kind of connect that smoke to a couple successful moves. So, in like, if you're on that team, you're like, you know what, smoke was value. It's fine. And now Song's back up in 7 seconds. Radiant, they have a Deso soon to be Blink on the Templar Assassin. When they choose to take a fight, they need to make sure that they understand where the Naga Siren is. Because if you throw down a coil, you blink in on the Naga, on the TA, sorry, and then just get full combo broken by the Song. Or take the wind out of your sail. And
Snoff's
did just
still not going for the BKB. He wants to go for Chrysalis first. I do feel like that is rather greedy.
It will be something that we'll debate for most of the game, where it's like, if he goes for BKB and gets kited, then if he had damage, he'd just get the kill before he gets kited. I think you can go Chrysalis, and after Chrysalis, that is when BKB needs to be thought about. In regards to, if the game is hard, BKB will simplify it. If the game is easy, just keep going for damage. Your team is like enabling you, right? They do find the Naga Siren, who does have some...
Okay.
And there's 4 heroes clumped up, but there's just
no follow-up.
No one else in the area. Dark's here to vacuum them.
Alright, 160-second cooldown being used, so that's something at least for E-Spoiled.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Of Rota. We're looking for Queasy up here. Queasy, kind of awkward spot in the trees, but I imagine still probably going to die. Terrorize TP. No stun available, so is going to be able to get out of that one. Knocking back the Tusk with the Terrorize to make sure no Walrus Punch comes out. Nicely done. And again, still just farming and farming and farming. TB, farming. Snob, farming on the T8. When will Shigetsu and Snob meet?
Ah, there it is. See? Chrysalis and BKB now queued up in the TA's inventory. She knows what she wants.
Just a little bit more damage. A little bit more damage.
Then not to die.
Oh man. Snob is just like, come on dude. Like, you're just using these illusions to block my camps. Like, what is this?
That's good. That is half the fun of Naga Siren.
Yep.
I mean, that's also something to think about with like Nature's Prophet, right? You put one casual point in Treants, and then they don't really have any objective pressure, so now you can just block camps with them using for vision once more.
Yeah, I always like that angle of the micro hits.
If you use Coil to kill off the Naga Siren,
Okay.
Kill
I do
this
not like
kill.
till the end. That is for sure.
no. He is 5 of the 8 deaths for his team. But it's like, it was just one of, it doesn't matter, realistically. It doesn't matter if he dies. Like, he's just a level-based hero. Going top.
Yeah, weird jump here. Centaur really trying hard to close the gap, but with the cursed crown upon him, there's no chance of getting off that stun and starting a real fight here. So everyone's just kind of turned up for this one with no stampede, no coil. It might get awkward very quickly. Waste. He has got that blade mail. The TB's going to stop attacking for now, but with the reflection and the illusion, still doing a lot of work. Snowball, and they want to see if they can get themselves off a Sunday here, but that might be a little bit awkward as Centaur will fall. Ryota gone as well. That's a really nice little kill for Waste and Ryota there. It's Purple Paradise. Just kind of hanging out on the front line. Probably not where they want to be. Jump down. No, can't find the escape. Albaca's there with the Tidebringer, and that is going to be 3 heroes gone. Triple kill for the Terrorblade. We were asking when Shigetsu was going to turn up, and well, he turned up.
The Esport just kind of presented themselves on a platter. The Centaur stampedes in, he then gets caught by the X, and then the Tusk is like, you know what? I'm going to snowball on top of the Kunkka. Not even like snow. We're going to see the replay, right? But you see here, you get caught by the X. The TA kills both of the creeps, so the Tusk has no option but to snowball a hero if he's trying to save the Centaur. But you're snowballing into one of the biggest counters in the game against you. Dark Wheel of the Bramble Maze. Kunkka, he hugs, you instantly get rooted up, then terrorized, you now both die. So rather than just being a simple Centaur die, let's disengage, mistakes happen, it was like a save your buddy syndrome. Tusk goes in, and then out of nowhere, off screen, my guy Puck's just, 1v5ing. That was, yeah, a little rough for Esport for sure. Self-inflicted losses. And Runa team, 6,000 gold lead. They will happily take that entire engagement as they continue to scale into the game.
And Paradise gets a whole bunch of spells used upon them, but they could be your scepter, so able to juke out really easily. Wheels pick up on the puck. Never is something you want to buy, but some games you just got to bite the bullet and go for it. It's either that or it's in this game. Getting puck is also really sad, so. Into the pit we go. Shigetsu leading the charge. Feeling uncontested so far in this game in the Terrorblade, as he should. Nicky Cool amping them all up with these Illuminates coming through. Nice and healthy, keep the illusions alive. Stuff and absolutely no response from Esport. Runa team very much ahead of the moment. Queasy even setting up for a kill onto Ryota. Staggering their spells as much as possible, Queasy. Trying to make sure the team can come in and kill off Ryota. It's locked down forever, my god. Queasy making this hero look broken. The Tusk just cannot escape that ever.
During the draft, we were talking about like what is the counter to TA, one of the most popular carries in the patch, and I think we're seeing it in full force. Just multiple ways to prevent that aggression. The defensive capabilities across the board. The 1 and 2 TA really doing nothing as Puck uses his orb to the north, has a Yule's orb again. I'd like to think he should be able to get out, yeah. Phase shift, dodge the X. Even a Centaur Stomp to help out, but the TA. 311 CS, but no contribution to the game as of yet. Yeah. Like, to be fair, like, what's he really gonna jump? A Kunkka? Not gonna kill him. The Dark Willow that can Shadow Realm? Alright, not killing him. The Naga Siren that can Mirror Image to Dispel into then Song? Nope, you're not killing him. Keeper of Light? Oh wait, there's a Blinding Light. That's the mischance. Terrorblade? Oh, he got Sunder. Like, every hero has a way to go, thank you, TA, but you need more items to deal with us, yeah.
Yeah. This is going to become a real issue, even with the BKB as well. And that's just good drafting. You know, like, it's honestly good drafting from Marina to make sure, even though they don't have any like direct Giga counters to TA, because I'm not sure those exist. But you have, again, 4 heroes which just cannot be really blown up by her in a nutshell. You're going to need supports to come in and deliver a little bit more than you can.
He's tickling on the tier 3.
Forcing the enemy back. Trying to be as annoying as possible. Talking about being annoying, Purple Paradise about to get annoyed by Queasy here. Oh, not quite. Blink away. They will escape. Although, Nicky Cool on the side. In the daytime, there's not really much chance of this game's happening. I see Purple Paradise. They're still here. This puck is very annoying.
Yeah, good puck players are able to always skip waves in aggressive positions and know their limits of their escape. It is very useful to have that in your team. But also, it's just like the way in which eSport are playing is like a contradiction to the heroes that they have, right? Like, you expect them to be more aggressive, and of course, to all the points you've mentioned, there's reasons why they haven't, but at what point will it turn around for them? You could argue maybe post Aegis Terrorblade as he walks up the high ground, if he gets hit by a hoof stomp with a tusk punch and the T, like if everything goes into a hero, they can blow them up. The BKBs of course protecting themselves from being put to sleep from the Naga Siren. They do have that burst potential, the turnaround. They need to try and find a way to create this opportunity. Because at the moment they're just not being given it. We're in a team are moving together and ensuring that no one's left on an island can be picked off.
It's interesting that Shigetsu's going for the Daedalus in this game, when I feel like, especially versus TA, something like Butterfly usually is the choice. That's why I always love buying MKB, and the extra attack speed really helps you to get through the reflections quicker. But this kind of just shows that you don't want this Centaur being able to just be up and be a frontliner against you. You want to be able to take him out. It's a big damage. Blimey, that's a caught. That's a caught. It's going to get caught out here. Did cost them that fresh Aghanims on the Keeper Polite. The Ignis Fat is coming on down. Cannot ignore it. Everybody's a moth when the
mini map. Look at all the Radiant heroes. Just not in
they
base.
are not
Guys, skip top wave, go mid wave. Alright, from the jungle. They're also underneath a ward. So it really seems like, guys, they don't care that we're doing this.
Yeah. No, free bounce.
Maybe post-meta, there's going to be no Aegis in 30 seconds. Meta is also on cooldown for 60 seconds. I think I found the best way to nerf Terrorblade. You ready?
Yep.
The cooldown of meta doesn't start until the end of meta. Oh, X-Back.
That would be pretty brutal.
Oof. I mean, maybe you change the cooldown so it's like kind of in between the two, right? But the fact that you press meta and then when it ends you still have 50 seconds until the next one, right? It's like, well, technically it's 70, right? Because it's 50 duration. Still.
Dire's courier has been killed.
Would be a nice way to nerf its fake ultimate.
So I kept thinking, you know how they're adding more of these items which have positives and negatives?
Yeah.
I kept thinking if there's like any way you could create an item which like gives you, say, 30% cooldown reduction, but your cooldowns are paused when you're dead. I've always thought that'd be an incredibly cool one, but also very, very snowballing.
Anyone with low cooldowns would it'd be broken on, right? Because you don't care if it's on cooldown whilst you're dead, because it's like a 10-second spell.
Yeah.
I think there's a large window of that being very broken.
Yeah, that is right. only purchasable on heroes with cooldowns of 60 seconds.
There we go.
Or only affects spells with 60 seconds. We'll get there. We'll get there. It'll take some.
You
Take some
workshop it.
Yeah.
Maybe day 4 of the qualifiers, you can bring this back up with a new version, but
Viable idea.
jumping onto the back line.
Oh, a bit of poking and prodding. Oh, the rest of the team, they want to do a bit more than that. Queasy's taken out of the occasion straight off the bat. Not ready for that engagement, but look at the damage coming out onto the Templar. Assassin Snob is gone. All game farming, turns up, dies. Unlucky. Just cannot stand toe-to-toe to Shigetsu at all. This one might be over Tigo. I'm sorry to say it.
Radiant's middle barracks.
Wait, why are you sorry? I have no investment in either team. Make it sound like I'm a fan of
Your
Radiant.
darling team e-spoiled.
Yeah,
You have personal relationships with each and every one of those players. Both in-game and out. Might be dropping the game here. I'm sorry to say, Tigo.
I'll hold back the tears, don't worry.
Radiant's bottom barracks are under attack.
Never want a public film on my team. I just checked. Actually, oh wait, no, that was before
Oh,
the.
I thought you'd be really
information went down.
toxic. Yeah.
No, no,
Be
no,
like,
no.
I'm happy that it's
No. I just thought I'd double check the stats real quick. Oh, jump into the TV.
The range barracks is still on 10 HP. Mega creeps out at the 30-minute mark. It turns to day, and that light reveals the full destruction of the E-spoiled base right now. Purple Paradise trying to do what they can, but what they can is not a whole lot. 3-man hoof stomp, 4-man hoof stomp, in fact, looking pretty nice. Maybe a bit of follow-up damage going to catch out Nicky Cool here, but guess what? Till the end says, yeah, let's everybody have a quick timeout here, get ourselves back together, and then go back in. But Snov looking for Till the end on the sidelines, and again, no vision to get the kill. They can't just keep on getting this damage off on Snov. And now Snov awkwardly walking away under the cover of BKB. Not how most players want to use their BKBs. And to go on the run, but my god, the absolute smacking coming out from Shigetsu. The left-right smack, not quite enough to finish off the deer though. Enchantress will escape, Rota will not. It's right up in the back lines, but Queasy will fall to purple as, well, Shigetsu just keeps running through them, and GG disconnect comes out from Magical. They're done. The towel has been thrown in game number 1. Runa making it look easy.
Yeah, just a really good game from Runa Team. I think I like the fact that Runa Team entered this game, this draft, with clearly good preparation, right? Because heroes like Templar Assassin, if available, the majority of teams will instantly take the hero. It's like, oh my god, guys, they've left the TA in the pool. Go, go, go. This hero is amazing, you know? So for Runa Team, it's like their entire strategy for game 1 was enable them to take the TA. We probably will plan 3 to 4 heroes that we want against it. And because we have this perfect plan, the likelihood of eSport banning out every hero in the moment is not to be the case, right? So I think based on draft, giving the TA, having 5 exceptional heroes that we mentioned, all having some type of defensive capability to threaten the TA, to delay her entry to the game. And then on top of that, you have an edge support that, sure, secured the lane for the Templar, but wasn't able to transition into the game. You got a Centaur who, you know, farmed relatively well in top, put some decent pressure on that top lane, but you continue farming. And then you have a Puck who, is running into an Orchid, so have to buy yours, and you can't just be dominating. 3 cores on eSport, all shut down. Runa Team, great draft, wonderful play. Dark Willow, showcasing, I think, the strength of this hero. Like every single highlight, you're just going to see Bramble Maze layered on top of snowballs, on top of songs and torrents and everything. It was, Queasy on the Dark Willow, having a really good game. And yeah, Runa Team outdrafted, outplayed eSport in game 1. A lot of work needed for game 2 if eSport want to make it competitive.
Absolutely. They need to come up with a better plan than the one they currently have, because this did not work at all. And then what do? Well, I think you ban out the TA yourselves. I think you reshuffle. But yeah, I mean, standout Shigetsu, I think, had a really good time on this Terrorblade. Kind of just free farmed it up, turned up to the fights, and came into the first fight and got a triple kill, I think, which was pretty crazy. Nicky Cool as well, setting the tempo beautifully on the Keeper of the Light, forcing Purple Paradise into a situation where they had to go for the Yules. Couldn't quite go for the full aggressive build straight off the bat. Really annoying for a Puck who just wants to be playing the game, and pretty much the only one on the team that can go out and do enough damage to pick people off. So yeah, but of course Queasy will be our MVP, and no surprise here at all. Queasy having an absolutely dominant performance on this Dark Willow, setting up the fights, setting up the kills, and generally playing perfectly with both Nicky Cool and till the end to be super annoying.
Yeah, and just to give you context to how well they played on Runa Team, right? The Templar Assassin only did 30 more hero damage than the support Tusk. The Templar Assassin did 0 building damage. At no point did eSpoiled get their TA into an objective pressuring position. And yeah, I think that, again, it boils down to just great prep, great plan. I'm interested to see, do they have more of this type of stuff? Because I feel like you give a team a TA and you beat them, that's like once in a series. The likelihood of having like another gotcha draft like that is unlikely. Often teams adapt really well, but yeah, I think just really good stuff. Even though the lane was not too good, the game was great.
It was indeed. Yeah, Runa, can they do it again and dominate eSpoiled in the opening matchup here at the Road to the International? We're going to find out after this short break.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Spoiled got their hands on the Templar Assassin in game number 1, but it was not enough to turn it around and get them a victory in their opening matchup. Runa team, they took the victory, and now they might be doing the same thing in game number 2, unless Spoiled can come up with some very good plans. T-Gov, welcome back to the Road to International. We're here with the Eastern European Qualifiers. How are you feeling about this game 2?
Being honest, I actually would love to see Runa team dominate again. Because you just know that the future of this tournament is teams that will just get exponentially harder. So if I'm watching another team battle for a third game, decide a best of 3 between 2 open qualifier teams, I'm not too excited at the prospect of them going up against, a Na'Vi or a Liga or an Aurora. So I think for the sake of finding that true underdog, I need to see one of the open qualifier teams just dominate their first round. Quantum, Cybergoose, they had to go to 3 games. So I think for Runa team, taking a clean 2-0, it's a good sign that they could have some life within the qualifier.
Love to see it, yeah. I mean, I think, as you mentioned in the last series, even though it wasn't a 2-0, I think both teams did definitely show life. I don't think we've seen life from Spoiled yet, but, there's always a chance. We'll see what they can bring us in game number 2. But yeah, if Runa do get a very dominating win here, then... it might be that we have another team entering that sort of like top 5, top 4 region, which would be quite exciting, which I think is a good ambition for these teams as well. Obviously, they'll all be looking to qualify. They wouldn't be playing if they didn't think or want to qualify. But obviously for them, in reality, like a top 4 position would be excellent for a team coming through open qualifiers like this. So we'll see what they can do, which we will see. And again, it's tricky. It really gets in your head when you get like this broken hero and then you get your player, and Snov had a bunch of games on the TA as well, good Dota Plus level, so they're comfortable on it, and then it just does not go well. It can really make you reevaluate things. But I think the main point of reevaluation for them should be not don't pick TA. I think it's just make sure that you have answers into other situations as well. Make sure you have ways to pressure. Make sure you have correct ways to kind of play your own game outside of the Templar Assassin, because that's sort of what it came down to. We're at the point where it's like, well, the only one who can actually do anything in this game is the TA, and she's sort of naturally answered by all of the picks from Runa anyway. So we're like, what do we do here, guys? Like the Puck can't do anything, the Centaur can't do anything, and we just ended up sort of stuck. So I hope they just get more aggression in the second game. Pick yourself some tidier lanes, and we'll see how this next one goes down. Shouldn't be too much longer until the draft. Are you expecting to see another TA let through?
Yeah, I honestly wouldn't be surprised if Runa team just kind of have that confidence of, what, please try and play it again. Of course, I think this time around Runa team is going to be first pick, so they're the ones who are going to have to deal with do we want to first pick the TA? Maybe they don't first pick it because they understand how to counter it, how to play into it, and they just want to let it into the pool to show confidence. Well, again, we'll see for now. But it would be pretty Chad to beat a first pick TA, then take the TA yourself, and then be like, what, we know how to actually make the TA work. You just don't, and it's kind of like a power move. Sometimes it happens in a draft, especially a game 2.
I hate it when that happens as well. Like I know how that feels in that situation. You play a pub, you like pick a really strong hero, you get dominated. Next game, someone else picks it on the enemy team, and they beat you, and you're like, oh no. I'm so bad, but hopefully they have a stronger mental than I do. I'm sure they do. Yeah, not hard.
Yeah.
Shaman and Ursa taken out of the pool from Runa Esport. They're going to get rid of the Bristleback and the Undying thus far. So still big question marks here. Still plenty of strong heroes left in the pool.
Yeah, it's this Ursa ban. I'm such a fan of it, right? Because you ban it in the... Let me check what number ban is it technically. 4th ban. Okay, so in the 4th ban of the draft, you take Ursa, and now Esport would have to go, do they actually want Darkseer? Do we have to now waste a ban on Darkseer in the next 2? Because like I said before, this logic, it then puts other heroes into the mix. And now it's like, if you ban Ursa, Esport ban Darkseer, now Runa team have another hero to ban to protect a first pick TA, right? It's like, conceptually pretty cool. If you want first pick TA, this Ursa, it's like, you then get 2 protected heroes to enable the TA, and they actually, it's more like, please, if you're banning Ursa, you're probably going to first pick Darkseer. Take it, have your Darkseer, we don't care. Which then opens up for like a Sven response or something, but I just love the fact that you don't often get that many mind games in the first phase bans, but at least in this series, both teams have utilized Ursa in a way to force the draft, and Esport are not falling for it. They do not care at all.
Absolutely not. No, keep to your own game. And yeah, don't fold your cards just yet. So, what do you go for, Runa, here? You've got the ban, and then you've got the pick of the litter. Which one do you grab?
So yeah, TA is available, Beastmaster's available. Trying to
How
think
do you
of
feel about Beastmaster post-nerfs?
Still very, very good. Like, I think, if anything, people are now respecting, of course, they're playing Helm of Overlord more, right? But it just annoys me that we didn't see more Helm of the Overlord on the previous patch. Because it's like, it was so good. Like, with AA being so dominant, like, why weren't people going Helm of the Overlord? Like, that didn't get buffed. But suddenly now it's, like, equally as good. And that's what, like, it kind of upsets me with, like, pro players where
Dog.
they're often very stubborn, but Darkseer,
Sorry,
as
Waste has like a
expected.
corgi. This is very important. We
Does
see
he?
so many cats, yet we never see dogs.
Oh. Oh, I see. I just thought you were calling me. I was like, what the hell, no? Like, chill, bro. Like, I'm talking about some draft, and you're like, oh my god, chill, not Twitch chat.
Okay, we've gone off the dog cam, and I'm very upset.
Okay. Be careful here. You're throwing around the word so freely.
There's a dog on the cam, not on this camera, on the other camera.
Wait, Nomad, until you see it. Brother, context.
I'm just making sure everybody's aware.
You're going to get clipped on your front page of
Wait,
Reddit because you just
not
called...
yet.
Yeah, wait.
Hold.
Wait. Hold.
Hold.
Now wait to see it, Nomad. I'm trying to
It's
keep
on
your job
Waste's camera.
intact.
It's got Waste's camera.
You're desperately trying to ruin your career here.
Speed run.
You're
All right,
very good,
we will
yes.
wait, but if it comes back again, then I will shout again. But anyway, oh
There
yeah,
we
there
go.
we go. Look at those ears.
5 seconds remaining.
Oh. Damn, what a way to draft. Just sitting there with little guy hanging out. Anyway, Pangolier coming out for Esports as a response to the Darkseer for Root. Hey, there we go. There we go. We got the full. Oh my god, get out of here!
Get out of here.
All right, time to play some Dota.
I'm sure some boomer in chat was making some puppy joke, I'm sure.
That was excellent. Well, no, I've got a big
very
smile on my face, but
Yeah, I know,
what
it's
the
nice.
corgi look like to brighten up our days. And yeah, anyway, talk to me about these heroes, T Governor. We've got a Darkseer on one side, obviously going to come out. This hero is very, very popular at the moment, and Pangolier on the other. I guess you get a bit of flex with the Pango, right?
Yeah. Second pick, you'll be able to take it to the end of the draft between off lane to mid. Critically, it's a faster pacing than a Darkseer, because when Darkseer buys his first item, it's like a Vanguard, but the first item on, or maybe mech, but the first item on Pangolier is Diffusal and Let's Go Take a Fight. And Darkseer, he needs levels and items to feel good. So there's like this kind of like early game window where Pango just threatens the Darkseer really nicely. Of course, Runa team banning out the Kunkka to protect themselves. They don't want to have to deal with the fight of the Pangolier with the control of a Kunkka as you try to run away and you get X back. It does open up potentially for the return of like Disruptor and stuff. We don't see the heroes too often, but like a Tusk here, that's fine. That's, setting the foundation could be 4 or 5, but depending on the next 2 picks from Runa team, I could easily see a world where Esport get the Disruptor themselves. It's a hero that we're seeing a little bit more in pubs, in top level pubs, but Tusk Disruptor, Pangolier, get a really big ticket, carry in there as well, and you can run through the map and threaten them really nicely.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I love to see this aggression from Esports. It's what was missing last game, so hopefully they can play with it this game. Batrider for Runa. I do think this hero has a little bit of subtle flex. I've seen this hero in pretty much every position at this point. In the competitive games, we only really see it come out as a 4 occasionally. I think we've seen a couple of 2s.
There you go, yeah. It's mid or 4.
Yeah.
And then, depending on the team, maybe a 5, but a Batrider kind of wants a bit more farm and access to the jungle, so 4 is quite nice because you can just walk to the triangle, farm the hard camp, and Runa team actually take the Disruptor themselves. Whew! Oh, riveting stuff. Yoink. No Disruptor
That
for you,
draft
boys.
hype, it's different.
Hey, I'm enjoying it. I'm sorry. I know you might in chat be like, they pick hero, cool, but I'm like, you know what? Fair play. There's some mind games getting thrown around between the two teams.
I mean, it's a great disruptor pick, especially versus Pangolier. Anything which allows
Yeah.
you to blow this guy up before he gets off his ultimate is really, really strong. And now you've got two, Lasso and Kinetic Field, Static Storm.
They
Potentially
could really
Kinetic
mess
Field
up the
used
combination as well. They could lasso the guy and glimpse him and then not be lassoed anymore. They could grief each other if they wanted to.
That is true.
I wouldn't mind Eastboard. Maybe the thing with Batrider is very good against BKB cores that want to stand their ground. So Gyrocopter could be a good option for Eastboard, but with the Batrider, makes it a little uncomfortable. But then again, Batrider also counters, or at least kites like a Sven. But I think Sven or Gyro are the two that I'm leaning towards. Heroes that don't really care about the Darkseer at all. And yep, they go for the Sven. This drafting looks real fun though, man.
Isn't it? Isn't it?
Yeah, I'm in form. I got to wake up. Took me 3 games, but we're here.
No, you're here. You're breezing through this one. I'm spectator mode. I'm in. You're driving the motorbike. I'm in the little sidecar with my little helmet
No,
on.
I've got a bad knee, made up, self-inflicted. So now I'm going to get off the motorcycle. You're now driving,
Okay.
and you
Oh,
tell me what you want.
You just get off the motorcycle whilst I'm in the sidecar and
You just crash.
oh God, why?
I need a new co-caster. Oh, the 18 pick TA. Oof.
Damn. Well, they do it in
Surprise.
the end. Runa, they
Yeah.
do get the TA after all, and why wouldn't you? To be honest with you, it looks great here. Like, sure, you got a little bit of kiting potential with the Tusk and the Pango, but like, I'm not worried. I'm just not concerned at all. It is not the same as last game. The Pango can die to TA. That is one of the biggest problems Pango has in this matchup. Is that TA can just rock him. AA as well, obviously TA pretty much 2 shots him every time at any point in the game. It is miserable. Big concerns here for
Great ban
Eastbourne.
from Enigma, yeah. On the Enigma. Because it's like, now that I see the TA, you kind of want to put the Pango to mid lane. So the Eastboard bans will most likely be Puck +1. And then for Runa team, TA is your carry. So you need to ban out the Zoo heroes that can overwhelm and take your tower. So there's Enigma, and Beastmaster is still available. So that could be one option. And they don't even ban... Oh, damn, they don't ban the Puck. Okay. So Eastboard just don't care on that front. Maybe Runa team have now got a pretty happy time with that pick. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see if Runa team want to take it. But
10 seconds remaining.
I don't think they have to though. Like they could go Ember if they want as well.
they could. It's just like the double supports of AA Tusk really hate enemy mobility, right?
Exactly. Yeah.
And technically, then Storm will look good, Puck will look good, Ember will look good. But I think the early game kiting is all you need, and like Puck's more mobile, where you blink in, you get the glimpse, then you orb out, and sure, they banned the Beastmaster as expected. Nothing too crazy. Unless they want to go super crazy, I feel the most default response is the spirit that we mentioned, the Puck that I mentioned, or the spirits.
Yep. Okay. Puck comes out from Runa. East spoiled. Final pick for them. They got to get themselves a really strong off lane to pull this one together. Man, it's a tough pick here as well because you got to lane into the TA as well. So anything like Tide just becomes almost impossible.
10 seconds remaining.
Maybe
5 seconds remaining.
Kind of like Underlord, but again, the lane is just way too hard.
Yeah, maybe like a Medusa fell off so much. But like Medusa with the hammer, again, I don't really see it at all in top pubs anymore. So it's like I don't really like calling it anymore in drafts because people just lost the love for the hero.
Yeah.
Well, they have no time, so we don't have to think because the game's forcing them to pick. Luckily,
It is, yeah. And Void Spirit
Oh.
comes out from them. So the offlane Pangolier, mid lane Void Spirit. Yup.
yup.
Yup. I mean, I don't think they could have got themselves a better offlane pick than Pango, to be perfectly honest. I think you just kind of have to pick something that survives and pokes and prods the lane and maybe try to get a kill with your Tusk and then go for something more stable in mid. However, Void Spirit...
I mean, I think that was I think there were options, but with the time available in the draft to find the correct pick is very difficult. So I do think there were better offlane options,
I'm not sure.
but it would have taken.
They kind of knew they were letting through the puck a long time ago, I would say.
Sometimes in drafts you forget about heroes. Like they might have just banned Tiny and Kotl to respect Nicky Cool and gone, God, the puck. Maybe. You'd like to think that they were thinking about the hero, but you never know. Sure. Again, the thing with Pangolier is a very aggressive offlane. I am just a little worried for him where what happens when he goes to like swash out and gets glimpsed back in. A lot of the offlane toolkit for Pangolier was, the double mobility spells, but Disruptor hard counters the mobility of heroes, right? So we'll see if they can find some kills. I guess the saving grace for eSpoiled is Pangolier always seems to find ways to get good kills, to turn it around with shield crash with the double jump, and I've seen so many offlane Pangos take the tower at 6 minutes because you utilize that catapult wave, you get a couple kills, you twin gate in, you just slaughter any hero you see in front of you once you get some good levels. So yeah, I think the Panga vs TA lane is just critical for this entire, the narrative of this game, and yeah, I'm excited to see which team can kind of pull ahead in it, and yeah, we'll see.
We will indeed. I mean, would you say that eSpoiled have a better draft than in Game 1, or is it looking pretty much the same?
It is a better draft in regards to it's very simple to make a move in the game, right? If the net worth is within 4 to 5k gold, even if they're behind, it's very easy to go Sven plus AA, get kill. Tusk plus Void Spirit, get kill, right? So the comeback potential is always possible. Yeah, and their lanes are pretty decent, right? You've got a melee hero against Puck, so you're able to threaten the CS of the Puck. You have a Sven v Darkseid, so Sven should get complete free farm. It really just boils down to, can Pango do well enough in his lane to enable the AA and the Tusk to bring life to the Void Spirit?
And we're going to get to see the other facet on the Batrider this time around. Earlier today we saw the sticky napalm one. This time around we get to see Stoked, which is cool. Again, Batrider's in a really nice place where he can have either facet and be pretty happy with it. Did they miss that ward? I think they might have. Yeah. Dire Sentry is a little deep there, and it should be able to get them the D ward onto the small camp straight off the bat, meaning the first wave should spawn for them. And bounties could actually go 3 the way off the Dire. I don't know why Nicky Cool's being tipped here. You got any ideas?
Should
we assume bang a joke?
Yeah, sure.
All right.
I was like, how do I want to take this this layup from you? Do I want to create some fake narrative or what? I flustered in the moment. I didn't know what to do.
All good. Yeah, it was a long ball. It was a long ball indeed. But not one you needed to return, so we're all fine.
Yeah, ever since I failed improv in rehearsal, I'm really just I'm off my game, mate. I'll be honest.
Improv's hard, man. Yes, and is an art.
I like yes, but makes it way more enjoyable.
No but.
Oh, no but is
The next
like
level. It's true improv there. Only a master can handle that. So I think again, Purple Paradise last game. You're on this park and you just have so many answers and an Orchid Coddle coming at you, and you just can't really play the game you want to play. This time around, it's going to be similar in some regards where there are answers to you around. However, I don't think you need to necessarily be going for, like, you can have a more aggressive build here. You can get the Witchblade and be a bit more up in people's faces. Void Spirit just a bit tankier than Puck, especially with Sanctuary. So yeah, we'll see how Purple Paradise can perform in a slightly more free game. A lot of hate coming onto Albica here. But the Cold Feet's not going to come off, which means Albica will be alive. Still out of the lane on very low health, but you're down to doesn't matter. Say that. Queasy, yeah, getting very busy onto Snuff here. It will be getting first blood. Very nicely done. Even looking towards Aztecora as well. Going for the double, and with vacuum coming out as well, it may well just be enough to get themselves a secondary kill. Oh my goodness. Queasy. Impressing last game and doing the exact same thing this game. Suicide into the tower before anybody comes back for the XP.
Yeah, and he takes the Stoked facet, right? We saw earlier today the Napalm facet. This time around, he wants to go for the more bonus move speed, the bonus spell amp, and yeah, I like it a lot. There's a lot of chase down potential in this game.
Yeah, it's
4 melee
saying
heroes
earlier,
and an
that's
AA.
in a really good spot where you can actually pick both depending on the situation. And
for
there's
sure.
not enough heroes between that.
Uh-oh.
It's really fun when that happens. And down on the bottom side. Oh, actually, glimpse back to try and get Shigetsu out of here, but I don't think that's going to make a difference. They've still got a lot. Oh, Fraction comes off cooldown, and the swashbuckle missing. That is a combination
sit
which
down on
ain't
the
going to
floor.
work out, but Shigetsu is going on a very strange journey here. And, well, one
Fraction
day
again
will
too?
die. Hang on a minute.
Oh,
Shards,
he missed it.
Refraction
Oh.
coming out, trying to kill Raiter instead, and will do so. Can
down
they
again, sit
get the
down.
Lotus? Wait, what's our cooldowns? Oh, he doesn't get him.
He doesn't have mana.
No mana for the shield crash. This is the most awkward thing I've ever seen.
Oh, another refraction off we go.
Alright.
But wait, he now has.
He now has
Mana
mana
with
for the
the-
shield crash, but refraction's up. Is it going to matter? Oh, Shigetsu, why?
Yeah.
I mean, staying there too much longer was going to... Look at this wave
Okay.
coming under tower.
That is a massive wave that TA is losing. Like,
Yeah.
even though, sure, some memes occurred. How many creeps did he miss? 1 creep so far. That's now going to be, what, 2? Aggro to the flag bearer. Okay. Loses out on the flag bearer. 3 creep. Not as bad as it could have been. It could have been so much worse.
Yeah. Should be able to scoop up all of these range creeps as well, so... And if you stay in that position, you know, yeah, it's funny to us, and most of us will probably just stay melded there. By us, I mean me, T-Buckler, and... but ultimately, you need to get back to that wave. You cannot let it go. Dying, you miss a couple, it's fine. Surviving, you get the wave, so...
Yeah, that was. Even if he survived, right? Having no HP would have been awful.
Yeah.
That would have been so despair. I've never seen a Lotus fight that fun, actually. That was great. You see something new every day.
This is what they had in mind when they introduced Lotus Balls. This is what they thought would happen every game.
Yeah, true. I think the change to positionally picking up items is so much better than
Oh, yeah.
just
That's
who
really
can
cool.
click quickest. That's like, ugh. That's just boring. But now it's actually got some life to it.
And the thing is, when do they take it a step further and start having, like, you know, test dummies which you have to attack to activate the ring or whatever? Like,
Cut
do you
the correct
remember
wire? Oh, no.
Diatide when you had to attack the candy stash to get the candies out of them? You just got to trying to, like, focus back.
Yeah.
A billion candies.
And that game mode was fun up until the point where people like learnt the correct heroes, like Nature's Prophet and Windrunner, and just fully break the fun of the game.
Oh yeah, it's like every one of those events. Like the first 2 days is sort of fun, and then people find a way to cheese it and try harder. Till the end, it's fine. It's Rhino who's dead instead. Gotcha. It's Waste 21 on the run, and he might be in some trouble here. No spells available for another 2 seconds. Oh, that shield crash ain't gonna come back in time. It's a double kill for Shigetsu. Waste 21 will go down. At least he's got time to go and pet his dog.
It's a very, very different game here, right? The TA already part of 3 kills compared to the previous TA game where, you finish the game on 1 kill. Very, very different entry to the game.
Dire's middle tower
Angler
is
TPs to
under
the
attack.
mid. Level 4.
This is an interesting move. Queasy just going to take flight, but with the amplified damage on Purple Paradise, they can bring down Queasy for sure. Mickey Cool going to come over and say what's up. Mickey Cool needs a bottle refill, so we'll be going for the bounty here.
A prize.
How's our top lane going? It's been pretty quiet up here.
Just farm
Radiant's
versus
middle
farm.
tower is under attack. Radiant
The back rider,
structures are fortified.
sure, he did help get a kill both on the Sven and the A, but after that, the lane did stabilize for the Sven. He didn't overplay his hand. They played on the pool. They've chilled out on their aggression. It helped immensely.
Interesting to see how actively Shigetsu plays compared to the performance from Snov last game. But a very different game. Very different drafts.
People are coming to his lane to help him, right? So they're going to the TA to bring life to the TA. And this is where Queasy can get quite annoying. With the Tranquil Boots and the Windlace, with the Firefly. Unless he's getting like stun locked down, you can just keep running through the jungle, reminding the Sven of his presence. You put an Iron Shell on top and That's a ton of damage. He might even be able to cliff the Sven here. Oh, okay, he stepped to the side.
Yeah, might just be a little bit dead. Let's see, can they do enough damage in response? He's getting strong. He's gonna fall. Queasy does enough. What a play from the Batrider. Tip comes out from Royota as well. That is a great pick-off. Just as he pops a God Strength as well, so that's now on cooldown. Can't farm with it. Stack failed as well for Adsecura. It's not looking like Sven's day today.
Easy is having a wonderful series.
Yeah, for real. Big standout player in this match. And as we say, when we're watching these opening games, you know, these open qualifier teams coming in, peppy youngsters, we're always looking for potential. I think Queasy's showing a ton of that at the moment.
I mean,
Sorry,
I think half
happy
of the
youngsters
TI
and solo.
there we go. Yeah.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant are scanning.
Right, so half the TI qualifying is all about just kind of showing up to then look to the next season, right? Like, remember the whole that's like how Sableye became prominent, right? Was it Hippomaniacs? Was that the correct team? I think it was.
It was, yeah. Well, Hippomaniacs
off on
into Chicken
Axe.
Fighters.
Top tower
Yeah.
is falling.
But it's like because of Hippomaniacs, people actually go, damn, Sableye Axe. Then he plays on Chicken Fighters, and then, you know, life continues, right? But without the TI qualifiers, he would have just been another offlaner, right? Like, very cool.
for sure.
They do see the Sven, but don't have enough vision to then get the glimpse off.
And important to remember as well that, like, after TI and after EWC, we're going to be heading into the period of swaps and shuffles, and you know, you want to make a try and turn some heads at this point. Maybe get yourself a position, someone gives you a trial or something. Till the end. It is a little bit dead here. Purple Paradise comes down now. Look over towards Albica as well. Albica though, vacuum wall coming out. Snob's got to be a little bit careful here. The Sven is losing his health to the Batrider once again. Queasy running him down right now. Purple Paradise as well, also going to fall to the Batrider Darkseer combination. You have to respect the Bat. Oh my goodness, he's running them down. I mean, it's the Iron Shell as well, of course. Like, it looks great because it just looks like a plus 4 is running them down. And he kind of is, but also he's Iron Shelled and Surged and all that good stuff, so...
Yeah, just to be clear, like, half of the damage right now is Iron Shell and the Firefly in conjunction. But still, the map play that Queasy has for it is just devastating. He's on the tower though, so he does need to be careful. Has a wand. Already used one jump to try and get back up to high ground. Has to take the long path and... Waste 21 is so desperate to get a kill that he's dragging his entire team into the river, into a coil.
Yeah, this is a huge overextension. Purple Paradise having to jump in and then immediately astral step away. The whole team chasing, needs to find a way out of this one. Sometimes the easiest way is the best way. Run straight back to the tier 2 tower. It will be safe, but the tower will not be. Then hammered down here by Shigetsu, Albica, and by Queasy.
The Runa team, they're playing just very cohesive, right? Ensuring that anytime a player makes a move, there's someone else to kind of cover that move. Batrider wants to go aggressive, Darkseid buffs him up. You want to go middle, even the TA rotates in to ensure the tower falls quickly, right? It's 5,000 gold lead, but that is very, very efficient map play happening. And you got to think, like, how does Dire take a fight at the moment? You got a Halberd on the Darkseid, soon to be Blink on the Batrider. So many cheap skirmishing items are available to turn the fight in their favor. And what Void Spray, he's 2 components deep to an Aghanims. Pangolier is nowhere near a Diffusal Blade. The guy is poorer than the Batrider.
Oh no.
Yep. And the Sven still just trying to farm up with his Mask of Madness. Like, there is no core, no hero on the Dire team that is truly strong, other than maybe the AA with Ice Blast. I think that is the final lifeline for Dire at the moment. Get a kill with the Ice Blast.
We go into middle lane, maybe getting it onto Nicky Cool here. Yeah, Nicky Cool does have Frostbite upon him, so has to find his way out of this fight, but does join up to... nope, never mind. Into Purple Paradise, who takes him down, but Queasy will get the return kill onto Purple Paradise there, making it a trade of mid laners at the moment till the end. Looking like it might be dropping as well here. Wastes 21, catches him out in the river, and there's nothing which till the end can do about that, but that's cool. Will die to Albica as he drops the wall, the Iron Shell jumping in and punching down to the AA, so... Couple of spells being traded. Couple of kills coming out for both sides. I think you've got to be happy with that if you're E-Spoiled.
You take any win if you're E-Spoiled right now. Even if you're trading gold, like there's 100 gold advantage after that. The 4 kills that occurred. You take it. It is time for Sven to recover. It is time for you to kind of breathe under the pressure of what Batrider Disruptor can do on the map. Snov, of course, needs to use the ultimate to farm up. He's going to have the Echo Saber complete very shortly to go away. And after that, grab the Blink Dagger.
Still feels like a long way to go for Snov. But he's getting there. Uh-oh, unless he gets ganked right now, which is looking to be the case, but E-Spoiled are also ready for it. They're bringing the heroes over. Who's in Albuquerque? Will choose to play elsewhere on the map. Voice 21 backing out. Leaving this tier 1 tower for dead.
Is under attack. Radiant are scared. Dire's
Tried
bottom
to...
tower has fallen.
And they did smoke to steal the wisdom, so 1 for 1 on the wisdoms. Can they get Nicky Cool? They see the ward.
They should get this kill. Oh, not if you do that. Not if you do that.
But when he might even
No.
die, he's get caught up. Will he break it instantly? Sven's in the neighborhood, but no one else is actually around.
See, they've got the Ice Blast coming through, and that might be enough to kill off Nicky Cool. Let's see, low. Nah, nice connection there. Redemption for Purple Paradise, but gets snagged up by Queasy, who might just be able to run him down. And the Rioter comes in with a punch, knowing he needs to stop this Batrider, but the Batrider cannot be stopped. Finds one, moves over to Purple Paradise, who's running low on skills right now. Shigetsu's chasing as well. Queasy gives him the vision, and, well, will make it pretty easy to finish off this Void Spirit. Trying to do what they can, but Shigetsu finds it. Queasy once again getting on top of them, dropping the voice line. Too easy for Queasy.
Whew. 5, 3, and 7, part of 12 of the 14 kills for his team. That is everything that you want to see from your position 4.
Definitely.
And also,
able to-
I rate the fact he's just playing traditional Batrider. Play on Firefly, be annoying, throw down a napalm here and there. You buy Force, Blink, you then get Force. Like, he's doing it like the old school way. He's not doing some like, oh, I'm going to buy Dragonlance and like right-click some buildings and, you know, it's just be obnoxious. You know, grab heroes, reposition them, and yeah. He's showing that both styles of Batrider are very good. Well, this style of Batrider, sorry, is very good.
The one big difference is that if you ever get shard from the Tormentor on this style of Batrider, then you just feel stinky. It's so underwhelming.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
There's the call.
Oh, we found him.
Yep.
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
they,
get his
they
ass.
very much found him.
Yeah. I love it when we get 2 massive ultis using the +5. Oh, God. Queasy showing no mercy.
At the same time, Disruptor is with an inventory and scouting out very aggressively, calling his team over, yeah, sweeping throughout the map. And another
Right,
used and another
catch.
kill. Okay.
On to Pango. Yep. Another one going down. Albuquerque now on a mega kill streak on the Darkseer. The Darkseer with a pipe, with a Heaven's Halberd. Doing absolute bits.
Oh, yeah, okay, he could just, yeah, always dodge that with Dissimulate. But now, we need to appreciate and respect the fact that there is a partial timing for eSport to utilize here. The Aghanims is 100 gold away for the Void Spirit. Okay, that big AoE silence, you know, the puck. You can die in a silence. He has Witchblade, he's looking for Blink. He's not going for a Yules. Same thing for the Batrider, right? He has Blink, he has 4 stuff. He commits to the engagement. If they jump in, swarm onto a hero, and then just from the back line, a multi-hero silence comes into the mix with an Ice Blast on top. Like, there is that burst potential, and Sven has the Blink Dagger with the Echo Saber.
Yeah,
Sure,
it's
the
a decent
9,000 got
timing.
down, but
You'd have loved
any
to
hero
see...
can die.
Yeah. You'd love to see a BKB or something on the Sven out with this.
Oh, they're looking for the TA. They're gonna find him.
Ooh,
Let's see her.
ooh.
Scanning.
Doesn't fire the AA blast, but they'll still be able to get off the stun, and the damage coming through onto Shigetsu. It's a great pick off here, and a kill for the Sven as well. That's BKB money
Voice
in the back. Over towards the middle lane now is Purple getting jumped here up to the high ground, but getting glimpsed back. Doesn't have a way to dispel it anymore. Already used to dissimulate, in some trouble now, and does get brought down. Aghanim revealed, and Aghanim doing nothing.
It took me a second because when you said purple, I kind of forgot that voice crit's called Purple Paradise, and I was like, Batrider is the player in the purple position, but he's not dying. What are you on about? I was like, oh wait, it was very
Spirit's a
jarring.
purple hero, so
Yeah, so many layers and so dark here, crazy. No, we're not going back to this whole purple thing. You decided that the
Purple,
first
taking
series of the
Void
Road to
Spirit.
TI.
yeah,
Yep.
with the
Amazing.
with the TI theming, very good.
Mm-hmm.
We like that. Dark's here as well in this game, very good.
Looking for Sven. They see Sven.
Where's Sven? Nice glimpse actually, breaking the coil, and that's going to be Oop, jumping in. They want to try and fight this one. Purple Paradise says, yes, please. I want to use my Aghanim Scepter, and he's absolutely doing it right now. Till the end will fall. Albica could be in trouble, but it's a little awkward. There's just not teammates here at the moment because Rota and Adzakor are killing them off in the back lines here. Queasy is actually gone. Finally, they find a way to deal with this guy, and apparently it's support on sport violence, which is the solution, and now Waste just getting run down by Albica. Albica, slowly but surely, running down the Pangolier. Oh, he's got a swash. Up to the high ground he goes, but the trap is there. Albica gives him a little tickle, and that puts an end to Waste 21. Toyota on the way up to the high ground. Should be all right, but that's going to put an end to that. Another messy old fight here, but one which does eventually go the way of Runa once again.
I mean, we get to see a bit of a, I guess, an error for Queasy. He jumps into the A, doesn't get the kill, he drives to the Tusk, and now Pup getting some of that voice grip. Goes down. Okay.
Pretty cool.
The
Gonna
aggression
fall.
is getting met by some rebuttal finally.
Yeah, I mean, Purple Paradise is turning up. They put on the boxing gloves and they're looking to scrap as Till the End gets punched up, taken down. It's going to be another kill going their way.
Dyer's
He's spoiled. They do not want to have two Stompy games in a row. They're showing a bit of life here in game number 2.
are fortified.
On the trade will be go for Tormentor on the Radiant side, while Dire, they are taking the middle tower. With the God Strength down, that would be a Roshan for them. It would be very awkward if they start hitting Roshan. Or a tag team, but
He's
still.
good, but they won't.
They continue to farm, they're not going. If God Strength had like an extra 15 seconds, they may have entertained it, but
Yeah,
it's
true.
difficult.
I guess it's the Sven effect.
Mhm.
The 20-minute Roche trade agreement, Roche Tormentor trade agreement we started to see sort of become popular in this patch. Not going to happen this time around.
It's under attack.
Going to have to give up that Tormentor here. He's spoiled. Still 17 seconds left on God Strength cooldown, so turning up to a fight isn't really possible. But when it's back, it's BKB, God Strength spam.
Got the international rating. Okay.
Feels like it could be a mistake, but they need to get hit quick on the side of being spoiled.
They have to
Getting
break
low.
the initiation. Don't allow the voice spirit in the A to get into the pit.
No,
All their spells.
well, down
Struggle
goes
to
one.
dive.
Till the end, already taken out. No buyback available. They need to leave this pit right now, but they cannot let the Sven have it. Things are about to get awkward indeed. Sven kind of reading the situation pretty well here and just going back to farming, recognizing that no team's in a good position to take this Roche out. I'm a little surprised there's no
Radiant are
bionic
scanning.
trap outside or in the pit.
Radiant's bottom
Snol's walking very aggressively down the river. Look at this Sven. He's just rocking in. That's because he knows Purple Paradise backing him up. Can they find a target though? Bounce back, meaning the Blink Dagger is cancelled for the Sven. So Snol can't really help out Purple Paradise right now. Purple Paradise getting dragged back. Sven looking for the opportunity. Gonna go for it. Running into the mix, but cannot find a target. Gets on top of Albica. Throws out the stun. A few more clicks will be required and they will get him. It's a trade. Royota for Albica at the moment. As Waste 21 goes rolling past Shigetsu until the end. They will run after him.
7.
Dodge out
even need it.
onto the Pango. He will be gone. Shigetsu gets another. 3 big
Both sides.
kills.
It's all the pressure getting to both teams. On one side, you have the initiation, coil onto a void spirit, the TA then jumps to Tusk, and then you then have to static storm the void spirit as well, and everything's going a bit weird. And then for Dai, you've got Snov jumping in on Sten, but he has to disengage quickly, and Pango jumping in, Ice Blast not really connecting, and oof, both teams in that fight just, you know, the pressure of the series getting to them a little bit.
Definitely.
Yep.
In the
You
end,
can see the replay. Yeah, so it's like double jump void spirit, doesn't connect. Ice Blast hits just the Batrider, and now you have a weird fight on a void spirit. A couple spells thrown on the Tusk. Sven pops his ultimate, jumps in, and goes, "Wait a second, what am I doing?" Yeah, and
there you go.
ah.
Find a guy to hit. Get him down. TP out immediately.
So everything was just a little bit. Don't know. I'm not gonna say it again, but yeah, you get the point. The fight was weird.
Absolutely. You just need a little bit more from your Sven initiation now, and unfortunately, Queasy made it really awkward by cancelling his Blink Dagger early, not giving him options.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
Plenty of time to reflect on it as they lose their bottom tier 2 tower. 11k gold advantage for Runa at the moment. 24 minutes in. It's a lot. But Spoiled have shown us that they are willing to fight in any situation. This game, they're showing a lot of life, a lot of momentum. Enough to turn the game around? Not quite yet. But enough to put threats in. That then comes the lasso out onto Purple Paradise, throwing an ultimate until the end as well, just to make absolutely sure this Void Spirit is killed off.
And they're pinging the Sven. They want to continue the fight. AA is dead. Void Spirit's dead.
BKB out of this one. Doesn't have the TP though, so even if he does choose to, well, turning around, wants to kill off Queasy, but Queasy jumping himself away. He gets back. The Sister's Shroud doing absolute work here. Shnov on the run, but Nikki Cool keeps on chasing. Glimpse comes back to drag the Sven back into everybody to his demise as Albecker takes him down, vacuums him into oblivion. Waste 21 jumping around the fight, trying to dance, but this man will dance no longer. Easy throws out a tip. They will be losing the Tusk. 4 heroes dying in a string of unfortunate events recoiled there. Okay, nice little play until the end, but maybe not actually, as he's still got health to work with, but no, will fall to Purple Paradise. He comes back into it. Purple Paradise, gotta be a little bit careful. Silences are a little bit annoying. Blink up to the high ground. Cannot stay in range with Shigetsu right now. Shigetsu is
He's
doing
like,
way
"I'm
too
gonna blink in," or
Yeah.
he was entertaining it. Yeah, I don't really get the tips there. You know, Tusk randomly tipping the Batrider. Maybe he's tipping it because he's still holding the Sister's Shroud, which is maybe the reason why he's like, you know what, fair play, boss. You kept it from your tier 1 to your tier 2. The Darkseid did have it available in tier 1, but he'd opted to move towards the mana draft in tier 2, so he didn't keep that evasion. But yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if Queasy just keeps this going to tier 3. Why not? You're the one jumping into the middle of the fight. If you can stop the Sven from right-clicking you, you're going to keep that every day of the week.
Lasso, big catch onto the Sven, dragging him out of position as BKB is just available now. Maybe he can find a way to turn this around, but I don't think so. The Tusk thinks so, tries to jump onto the TA, with also the Ice Blast coming through as well, but it's not quite enough, and the Sven dragged back in once more, glimpsed back, killed off again. Sven is no more. Ryota also going to fall as Nikki Cool going in deep here. Try not to bait his team in something too heavy as Queasy gets to surge out of the backlines here, completely safe. Purple Paradise dragged back again. The glimpses are so annoying. It gets them another kill. 3 heroes down on the side of E-Spoiled here. Runa looking to finish off this game number 2 as they keep it going. Keep on killing. Waste is gone. 4 now gone. They cannot keep themselves alive on E-Spoiled. Barracks is gone, and they'll look towards the middle side as well too.
Well, you're going to take Mega Creeps here, they take bot with ease, you're going to respawn on Tusk and AA, but you can't do anything. You're going to have to use a glyph, delay the inevitable, and there's no reason to back down. Sure, coil, lasso, wall, status them all on cooldown, but who cares? Always go up in 2 seconds, and you get the lasso, you get the Tusk. You overstep your mark, you're against one of the best repositioning heroes in the game. You don't respect it, you are dead. You are
He
dead.
gets them
There we
another. Yep. Here we go.
Sven.
They're going to try once again. The Sven trying to run into the midst and just blow up the Templar Assassin, but he's tried to hold his BKB. Will get the TA's first life. They'll also kill off till the end as well. Can they get TA on the second time around? A brilliant timing there from Waste 21. BKB pop 4 stuff away. Shigetsu. He can't get away with it. There is no way. But there is a way, and he's found it. Shigetsu is gone. 4 stuff to the low ground by himself with the Hurricane Pike, of course. And getting out of danger. They did not have enough in the tank. The timings were good, but unfortunately, when you're 22k down, good doesn't cut it.
What a 4-stop as well. That is everything you want to see. And yeah, look at the graph. It's so damning. You kill a support here, you kill a support there, but they're not getting the big kills. Must say though, the graph changes in the recent patch are absolutely spectacular. Like seeing the damage over time at the end game, it's so fun to see like the trajectory of heroes and how it changes. And, oh, beautiful patch.
Yeah.
Oh, lasso.
Yeah, another lasso, another kill. Goodbye. That's the core taken out of the equation. No more ice blasts for you. Is this an invitation to go for the barracks? Shigetsu doesn't think so.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's middle barracks are under attack.
Honestly, this could be a game that you and a team just go, guys, we'll eventually get racks. We don't need to overplay our hand. Let's just get another Roshan. Like, you know when it's going to respawn. You have the TA on your team. By the time that you get the next stages, you're going to have Swift Blink on the TA, which will further amplify the kill threat when you get a lockdown. So, yeah. I don't feel like I'm expecting Runa team to do anything special here.
No,
Hit some
just
creeps. Also, you're disruptor, 500 gold away from an Aghanims. You prevent a BKB or anything. And, yep. You're a game away from progressing yourself into the second round of the upper bracket, getting your invitation to play up against the Na'Vi, a second seed in the tournament.
I like to the way you say it makes you think they get like a little letter. Congratulations.
Yeah, they do, yeah.
Navi.
Yeah, depends on how sassy Na'Vi want to be. The invitation could be very like, congratulations, you're going to be going to the lower bracket or something.
By our
I feel like they have some I feel like they have some maturity and respect, so they probably wouldn't.
Smoke up. For me, spoiled. They want to take things into their own hands here. A little bit awkward though, as they are super split right now. Purple Paradise and Attical going one way, the other 3 going another. I'm not sure this is how you want to smoke in this situation, but they'll come back together in the middle lane. Till the end. Yeah, I mean, 10 out of 10.
Fair play.
enough.
Yeah. You got
That's-
the Aghanims. Yeah.
Pulling the parachute cord in the most literal way possible. Here we go, Sven though, jumping in onto the Dark Seer, and that's going to be a nice kill to start this fight for the side of eSpoiled, but can they find any more? This TA is not a target that's very tempting for them at the moment, and you can see Snov going around, looking for another target, looking for something a little bit easier for that sort of his to chop through. TA a little bit too dense. Whoa, jumping in, suddenly finding 3 heroes, but the damage coming out from the Templar Assassin with the lasso from the Bat Rider, blinking away to keep himself safe, and Snov will fall. Queasy brings him down, and they'll be looking in for more heroes till the end's going to drop, but a puck bouncing around, keeping them held solid, allowing Shigetsu the time to get over and get off that damage. TA takes out 2 more. They will look over for more, but a TP out from Purple gets them out of there. Purple Paradise will be the lone survivor as a buyback comes out from the Tusk as well.
They are just critically too far behind, even with the small glimpses of life. Bursting a Dark Seer at the start of the engagement, Disruptor using an ultimate just so he can TP out, but it's just not enough. You're just too far behind. The comeback truly begins if they can find a way to, contest the Roshan 28,000 gold behind. Make some magic happen at the pit with the Rolling Thunder and the Ice Blast and all this AoE damage that is perfect at a choke point. But with Sven dead for 20 seconds and Roshan about to respawn, it's once again unlikely that they can contest this.
It's a very big ask.
Not to be contested.
I know when it's coming up because we have the Templar Assassins, so...
Oh, she's moving the nice blast.
I love that pause when the ice blast hits you from the... It just gives you a minute to reflect on how much you hate Ancient Apparition.
Ah, god damn it. Yep.
This fucking hero. Anyway, back to Killing Roshan.
I think everyone just hits a sigh. Oh, yeah. Alright, but you know, Sven's quite a simple hero. I press God Strength to do 1500 crits. Like
Look,
this.
he hit God Strength and did 1500 crits. Spy till the end. Sometimes it's good enough. Uh-oh. BKB having to come out here as, well, Queasy tries to bait it out, but doesn't quite work out that way. Lasso on cooldown, so not too sure what the plan was there for Queasy. As a Welcher wants it, but now Snob he's in trouble. I mean, Shigetsu's just completely untouched through this. The Darkseer as well also to get off his illusions. Looking for more. The TP out from Mastercore is going to get him to safety. Waste. Ooh, nice attempt from Shigetsu. A little too close to the ball there, but Nikki cool. He gets it done with style. Ice in the veins. They take down 2. 3 dead on the side of E-Foiled. I mean, you got some supports on the Sven. It looked okay, but nobody else in the team able to do a single damn thing. And Open Paradise is kind of getting bullied at the moment. Has got himself an astral step. He bounces away to the side, but the vacuum with the right click. Shigetsu gets another. Back available. Gonna have to be used. Issue here is that, yeah, you've got a Sven buyback, but you've got 27 seconds left on the God Strength. That is an awful long time to wait. They won't call it yet. They need to get their Sven back in. One more attempt, but depending on how hard they're going to push this on Runa, either Sven has to fight without BKB, or maybe he gets a chance. Depends. Here we go. We're going to try and force this. Onto the backline straight away. Snob looking over towards Till the End, but there's the ulti coming out from Till the End, right onto the 2 of them, and the Aghanim's also from the Batrider. GG called from inside that lasso. The game is good, and it is over. Runa, they put them down to the lower bracket. 2-0. Great game.
Great game, and also just queasy. I mean, the entire series, you gotta say, his Dark Willow game 1. Yeah, he's very happy. But he got his puck. I mean, again, I just think drafting wise, eSpoil just weren't to the same caliber as Runa team. I think that the drafting of Runa team was very, very strong, and it felt like eSpoiled. They had the drafting of a stack. You know, they've come together, they're playing the qualifier, but they don't have an identity. And because of that, certain picks and bans, they are exploitable. And Runa team, they are a team. It's literally in their name, and their draft exploits this. They get a last pick puck, they have the Bat and the Darkseer, they can get the TA, but it's a TA that gets to play into a Pangolier lane. Like, the Pango has no pressure there, the TA is pretty chill. Disruptor as well to further punish. Yeah, the way they played around the map, the way they utilized Queasy on his Batrider to break open the early to mid game was, yeah, very, very good. And even if there was the odd kill here and there for eSpoiled, it never really shifted the tempo of the game. It was always, Runa's team game to control.
Yeah, absolutely. I think they were very much playing from ahead the whole time, and they made sure that eSpoiled felt that. Putting on the pressure all the time, constantly looking to make plays, make smokes, make moves, like enable their broken combos of the Batrider and the Darkseer. Queasy had a standout game again, but Albica really kind of the shadow, which was kind of helping Runa be this dominant force. Like, the surges and the iron shells on the Batrider, helping him out as well with some extra auras. I mean, Albica was doing work as well. Queasy was doing work. Like, Nikki cool, bouncing around, having fun. Shigetsu being that TA, making it look broken, which it didn't look last game, unfortunately, in the hands of Snobs. So, yeah, a lot to reflect on here for eSpoil, but also a lot to look for on Runa to say, like, yeah, they did pretty damn well.
Yeah, it was just, of course, clean gameplay. And we look at the scoreboard, this is what we expect to see from a TA. Of course, this is a TA that's picked on 18. You see 4 heroes, you pick it as your 4th hero. Like, you have a lot of information when you pick the Templar Assassin, but it is a very, very good hero in the correct hands, in the correct draft, and yeah, just really good stuff. I think this series alone will influence other teams on kind of their perspective a little bit. I think how to beat TA was kind of showcased in game 1. How to play Batrider in the 4 position was showcased in game 2. So it'll be exciting to see if like this series has any other influence on other teams, because I think there are some really good takeaways from this to kind of shape the meta of this qualifier. And yeah, we'll see if other teams are doing their research and looking at this, because these are the small things that can help you as you go up against the potential Navis and Aurora of the bracket that we have ahead of us.
Absolutely, we can take a look at that bracket and see exactly where everybody's sitting right now. Of course, Cyber Goose did drop their series, so they'll be heading down to the lower bracket. And Runa also getting the win here, sending eSpoil down to the lower bracket as well. Which means that we have our upper bracket round 2 complete. It'll be Aurora Gaming versus Quantum happening tomorrow. A big challenge for Quantum here. They got some good experience in versus Cyber Goose, but Aurora are an entirely different beast, and one which is going to be a huge struggle to try and beat. Meanwhile, eSpoiled, they're down in the lower bracket, but Runa get to go forward, and they'll be playing against Na'Vi. So slightly easier than Aurora, if we're being honest with ourselves, at least at the moment, and how it's looked previously. I don't know how Na'Vi is going to step it up for this qualifiers. How much they've been putting the work in remains to be seen. But either way, big challenges for both of these OQ teams that won today. And that's going to put an end to this first round of the upper bracket, which means we've got to jump across now to the other side of things. In fact, we're moving to the upper bracket round 2 already, with the other series taking place. So yeah, I mean, T, what's been your biggest takeaway from today so far?
I think that Runa team, out of all the open qualifier teams, has the highest chance of making an upset. Maybe not obviously qualifying the entire thing, but I think there is at least some likelihood that Na'Vi, maybe Leicester Aurora, could lose to a random team that creates this like wave of like, oh my god, they're in the lower bracket. There is a slight chance. Not saying it's probable, but the chance went from 0% now to like maybe 20%. And I think Cyber Goose, just major letdown. Like when you look at the names, the caliber of the roster, I expected a lot more from them, even though their qualifiers were relatively shaky and the signs were quite early. But yeah, I think they just, they're just a little bit meh. So a lot of recovery needed for them.
Definitely, yeah. I was excited to watch them play, like big names, but big letdown today. So we'll see if they can fix that coming into the rest of the tournament, but we'll have to do so from the lower bracket, which is not easy. So the next 2 series we've got coming up today, we're going to have One Move versus Namiga coming up as our next series. That's going to be an exciting one to find out which of those 2 teams is sitting above the other. And then we have Liga Team versus Kalmachata coming up after that one as well. So still plenty of things to figure out here in the Eastern European qualifiers at the road to TI. But that's going to be it from us, TGov. We're now jumping out, and we'll leave you in very capable hands for the rest of the broadcast. But thanks for joining us. We'll be back tomorrow for more Eastern European action. Don't go anywhere, as we've got more Dota 2 coming up here in the International 2025 Road to TI qualifiers. See you guys tomorrow.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Hello everyone, welcome back to the road to the International Eastern European Closed Qualifiers for 2025. We've got some familiar faces back once again here for some more TI qualifiers. My name is Luke and I'm joined by the ever wonderful Danog once again. Mate, it's a very, very cold night here in the bottom side of Australia. So how are you feeling after today, mate?
I'm feeling tops about today because we get to see some more Dota, we get to see some qualification from a pretty strong region, to be honest, right? Like we've already got, of the 8 invited teams, 3 Eastern European teams already going to be there at TI, which means there's only going to be 1 slot for the qualification team, which means it's just going to be really spicy. A lot of people having Aurora as their favorites, rightly so, but really it could go any way.
Yeah, exactly. And I feel like this region has been kind of on the come up for a long time now. And I really feel like they are really just starting to bear the fruits of their labor, right? Like Eastern European players have been sprinkled all across a lot of top teams for a very, very long time. And as we're having a look at our quick schedules, we start to glaze a little bit more of the Eastern Europeans. It has been a pretty decent day for some of these close qualifiers. But Matt, Aurora is definitely a team that a lot of people are going to look at. But we've got 2 very interesting ones for us today to try and jump into. And I think it's always special when we get to look at these closed qualifiers because we do get to have some fresh names, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And fresh names, but also fresh-ish teams. You look at OneMove, for example. 4 out of their 5 players only joined this team within the last 3 weeks, and 2 of them only joined within the last 5 days, right? So it's like, how well are they going to be able to gel together? And, you've got Namiga, for example. You've got, from OneMove, Vaja used to be on Namiga. So maybe there's some beef there as well, a little bit of extra spice or motivation just to be able to really put a strong foot forward.
Yeah, exactly. And we always enjoy seeing a lot of these teams, especially when they're starting to fight in the mud pits that are like these closed qualifiers. When you have those previous experiences, a lot of these different players coming together and seeing how they do fight. I do want to say before we move forward, OneMove feels like a removalist company. Every time that I look at the team, no disparaging towards the esports org. I think the logo is quite nice, but anytime I hear anybody say anything about OneMove, it just makes me feel like that it's a removalist company. But they're looking to see if they can remove
more trips, just the one. Yeah,
exactly. It's probably just because I've been doing a lot of moving as of late, so that's why I like moving's on my brain. But I digress. There's Dota to talk about.
Bashka. He is breathing in the whole atmosphere coming through right now with that nasal strip. He is going to be oxygenated like hell. Holy.
But look at Young G, Max relaxing right now.
True.
Completely
Posture
full
check
lounge.
is needed. For sure.
Probably already locked in the hero that he wants to play. He's just like, yep, just pick me this. This will be fine.
I mean, he's probably one of the most experienced players out of this entire 10-person lineup, right? Young G has been around for quite some time. He hasn't always been there at the very tippy top, but he's always been thereabouts. That occasionally, getting into like a tier 1.5 team as we get to see the man, the myth, the legend, relaxing himself, really speedrunning through a lot of these bans too. I mean, a lot of them are, at least in my eyes, very obvious. Bristleback, Nature's Prophet, TA, and Darkseer, probably first and foremost. A little surprised that people are still banning out the Beastmaster, but I've always said this, there's no bad Beastmaster game. You can always find a way to be able to make it work, whether it be, axes into Drums of Slom, or if you just look to dominate the lane through your boars and then go Helm of the Overlord route. And any kind of BKB piercing stun is always going to be very good, but the innate being changed so that you're not able to tank the towers quite as easily with the block did hurt him a little bit, but clearly not enough to not warrant a ban. But AA, Centaur, these are pretty standard ones coming through. I'm trying to think of some other stuff. Shadow Shaman probably is one of the ones coming through. Ooh, Oracle. Okay, so that's a way to be able to counter out the AA, right? As long as you're able to wait out the Ice Blast for, I think it's 3 seconds, and then you use your False Promise, you're pretty good after that point, because you're still going to get all of the healing that comes at the very end of it.
Yeah, it feels like it's kind of been tech for a long time right now to be able to deal with the Ancient Apparition. There's not really too many, I feel like not too many heroes that counter Ancient Apparition in the support role, and I feel like if you have these support heroes that can kind of counter a very strong support in their own right in the AA, it just kind of puts you in really good stead. Dark Dark Willow has been a hero that we've been seeing a little bit so far all throughout these qualifiers. It has really been, I feel like, an Eastern European special for a long time, and just being able to combine it with, you know, heroes like the Axe as well as the AA just means that you've got so much of this area denial that the Stampede feels, I don't want to say next to useless, but it feels rendered inert a lot of the time, and that's where the AAs really be able to kind of get that combo going and try and nullify some of these heroes that are going forward.
Yeah, I wonder if it's one of the things that for Nemiga, Young G, he plays a lot of heroes. He hasn't been playing a ton of the puck lately, so I wonder if that's going to be something that they're also considering, just to be able to, you know, take that away from one move, because I feel like puck is pretty good, like another one of those answers to the Centaur as well for that Stampede potential. Plus, anything that's able to just get onto the backlines and deal with Oracle is always going to be a good thing. He's, as we've seen from the player cams, he's gone by Grip, but I would say Gilgear, who I know him by, Dark Willow is probably his signature hero. So there's that added aspect to it as well. You know, when you're in these close qualifiers, which, like you said, is really a bloodbath, there's only one spot for all of these teams, you want to go for comfort. And I was actually talking to you about this combination as well. The Tiny and the Wind Range are probably not going to be laning together because you do have the Oracle there, but Avatos combo into the power shot with the kill shot, I think it's called, Facet, is just so devastating. And you talk about ways to be able to deal with AA, you don't really have any saving potential for yourself. So if you get caught, you're just dead. I feel like there could be frequent instances where this AA just doesn't have a good time in this game if the positioning isn't perfect coming through from one move.
Yeah, exactly. And I feel like that's something that they really need to kind of keep in mind when they get in towards the mid game, is trying to make sure that their positioning is kind of on point, because you have a lot of these heroes that, well, I mean, two of these heroes so far that can really kind of abuse a lot of these heroes if they are slightly out of favor. Another hero that we were talking about, we'll call it the green room, a little bit off air before we jumped on the desk today, was this Void Spirit, and being able to see him make a little bit of a resurgence felt like he was a little bit of an answer to pucks in the lane. But I feel like him as a hero being able to do very similar things to what Nemiga wants to do against the AA, but being able to do that, you know, conversely against the Oracle is a big bonus here for one move, where they can be the aggressors and they can be the ones that are on the front foot, where the AA can kind of just stick in behind of this ball, and as long as he gets his spells out, then if he gets caught, doesn't seem to really matter, right?
Yeah, exactly. And I personally, at this point in time, I prefer the Nemiga draft, though, just because you can run this Tiny mid against the Void Spirit, and Void Spirit doesn't exactly have the most armor. So for someone like Tiny, who's going to be hitting you not exactly super frequently, but when he does, it's going to hit like a truck, you know, and I feel like that's going to be pretty impactful. Also, the potential to just flex it to a position 1 as well is a really useful tool for them to be able to have for their draft, especially considering they do have the last pick overall of the entire draft too. So I feel like even though they've got a ton of reserve time left on one move, Nemiga probably doing a pretty decent job at this point.
It feels like both teams kind of have an idea about how they want to go in both these drafts, whereas it feels like, you know, specifically the side of Nemiga, they are ever so slightly ahead. So they will just get rid of the puck here and finish it off with a Dragon Knight. So another one of these tankier heroes just trying to, you can see from the bans already from Nemiga, just trying to make sure that this Tiny has heroes that he can burst and kill, correct? And I feel like the Dragon Knight was probably one of the only ones that's left in the pool that could, you know, survive a lot of this damage that comes out from Nemiga.
A little odd that they went for, I guess it wouldn't be laning into it, right? Like, it's a Void Spirit mid, so the puck ban does make a lot of sense, but DK is one of those few heroes that you actually do want to play into a puck with, just because you've got that super reliable stun to be able to catch him out. So still just feeling like maybe they didn't have the most reliable across the board to be able to catch a mobile hero, so I'll have to wait and see. The other issue that I'm having that DK does sort of answer is that they were, at least in my opinion, lacking a tiny bit of damage, especially if it goes to the later stages of the game. Nemiga has a very durable draft right now. Like Windrun, Gale Force to be able to move away, of course, Oracle with all the saving potential, Centaur, Tiny, enough said. So even just like a Monkey King, who we still don't know 100% where it's going to go. Like, it could be just played as a position 1 here, but looks like it's going to be Bashka playing the pos 1, Youngji playing mid against the Void Spirit. And you talk about that low armor that we were mentioning previously. Difference isn't going to have have a pretty easy time into the MK as well. And it's just another way to be able to get onto that backline, right? Probably one of the best ways that they have to be able to deal with some of these tankier heroes is the Ancient Apparition with the Bone Chill facet, just using that Strength Decay to be able to just soften them up a little bit. But again, if you're dying to a Tiny, a Monkey King, a Centaur, a Wind Ranger doing a lot of damage very quickly, then you're not really going to have too much of a good time this game.
Yeah, I think this is really going to be on one move to make sure they're moving themselves in a very proper kind of way. I almost did it. I saw your face then. They just need to make sure they're protecting this Ancient Apparition and kind of at all costs, or at least bare minimum trying to get the spells off in an advantageous position, right? Because we already touched on the fact that we saw the AA in the first bit of the draft, and then with the Axe and the Dark Willow as the 1-2 combination, they're obviously trying to set up for this Ice Blast and try and catch a lot of these cores out. But, you know, if conversely they're the ones that are getting gone on it, it feels like it's a very hard draft for them to try and counter-initiate. Quite a lot of the time they do have the Axe in the wings to try and get that counter-initiation. But, Matt, for me, I think looking at across in the Mega draft, it really does feel like that they're the ones that can set the tempo and try and get this game on their terms, right?
I think so, yeah, but it's going to be really important for one move to at least try and do that for themselves because, I mean, they've gone the Corrosive Dragon facet, which is pretty standard these days for the DK, but it does mean that they've got a little bit more of that pressuring potential. And, you know, if it does get to those uber late stages, everyone's going to have a Blink Dagger. Everyone's going to be able to jump in onto the backlines. Everyone's going to be able to find a way to disrupt the backline. And honestly, it's pretty important for both teams, right? The AA and the Oracle are who a lot of these team fights are going to revolve around in terms of, like, well, one, survivability from the Namiga side, but much more for the offensive potential for one move. So that's really the mini game, I guess, that I'm going to be looking at throughout this game. Like, who is going to be able to take the team fights on their terms? Because just having a look at the draft, I would have to say that it's probably going to be Namiga that are going to get out of the laning stage in a little bit of a better spot. So I'm interested to see what one move are going to be able to do to counter that. If it's just split push and try and delay until they get that first big item and then try and make a big move, or if, you know, they're just going to crumble under all of that pressure.
And speaking of trying to get on the front foot, looks like both teams here are going for a little smoke in towards the enemy jungles, trying to see if they can spot anybody out lacking just a little bit here, but it looks like so far both of these two teams have been well aware of the shenanigans that are available, and they have just decided to avoid each other on either side of the map. So you were talking about the lanes so far here, you know, looking towards the side of one move then, if they are a little bit lacking when it comes to that laning prowess, how do you feel like that they're going to try and get this mid to early game trying to go their way if they do fall behind in the lanes?
I mean, it's the thing is, AA isn't necessarily the greatest at being able to, like, cut waves, for example, whereas someone like a Wind Ranger can. So I'm not exactly, like, even a Dark Willow who, hold on, are they going to try and go for a bit of a kill here to be able to start things off?
Mono Drama popping a lot here. That is a nice little Fortune's End there to be able to get off all of those pesky little debuffs, but now with all this damage and the right clicks, they finish it off Corrupted with the first blood.
That's a good way to start things off. You know, if the lanes are going to be rough for you, what better way than a first blood to be able to make that nice for you? And even just with the body blocks there, making sure that a few of those creeps went under the tower. So even though it's a rougher lane, the Axe is probably going to be in a pretty decent spot to be able to drag this wave back and have it in a much safer spot for them to be able to contest with.
Yeah, I think that's the biggest thing for this Axe lane, right? To just be able to try and drag this lane into such a position where he can actually start to contest the Tiny just a little bit. And even just starting off with that first blood is very, very big there for Corrupted here. So one move starting off with a very good intro, but you can already see how strong a lot of these lanes are going to be for the side of Namiga. The fact that we've already got Young G, who's just putting so much pressure on the difference, and already in the top lane as well. The bottom lane, pardon me, at the Tiny is just coming out on top when it comes to that off lane for them.
For sure. I mean, XS Vampire also is just going to be hammering into this AA at every single opportunity. Little surprising, just considering AA does actually have a slight attack range advantage, but in terms of just being able to trade a little bit more easily, again, you've got more mobility as well as this Wind Ranger once you hit level 2, so there really isn't anything that AA is going to be able to do to stop you at that point.
That's very true. So we'll see how these lanes do fare for the side of one move, about whether or not they're going to try and make a few of these rotations, try and put a little bit of extra pressure on potentially the Windrunner or the Centaur. or whether or not it is just going to be Namiga who's going to cruise out to an early lead here. So, because I've taken such a long, I would say, hiatus from the game, I feel like I'm a bit of a blank canvas tonight, Mr. Danog, and I know you're a man that enjoys speaking about Dota 2. I feel like my biggest question is, what is the main reason behind this Centaur hero kind of coming in and being strong? 'Cause I'm a Centaur enjoyer. I'm just trying to see the power in him straight away.
I mean, it's just so hard to kill you, right? Like, it really does come down to that. You put a lot of pressure on the lanes where you're just able to put yourself out there, specifically once you've got the blade mail, because you don't need to worry about going boots, right? You've got the horsepower facet. You just need to try and get as tanky as possible. And hold on, speaking of Centaur, he nearly got a kill on the AA. Yeah, it just forces a lot of attention towards you that you need to deal with. And again, you're another one of those heroes that even if you're not there, you've still got a team fight affecting spell in the Stampede to be able to impact in a big way.
Ooh. He's getting close. Almost killed the AA there. What are we landing on for the AA's name, by the way? BB3PX.
Let's just go BB.
BB? Alright, okay. I always like to try and reach a consensus with you whenever we cover games of players with intricate names.
Yeah. I'm also just having a look at like what exactly they're going to be doing here on one move now that it's approaching the 4-minute water rune, potential time to be able to stack, because I really felt like he might make this move a bit sooner. As soon as you've got the boots and the full wand and a bracer on the axe, I don't feel like there's a ton of kill potential coming the way of Corrupted. So I do like the fact that they're kind of leaving him on his own a little bit here to be able to just soak up a bunch of free XP for himself. Still do fine, because this mid lane is going not too great for difference, right? It might only look like 400 net worth diff, but when you've got that Monkey King hitting his level 6 early, just getting really up in your face, getting aggressive. Now he's got 3 points in the Jingu Mastery. You just can't last it really.
Yeah, when things get a little spicy, and XX Vampire, as well as his boy Covis 9. Covis 9? Yeah, I'll go with
Sure.
that. Almost did take out the AA once again, as we have a quick little look here towards the middle lane once again. And as you said, like, albeit it is a big start here for the side of Young G, it may not be reflected in the net worth. It's just more so that it's like it's getting to the point now where Young G is really just starting to take over this lane, and it's just going to exponentially kind of exacerbate the gap between these two heroes, especially if Young G is able to get a few of those rotations off with the early power runes. You can already see that we've got Corrupted just cutting these lanes here on the Grandmaster Axe. So just obviously got into the point now where the Axe can just kind of solo these lanes and just cut all these creep waves, and it's very, very hard for the side of Namiga to try and contest this Axe with how good of a start that he's had so far. And that's probably where you're going to be looking towards Young G, right, to try and come down and disrupt what this Axe is trying to do.
It really can't be understated how important that first blood was. Like, it really did change the complete identity of what will be happening in this bottom lane, right? Now it just means that you can make a few more rotations like Grip is doing up onto this top side. We talked about how beefy the Centaur is, but not if you're able to make a 3v1 situation happen. Although they'll know that it's a 3v1 situation, so where is the support? And XS Vampire is making that rotation towards mid just to make sure that the foot stays on Difference's neck, that he's not able to move at all or do anything so far this game, because he's the one that's going to be needing to provide a ton of the tempo.
They've got the amplified damage rune now on Young G, and I think this is a very targeted assault here on Difference, just because they understand that if this Void Spirit doesn't get off to a good start, then who do they really have to jump the Oracle? Like, yes, you can have DK and Axe with their Blink Staggers, but until then, it's all on Void Spirit, right?
Really like the fact as well, yeah, it is completely on Void Spirit, and if you're going to go Blade Mail first on the Axe, it's going to be a little while until you get into that, right? So if you're able to, for lack of a better term, neuter the the Void Spirit's gameplay a little bit, then there really isn't too much that he can that they're going to have from an offensive standpoint at that stage. They got a decent amount of damage into that tower as well, obviously just off the amp damage, but also soaking a few of those tower hits, making sure that the siege creep stayed alive. So Very nice there. Is might be getting baited in here a little bit, but who's actually the one getting baited?
Yeah, Young G's up here as well. Grips decided to come in though with the Bramble Maze, comes back in with the Curse Crown as well. But we're looking to see what this DK can do. The Eyesight goes in, gets the Dragon Tail off onto Monkey King, but finally the Power Shot comes in and gets the kill there from XS Vampire. And it is all so nice for you to walk up towards those Wisdom Fountains, but sometimes you overextend just a little bit too far.
Yeah, and I mean, this is without the
Radiant's top
the
tower
the Monkey King just being able to jump through the trees, right? He hasn't gone that fast. He went changing of the guard just to be able to have a little bit of mobility in these team fights once he pops the Wukong's command to be able to get out of a sticky situation. But with how... Hold on. Yeah, he should be getting
Yeah,
here.
kind of walked up the river and found 3 people from one move, and unfortunately that will be the difference in that middle lane.
Oh, very good. But the thing that I was saying was because of how well Young Ji was able to dominate that lane, it was a very tactical move, right? You bring 3 heroes mid around the 6-minute mark, so you get the amp damage rune, and then after that, the lane is pushed in because of how well you've crushed it. You need to deal with the creeps hitting the tower, which means that you can't contest when he goes to help with the Wisdom rune fight, you know? So it really meant that they didn't get any tower damage going back the other way. Yeah, you got a little bit of free net worth, but all the while your DK was dying.
Which for a game like this, feels like the more that the other 2 cores fall behind, the more pressure that falls onto Corrupted's head, because having such a good start on the axe, yes, can feel all well and good, but if you don't have another core to kind of back you up in a lot of these scenarios, it really does feel like that you get that extra pressure that gets put on you to try and get this Blink Dagger at a nice and quick time. As we already said, he's going for the Blade Mail first, so it's going to be delayed just a little bit longer, but then it also just kind of gets exacerbated by the fact that, you know, everyone's waiting for you to get this Blink Dagger because you're the core that's having such a good game. And then if these first couple of Blink Dagger, you know, ganks don't go your way, then things really start to snowball and fall behind. The rest of your cores are still starting to fall behind. You're not the one that's taking over the game. And it really does feel like it's quite a lot of pressure that's going to be put on Corrupted on the axe here if those 2 cores don't follow up. Whereas the side of Namiga, like, we've just been able to have Bashka, who's just been kind of AFK farming, obviously isn't kind of crushing it right now, but he's just being able to sit back and farm on the tiny while you've got Young Jesus rotating around the map and doing what he needs to.
Absolutely. Hold on. Talk about these rotations. Here we go.
Yeah, Corrupted is in the middle of the ring, and that is going to be the first death for the Axe, who's having such a good start to this game, but unfortunately when 4 heroes from the Mega rotate behind your tier 1, so much you can do.
And you talk about the importance of being able to control this axe a little bit. That was, I think it was only about 50 gold away from his Blade Mail as well. So that's going to set him back probably about another minute or so with the death time, plus the run back, plus the time needed to farm it up. And that actually means quite a lot, right? Like, it's a very different death to be dying there as Void Spirit.
Difference does
Doesn't
have
even
2
get-
astral steps here though, so as long as he doesn't get caught out, he can still get away. So he's got 1 more left in the back pocket here. They're going to go with the Stampede. Young G is going to go in, but they're directly on top of him. He's got no Dissimulate either, and they catch him out with the Fortune's End. And Difference, unfortunately, doesn't have an extra step to get away from Young G.
Definitely doesn't. And you talk about the importance of that Blade Mail. Now you've got Covis 9 coming through, stealing a stack away. He's got the Blade Mail as well to be able to make himself. Probably won't be putting himself out there beyond the tower now that the Stampede is on cooldown, but I'm expecting that to be the way that he plays once he does have it back available for himself again, especially once he gets this cloak. He's actually going a Glimmer Cape for himself, just to be able to, I guess, have the more affordable option that forces them to use more and more resources specifically just to kill him, because I think he needs to play that, I'm going to say sacrificial role, but basically just bait. He's baiting everyone to go onto him, because if you don't, then he's going to force, like, creeps just hitting into that tower, the top tower. He's going to force... It's just going to be a really quick Blink Dagger for him after the fact, right? So how are you going to be able to address this? I think they need to get on the front foot now and try and take out this this Centaur before he gets too far.
And speaking of trying to get on the front foot, it looks like Young G is going to see if he can try and take down Corrupted here, though. Nice little use of the Fortune's End as well. They catch him out with a Berserker's Call. Young G, oh so low here, gets a lot of damage going out, tries to throw out the Wukong's command, getting stunned up though. He's lucky to be able to avoid that AA Ice Blast, goes into a few more of his soldiers, and Young G survives thanks to the false promise here. XS Vampire is able to take down BB in the backline, but there's a lot of people here from one move. It's a lot of damage that goes in there from the Fortune's End and the power shot. So maybe with how low these people are here on one move, they can try and make an extra movement, but it looks like here with Bashka coming forward on the Tiny, They don't want to have any of this smoke, so they will be able to get their Monkey King out alive. Only losing an Oracle for it.
Not too bad. Again, Centaur just wasn't there the entire time as well, and they end up taking away the power rune as well. Not as for the Monkey King, of course. Void Spirit loves to have those very frequently. And you talk about the ways that they're going to be able to deal with the Oracle on the backline as well. Straight rushing an Aghanim Scepter here on difference. He realizes that's the most important thing for him to be able to do this game, is just take out that big source of survivability, because that team fight went on for far too long, and this was pre-level 6 for Monodrama as well.
Oh, Excess Vampire does get caught out here. Tries to get something done with the Shackle shot, but with Young G in the area, they do back away from trying to take down that Wind Ranger. Do you just want to circle back to Covus 9 here? It looks like he's going directly for the pipe, considering how good of a game that he has had here. So it seemed like the Glimmercate was a little bit more of an active option, whereas now he's decided, you know, my team doesn't really need me, so I can kind of sit back and farm for a little bit more. And if he pops out with a Blade Mail plus a pipe, how are you supposed to kill these heroes, especially with a lot of the damage being magic damage? And speaking of magic damage, some of it's going towards Young G right now. They're going to come forward with the Stampede. Excess Vampire goes in here onto Grip. Fortunately for Grip, he's going to get kill shotted. Will not have the life to stay around. Also, BB goes down on the sidelines as well, so both the supports losing their lives for one move.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised that Centaur actually showed up for that one. What does he actually have coming out to him? Has he gone and bought a Blink Dagger or something beforehand? Or Heart of Terra? The Ring of Terras, yeah. Okay. Makes a lot of sense. I mean, he just wants to make sure that he's as survivable as possible in that lane. He's even got a freaking chipped vest as well for himself, so you've already got Retaliate. Now you've got that as well. Wonder when Bashka is going to put a single point into the toss, because I feel like that's the only thing that's really been holding him back from being able to contribute perhaps a little bit more in a few of these team fights. You know, around that Roche pit, maybe a toss would have been the difference with the 4-point avalanche that he had at the time, to be able to maybe turn that one around. We'll have to wait and see.
Potentially now at level 11.
Monkey. Yeah.
As you said.
I mean, where to now? Like, it really just does become a bit more of the waiting game. You've got the Blink Dagger purchased up now by Corrupted, so I wonder if they're looking to go for a play, or if it's just going to be a little bit more passive, waiting around for this this Aghanim Scepter for difference on his Void Spirit. I'd have to imagine that they got to try and make something happen now, because, I mean, what's the point of getting a Blink Dagger if you're just going to sit back and farm? You know, you got to make the most out of it right now when you can.
Especially when you're 2,000 gold away from the Aghanim Scepter, right? Like, maybe if he was a couple hundred gold, you could justify it, but double Blink Daggers now for the side of one move. This is definitely go time for them. They're going to smoke up with the Axe and the AA, but it looks like they're putting a lot of emphasis towards the top side of the map here for Nemiga. They want to see if they can put pressure on this tier 1 tower. They want to see if they can force out the Dragon Knight and see if Eyesight wants to have a fight. So they are going to start to connect here with Corrupted and BB. So looks like we're going to have fights on the menu, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see what the Axe
When is
can
the smoke
do.
going to pop, though? They're right underneath an Observer Ward.
Probably not the person you want to go on here. They're going to go onto the Centaur, doing a lot of damage there. They do take out the Oracle nice and quickly, though. So Difference is able to come in and snipe out the POS 5. We're going to see what else we can try and get here. Bashka comes in, goes forward, finally gets the toss as well as the damage. Doesn't finish off the AA, though. Now Covus 9 is in the background doing a little bit of awkward damage. They haven't been able to secure any of these kills just yet. And Amiga, they're starting to crumble here, man. A beautiful blink call once again from Corrupted. Finds out Young G, slams him down, dunks him into the fountain, and they're looking to see if they can take down the Centaur once again. He's a very, very tanky boy, but they've got so much damage. That kill shot, there's a lot of damage there from Excess Vampire. So they will at least stop the TP, but that is a lot of lives to lose there for Nemiga.
It is for sure, and it just shows you the importance of that Blink Dagger, right? When you're able to get onto the backline, when you're able to take out that Oracle, that's really going to be the big thing coming through from the shot callers, is Monodrama, you just got to stay well back, especially if Axe has been off the map for quite some time. To be fair, though, that's basically where he'd been farming for the past, like, 5 or so minutes. Even when they killed him previously, it was right next to the tier 2 tower, but a really nice initiation coming through, great teamwork coming through, getting the right target. And you mentioned it was, you know, maybe a bit of a questionable thing to try and go in onto the Centaur, but you just see how quickly back he's forced to retreat, and eventually did end up going down anyway.
Yeah, I think it really kind of worked out in their favor, the fact that Covus 9 was the first one they went on, and this beautiful call coming in from Corrupted as well just catches out Young G, and as soon as they were kind of half-baited, they're like, oh, you know, they've used quite a lot, Covus 9's still alive, maybe we can try and make this work, and they get kind of like half-baited in, and the fact that They walked in with the Tiny, and they didn't even get the kill on the AA. Maybe if Bashka got that, the one-tap combo on BB, potentially could have seen them try and re-engage, but they just didn't get anything out of that. And then the Tiny had just overextended, and they were kind of left there with without many spells to use. So potentially it could have been a blessing and a curse at the same time.
Yeah, I'm just having a look at BB3's neutral item. He's got the Sister Shroud, so obviously that's going to serve him really well when you're getting like Avatos comboed. You're not going to be able to get those right clicks off because of the evasion, and even just the enchant that he's got for it as well. Brawny, 110 extra health, and that could be the difference in terms of being able to survive or not. Infused raindrops, just a lot of value coming through for this AA. He realizes how important his role in this game is.
Yep, especially with the double lotuses as well. He's just got a lot of this effective HP that he can try and rely on. So Corrupted is again trying to look for another victim here. He's going to go for a very early BKB. I'm loving this build coming in from the Axe, understanding his job perfectly. And it seems like that's kind of the name of the game here for one move. And they're seeing if they can try and find the drama. They'll be able to find him out in the corner. Difference gets him dunked. Comes down once again from Corrupted.
Very nicely done. And speaking of Corrupted, it is that corrosive dragon. Two C words, they're the same thing. You're going to be able to deal a little bit of damage into this tower as well. And you just see the instant value that you get out of that Aghanim Scepter as well, right? Wasn't even able to get off any sort of defensive spells because of the silence coming through from Difference. So very, very nicely done. I've been impressed by One Move. Again, this is a relatively new roster coming together, at least in terms of the players, obviously. One Move itself. The flying Cobras 9 here.
They found him out. He doesn't really have a good way of getting out of here either. There's so many stops to these TPs. He's going to try his best here with the Blade Mail in the pipe, but all those barriers are going to do naught when you get chopped through like that. We're getting close towards this 20-minute mark as well, where you're starting to see, the Roshan and the Tormentor kind of exchange happen. But I think with the way that One Move are playing across this map, they are the ones that are dominating all this different map position. It's going to be very, very hard for Namiga to try and, get any of these objectives on the map.
I feel like that's the big difference, right? Like, when was the last time we actually saw Namiga make a move? It was when Axe died like 8 minutes ago, and it feels like they've kind of been a little bit too passive in the meantime. Like, it seems like they're going to go for a little bit more of the active style with Tiny rushing a Shadow Blade now coming through, wanting to be able to, eventually go into the Silver Edge, get a little bit of that break off, but more just be mobile, be harder to kill, kind of do the things that I was saying before, because if you don't have Dust, he might be able to get away from a gank, and of course it's effective from an offensive perspective too.
It just allows him to try and find those backside angles, and maybe, he kind of changes the way that he needs to play this game, where he's, trying to get rid of the Dark Willow, who feels like, Group's been doing quite a lot of good work with a lot of these different CC that he's able to throw around, try and find where both of the supports are in the back, and then you can have Young G try and go for one, whereas Bashka goes for the other. We'll have to wait and see, because as you said, right now in the Namiga, they're definitely playing the much more passive game. And when we looked at both of these drafts as well, it definitely was, the kind of name of the game was Namiga had very, very strong lanes, and if they're the ones that are pushing the tempo, then they can start to take this game. But if One Move get into a position where they can be on the front foot and they can dictate the pace of the game, then they're going to look very strong as well. So 20 minutes is up now. We'll see. Where's the Tormentor? Bottom? No,
the big thing for me is, despite having those stronger lanes, and again, I'm just going to go back to the First Blood, really changing the picture of what that bottom lane looked like in terms of who was going to win it. They haven't taken any towers, like the lowest tower is about a third HP, let's say, on the top side. And these days, that safe lane tower is so important. Like, if you take away the enemy's safe lane tower, they can't farm like 5 extra camps, which is huge. I mean, that's where this big net worth differential is coming from Eyesight and his Dragon Knight, right? Like, that's camps that he shouldn't be able to farm right now, but he is, just because he's got that safety net coming through from that area.
All right. Shadow Blade up and available here for Bashka. He's looking to see if he can get the kill onto BB, and he's able to get it done. So
value.
He's able to get through the Sister's Cape there.
Yeah, I guess the Acro Saber is helpful for that as well. And
I think he did it. Oh, he actually changed it. He has a Searing Signet now. That's why he died so fast.
All right.
That'll change it.
To learn. Hold on. Axe deeping in.
See who
Bait someone in to go in. I mean, anytime you see 3 cores in the lane and he's just walking straight back in,
Okay, alright, Covus 9. They do get a Wukong's command here. Doesn't really catch on too many people inside of it. Beautiful silence into the fear as well from Grip. And again, you can just see this re-engage and disengage coming in from one move. They're starting to get baited around here, though. They haven't really been able to convert this into anything just yet. Now, Monodrama is one that walks in. They do catch out Bashka, though. He's the one that gets caught. That's a beautiful Yules there on the Corrupted. He just goes up in the air. No engage for you, son. Still has that BKB. Looking to see if they can get rid of Excess Vampire here. Bashka goes back in, goes onto the Dragon Knight. I don't know if he's really the person you want to try and go in. They eventually do clean up Grip, though. So both teams lose their 4s, Matt, and looks like they're both trying to go back in. Corrupted doesn't have all too much mana, so he doesn't really want to fight all too much. So, when the dust settles, a 1-for-1. No BKBs used is a positive.
No BKBs used just yet. Yeah, that's the big thing that I was looking at as well. You know, I was actually going to mention that Yule Scepter and being a great item, right? Because one, Dark Willow already had an ATOS at that point, so it allows you to save yourself a little bit. But particularly, you know, Axe, Blink, in, Call. The way to counter that is the Yule Scepter, but he had a BKB at the time, Corrupted. It's just he was caught off guard by that amazingly quick reaction coming through from Excess Vampire.
Yeah, that was a very, very quick Yules. Came in there to stop Corrupted, but as you said, just slightly caught off guard. And I imagine next time when we see an engage like that, it's going to be a pre-BKB coming in from Corrupted. So we'll see how these fights do pan out. But I mean, all things said and done, it felt like Namiga really got themselves caught with their pants down. They did a really good job at kind of kiting backwards from one move, really just trying to poke and prod them and trying to see if they can get any more of those resources out of them. But I mean, at the end of the day, you can just see so much re-engage from the side of one move. Like, they have 2 Blink Daggers and a hypermobile mid. Like, it's very hard for Namiga if they don't, you know, catch someone quickly and take them out and get that numbers advantage. You can see how awkward and hard these fights can be. So one move definitely still in a very, very dominant position right now. We'll see whether or not they can convert that into anything more substantial, though.
Now, one thing that I do like that they did, especially considering DK showed that the Elder Dragon form had just expired, so you knew you had 40 seconds of no DK hitty tower time, which he's back to doing right now. They did get mid-tier 1, they did get top tier 1, so they've opened up the map a little bit. It means that Covus 9 has this top area of the map to be able to play around, and you might be able to force back one move to be able to defend their side of the map, but you've got a freaking DK. You've got a corrosive dragon DK as well, so he doesn't need to move back at all. They're going to continue staying on the front foot and putting a lot of this pressure onto the tier 2 towers. And this is really where I was wanting to see a tier 1 tower focus prior to that 22-minute mark, let's say, just because it's allowed them to get way too far on DK in particular.
Oh, Excess Vampire.
Yeah.
Found and assassinated. Difference just goes in, Astral Steps, hits him with the silence, and then Corrupted, as long as he's within range. The dunk is quick enough. That's kind of the problem that you have with Wind Ranger, is sometimes she is very, very squishy. Oh, Monodrama. There's not much you can do there. You know, you kind of just...
Even stacked for him.
Yeah. He walked into a meat grinder and then gave them extra gold.
Now, I don't know if it's going to get to this point because they're looking like in a pretty good spot right now on one move, taking away a ton of towers, taking away a lot of the map that they've got to be able to play around with. They won't be able to push into this tier 2 top just because the wave was continuously shoved in by Bashka with that Shadow Blade. Centaur is going for an Aghanim Scepter, the old hitcher ride, sorry, the workhorse. I wonder how he's going to approach that, because it's not like he has a great hero to be able to put in the card and have them do damage, right? It really feels like a saving ability that he's going to be using, because they do have a lot of this single target-ish focus, right? In terms of the DK stun, in terms of the Axe Call. So Centaur needs to be counter initiation. Or, hold on, Monkey King might be able to find Void Spirit.
Yeah, they are looking around right now. Just towards the end of the shield rune, though, they found out Cobus 9, looking to see if they can get down the AA. So they're able to assassinate BB. Now let's see what else they can get here to the side of Namiga. Looking to see if they can go down on Grip. Haven't been able to take down the Dark Willow just yet. Excess Vampire, very, very forward position here. Dunk on the backside, Covus 9's dead. No Centaur for the rest of this fight, so a lot of their auras are out and about. Now they're trying to go back in onto difference. He's able to find out Bashka, found out this Tiny, been able to do so much damage to the Wind Ranger in the backlines as well, and Bashka will just eventually tick down to the Dragon Knight and one move. Although they were the ones that got jumped, they turned around and threw hands.
I'm not really sure what happened in that fight in terms of Monodrama, because he has Blink dagger and full everything. Everything is available to be used right now, but no false promise, no nothing. I think the fight just got way too spread out, and neither team really had any vision at that point. You know, it's nighttime, so any sort of little advantage that you can have is a godsend, but they were just way too spread apart, and just felt a little bit too scared to be able to go in because of how targeted it has been up until this point. But it couldn't have been a better start to the fight, in my opinion, for Namiga. Like, they found the backline.
We'll have a look at the replay here. So they're able to go in, as you said, pretty much a perfect start for them. They take down BB. Just trying to see here on the minimap about where Monodrama is. Very much in the backlines here. Isn't able to save the Centaur there. Wanted to try and get in towards the position. Gets into a very, very weird spot and then just blinks away and walks away.
Yeah. Really needed to be contributing a little more in that fight as hold on top side. Although Aghanim Shard might end up saving him. 5 seconds left into that TP, and he's going to need to just commit to this fight. He might be able to go to the right. Yep.
Don't know where he is though. He gets up to the high ground. He takes down
the Nightfall.
Okay, all right. So he lives, but at what cost? Because you lost Monodrama to difference in the background. He was just looking for some oracles.
They can kill this axe.
They can try. He does BKB, but he's got so much armor now. He gets an extra dunk as well.
Yeah.
That's the problem with these axes when they have so many stacks of Code of Blood. He's just able to turn around. He gets all of the extra armor when it comes to the battle hunger as well. It's just, yeah, that was
also
ambitious.
I don't know why XS Vampire loved the guy, but didn't need to be in melee range there. You know, like it was a stun into a stun, and he's just like, you know what? You can call me. You can get a little bit of that turnaround potential, because yeah, I don't think that should have happened. Maybe, you know, the gank attempt still wouldn't have worked out, but at least you wouldn't have lost someone going for a 3v1 gank.
It would have been a nice pickup for them. Oh, Young G. Oh, they broke the tree. Young G, they know he still does not have the BKB. The BKB will not matter. They're just going to throw in the A ult as well, and he will catch everybody with that. BB is able to snipe out the Namiga players. Monodrama goes down. Eventually, Corrupted comes in, gets the godlike dunk as well. And I think, Matt, we've seen this tale before. It's a good start from the side of one move, and a very dominant start to this best of 3.
It has been completely, and I mean, I really thought that perhaps at least Windranger would have been able to do a little more to be able to keep these lanes pressured out, stop this aggression from coming forward, because I still feel like if it gets to the super later stages of the game, they might be able to still contest this, but in terms of the mid-game dominance, it's exactly what One Move were wanting, and it really is a reward for how instantly they were able to take advantage of their timings. You know, every single time they've found a big item, they've gotten a kill or they've gotten a big objective off the back of it.
All right, that's a nice little shackle shot. In the back line goes Bashka, but you can just see how instantly One Move turn around onto this Tiny. They don't get the dunk, but Eyesight cleans it up. Goes up onto the high ground, wants to take down XX Vampire, is able to get that one as well. And they are just jumping in, getting the calls. Corrupted tries to pull them outside of the base as well. They're getting stuck out by this Dark Willow. They are very, very tanky though, but eventually you can just see the excess damage they've got here for One Move. Corrupted's looking to try and go in, gets towards the back line, gets on top of Monodrama. He's able to get the dunk. It's the false promise that wasn't there in time. Eyesight's getting nice and low, but that is only the first life, ladies and gentlemen. Corrupted still hovering on the sidelines here, wants to try and get another dunk, gets more of those Code of Blood stacks. Eventually they take down Difference though, so maybe One Move trying to over-aggress us a little bit too much. If they lose that Corrupted here, this could be quite a lot of gold that's going to go in the pockets of Namiga. He's TPing out in the corner. They don't get the stomp. Oh, you hate to see it. You love to see it if you're One Move.
There's 3 buybacks as well, 2 on cores, Bashka and Kovis 9, as well as Monodrama, and I really haven't felt the impact of this Oracle, right? Like, yes, the AA is a pseudo counter to it, but not if you're the ones that are going to be able to counter initiate. But it just feels like he's the one getting caught out pretty frequently at the start of a lot of these engagements. And even now, when they bought back and they saw them all TP away, they're taking the jungle, and I'm not sure if that's the best option. You know, you've already got a lot of lanes pushing in towards you. If I'm in their shoes, I'm trying to, you know, take a little bit of that lane pressure off and at least force them to have to take a bit of time to get the engagement in onto you.
Yeah. So again, you can just see
coming through.
Yeah, you can just see that one mover just dotting their I's, crossing their T's, as you said, keep pushing in these waves. There's not really that much wave pressure that's coming against them. Getting that tournament to finish now, got the shard up on difference as well. BB almost copped an L there, but that's perfectly okay.
He used the Ghost Scepter, so he took more damage from the Tormentor, but alright, yeah,
Big
cool.
drain. But it's a very, very dominant mid to late game here coming in from one move, and I think this is just kind of Corrupted paying back that start of the game, right? And it's what we talked about in the early couple of minutes. A lot of pressure is put on Corrupted, and seems like he's been able to stand tall for his team here and put a lot of that emphasis that was given to him in the early game into his own game, and then really just be able to kind of, I don't want to say carry the team, but do his job really, really well.
So the one thing that I did really like is that most of the time you do this in a like, okay, we're in a commanding position, let's just completely choke them out of the map and give them no vision. But it was a gem purchased by Access Vampire when you're 16k behind, but I don't think they got any wards off the back of it, and well, that's another dieback coming through from them. 70 seconds without the Oracle. He just didn't walk into that bottom lane, so they ended up seeing the tiny Shadow Blade. They saw a potential smoke coming through as well. They just really haven't gotten the value out of this gem that they were needing.
Yeah, it would have been really nice for them to clear a bit of this out, but now they're just standing here and watching Eyesight take a mid-tier 3. They don't even have Corrupted anywhere close to try and fight. They at least know it. Because, oh, did he walk? I don't think he walked into that ward vision towards the secret shot.
It was just out of it. But it's the fear of the unknown, just like, you know, the Enigma black hole. You don't always need to land it. It's gonna be
That's
a big
huge.
blast.
They walk in, they're able to come in with that workhorse to try and at least get the Tiny out of this fight, but that just means that Corrupted gets the two-man call. They Wukong up from Young G, and they're just going to leave it be. Eyesight goes back in.
This will
Bashka,
be a dieback as well.
unfortunately for him, he doesn't have too much life left here, especially when Difference takes him down. Corrupted goes forward here onto Young G. BKB's the pods, but you can just see how much more this Axe is able to do than Young G. Beyond godlike for the Axe. And Corrupted 14, 1, and 8. G's get dropped, and that is game number 1. Going the way of one move off the back of a Grandmaster performance from Corrupted. You know, seeing this Axe pick, I really enjoyed it with the Dark Ruler. I think he really kind of excels when you have a position 4 like that. And the fact that he was able to get a lot of that early emphasis from his team and just be able to kind of just knuckle down, and as soon as he got that Blink Dagger, as soon as he got that Blade Mail, Corrupted just walked around and got so many big fights. That fight in the top kind of area in that top lane, that was basically what kind of set up the game for him. Corrupted with a lot of massive
This is the one.
Yeah, and I'm very, very excited to watch to see what he can do, and especially if this Axe becomes a hero throughout these qualifiers, that one move really try and lean towards for Corrupted.
Again, we were talking about at the very start of the game, you know, like what sort of heroes you want to be picking, and it's comfort for at this stage of the game, right? And you know, it just so happens that these heroes happen to be pretty good in the meta right now. But we mentioned Grip, aka Gilgear. Dark Willow is his best hero. Corrupted, Grandmaster on the Axe, and he showed why. You know, he was able to just be such an influential part of this this team. He topped the damage, he topped the kill involvements, he had the least number of deaths across the entire game, second most farmed, and he was just always finding that perfect initiation. MVP by far.
I definitely feel like even in a lot of these scenarios where, you know, maybe he wasn't getting multiple people with a lot of these Axe calls, I think he was just kind of separating a lot of these fights in such a good way where there wasn't really a good avenue for a lot of these Namiga players to be able to try and turn a lot of these fights around. This looked like potentially it could have been a good fight for the side of Namiga, but you can just see in just multiple different scenarios it felt like that they weren't really on the same page. Looks like we saw Monodrome was actually stuck in the trees in that fight. So that's potentially why he wasn't able
blinked
to get
into
it.
the trees.
Yeah.
And they popped the dust as well, which, you know, I think it would have done that 25 damage to him as well, so it would have disabled the blink on top of that. So it's just these little things that are able to be impactful, and I really wasn't feeling the Oracle this game. I thought perhaps they should have done a little bit more in the laning stage. I feel like, you know, he was the one that ended up giving up that first blood. And in terms of like how things eventuated in the game, it just we never really felt the impact of this Oracle. So I wonder if that's something where they just need to, go away from it entirely, or if kind of like a bunch of other players, like I'm just going to use someone that we're going to be covering later today in Podlo, for example. He is a aggressive style support. He's not a reactionary support. Yeah, he plays his Shadow Demon and all that sort of thing, but I much prefer him when he's playing his Snapfire, his Shadow Charm, and even Chen when he's able to break that one out. Things that get on the front foot. So I think I might want to see that from Monodrama as well.
Yeah, just really be able to kind of have a little bit more agency in a game rather than just kind of have to sit back and play that reactive kind of style. But as we can see here, our standout player is by and far Corrupted, the one-man army of the Facet and the one-man army in the game as well. I think this is just a really good showing for a lot of these players, and the fact that you'll have somebody like Corrupted who's able to have such a good start here. I feel like over the years, Matt, you and I have definitely been able to watch a whole lot of very, very good offlane players. And I feel like a lot of the time when you have stand-up performances like this, where an offlane player is able to kind of take over the game like that, really sets them up for the rest of the future. So I'm excited to see what Corrupted can do. I'm excited to see what Namiga can do. A little bit of a break here as we go in towards game number 2. So join us on the other side of this.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
All right, you beautiful gamers, welcome back to the road to the international for Eastern Europe. The regional qualifiers for 2025 are well underway, and we're a few series deep, and we're a few games deep into this series in and of itself, Danog. So game number 1, dominated by Corrupted on his axe. Game number 2, what are we going to get?
Maybe an axe ban? You never know. That could be the way that they look to try and approach this. But I think there are enough busted heroes that you don't need to just go super reactionary. I really do feel like that lane could have been very different if you just didn't have that first blood, for example. And maybe you made a few more rotations, because realistically, what was Oracle doing there the entire time other than just kind of standing around and leeching some XP? You know, it wasn't really impacting anything of what Axe was trying to do. He was cutting waves from 6 minutes onwards, and at that point maybe it's time for you to make the move that Gilgear did and, you know, make an outnumber happen on one of the side lanes, which led to Centaur dying, and then the snowball just kept rolling and rolling.
Yeah, it really did feel like that the Oracle should have been very reactive to the Dark Willow. Obviously that whole bunch of kit can do quite a lot of work for you. So we'll see what the change is going to be this time around. So Namiga, they're the ones that get the first pick this time around, so they're able to opt into the Ancient Apparition. But it's just going to be a response to the Dark Willow. Just another one of those heroes that is very, very strong at being able to do a whole lot of work. And as you said, Gilgear / Grip is a very, very proficient Dark Willow, some may say. So being able to pick that up for him is really, really big. Also, before we get a little bit deeper, I do want to touch on the fact that for a lot of these closed qualifiers, I feel like when you have these teams that are kind of on the fringe, aka like one move, having them in this boot camp, like this Avulus boot camp, is actually should be very, very big for them, especially with the momentum of being able to win one game and be able to keep that ball kind of rolling for them, and as you know, considering they're all in the same room.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, it does make things a whole lot easier just to be able to get that instant communication. You can't just run and hide from any sort of mistakes. And I was reading an interview that Astini did, coach of Paravision, recently, and he kind of echoed the statements that Quinn had also made, where these Eastern European teams, they're not ones to just sit back and let things fester. If something happens, they address it here and now. And I feel like, again, at a boot camp, when you can see your teammates right there, you've got your coach right there, it's just so much easier to be able to do that and wipe the slate clean and start fresh.
Yeah, and I think it also enables you to obviously have a lot more of the nuances when it comes to body language and all that kind of stuff. But anyways, we're getting too deep in the psychology. I feel like I could read books for days about
by the way.
Yeah, about esports psychology. But as you said, Axe ban here. I feel like a lot of these, I don't want to say targeted towards Corrupted, but obviously trying to dwindle the offlane pool seems to be a strategy for a lot of these teams. Centaur's gone, Axe is gone, Darkseer's gone, Bristleback's gone, Beastmaster's gone. Like, what is really left at this point?
What else could he pick? I mean, Mars is still in the pool. Not really something mega strong that they've been looking to try and get lately, but I mean, Abaddon's still there, but are you really worried about Abaddon if you've got an AA? Probably not. Death Prophet, kind of a similar sort of thing. It really just depends if they've, again, got the tools to be able to jump the backline. Like, if you... I feel like that's where they're going to be prioritizing these next few picks, is how are we going to be able to find out this AA and kill him before the team fight even begins? And once that happens, I don't think they're going to commit even more offlane bans.
All right, so Dirge response here from one move. To be able to get
Give me a Snapfire.
A very tanky hero to be able to try and secure that safe lane for them. I wouldn't hate it. Gives them a lot of that extra splash damage to mean that the Shadow Realm isn't just a straight up get out of jail free card. Also, as you know, the whole point of it would be to take down the Tombstone.
Yep. You're able to, deal damage from a fair ways away as well. It does mean that you've got two kind of similar supports, I suppose, but I wouldn't hate it, right? Just because there are still so many different heroes that you could look to combo together. It would make Mars a viable option for Namiga to even pick up for themselves. Sure, it might not feel great into the Undying, but again, the way to beat Undying in lane is to not lane against the Undying most of the time. You just try and, get boots of speed early on and pull waves, and then there's nothing really that an Undying can do about it. So I wonder if they're going to look to consider going down that avenue on Namiga.
We'll see. We'll wait and see indeed about how they want to play out these lanes and what the thought process is very, very deep in the reserve time now for Namiga. They have definitely started to pull a lot of these different things out of their hat. So it is going to be the Muerta who will be the response. So, as I
wonder
said,
if that's like a attempted block pick, you know? Like, it is one of the more popular position ones these days, and the Morphling's gone, the Nature's Prophet's gone, the TA's gone, the TB's gone. So, you know, are they just trying to take away the last, at least in their opinion, good hero that they've got to be able to go to on one move?
Potentially, but I feel like you're kind of playing into one move's hands there, like, you know, talking into the mentality of a lot of these closed qualifiers. Like, yes, you still do have that second life of the lower bracket if you're Namiga, if you do lose this game, but you know, if you're already going into game number 2 where you're burning so much of your reserve time and your second pick is a block pick that's not really playing to your strengths, like that already feels like that you've lost the mental game before it even starts, right? Now you get the Ursa Warrior is such a great counter pick to that Pangolier. Very, very scary for the Ancient Apparition. If you have an Angry Bear that gets in your face as an AA, you are just dead. There's just nothing you can do about it. So I feel like right now one move are in a very, very aggressive position. I'm not quite sure how I feel about the Ursa Undying lane, to be perfectly honest with you. But combining it with a lot of these other heroes that seem to kind of set up a lot of the fights for these heroes, seems like it's going to be fine.
It does, and now you've got a way to be able to address the Pango as well if he does get off the Rolling Thunder too, with the Pulverize from the Primal Beast. So, I mean, I was thinking where the Undying, the Ursa was picked, they could consider something like a Medusa. Like, yeah, you're probably going to get Diffusal Bladed, but there's nothing really that an AA can do against you. There's nothing really that, again, the Stone Gaze would have been good against the Rolling Thunder, but not going to be the way that they're going to do this. Are they going to have damage issues on Namiga is, again, my question. Like, yeah, this Muerta could be a position 4 still. It's being picked as a POS 1 a little bit more frequently these days. But it seems like that might be the case. And you talk about ways to be able to quickly burst down the back line. Sven is at the top of the list. You know, again, this is something that I was talking with you in the quote-unquote green room about why TA is so good now, why Ember Spirit's being picked up a lot more. And hell, the Sven can probably be in the same category. Gossamer Cape does not exist anymore. So it feels like that is a huge buff for all of these heroes that just dish out that frequent damage either at the very start of a team fight or every 5, 6 or so seconds.
Yeah. So just, you know, these small little tweaks may seem inconsequential to certain people, but as you start to see it starts to get, you know, compounded, you know, maybe there's a few buffs here or there when it comes to these heroes, and then these items that really, you know, when you think about it, can kind of neuter them a little bit more. So when they're removed, things can change quite a lot, as we can already can see with a lot of these hyper contested heroes. I feel like Bristleback and TA are going to be those heroes that you're potentially going to be seeing a whole lot more of. In that previous series, you know, our little English gentlemen were talking about giving up the TA and being able to deal with it, and maybe that's potentially something that we're looking here for one move, being able to, you know, give up the Ancient Apparition and try and deal with it that way with these very scary tanky heroes. So
it does feel like they need a bit more of the team fight, and that's why, you know, Ember, why the Puck are being banned out at this point. Feels like it wouldn't be a terrible Razor game, but again, it doesn't really offer that much in the form of team fight, and this does. You know, another way to be able to jump in onto the back lines. The Primal Beast can still be played as an effective mid, though, and I feel like you'll have a pretty decent time. Again, the Pango is going to be useful to be able to just get away from Ursa, not really be too vulnerable there. It's actually going to be a Bat Rider coming through last. Okay, so is this a mid Bat? Looks like it is.
Okay, all right. I was going to say, potentially it could be a nice little counter pick that we can have for one move, and Different seemed very confident with that Bat Rider pick. That was basically a snap pick, like pretty much straight away. Even saw in his player cams, he looked pretty happy with that, looking back at the coach. So we're looking at one move right now. I think just this is pure vibes. This is raw vibes. It feels like one move have a lot of confidence from game number 1, and they have just picked a draft that they wanted to play. Whereas the side of Namiga, very reactionary. It very much feels like they went into it saying, okay, we want Ancient Apparition, and then what's our game plan after that? kind of question mark, you know? And they've just picked a few heroes that are a bit reactionary to what was picked here from one move. And it really does feel like that unless they get off to a roaring start for Namiga, I feel like that they're already kind of half defeated in their own brains with, you know, how that first game went.
Yeah, I'm really just looking for... I think Sven this game is going to be the thing that decides it for me. You know, you're just able to flash farm so effectively. All these heroes, and it surprises me that it took people so long to be able to figure out. If you've got an inbuilt farming mechanism, you're just great. You know, it's kind of why I'm surprised that we haven't seen a little more of the Magnus so far in these qualifiers, just because you can go either route, right? You can either go the Eternal Empower facet and just have that for yourself, or you can go the Shockwave build and perhaps be a little bit more involved in team fights without having to give up all of your farming potential. So something like a Sven where all you really need is a few stacks, you're going to use the first few God Strengths just to be able to farm up that little bit more effectively, and then once you do join these team fights, either through an Aghanim Scepter or through a Blink Dagger, you're able to, you know, get off on the right mark, be able to find that quick burst kill, because you know they've got the follow-up there in the form of Pango, Void Spirit, and I'd say that's probably about it. You know, the Muerta, sure, might be able to contribute with a dead shot or something like that, but I'm not expecting this to be, you know, an AA, kind of like what we saw last game, right? Axe Blink Call into AA Blast makes sense. You don't have that same level of impact, I think, with this Namiga draft.
Yeah, you don't really have that, as you said, just kind of that I'm trying to find an eloquent
punch.
word. Yeah, 1-2 punch, that kind of like snap, like this is what we're doing, everything hits at the same time, and you pretty much get yourself a kill out of that. Takes a little bit more finesse and a little bit more lining up for this Namiga draft. So we'll see if that's able to pull this one out and completely change what my Vibometer has been able to land on when it comes to the mentality. So we'll see.
How accurate is your Vibometer over the years?
I feel like my Vibometer's been pretty on point for a very long time. It's just now that I'm actually speaking it into existence, and it sounds a lot less cool than what I thought it was in my head. There's definitely someone in Twitch chat just being like, "Ooh, vibes, bro. Yeah, very smart caster." You know, but whatever. We're here now.
That's all you need. That's all you need is vibes.
Exactly. That's how we get to. That's how we've been casting together for so long, Matt. You know, it's all about vibes. You can talk about numbers and hero pick rates and stuff as much as you like, but at the end of the day, if your team's not vibing, then you're not winning.
I mean, that kind of did feel like what TI 8-9 OG was pretty heavily around vibes, to be honest.
Exactly. It's just sometimes you just feel a pick, and we've seen it in multiple of the the true sites and stuff like that. Sometimes a player just says, you know what, I'm vibing this hero. I haven't seen it in 2 years because it's been Garbo, but you know, I'm vibing it, and sometimes that's all you need. So maybe that's what One Move are relying on here is raw vibes, because it seems like they've picked a lot of heroes that they're very, very confident with, and I'm not saying that Namiga haven't, but you know, like another Grandmaster tier hero here for Corrupted. It seems
I was just
like,
about to say that. Yeah, like another Grandmaster hero.
Went straight into this Bat Rider, like it seemed like something that he wanted to play, and the Void Spirit really just kind of pushed him in that direction. He was very happy about it, so we'll see if it works.
I mean, it's just so obnoxious to have to play against a Bat Rider as a melee hero as well, right? It's kind of pretty similar to what happened last game, right? Like Young G, he was on the giving end of the ruining of the Void Spirit's lane, but he's not going to have as easy a time this time around for sure.
The Vibe Ruiner was Young G last time, or BB. He's copping a lick in, and once again, this is the first blood here in the top lane. So nice little start once again here for Covis 9. Thanks to XS Vampire. So BB not putting the smackdown on that you would hope from a Dirge. And this is kind of what I talked about in the draft, right, where it felt like, you know, Undying Ursulane. I mean, on paper it seems kind of scary, but it seems like the Amiga have two very good heroes against this Undying to kind of just kite him around a little bit.
Vulnerable to the same stuff, basically, right?
Yep.
Like, you're going to be able to interrupt this pull. Looks like they probably will. Never mind. Range creep. Gonna get caught out here, but not the worst for XS Vampire. Wondering when they are going to be able to drop that tombstone as well. Again, I would imagine that it's going to be some movement speed coming out pretty shortly for Vampire, because again, he just wants to be able to bully these melee heroes as much as possible. Of course, get away from the tombstone as well.
able to walk in and out, go back and forth. And also with this as well, Eyesight's just not able to put the
here we go.
smack down.
Oh, we missed the blood grenade.
It's just not close enough, so they're going to be able to deal with this. Nice and calling as well to be able to go down here on a BB. Has a lot of those stick charges though, so able to get the free kill here. And this Pango, ooh, I imagine if that dead shot hit, BB probably could have been going down once again. But yeah, it's just the kind of snowball effect, right? The fact that XX Vampire is able to deal so well with BB means that the Undying can't pressure out Covus 9, and that means that Eyesight isn't able to get this early level lead to be able to bully out the Pango by himself, and it's kind of this snowball effect. So looking very similar to game number 1 here, Matt, where it feels like the early couple of stages have been going very, very well to the side here of Mimiga. Oh, that's a nice headshot there to be able to bring BB back into the clutches of Covus 9. XX Vampire.
He's getting some nice. He's getting some nice double decays, but the thing is, like, you need to be getting a lot more out of this than what he has been, right? Like, you're an Undying. You need to be constantly buying, regen for yourself. And if you're not getting kills, you're not exactly farming, right? Ursa needs to be the one picking up 99% of that farm. So I feel like eventually they're just going to run out of juice for him to be able to play around. So the fact that they're not really getting too much of anything is such a big downside for one move on this top side of the map.
Especially now that Covus 9 has Bracer plus boots and a full magic wand. Like,
Yep.
Pango is pretty happy with how this lane is going. I know we're focusing quite a lot on top lane, but I feel like that is probably a pretty volatile space for them to be able to play around with. You know, looking at mid lane, Young G versus, Difference. Batrider's going to do Batrider things. Young G is actually doing relatively well. 21 and 8 up against the 18 and 7. So he's actually ahead when it comes to levels. So Young G is doing
Corrupted
a very,
as well.
very good job.
Corrupted's like 300 net worth ahead of a Sven, and he's getting a lot of this XP solo. So, again, just one of these things where they were able to manipulate the lanes so that he's able to get a lot of these early levels for himself. And Gilgear's not going to allow Bashka to be able to get a lot of this, completely uncontested. He's going to be annoying. He's going to try and maybe drag the creep wave away, force a little bit of this damage into the tower, and that's exactly why they go for this move now, because you're going to need to make a decision. Do you try and live? Do you try and fight? Do you try and go for the tower defense? You might end up just not dying, but not getting too much out of that at all.
Yeah, just with that a little bit of extra move speed from Warcry just meant that Bashka was just slightly further away from Corrupted than we really wanted. Especially with the 2 levels in the Storm Bolt. We may need a TP down here from Monodrama, so Group's going to be able to at least get the Preamble Maze here. Does miss out on the Blood Grenade. They want to see if they can try and get back on top of Bashka. A few more auto attacks. They get it done. Group finishes it off with Gilgear, as some may know him. So Corrupted.
Yeah, ended up feeding him over a healing salve as well, by the way. Activates the Marsh Mage. Be able to get away. Yeah, he didn't actually have the mana for the trample there, so nicely done by Grip to be able to feed him over that first healing Lotus, and ends up picking up the second one as well. So once again, a really solid offlane duo coming out here from Grip and Corrupted. I mean, even
Yeah, it really
Corrupted,
feels
he
like-
was Vaja previously as well, so he's changing his name up.
Corrupted.
Top side, maybe
TP out.
danger?
Ooh, no. BB is too strong. What I was going to say is it really feels like that's kind of going to be the strong point here for one move. Is their offlane. Really feels like that they can give Corrupted or
There's
Vaja.
3 down here, by the way. They're really looking to try and contest this this Wisdom Rune, but I don't know, can you afford to have all 3 down here considering Pango just died and he died with TP there available? So he's not going to be able to get back
too.
quickly enough. Yep.
They want this tower, and they want this this Wisdom Fountain. Corrupted is very tanky though, 1300 HP with a chainmail and boots. Oh, that's a beautiful dead shot. That was well played there by XX Vampire. Now it's potentially going to turn into a few more of these kills. The cold feet goes down onto Corrupted. He loses his life, and Difference wants to hold out onto the higher ground, so they're just going to leave it be. But taking down Corrupted, that's a big scalp to get.
It is, and I'm not sure if they necessarily needed to do it, right? Like, they've got some... Hold on. Someone else is going to die. Gilgear ends up falling down. Will they be able to get a trade for it? I'm not so sure.
He does
Oh,
not have
the
the
Undying.
stick, and now with the TP coming back in here from BB, they will just TP out on the side of Young G. So they lose their Sven for that, but they pick up another kill there on the grid. That's a lot of experience going the way here for the side of Namiga, right?
It is, for sure.
I really don't know why they chose to, move over and try and contest that. Like, yeah, you ended up getting the Sven kill eventually, but it really felt like that was only because they stuck around for a little bit too long, right? It was a 1-for-1 Wisdom Rune trade, and they had complete understanding of where everyone was, just because no one was showing it all on the top side of that, top side of the map. So I'm surprised that they did choose to continue with that as XS Vampire says hello to the grave once again.
Yep. That was walked in to try and contest the power rune against BB. BB said thank you very much for the regen rune. Dumped a little tombstone and Indifference did the rest. So very aggressive from both these two teams. 8 minutes in, 8 kills. Seems like there's a lot of different spots on the map that both these two teams really want to occupy. Kind of understanding the pitfalls from game number 1, the Mega. Just trying to be a little bit more receptive to a few more of these aggressive maneuvers and trying to be a little bit more on the front foot themselves. Because I think that's really what kind of shot them in the foot. They just let Corrupted do whatever he wanted.
Completely. I think that's the area that I'm really enjoying from them so far, is that they are choosing to try and do a lot more of this aggression. Sorry, Difference isn't going to be able to chase down Young G in the mid lane. But the thing is, look at the warding game that they've been able to get up here by one move. They just had one de-warded inside of their jungle, but it's basically spot the Sven stacks, and that's going to enable a mid Bat Rider to very quickly take that. A Primal Beast, also with maxed out Trample very shortly, is going to be able to take out any sort of stacks that are being built up. So I'm expecting even some deeper wards, like Killgear's placed one down on the bottom line of the map, maybe kind of underneath the tier 2 tower is another option as well.
Yeah, just really looking towards, as you said, spot the Sven stacks. So we've got some good vision so far, and probably potentially could be expecting the same thing coming in from the side of Namega, right? Like
up.
trying to go towards the triangle and see what Difference can get. But as you said, there's going to be a smoke coming here. So let's see what Corrupted and Grip can find.
Luck is favoring the Bat Rider, although I'm not sure if he went with that smoke being revealed a little bit too early here.
They go in here onto Young G. The fear comes in. They'll have the lasso if they need it, but it will just be the pulverize instead. Young G cops it from every angle.
Again, I know it's not that hard, but again, the comfort from just having the confidence to be able to say, all right, Dark Willow, you start out the fight, lays down the Bramble Maze, make sure it connects onto the Void Spirit, and then that just secures the kill completely.
Mm-hmm. Just having
Still has the Arcane Rune, by the way, so we're going to start chasing him down. Almost level 9 as well, so we'll be able to have that 5th point in the Sticky Napalm with the Arsonist facet, and he's actually going for a Dragon Lance, so really going to be starting to do a whole lot more right-click damage in the not-too-distant future.
Really trying to build up the Smoldering Resin innate, trying to get that little bit of extra attack damage, and as you said, with the Arsonist facet, it just means that he really just wants to build up a lot of those big sticky napalm stacks and seeing how much damage he can potentially do. So we are at a point now where it is looking like a tipping point for me. In the next couple of minutes, if we see that Difference is able to get, an extra kill with Lasso, they're able to link up once again with Corrupted. He gets another kill with Pulverize. If it's on a core or two, things can look scary, but they're looking to see if they can turn this back around. Monodrama goes in, Difference gets smacked down, overstepped, didn't see the AA, and loses his life. All right.
As indeed, and we're already seeing a big difference here in the way that Monodrama is playing as well. As XS Vampire tried for a bit of play, but he didn't end up needing it at the end. The difference between him playing a proactive versus a reactive hero, right? Like, AA is not a reactive hero. You want to be going out making plays with your team, and that's just exactly what he's been doing, moving to the bottom side of the map past the tier 1 tower, being there to be able to gank the Bat Rider before he gets a few of these big items for himself. Really enjoying the way he's playing this game in particular. And they're going to go for another smoke, realizing that by the time they get to that top lane, 15 seconds away is the Ice Blast cooldown. They'll be able to pick off someone very quickly. If it's Bat Rider again, that would be amazing, just to continuously put him in the grave.
Oh no.
He's counting down the timer on that ulti.
He's able to find him out, gets the Resident Pulse as well. They threw out the Ancient Apparition, Ice Blast and Difference. Lights the dust, so 2 deaths in a row here for the Bat Rider. I believe they saw him TP top when they were trying to go into Covus 9, so it just meant that They knew exactly where the bat was, and one of those heroes that really needs to have a good start, and especially now going in towards this Dragonlance build, it's going to feel a little awkward, especially because, you know, getting towards the end of the Battle Fury here for Eyesight, and just looking towards Corrupted to try and take a little bit of pressure off his calls, but Namiga, as you said, much more proactive in this game number 2 here, and really trying to pull themselves back into this series.
You're really wanting to defend this top tower. It's kind of the same thing that I was mentioning previously, right? How important it is to be able to keep this area of the map as farmable as possible, but looks like they'll be able to get away. So Tombstone being dropped, TP's being used, but not really getting too much out of it on one move, except just keeping that tower available for themselves. So I wonder if they're just going to back up, get this this Wisdom Rune at the 14-minute mark, and then look to engage again onto that tier 1 tower up top, because you don't want to give Eyesight again just unopposed farm on this top side of the map. He's shown how quickly he's able to make an impact if you give it to him.
And especially on a hero like Ursa as well, if you leave him be for a little bit too long, he can reach that critical mass where he's very, very hard to deal with without any of these extra items. And that's when they can really start to get this snowball rolling here for one move. But it's kind of showing a bit of the pitfalls
Is he
of their
getting a
drop.
solo kill? No, not quite. Doesn't have the mana
Almost
to
has
TP.
it.
Oh, just had to pop the clarity to do it.
He gets out, but as I was saying in regards to the one move draft, it's kind of the pitfalls they have. They really do rely on basically this Bat Rider or the Primal Beast just running in and catching someone. So you throw down this early Tombstone, it is very, very hard for them to keep the fight around it.
Yep. Looks like they're going to prioritize the mid tower, which totally fine. Just wanting to make sure that you're taking away a few more of those avenues to be able to counter-initiate, to, you know, smoke quite so easily, to be able to move across the map. Again, like you mentioned, this is even Ursa. Once you get to that point, you know, he's going for. I wonder if he's going to go Sanjin Yasha just because you are going up against, you know, the stuns coming through. It's the only thing that still has status resistance, even though it's only 15%.
Oh, it's a fight here around the outpost, and unfortunately for Difference, he's been found out once again by another Ice Blast.
Okay.
They want to see if they can fight out on Young G here. He doesn't have any more Astral Steps, so he just dies. So they at least get the turnaround here, and maybe they're able to get this kill onto XX Vampire as well. So yes, they lose the life there onto Difference, but they at least turn it back around with a lot more of these cores collapsing on that area. So one move. They at least don't cop this on the chin. They get something out of it as well. It's a lot of damage.
Namiga got something out of it though as well. Oh, hold on, mid-fight, and it's a Pango with Diffusal Blade and Rolling Thunder coming in.
There's no real spells that are left available here for one move, so it's the support's going to try and get this Delta split, and hopefully they can just take a lot of this pressure and see if everybody else can walk away. So they don't really get any other follow-up, so I think it's just going to be Grip that's going to lose his life. He does throw out the fear, but it is a nice little jump there from Young G to get away from the Terrorize.
And even Eyesight just yoinking away that Haste Rune, making sure that you know, Void Spirit isn't able to play around it as he looks to farm up this top side of the map. Although he's showing, they know that someone needs to farm this big juicy wave, and that's exactly where all of Namiga starting to close in onto, just assuming that he is going to go again back into the quote-unquote safety of the jungle, but they've read this one perfectly.
He's got a couple of seconds left on a TP, and maybe Eyesight gets his spider senses tingling. He does walk away from them, though, gets back underneath the safety of the tier 2 tower.
Very nice.
Oh. Sometimes
Eyesight.
it just starts
He's got
to
the
tingle.
third eye.
That's why he's called Eyesight Baby. He sees through the fog of war. Oh, BB.
Our scanner.
He does not. Oh,
Ooh, no, unfortunately dead. Yep. TP is too long. It gets caught out, and that is just the life of the Undying, especially when you have, what's it called? Ceaseless Dirge. That's what it is. Yeah, just get that free respawn. I mean, it takes you a couple of minutes to get it back, but at the end of the day,
that's
you
something
soak
that
up
carries have, not supports. You know?
Yeah.
Carries are able to sense that coming through. They were still able to place down that Observer Ward, though, so I don't know if he can assume that that's kind of what was happening at that point in time, because obviously Undying ended up dying after the fact. Is he walking into this one, though?
Let's be very, very careful about where he steps here. It is a very treacherous kind of area to be in, and as you said, Sometimes the spidey senses do tingle, but it's about whether or not they get the required information at the end.
Not the untying
He's
again.
just getting caught out by Young G, especially with the Sagan Scepter. He just gets found out and killed. Seems like the script has been flipped for the side of one move here. Very, very aggressive Namiga. Especially now that Basker's got so much of this extra net worth. Blink Echo Mom all ready for the Sven.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
And we're at a point now
What I
where
do like
difference-
is, yeah, like just to highlight difference, right? Like he's taking a bunch of these stacks that were being made for the Sven, right? Like he is taking away a lot of this net worth in the quote-unquote safe areas because they were able to take away that bottom tier 1 tower. It's the only tower that they've been able to get, but it still is the most important one just because of what it means for how far you're able to get out onto the map. And yeah, he's died a fair few times, but if you're able to continuously cut these waves and just be annoying, be a little bit of a dick, basically, to the enemy team, it just makes it so much more frustrating for them to have to play around.
Dire's bottom tower is
Seems like
under
there's
attack.
potentially a bit of posturing coming in here for one move. They have the BKB up now on the Primal Beast, but it's Basco who's been able to find out Grip, Blink God Strength, Mask of Madness. Says see you later to that small little Dark Willow, but the rest of this smoke move hasn't been able to find anybody just yet, except for the Sacrificial Lamb that is BB. Corrupted is around, but with no extra damage, there's no real way for them to try and get this fight going. It looks like, for the side of Difference as well as Eyesight, they do not want to have a fight of this at all. Corrupted, you did not just walk in towards that area. With the AA Ice Blast, he loses his first use of his BKB as well.
Yeah, not the way that you want to do it. You can afford to give up a support every now and then if it does mean the rest of your cores are farming, but that has not been the case at all. They're even still continuing to push in this mid lane, right? Just letting the creeps do the work for them. And with the way that they've been dying previously, just look at where Grip is standing on the right-hand side. He wants to be farming this, but he's like, I ain't stepping out there. I don't want to go anywhere close to these creep waves because everyone's just dying the second they show themselves.
Yep. And he pushed up towards that top lane just a moment ago, and Sven decided to God Strength and kill him. So it is just at the point now where if you're one move, you really need to try and get some semblance of map control back, because Namiga is at the point. 20 minutes ticks up. Tormented time for them. They can even potentially look towards a Roche with how large Bashka is right now. Very, very close to finishing off that BKB. And at that point, like, what are you really looking at to try and deal with this Sven? Doesn't look like the Ursa's going to be at the point where he's scary enough to fight him. Yes, you can lock him down with the Pulverize and the BKB, but do you have any damage to do anything? Like, not really.
They're getting into the Roche pit and trying to take it away before it gets to that stage, though, although Ice Blast freshly picked up with the shard.
Oh, that does so much work, and they just astral step in. Young G hits him with the Resonant Pulse as well. They're looking for the Ursa. He wants to TP away. Bashka doesn't get any of these extra hits, so the Ursa will
Nice
not die
stun.
to the AA Ice Blast. They at least take
grabs
down
him midair.
Young G. And they take down Covus Knight out of that Rolling Thunder, but Difference, he's stuck on top of the higher ground. Bashka's been able to find him and take him down as well. Now, all they are doing is trying to walk away from Namiga and do at least get the charge away, so the Onslaught will be able to at least get the Primal Beast far enough away from the Sven, who just copped the Cursed Crown, and Grip is just going to stand there and take the L for his buddy. And that, again, is just a interesting Roche potential that unfortunately turned into an absolute disaster.
Still standing, by the way, and, you know, despite having the potential to just say, all right, one team fight, let's go do Roshan, especially considering what, you know, Ursa clearly capable of being able to take it away, they opt to try and chase down this Primal Beast instead. Not sure if it was the best option, especially considering, you know, you would have to say with a tier 1 tower still standing on the bottom side of the map, perhaps it's a little easier for one move to be able to continuously try and contest this.
Radiant are scanning.
I mean, that mid-air grab of the Rolling Thunder was really cool.
Sometimes
Alley-oop and slam dunked him.
I feel like Primal is one of those heroes with his animations really produces some cool moments in Dota, the way that things interact. But, I do agree with you in regards to one move potentially just trying to constantly force this Roche pit. It is going to be a pretty heavy area of contention.
So the thing is, as well, with...
Alright, it's just BB. They want to try and fight, though. Okay, so it's BKBs aplenty. They're going to go forward here on the Ursa. Let's see what they can do. Oh, my God. Okay, it's nothing. You can't do anything. It is a no contest. They turn around and Bashka says, 1, 2, 3, you're all dead.
Look at all those calling spirits, though, with all the deaths. And normally you're very happy, but not if you're the ones on the losing end of that fight. And this is the play that I was expecting to see. God Strength still with about a third duration coming through, and just the amount of snap damage that you're able to do in that is kind of nutty on a Sven, and why it is one of those heroes, a few melee heroes still being picked up this game.
Like, just watch it. As we look here, I'm like, oh yeah, it's just BB that's saying, okay, they want to try and fight. Let's see what they can do here. Eyesight goes in, they want to try and take down the Sven, but he just turns around and goes 1, 2. And that is just, you just can't even react to that. Like, there is just nothing that you can do. Like, you are just dead. And
it's the old left, right, good night. That's all it is. You know?
That's
what are you
what it
supposed
is.
to do to react?
A straight up knuckle sandwich, and there's just, and this is exactly what you're saying. It's the reason why you have these heroes like Sven who just have so much physical burst that it is so hard to deal with, and they just let Bashka do exactly what Eyesight did in the previous game. He's just had so much free reign that now he's just gotten to the point where he has hit critical mass on a Sven, and they don't really have good ways of dealing with it because they just don't have the damage. Like, look at one move. Like, none of their heroes really do damage outside of the Ursa, but Ursa needs to be on par, if not an item or two ahead of a Sven, to even have a chance of killing him.
I think they do damage. It's just they needed to be a lot more in control at this stage of the game. Like, Difference does not have the net worth that he would have been expecting with... Was it a last pick? I'm pretty sure it was. Last pick
overall, yeah.
Coming through from this. So that's the big thing that's, I think, lacking from their draft at this stage. And this is kind of what I'm wanting to see Gil do a lot more, is just push out lanes, put himself in a vulnerable position. And he did that for Corrupted previously, right? Where he put himself in between himself and the Primal Beast when they were going for the chase after the second or third previous team fight. I just want to see him do it in lanes, so that they're forced to defend on Amiga. Like, his positioning now is pretty good. Stand at the top of the stairs, be there to pop any sort of smokes from the Shadow Realm, be the ones that get the initiation off. Although Lotus...
Oh, the Lotus on the Pulverize is too big there. It's a lot of damage that goes out there on the Bashka, but he has a second life, ladies and gentlemen. They at least get the TP out there on Corrupted. Cobus 9 is going to try and see if they can roll through any of these TPs, and they don't connect anybody. So that felt like it was a little bit more of a gentleman's handshake. They threw out some spells, they popped some BKBs, everyone said, all right, I'm too hurt. Let's go home.
Yeah. I mean, I'm still just looking at the difference between Bashka and Eyesight this game. 4-level difference, and I mean, again, anyone that has the inbuilt farming mechanism like the Cleave that the Sven has, you don't need to buy a BKB, a Battle Fury, so it means that you have a BKB. You can go into solo kill, very nicely done
That was unexpected.
by Gilgir. You don't need to go into these farming items, which means that you're just so much more effective in a lot of these team fights. Imagine if he didn't have BKB in that previous fight. He probably dies during the Pulverize, but because he had it and popped, yeah, you were still disabled for the Pulverize duration. It just, everyone melted within 2 seconds after the fact because you're a freaking Sven, you know?
Yeah. Exactly. Being able to use all of this free space with that extra farming mechanism just means that players like Difference, who are supposed to be ahead, unfortunately just keep copying it like this. And I think, you know, obviously if he had his time over again, probably wouldn't have gone for this early Dragon Lynch, but the prior committal after such a good start to the lane. I understand why he wanted to try and go for a build like this, but when you look at it like this, you know, hindsight is obviously 20/20.
Even just going for the BKB, right? Like, what if instead he went the Blink Dagger, not to initiate, but just so that he could not only take away some of the Sven's stacked camps, but be able to go into the lane, cut the wave, and then blink away so that you're not just giving up your life to an eventual gank. Because you know the gank is coming, right? Especially now that Sven has the Blink Dagger. That's exactly what he wants to be doing at this stage. But no, it's just... It feels like he's not influencing the map enough, is essentially what I'm seeing. And he's not going to until he gets Blink, and that's another 1,600 gold away.
Yeah, it's still a long ways away, and especially with the Sven that's knocking on your tier 3 towers. has been able to at least take one down. Grip did a good job at least trying to slow it down for as long as he possibly could, and meant that they didn't get any more out of it. But there's just so much of this net worth that you have to start clawing back, and it's, I mean, like even looking at these heroes for one move, it's not like we get towards 40, 50 minutes and they just start to instantly take over the game. Like Ursa's a hero that really falls off in that game, especially in comparison to things like a Sven and a Void Spirit.
Primal.
Hangs that to Nightfall. He's going to see if he can try and get a kill first. He's going to TP away. He gets it done, gets out as well. So, Corrupted. That's a big thumbs up from me, mate.
Yeah, popping the blade
mail.
Yep. Got him.
That's why XSV by XD. Yeah, that's funny.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, sometimes you just get a little bit excited as a support. Kills don't come your way all the time, and when it does, you gotta try and yoink it as soon as you can.
Pretty sure it was from the it was the calling. Yeah. There's nothing really much that you can do. BB. Okay, Healy's got some spells off. Got a lot of spells off, and that means now they can go in onto the Sven, and they've been able to blow up the Sven. Okay, so this is definitely a fight, if you are one move, that you are super happy about. They don't have the pulverize, they get the lasso out here onto the rolling ball, seeing if they can take down this pesky Pangolier. They're able to at least walk away from him once again. Has that Aghanim Scepter, so does a lot of work, but no, he gets stunned up by the Bramble Maze once again. And now Eyesight getting very, very low. You have to be careful here on the Ursa. He gets away just in time with the Enrage as well. So a huge fight there for one move.
You'll see the damage that you're able to output as Vampire as well, though, has actually gone the Boots of Travel. Okay, so wanting to make sure that he's able to join in any gank possible, but also realizes that, with a net worth deficit, probably the way that one move we're going to play is a little bit more of this lane cutty style, and he knows that, he's able to join in at any time and get some pretty significant damage coming out as well. Just another way to deal with those waves is the new Aghanim Scepter that he's got, just increasing the range of the dead shot, or the radius rather, and of course the damage as well. So nicely done.
He's able to utilize a bit of that net worth, but what a good fight there for one move. It's the first step on the road to recovery for them, but you can just still see Namiga probably just a little bit overzealous there for themselves, just overstepping their bounds just a little bit here. And one move for more than ready for that.
Hold on, he's underneath an observer ward right now, Young G.
5-man smoke.
Blink dagger.
Young G. Be able to find him out. How much damage do they have? Oh, they're able to take him down. They do with the onslaught stun there from Corrupted. Once again, showing how strong he is. But now, Pashka goes in with the God Strength, looking to try and see if they get this fight going. Massive lasso comes out as well, the BKB. Do they have the damage to try and take down the Sven? No, they don't. He is oh so low there. Finally, with the BKB wearing out. He's getting low. He has the barrier coming in from the Glimmer Cape. So the Sven's going to be okay. And once again, you're seeing so much damage go in onto Difference. Unfortunately for Grip, loses his life to Cova's 9. There was a buyback out of Young G, though, to be able to get that kill there onto Difference. So a lot of resources expended for both these teams.
I'd say it's worth it, though, to keep the Sven alive, to keep that the snowball going for him, and you did get the turnaround kill onto the Bat Rider as well, so in terms of, mid laner for mid laner, it's pretty big value. The one thing it is going to do is going to set Young G a fair ways back towards this Nullifier purchase, and as soon as I see an Ursa, that's really the item that I'm looking for the majority of the time, just because it really does hinder the amount of damage that he's able to do when you're just dispelling off the overpower, especially considering the BKB is already down to 7 seconds. So once that's 6, you really do start to affect his effectiveness, for lack of a better term, in a lot of these team fights.
Exactly. It really does rely on those overpower hits as well, especially as he starts getting higher and higher up in that talent tree as well. Being able to get those extra attacks is very, very important.
The Alpine Ursa set that he's wearing, by the way.
The golden version. It's not the original Alpine Ursa. That is actually the exact same, pretty much the exact same. I was going to say transmog. I'm so wow coded. It's crazy. The exact same set that my Ursa's wearing, except I have the little baby cub.
Very good. What's his name again?
I don't know. It's a good question. I'll check that for you while you talk about Dota.
Not knowing
On
your
a
children,
mental.
honestly. Hold on smoke action. You got about 10 seconds, just letting you know.
All right, I've got multiple monitors up. We're good. We're locked in. What's his name? Dipper. Dipper the Destroyer.
Big Dipper.
Little Dipper the Destroyer here.
Hold on. All right,
All
so
right. What do we got?
Namiga,
The high ground has
Obi-Wan
been
right
taken,
now.
though.
They've got the high
BB.
ground. Anakin, no.
He walks in, though. He's able to at least try and get a few more of these spells off. Doesn't get down the tombstone, though. That's the problem for them. They go in directly onto the backline, trying to go onto Coverstone. Gets shrouded up by the Glimmer Cape, so that means that they can't get this extra damage. They finally get it done. The Ursa wants to try and take down the Sven. Turns back around with the God Strength. Eyesight takes him down. So they take two big cores here for the side of one move. They get away from the Ancient Apparition Blast, but Eyesight loses his life after that Essence Ring. Seeing if they can take down Young G here on the backlines as well. They're looking to try and run
great
him down.
charge.
They catch him out there with the Primal Beast, and the damage is done. And one move only have one remaining member of Namiga to take down, and they will eventually get it from Corrupted. It cost them an Ursa, but at the end, it was a price they were willing to pay.
I'm just, again, looking at the damage all throughout. 2 uses of the Shiva's Guard, 2 uses of the Trample, and once again, the perfect Pulverize coming through. He finishes that on basically 0 mana as well. And he's also going to get a completed Aghanim Scepter for his troubles, so just more of that damage that's going to be coming out. Break, not amazing for any of these big team fights, but it is still just going to be such a useful tool to be able to have to disable Blink Daggers, for example.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing for me is you see this fight being started by taking down BB, but they instantly are able to get into the back. Covus 9 doesn't get off the Rolling Thunder. They're able to compete through that, and then they have the follow-up BKB lockdown with the lasso to take down the Sven. They just had enough damage there for Eyesight to be able to get away from that, and the fact that he was able to just live that little bit of extra time meant that Young G took that extra bit of damage coming in from the Batrider, and as soon as the Sven's off the table, like Namiga, they really don't have any of this other crazy damage. We've been able to find out a couple more here on the Roche Pit. I was too busy looking at the replay here as we see a little bit of a stressed look on the face of some of the Namiga players.
Not like this.
Understanding this game could start to slip away from them, especially if this Roshan goes the way of one move. They're going to go back in. BKB's being popped. They're going to try and take down Excess Vampire here. Goes in towards that ethereal form, gets away from the grip, gets deleted by the Sven. Difference wants to see if he can try and get away from the Sven as well. Kite out that BKB, but they're taking so much damage from the Rolling Thunder, and that is just so many members for the side of one move dead. And Difference is the next one that is being locked onto here by XS Vampire. They've got the damage from Bashkar. And again, it is just a fight that one move, they really wanted that to be quick and clean, and they just don't get it done.
That was really nicely done by Covus 9, just being able to essentially 100-0 that Ursa. We talked about the importance of the BKB really running low on time, and you actually going to try and commit for this?
He has no BKB, so another 45 seconds until that is up and available. They have no buybacks either, so they're going to see if they can try and draw this out for as long as they can. They've gotten him out of the pit. They've got no HP left. Covus 9 is the only one that's going to go back in. They take down Grip, but with that, Corrupted is a very, very hard kill to try and get here. They do a lot of work just trying to kite out this Primal Beast. It is very hard for him to try and get away here, but the Sven is able to walk in and take down the Primal.
Not even attempting to come in and throw in a Soul Rip or a Glimmer Cape, maybe just wanting to ensure that he keeps the gem. It would have been a very risky proposition, but I have to say that even contesting that Roshan was probably the riskier proposition, and they went into a 2v5 situation, which is pretty crazy for mine. And yeah, I mean, what was looking like being a pretty damn even game is now swung back in favor of Namiga once again.
Yeah, potentially maybe Corrupted felt with the Ag Scepter and the Uproar Dispel. He had enough tools in his arsenal to try and get away from a lot of the members of Namiga. I guess, you know, if it's only really the Sven that he has to worry about for stuns, that he potentially has a way of getting out. But as you said, risky proposition for the side of one move there. I would have loved that if there was potential for a buyback from the Ursa or even the Batrider, because they were all so low from that fight. But lost a little bit more, lost the Roshan as well. And you can just see that this game is, again, starting to swing back in the favor of Namiga. But it just seems like a lot of these fights, Matt, are determined by how these initial first couple of seconds go.
Yep. Absolutely. It really does feel that way. And the big thing for mine as well is that I like this. You know, if you're dying 3-4 times in a row without too much impact like Young Ji was, he should just buy the Helm of Iron Will. You're going for the Nullifier. Just that little bit of extra survivability is probably going to do a lot to be able to just keep yourself survivable in a lot of these team fights. And it means that you're not losing as much unreliable gold as well. And as a result of that, they've won the past couple. He's only 75 gold away from finishing the Nullifier. And I'm honestly a little surprised that no one on Namiga has gone for a Mage Slayer. Seems pretty damn good this game, considering some of the heroes that you're going up against and the fact that these BKBs are running pretty damn low. I think they're all down to minimum duration on all 3 cores.
Yeah,
Surprised if Young Ji went for that as his next item after he finishes up this Nullifier. He's still got a bottle and a wand, so he can afford to do it.
Yeah, could look to try and maybe get a little bit more lockdown. Maybe he wants to try and go for Shivas himself. Potentially could be going towards it. Actually, maybe even a Lincoln's. Lincoln's would be very, very strong this time around. So it's going to be the BKB TP out here from Corrupted.
Didn't get the bash either on the Pango, despite Swashbuckle, Ags with the shield crash. So getting a little bit lucky there, but I'd have to say Corrupted's probably made his own luck through the majority of this game. He's still 10, 3, and 7, so playing a phenomenal one once again.
He's definitely been a standout for me across this series. The last couple of these fights have been either won or lost on the back of his initiations. So we'll see how these next couple of fights are going to go. So pretty much everything is up and roaring here for Eyesight. He's got Ags as well as the Shard, so he's got a whole lot of uptime when it comes to that Enrage. Now looking towards...
Have they seen Young Ji? I think this might be the first time he's actually gone out onto the lane, because you've still got a Ghost Scepter being queued up by Grip, which totally understandable, but against a Nullifier, not sure if it's the best option. I suppose he's still got the Shadow Realm to keep himself safe, and you only really need like a split second of the Yule Scepter to be able to purge off the silence.
I was wondering if that was a bait or if that was just, you know, Grip situating himself in a position to try and bait out something. So you're going to see what they can do here with Bashka on the front lines. Again, it's the second life available, so you have to be very, very careful. Eyesight goes in, doesn't have a good way of getting out of this. That's a nice little stun that comes in there, though, from Grip. So they've burnt through the tier 3 tower with the Roche Gunner down as well. It's hard for them to try and deal with these creeps. At least get them out of the aura, but this melee Rax is going to be going down. Range Rax, pardon me. Let's see what damage they can do here on the Bashka. They're going to pop the BKB here from Eyesight. He wants to get this first life. Gets it done as well. So they're going to go in onto the backlight, onto the AA, but that is the lasso that's being reflected there by the Lotus Orb. Now they're trying to see if they can survive for Eyesight. He's able to at least get himself away from the Sven, but look at all the damage he does. He cleaves through everybody, and now it's all on the back of Corrupted Indifference. How much damage can they do? What can they do? It looks like it's going to be nothing for them. They will have a buyback out on the Batrider, but with nobody else left, and there's no lasso either, it looks like it is just going to be an ultra kill for Bashka, and potentially a game 2 going the way of Namiga. We could be going the stretch for our first series of the night here, Denog.
I think we might indeed. You've got creeps inside the base. They can choose to take away more of these racks just to make it more of an absolute certainty, but after this melee racks, I'd be looking to whack into those tier 4 towers, at least force some buybacks out, but you should know that the lasso is still on cooldown, so you don't really need to be feeling too anxious about anything. Even nice use of the Void Remnant as well, just to make sure that you get onto the top side.
Yeah, no BKBs, no ultimates. He's going to walk in. Does have the refresher roll, so they have to be very, very careful for him. Goes in with the onslaught here. He's going to pop the refresher. Does have the BKB and the Shivas. Wants to see how much he can get out of them as well. So they come in with the lasso, seeing how much damage they can do here onto the Sven. They're just going to leave Bashka to his own devices. So the Sven is down. Tier 4s are still available for the side of one move. They want to try and get on top of Kovas 9.
Chase the ball.
Can they get close enough to him? It doesn't look like Corrupted's able to. So that refresher at least gets themselves a little bit of that extra onto the Sven.
Okay.
So
I still feel like they were a little too anxious there, you know, like they were worried about losing a very winning sort of game, but you know what, they still get 2 lanes of racks, they still are able to take down one of the tier 4 towers, so maybe I'm overly dramatizing things, but could have just been game right there and then if they were a little bit more, I guess, decisive with some of their movements. But understandably, considering they're already one game down, they did want to take that risk.
Yeah, and especially with, Roche potentially spawning in another couple of minutes, can play the slow game here if you are the side of Namiga. Because as we were talking about a little bit earlier, it really does feel like that, as the later this game goes, there's probably not going to be too many issues for Namiga as long as they itemize correctly. And I think the Lincoln Sphere is going to be kind of the cherry on top for a lot of these cores. Once you just start seeing multiple Lincolns as, yes, there is ways of getting around it. Obviously, Batrise has been playing as Lincoln Sphere since the dawn of time, but it just adds that extra layer of breakpoints that means that one move are just going to have to play that much better to get a lot of these different jumps. So we'll see.
Even just having a magnifying monocle on the old Void Spirit there. Wanting that extra range so that he can just quickly jump in and get a lot of these silences and nullifiers off. Not quite yet level 25, so that could be another useful tool if he's able to get into some of this crit, or if he chooses to go down the root aspect, which again, low BKBs, always going to be useful. He's holding on to a lot of gold right now. Has plenty for the buyback, but kind of imagine that he would want something a little bit more effective for a team fight that could be closing the game out here and now.
Or difference.
Gets away just in time.
That was
or does
close.
he? Or does he? The greed.
Oh, no, difference. Difference.
To read the player. Oh, he's not showing.
Oh, they're going inside of the base.
Oh, they see it.
Oh, they see it. They know. Okay. All right. Crisis averted there for one move. That could have been the game right there. I love that play coming in from Namiga, though. Because they understand that all it takes is one core kill. How many buybacks do we have available? None. Not a single one for the side. Oh, actually, it is grip. So
Kind of forced to just stay back inside the base right now. Doesn't have the boots of travel on the Bat Rider either, so if they're going to try and take a team fight, he needs to be coming right now.
they're seeing if they can catch anybody out. They go directly in onto the Ancient Apparition. They blow him up. So Monodrama is dead.
Not the worst pick.
Okay, Corrupted, though, does have the Refresher Orb if he wants to use that second BKB. Corrupted's done such a good job of being able to hold out onto this. No, he gets a... Oh, that's a beautiful save that comes in there from BB to be able to keep Corrupted away from the AAI Splice. Now, with the Refresher Orb being utilized, they want to try and disengage. One move will walk away from this. Young G goes up onto the hike. Okay, see you later, Grip. The only one with the buyback. Roche! Beautiful blink there. Oh, Roche. Okay, throws BB to a safe little spot. But now with the God Strength, they're about halfway through it here. If you are one move, you need to disengage. And they get that done. So now, if you are Namiga, you have a perplexing little puzzle. Do you walk into Roche with God Strength starting to wear off, and all people available for one move, or do you back out?
I think they back out for now. Just you've got the gem, you de-warded around the area, you've got your own observer ward up, so they're going to be the ones to get a little bit of information, and they would have known that at least one smoke was used at that time, but they've got another on one
damage.
move trying to make a big wraparound. Yep, that would be huge. Out is BB. Ooh.
Oh, it's a
No,
fake.
though.
They
Can you
do.
afford to go up here?
Smokes break.
Balls in
Everybody
positioning.
knows the Rolling Thunder's coming through. The real question is, where's Corrupted? He's the one that needs to try and get a lot of these different fights going in as well. Eyesight, they
That's a
do not
dieback.
have the amp damage anymore, and as you said, dieback there on Grip. They got the Purge coming out onto Eyesight, so he doesn't have that amp damage. They want to try and go forward here onto Young G. BKB being popped as well. Difference comes forward. They all get hit by the Ice Blast, and this is where it's going to be the Sven's time to shine. Walks in, clears through one, looks for the second. He's able to take down Eyesight. No BKBs, no buybacks available, and Bashka gets the double kill. GG's is called. And we're going to a game number 3. It was all put on the line there by one move in that second fight, but as soon as they didn't get that initial pick with that amplified damage, it was kind of the trap has been sprung, and there's no real surprise left here for one move.
Yeah, you just see the importance of having that nullifier, right? To be able to not only take away that, it meant he couldn't use the overpower. It meant that you just need to be so much more conscious of how exactly you're using your BKB as well. And it was really a night and day difference for eyesight in particular. This game, 1, 5, and 9 on his Ursa, and it really did feel like that was a result of him having to take a little bit more of a backseat, sit back and farm. Whereas with his Dragon Knight in game number 1, he was the one pushing the tempo. He was the one taking the towers. He was the one trying to make things happen a lot of the time. And to be fair, he did go for that first Roshan attempt at like 21 minutes or so, and good on them for trying that when they were at a disadvantage. But it's just one of those things that happens when you're going up against one of these global heroes like the AA, where you could just scout at any stage of the game. And, well, we see pretty much the story of the entire game. 1, Undying dying, and 2, Bashka going bash and just being able to wipe some of these heroes off the face of the map.
Yeah, it really did feel like, as you said, kind of a contrast between pretty much everybody, between both these two teams. Again, I felt
Dying
like
at
Young
the
G.
start again.
Yeah, it really did feel like that a lot of these fights were basically determined about who got the initial jump. And, I think for me it was really about how Corrupted and Difference were able to utilize these BKB piercing stuns to enable Eyesight to get that damage done. And it just felt like there was just so many different things that one move had to do. Whereas for the side of Namiga, as long as they initially, didn't get caught out by a Blink BKB pulverized by Corrupted, or maybe like a Blink Lasso coming in from Difference, so their fight was relatively easy. So it was just a very stark difference between game 1 and game 2, and a lot of it came off the back of, I feel like, Corrupted not really being able to put any map pressure on.
Look at this. The Lotus Orb plays from Covis 9 were phenomenal that time. That one disabled both a Lasso and a Pulverize. Probably shouldn't be happening, overlaying those two spells together anyway, but, it seemed like every single team fight he was able to get off the perfect Lotus Orb to be able to try and, turn these fights around and really put them in a great spot. I think he did almost the most damage in the game as well on the Pangolier as well. So phenomenal game coming through from Kovis. I think he had one of the highest kill participations as well. So if I had to give an MVP to him, we're saying it's Bashka, but don't give the cores all the position ones all the credit. They already have their moments in the sun. He did do a phenomenal job, but I feel like the hero does a lot of the carry work for him in this situation. He was getting very active. He was, that flashy player. There we go. Thank you very much, production. But he was just phenomenal in what he was able to do in terms of controlling the fights, in terms of being the initiator, in terms of being the answer to a lot of the initiation that was trying to come from both Corrupted as well as the Bat Rider. So it was pretty solid gameplay coming through. A little messy at times, but for sure, I'm excited to go to game number 3.
Yeah, I think there has been a good showing from both these two teams, and especially when it comes to some very key players for both these two teams as well. So I'm excited to see kind of what both these two teams take from game 1 and game 2 about, some game plans and some heroes and all that kind of stuff. So that's the real question that we've got on our lips, ladies and gentlemen, as we head into game number 3. So we're going to go to a quick break in the final game of the series. We'll be right back.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. After that quick little break here, we're going into our final game of our third series of our first day of the Road to the International Eastern European Closed Regional Qualifiers for 2025. That's right. It's a big day. It's a big word. And there's some big games to happen right here, right now for Namiga and One Move. I was going to say one team. I was so close. Matt, question. What do we need to change, fix, or alter for either of these two teams to try and close out this series?
Well, I'm going to peel back the curtain here and talk about what we talked about in the old green room. It seems like winning team POS 3 does well, losing team POS 5 doesn't do well. So pretty simple. Just pick a good, reliable POS 5 and it's all done and dusted. Although Corrupted did still play a pretty damn good game that time around. Maybe not the choice to go into Roche 2v5, but other than that, pretty much flawless coming through from him. It was just everything else kind of crumbling around him. So I would just give Corrupted whatever the hell he wants, because I think he's going to be able to make it work regardless of the fact that Namiga were using like 5 different bans on his heroes. So yeah, we'll have to see what happens. Maybe AA is still the way to go as well. It really feels like it has been a big part of being the difference maker as well in both Game 1 and Game 2.
Yeah, I definitely feel like it kind of just warps how you have to play the game around that hero. Obviously, you have to play around the Ice Blast when it does connect on you. The Shard just kind of adds that initial kind of stun for the Ice Blast as well, and then kind of forces you to play this hyper-aggressive, try and find the backline style. And sometimes if that isn't going the way that you want it to in the game, it really does kind of force your hand to be able to play like that. And especially if you want to, for a lot of these other different combinations, you know, in that previous game there for One Move, that they had to initiate on something like a Pangolier or maybe even the Sven. But then you also have to start thinking about, okay, if we don't go on the AA, then we're going to get Ice Blasted, and how do we play around that? And it just kind of adds these extra facets to it and kind of circles back to what you were saying. Just picking these consistent position 5s feels like it is kind of the best place for both these teams to try and land, right?
Also, I feel like picking, let's say, someone like AA who's got an amazing Aghanim Shard just gives you a whole lot more structure as well, because both times, like dead on 20 minutes, the team with the AA was there at the Tormentor ready to take it, because they know how much of a team fight difference maker that can have, just to be able to have a stun that can be cast from anywhere on the map, basically, if you end up landing it correctly. And when you're able to read the Roche attempts, when you're able to just land pretty much every single Ice Blast perfectly, it just goes such a huge way towards changing the outlook of a lot of these team fights. So I have to wonder, now that Namiga don't have first pick, will they be banning out the AA? Because I feel like that is a pretty decent option for them. Again, lots of busted heroes to go first, but as long as like Bristle, Nature's Prophet, TA, and Darkseer are gone, I'm fine with banning AA.
Okay, so kind of leaning towards seeing what chips fall, and seeing who ends up on what. So we'll see what these next couple of bans are going to be for Namiga. They will get rid of the AA. Okay, so potential for Templar Assassin. Okay, so they'll get rid of that and they'll get the Natures. I was going to say it's either the TA or the Natures.
Get me out. I hate this hero so much. It's so obnoxiously good. You could just go... Again, I mentioned this to you again, pre-cast today. The only hero in my eyes that can reliably be played in every single role in this game and be good. You know, like, I just think it gives your draft so much flexibility. You've got a great shard, you've got a great ags, you've got a great ultimate, you can teleport anywhere on the map. You heal now as well, and you don't have to worry about an ancient apparition because the enemy team's banned it out for you. It's just way too good. Great attack animation too.
Yeah, just, I mean, all around good stats, and kind of just been a freak of the game for a very, very long time. So Namiga are able to at least snipe away the Dark Willow this time around from Grip. So he won't be playing that. Potentially, as you said, could be landed with the Nature's Prophet in his hand as well. I do like this Pangolier ban as well from One Move. I think that really was... from Corvus 9, just a very strong hero. And I think his laning was very, very strong as well. So just being able to get rid of some more of those comfort heroes just means that One Move and Namiga are trying to play in a little bit more even footing.
I'd kind of want he hasn't been playing it a ton lately, but I'd want to see Gilgir play Shadow Shaman in this game, because anything that just has a solid amount of control where you're able to TP in on your Nature's Prophet and make it a 3v2 while someone's stunned feels really good to me. And yes, Nature's Prophet doesn't have the Ironwood Treant anymore, so you're not going to be this tower-taking beast, but that's what Shadow Shaman kind of gives you in that aspect. So I feel like it covers for not even necessarily the weaknesses, but it just has a lot of great synergy with the Nature's Prophet.
All right, so
We shall see, though. Maybe they go something a little bit more passive like Shadow Demon. If they're going to be going up against an axe, it's a pretty great way to be able to just stop a lot of that damage from coming through.
yeah, I think the Shadow Demon is a pretty fair shout against the axe. Really kind of does stop a lot of the stuff that he wants to do. So let's see
Again, though, I feel like a lot of players in Dota... Okay, Shadow Shaman, good. Not very few players in Dota, in my eyes, are good at playing the reactive heroes, and I feel like Shadow Demon is one of those. So, you know, you have your occasional standouts like your Maposhkas, for example, who are just phenomenal at it. But it takes a special kind of person to have the patience and the spatial awareness, let's call it, to not be caught out, to not get baited into team fights, and just bide your time and sit back and sit back and sit back until the perfect time. And I feel like Gilgir probably isn't that one, just because of how good he is when he's able to play so aggressively.
Yeah. And I feel like that's kind of the two sides of the same coin, right? Like these fantastic support players where it feels like one side are those hyper-aggressive, really mechanically skilled, kind of aggressive support players. And then you have, as you said, those Maposhkas as well. And I think also a big thing as well, playing those reactive heroes, is also trying to utilize your downtime properly. And I think that is a big thing for a lot of those players. Is sometimes people can get in this false sense of, I just need to sit here and do nothing, rather than being able to, and I don't want to say anticipate, but being able to understand when you can take that idle time and when you still should be moving around and doing
So
things.
with their last pick overall from the Mega, I kind of want them to see if they can get a puck all the way until the last pick of the draft. Yes, you're going up against a Shadow Shaman, and that doesn't feel great. And Nature's Prophet, even as a 5, has the potential to go something like an Orchid, so puck's life is a little bit more challenging. However, in terms of pairing together with something like an Axe and a Willow, feels pretty great. And even just the Jakiro feels great, the Tiny feels great. I'm just a little worried about the Shadow Shaman, but I feel like now they've got ways to be able to stop a puck from being just chained 100 to 0, basically. You've got Ice Path, you've got Alad Toss. The shackles aren't going to be a big issue. It's just the Hex that you need to worry about. So I'd be looking to try and play around that. We've seen that you can play the Tiny Position 1 on Namiga. So we'll have to wait and see, and I quite like the DK's response to this as well. You know, kind of anticipating that this might be how it's coming. Look at how much aggressive pressure they've got as well on one move, and we've been saying that that's where both teams have really looked at their best, is when they're the ones to be on the front foot, they're the ones to be pushing, and right now, realistically, the only one on Namiga that pushes semi-well is Jakiro, so it's like, how are you going to try and play around a Jakiro? You know, you don't really want to have to do that for a position 5, but might just have to be the case.
Yeah, it's the sad part when you see some of these drafts really kind of eventuate. It's something that you just don't think about when you look at some of these heroes and you're picking the heroes, and then you just get, you know, to this point and you're like, oh, we actually don't really have a good way of taking towers. It's really mainly just a Jakiro. So see if they can try and alleviate a bit of that pressure with their final pick here. But I do agree with you kind of wholeheartedly when it comes to the Dragonite being a great response. It really just kind of has put them in a very strong position. They can kind of rally behind their DK, push into these towers. Centaur's able to get that counter initiation. Nature's Prophet can be Nature's Prophet, but Namiga as well. Again, some other aggressive heroes.
Don't hate the lifestealer ban. I'm trying to see, like, is there any hero for one move where they can still keep this DK as flex for mid and position 1? Just because I feel like the puck is still a reasonable option for themselves, even just with some of these ban outs that are coming through. You know, you don't really want to play against an Ember Spirit as a puck. Feels very frustrating. I mean, Kunkka probably was one, but one move have banned that out for themselves. Razor, nah, it's kind of neither here nor there. Necro, it's too much magic damage that you're going up against, plus an axe, so probably don't want to be going down that route. Really kind of stuck as to what one move might choose for this last pick overall. Like, I just keep thinking, you know, what's some percent damage that's pretty tanky against magic that, I mean, is it a Huskar game? But I don't know if you want a Huskar without knowing what you're laning into, you know? Then you might just get Monkey Kinged, for example. Or Sniper, or something like that.
Yeah, one of these very hard to deal with counter picks. And I think that kind of may lean us towards what that pick could be, depending on this ban here from one move. We've got a lot of time to think about this in the next pick. So we'll see what they want to get rid of here. Okay, it is the Monkey ban. Yeah, okay. I was going to say, I think Monkey ban is probably their safest ban here because they feel like they're covered with the puck pick.
And maybe they just wanted something that comes online relatively early, you know, just because you do have all of this push. You do have something that's able to get in onto the back lines and, you know, dish out a decent amount of damage. Like maybe this is the Mage Slayer game for the Void Spirit, right? Where you don't necessarily need the Aghanim Scepter. And you can just rely on everyone else to get you a ton of gold off the back of taking towers. So what is the best hero that's going to be able to contest up into that Void Spirit? Is it a tiny mid and then you run something else as a position 1 up against the Centaur? What would that be? Could they just go for Sven again? Maybe, maybe not. Is it a gyro sort of game? Death Prophet, okay. A little bit more pressure themselves, and we were saying that they were lacking in their own tower taking potential, so I really don't hate this.
It looks like we're going to have a mid Death Prophet against the Void Spirit. So, as you said, just that little bit of extra tower damage themselves. So we'll see. We will see. It felt like both carriers have kind of had... yeah, they both had 2 separate kind of games for game 1 and game 2. I think these 2 players are the 2 it's really going to come down to. I think Corrupted and Covers 9. See who's able to really put a lot of pressure on in these next couple of minutes as we get into game number 3. I think, you know, obviously Corrupted, I feel like he has a little bit more of a straightforward game where Covers 9 really kind of needs to put on his best Corrupted cosplay from game number 1 to try and alleviate a bit of their pressure. You know, they can have that Death Prophet that can kind of just sit in front and take these towers, put the pressure on, and then Covers 9, you know, potentially coming around the back of those towers and try and catch out a few of these heroes trying to defend the tier 1s.
I'm just really thinking about what the Axe's item build is going to be this game, because you know the pressure is going to come towards you. Like, that's what they've drafted for, right? So if you go a Blink Dagger and you get a perfect call and you win the team fights, amazing. If the team fights don't go your way, you've just got no farming potential, you've got no impact, and it just feels like you'll be on a hiding to nothing. But if you go Blade Mail and they do push and you're not able to respond effectively, then you might also be in a pretty rough spot because you've lost a bunch of towers, you've got nowhere to farm, there's got so much pressure on you, you lose first Roshan, so on and so forth. So it really is like a catch-22 sort of situation where you're between a rock and a hard place. There is no correct option. Maybe you can just hope for a Tumblr's toy to come through for that little bit of extra, you know, initiation potential and go the Blade Mail and hope things work out, but we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, I think it's going to be all about, I don't want to say luck of the draw. It's going to be definitely vibes based once again, to be able to make sure that he senses the game. So maybe vibes isn't the right word. Have a little bit more game sense. To see where the game is standing when he has to make that decision. You know, when you're hovering around that like 15 to 1600 gold kind of mark for Covers 9, and see where he kind of lands in that kind of idea. Because, you know, if he's feeling it, that they're feeling like they're in a very good position and the blink's going to work out, then, you know, that's a shot. But could work out, could not. I mean, I feel like Corrupted plays a lot of Dota.
He has to go Blade Mail. He has to. Yeah, I know. Yeah, he's the offlane Melrine, basically.
Yeah. I was just looking at that. I was just like, okay, I'm gonna check it out.
Oh, grip. Able to just get away. But they should
Just like a
know
little chicken
that if he was
fingers.
able to get away, it's probably because he had vision. So no one dropping a sentry at this point. Maybe slightly mistaken. Just checking if they've had any camps blocked up, and I suppose just saying that Cobus 9 is going to be left solo for the majority of this time, so they want to make sure that he's got those neutral camps to be able to play on.
Ooh, okay. Nice little sprout there from BB. Be able to keep eyesight at least more fine for now.
Mm-hmm. So, I'm really just trying to picture in my mind, like, when is XS Vampire going to be making a lot of these moves? Oh, hold on. We've still got Grip up here. Are they going to get a brief glimpse of him? No. He's still inside the fog of war. Are they going to be able to get a quick gank off? Looks like Vampire's won. I know he's leveled up Brambles.
They'll try here on XX Vampire. They come in with the shackles as well on the chicken fingers. Looking to try and get the first blood and the career. So that's a big snipe that comes in there from Grip.
For sure.
Dire's turret has
Talk about the
been
importance of having these boots of speed as well on your Shadow Shaman. It just means that ganks like that are so much more impactful, and especially when you've got this chicken fingers, you know, 15-second cooldown, so occasionally you want to be able to just run in, get a right click off, back off. The shackles, I know it's had it for a while, but the heal component that it has as well feels really nice when you're just looking to try and, you know, contest and trade against someone like a Jakiro that doesn't even need to spend mana to trade with you. He's just going to be using that liquid fire as much as possible. Nicely
Yeah,
done. No.
just looks-
Oh, still gets the pull off.
Just enables you to do quite a lot of work.
I still hate that Jakiro is like by far the best D-water in the game just because you've got double tap. What am I supposed to do? You can't outskill. And this is on Ozping as well when I'm playing. So it's like, it's already hard enough.
Yeah, so I'm just checking Corrupted. He has almost 20,000 matches.
Seems about right. Speaking of Corrupted, might be in a little bit of danger. Gets hit by the Dual Breath and the Blood Grenade and a bunch of spells from Monodrama. So a decent little start here as another kill.
Yeah, it was just BB just coming back in from the fountain. Just gets directly on top of XX Vampire, and there's not much that he can do. So plenty of kills across the map here for both of these two teams. So nice little hot start for both of our Eastern European teams looking to stay alive in the qualifiers and not go down into the lower bracket.
Radiant's courier.
So for
Something
those
Chad's
of you
very
joining along
important.
at home, there's a full double elimination bracket, and unfortunately for Mr. Corrupted again, he is taking an absolute licking. And he'll walk away. But yeah, I was saying just before, double elimination bracket for all these teams, best of threes, best of five in the grand final, only one spot to the road to the international, because there is already such a large representation of Eastern European teams. Over the next couple of days, Mr. Danog, you and I, the Australians, and then
The British.
yeah, I wanted to say something, but I didn't want to offend them.
They're
Right?
They're pretty good. They're not going to get offended by that. Although Gareth does get offended by being called British. So he's like,
Well, that's, maybe he shouldn't have been British. Anyways,
True.
BB, ooh, okay, the double there with the sprout. Covers 9 is just trying to chase him down. So he's buying a lot of time here for Ice, which is pretty big. They do get the Berserkers. Cool. Oh, okay. Maybe the Sadi was going to Hadouken there, but was taunted.
It's not too bad though. Again, like Eyesight just gets a bunch of this farm for himself. I mean, just look at his net worth, right? He's 500 net worth ahead, and it's just going to continue to grow. Getting a bunch of denies off as well. Oh, excuse me.
Bless you. I do find that
Someone must have been thinking about me.
difference paused, eyesight unpaused, excess vampire says good pause, good pause. Now Young G again, just continuing to lay a smackdown in this middle lane. Grip. Looking to see if the excess vampire doesn't get the extra auto attack.
Oh, he eats the wrong
XX
tree.
Vampire. No, no, no. You hate to see it,
This
mate.
makes
You really do.
absolutely no sense.
This
Yep,
is why
I agree
hate
with
this
you,
freaking
mate.
Nature's Prophet hero. He's just so good at everything. And
That's
it's just going to get better and
PTSD
better.
from his pubs. He's just
Oh,
seeing
yes.
flashbacks.
This isn't even just a recent thing. Hero's been busted for way too long as Ghost Knight. He's gonna get stuck in there with him. Oh, the creep blocking him off.
Grips here as well.
It's not right.
You have
It's
some
not
choices
right.
to make with Nature's Prophet, and unfortunately, if you choose the wrong tree, you die.
He's going to be even better at ganking in the not too distant future, or almost picking up that Urn of Shadows for himself. Standing next to that bounty rune. I'm sure he's talking a difference right now, but might not have the time to be able to walk back into the jungle to be able to pick it up, even though he is taking a bit of a beating, like we've been saying against Young G.
It really has felt like Young G is really just kind of put one over the top of difference. I do feel like even in that previous game where difference had that final pick, it felt like that Young G was doing a very good job on the Void Spirit.
For sure. I mean, he's like we've been saying all throughout this. Is difference even just misses a flag bearer creep there, so not coming by the even easy to secure farm that's being up next to him. Young G probably has the most high level experience, I would say, out of all these 10
Street
players.
cred.
So, yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I agree. It's showing a little bit here in the prowess. Mr. Grip, though, going for a little trip in his favorite rocket ship, zooming through the jungle, picking up bounty runes.
I do like that rocket set though.
The space lady.
And here we go. The pressure begins. So a little bit of damage on the bottom side, sure, with the exorcism, but you've also got Elder Dragon form plus a siege creep up on the top side of the map. This vampire might be able to get this kill onto BB, although I'm just going to try TPing away. Decides against it and then decides for it, but ends up dying as a result of it. Also
Yeah,
means that he's
just a
going
lot
to
of
be
damage.
He's going to be in the grave as well by the time that 7-minute mark comes around too, so he's not even going to be able to go for the quick yoink onto.
They're gonna try something here. They at least get the kill there onto XX Vampire, but this is just more time for Young G to be able to just get all of this extra damage. He's also stealing a lot of these souls. He has 5 souls now. So that this next exorcism is going to tear a building apart.
Oh yeah. Especially like if you think about those early exorcisms, those are the ones that you really want to get the most out of. Probably the level 12 one is the most important by far, but we've been mentioning how important it is going to be for look at this bottom side, so even Monodrama. He's got level 3 points in the liquid fire, and that's why he's able to do so much damage here.
That's a bit of a blunder there from one move. They all got stunned by the Cursed Crown. They're able to at least turn it around and get the kill there on Excess Vampire, and now Monodrama is copying it here from Grip. Looking to see if he can turn back around. Oh, Bashka walked back in here, and now Difference has come in with the Shadow Steps and just been able to take down the Tani, but it's BB that gets the double kill. So, that was...
I'm not sure why he recommitted for that. I mean, even if he was able to take down the Shadow Shaman a bit more, still had the foul play available, so would have been able to avoid that lethal damage, and just maybe some of the nerves really getting to Nemiga at this point. You know, a little bit of the inexperience perhaps showing.
Yeah. And especially, you know, in these road to the international closed qualifiers, you know, it's only a couple of series wins. And you're already starting to knock on the door, especially for these teams that are in
They want
the
to try and
upper
get
bracket.
Bashka again.
Just doing a lot of aggressive moves early. Both of these two teams in one move. They're just going to actually on to
Oh, Jakiro TP's into death.
that is another kill going away here. Got one move, and I can just see Matt with his Vietnam flashbacks just staring at this Nature's Prophet, terrorizing Nemiga right now. Just thinking back to that pub at 2 a.m. a couple of days ago. I don't know if there is an exact one. Anyways, I think if Young G can turn the tides of the battle here, they're going to go up onto the high ground. No way of stopping this. Grip with the Hex into the chicken fingers.
Into the Ancient Deny.
Sacrificial. Oh, doesn't get it right. Sometimes foul play doesn't work in your favor.
Yeah. But it's fun to watch. Very frustrating to play against. Yeah. I mean, the important thing for me is the tower situation, right? Like, I guess it's not that important to take away the enemy off-lane tower, considering you don't exactly have the greatest stack takers on the one-move side. If it was the story for Namiga losing that one, for sure it would be important, because you see exactly where Cobus 9 is right now. Still doesn't have the Blade Mail, in fact, nowhere even close to it, despite being third on net worth, but I suppose it's only nearly 10 minutes in, so not the worst sort of situation to be in. But it's going to be very important for them to defend this this tier 1 tower up top, where previously it might not have that same level of priority.
Are scanning.
Speaking of priorities, they're looking to try and put a lot of emphasis towards this middle lane. Eyesight, again, has just made this early rotation. He's really just been able to be on the aggressive. He already has that Mage Slayer completed here. He's able to sidestep at least the Berserker's call there for Cobus 9. So, again, one move, just being able to move around the map with a lot of these aggressive heroes. And it seems like this is where their bread and butter is, Matt. Being honest, looking at a lot of these players, really does feel like that Eyesight needs to have these very active kind of cores, and they just want to have heroes that can just move around the map, do some things, get stuff done, take towers, take fights.
It's pretty clear that he's not playing for like the uber late game, right? Like this isn't the build that you go for if you go for uber late game. He's got just lots of value, right? Mage Slayer, insane value for the cost. You've got a simple Orb of Blight. Great. He's going into the Blink Dagger next, because that's not really the role that you're playing this game to be this hyper damage dealer. You're just initiating the team fights, you're not dying yourself, you're nullifying a lot of the damage that they've got coming the other way, and you've still got the Corrosive Dragon to be dealing a decent amount of damage into these towers, and that's where you're going to get a lot of your net worth. So I think in an ideal world, for one move, this game ends in 30 minutes. For Namiga, they want to try and drag it out for as long as possible. Enable this Dark Willow to start scaling. Enable level 3 Exorcism to come through. Enable a Tiny to be at like his level 20, which is another one of his big power spikes. Right now, you have to say that one move, they're getting the situations that they want happening, just because, again, it's so much harder for Namiga to make the pushes happen.
A little bit slow on the chicken fingers from Mr. Grip. They don't get the extra connection there.
He's got his Mass Serpent Ward available though, so could you choose to just drop it on that mid tower if they were wanting to? Also hanging around by the bottom power rune, which is not there and gets denied by the old Treant. Just another useful thing that Nature's Prophet has at his disposal, and there we go. Mass Serpent Ward's being dropped down. They could fortify, and they will. But it's still something pretty valuable, considering they've already lost one tower, so they could just choose to perhaps put their attention towards, finish off taking this mid lane and then just move somewhere else, move down bottom, look to try and take out that tower.
So again, just a lot of this early movement coming in here from BB. Try and take down Cobus 9. Found out the axe. Yes, the Blade Mail gets popped, but unfortunately for him, it is a very early Spirit Vessel coming in from BB, and that is just too much damage to deal with, man.
Yep, straight into the tower as well. Again, like, what are you supposed to do to stop this? Minus armor from the Elder Dragon form, minus armor from the Blightstone, no glyph of fortification. They're probably going to back off just to be able to wait for that next Elder Dragon form to be available. You've got the Blink Dagger now as well, so yeah, it's just a matter of, 1 minute, then it's time to go again. Would be really nice if they can look to try and do it around the 14-minute Wisdom Rune as well, considering that's already where they kind of want to be playing, on the enemy side of the map, being aggressive, pushing into them as much as possible.
Yeah. Really trying to be on that front foot. So we'll see. It's a hot early start here for one move. They are in the driver's seat to try and secure this series here. Just for a little bit of a context, ladies and gentlemen, the winner of this will go forward into the upper bracket semi-finals, which means they are simply 2 series victories away from sitting in a grand final, playing for their spot to the road to the international.
Here we go. This is that 14-minute timing that I was talking about. The Dragon form. Oh, there's the blink.
Yeah, they've been able to find out Cobus 9 once again. The chicken fingers are doing a lot, but the turnaround comes in here thick and fast, coming in from the Mega. It's a lot of damage that goes down there onto Eyesight, and it's Youngji once again trying to hold the fort for his team. Exos Vampire getting oh so low. They want to try and get the kill there, and they do eventually finish it off, but they trade 2 for 2.
I'm not sure if that was worth it. I mean, I think they went for that jump a little bit too prematurely. You know, like I was saying, you still had 15 seconds left on the Elder Dragon form. Maybe it's a different story if you got that extra damage coming through to be able to, take out that axe before he's able to get off the call. It doesn't give Nemiga the time to be able to come back and make a team fight out of something that probably should have just been a pretty quick pick-off.
Yeah. And obviously, the axe just being that slightly bit more tankier just meant that extra bit of time. The Ice Path was able to come in just in time there from Monodrama. Close that one out there. So a little bit overzealous from one move, but they get themselves into a good position.
Again, I still do really like the overall item builds that they're going for on the one move side, just because you've got the Blink Dagger on the DK. That's great, because all they really want is the one quick pick off into you probably win the team fight. Corrupted doesn't need a Blink Dagger. He just needs to live, basically. And I think the one situation where they could end up losing this game is if they just overextend themselves a little bit too far. You don't want to be diving behind towers. Another perfect placement of that Sprout just to be able to lock in the Jakiro there. Even with the Quelling Blade, wasn't able to get back to safety.
Yeah, that's the problem. Playing against this Nature's Prophet, you're like, oh, I'll just get a Quelling Blade, and then sometimes you just get caught in such a perfect position that it's so hard for you to deal with. We're going to see if they can make it go here on the eye side. Nope. Nice little blink away, though.
He's still going for
a lot of members in the area, though, Matt. This can be very spooky for the Amiga. If they get caught out, lose a tier 2 tower, the snowball can just kind of continue.
I mean, they can just put their attention towards mid. Why not? You've got a siege creep there. You've got a pretty heavy creep wave, and you've got great vision up on this high ground to make sure that they're not going to be able to backstab you. I'm a little surprised that they haven't actually chosen to commit onto that, considering they didn't have Glyph for another minute. So might be dying wondering.
And should be trying to put some more resources in some different areas here, feeling like, with the Elder Dragon form starting to cool down, maybe potentially just not having that extra bit. You don't want to overcommit to that position, because playing these aggressive kind of drafts, you have to be very, very tentative and make sure that you don't put yourself into a bad position. Grip. It's like a very awkward spot here.
Yeah, and this is what I'm talking about, right? Like, they gave away the control that they had inside of the jungle, where they could have either gone for tier 2 bot or tier 2 mid, and now they don't have vision either. So where exactly is this kill potential going to come from? And they're the ones.
Berserker's Claw catches out 2 there with the Terrorize, does Exos Vampire, so that was a quick and clean kill. Eyesight will pop the Dragon form, though.
He's going to be able to get away, but... Oh, is he? Got Blink Dagger on Axe. He's stuck around? Blinks away. Jesus.
Okay. That felt like it was frame perfect, because I swear I saw him get called and then he still blinked away.
Again, Aussie playing on C server could never be dead. Never be dead. But this is where it can start to really come unraveled. One pretty big mistake like that, not using the vision, not pushing the advantage when you've got the majority of your items, means that you lose a couple of heroes twice, you lose your mid tier 1 tower. It's a pretty big deal. And honestly, Young G, he's going to hit a big power spike once he gets this BKB and his level 15, because he's going to go the Crypt Swarm cooldown talent, just because he's playing as this Death Prophet with Aghanim Scepter already picked up. So he's just going to be spamming, and being pretty damn tanky. And you're not even going to have to worry about the Spirit Vessel either from the Nature's Prophet, because he'll have BKB. So feels like he'll be in a really good spot, especially with a buffed up neutral item as well. He's been holding onto that Dormant Curio, and I mean, goddamn, that Spectral Signet, Searing Signet is going to do a whole lot as well with how often you're going to be able to spam out these Crypt Swarms.
Yeah. So Young G, trying to put the Amiga on his back, trying to carry them through this series so they can march on in these closed qualifiers. They will have the winner of, I believe it is Aurora and Quantum? Yeah, Aurora and Quantum. So, I mean, if you want to get all the way to the International, even just getting to the road to the International, there's going to be some big names that are going to have to get through first. There's potentially a fight that's happening, and once again, Over 9 is being out and moving. by the side of one move. What's that, twice in a row now that somebody's outblinked him?
Oh, no, he blinked in and he did the call at the right time. It just so happened that with the Aghanim Scepter on difference, he used the pulse and he silenced the axe, so he wasn't actually able to get the call off. It was... I mean, maybe you can expect that he's going to use the E after the dissimilate comes through, but it was so close to being a really good initiation.
Oh, no, this is a bad one for losing Young G. So close to that
Just see
BKB.
how quickly it can all start to unravel now when they're going to pop the glyph, and well, they will at least get it refreshed once this ends up ticking out, but they could still just whack into this tier 2 tower without too much worry. I mean, Tiny, for all intents and purposes, basically has nothing. Like, he's got a Shadow Blade coming out to him now, his first real big. So, I'm not sure why he's going in.
That is a big blink away there from Grip, and they've been able to find yet another attack and they're able to take down Crocus 9 as well. And as you said, very quickly, this is starting to unravel. This is a toilet paper roll rolling down the hill. This is not looking fun if you are the side of Amigo, because you're at the point now where it's been, as you said, multiple engagements now that have not worked out. Basically, at this point, your Tiny's got a Shadow Blade and an Echo Saber. Is he killing anyone? No. That's for damn sure.
No, I don't think so. I mean, he might try, but not eyesight, and walking up onto this high ground, I guess I feel like they've got... Oh, he's even going to blink away. Did that Shadow Blade just run out? I think it might have.
I don't know.
Doesn't have any
That's-
detection.
Yeah, Grip's got the quick fingers, that's for sure.
So, and again, 21 minutes, Tormentor time. They were able to steal... Yeah, they were. The Wisdom Rune, and then instantly into trying to yoink this one for themselves. Would love to have it for the Shadow Shaman, honestly.
Nope.
Oh, never mind, that's even better.
So, the extra laser beam for the Watcher. So, it was a toss-up between Difference and Grip. Unfortunately for Grip, Difference is the winner. So BKB up now for Young G.
It's important, but he still needs that level 15, in my opinion. Like, it's enough,
Oh, the smoke's
especially
gonna
with this
break.
haste ring.
Oh, BB. In such a perfect
Hate this
position.
hero. Oh,
And he just TPs away. There's just they can't even do anything about it. Oh, BB.
the amount that I hate that hero needs to be studied.
I can feel the rage.
He
Just,
didn't even TP that far away. Like, he's already back with the rest of the team. He wants to try and re-engage with a smoke that they've got ready on Grip. Has the potential to go an Aether Lens straight after the Blink Dagger as well on Grip. Wonder if they might... What are they waiting for exactly?
is there
Elder
a
Dragon,
item
for my
that's
guess,
coming
is
up?
20 seconds away. Could just be that. And again, once you... It's a really rough decision. Like, do you expend the glyph now to try and protect a tier 2? Maybe, but probably not, just because you don't have that refresh. You are going to run the risk of just straight up losing, at the very minimum, one lane of racks if you lose a team fight. And that's a pretty tough position to have to be in. And look at this. This time around, it's not even a ballsy Roche attempt. It's just one that they have no way of contesting because of the net worth difference, and there's no AA, so you can't really scout quite as easily to be able to stop this from happening.
Yeah, and I think that's kind of the power of having this Ancient Apparition being taken off the field. It just gives you a little bit more room to breathe on the map. So they finally take down this T1 Terror in the top lane, but all the while the Aegis
Bashka
has been claimed by one move. Bashka,
He's picking the fact that they're there. I mean, it should be pretty obvious that that's where one move are going to be moving, right? Like, they've got the Aegis, they've got a big net worth advantage, they've got a tier 2 tower that can be pretty easily hit. Why wouldn't they be here? And it looks like Difference and Corrupted is just trying to intercept anyone that's trying to, engage from the left-hand side. Bashka, is he going to walk underneath that sentry? It's very close to it. Right. Only a couple of seconds left on the Shadow Blade, though.
Difference has been caught out. Let's see if they're able to keep him alive, though. He is, especially with the pipe. They go back in. Corrupted, massive boost on, catches out 3 members, and they just get eviscerated. The amplified damage is oh so strong. Young G, with that BKB, doesn't really get much out of it. The Exorcism is running, but he's running away. And now Grip, walking under this tier 2 tower, has found the Exorcist Vampire. They're just going to get on top of the Dark Willow. Monodrama, unfortunately, is going to cop the clicks from Eyesight. And, man, I've seen plenty of games of Dota 2. I've cast plenty of games of Dota 2. And this one is looking done.
Yeah, it's in Call It territory for sure. I mean, they make a pretty good initiation, honestly, onto the Void Spirit, but with how tanky he is, with the Crimson Guard plus the pipe, they're just able to keep him alive long enough that the turnaround can happen. Even the Sprout, the heal coming through from BB3, it's pretty deadly, this Nature's Prophet hero, and I never want to see it in these qualifiers again. Like, first ban, the other teams had it right.
Yeah, it definitely did feel like Nature's Prophet should have been on the hit list. But, I mean, this is how best of threes go, right? Especially when it comes to first pick priority. You develop this mini meta. I think the mini meta definitely was Ancient Apparition. And that was kind of the conversation that Namiga had, was Templar Assassin, Nature's Prophet, Ancient Apparition. We're going to get rid of one of these three, and then the choice is purely on one move about which one of those remaining two that they wanted. And obviously they wanted the Nature's Prophet. And you can see, I think the biggest thing is exactly what you said as soon as it was picked, is just the flexibility. Throughout the entirety of the draft, you can just sit there and go, do we know where it's going? Do you know where it's going?
It's never a bad Nature's Prophet game as well, is the other thing, right? Like, you can always make it work somehow.
Fear my.
And now it's just backs against the wall here for Amiga.
They can close this one out pretty easily, in my opinion. Still whole 2 minutes left on the Aegis, so happy to just put Eyesight on the front lines. 15 seconds on the Mass Serpent wards. Just biting the tank, just having Corrupted here on the top side, making sure that he tanks up a bunch of these tower hits, keeping the Siege Creep alive just to make it that much easier for them. And this is just going to be a slow, even a slow death coming through. It's a pretty fast one, as Bashka just trying to get any sort of farm for himself, and he's going to need to get something.
The BKB, it looks like.
Some bridge, maybe.
Just a little bit too far away. So they're going to try and fight. The Elder Dragon form is 3/4 of the way through here, so maybe it is time for them to try and go in and have a crack at the dragon. Corrupted goes in though. Fortunately, Master, he gets caught out. Massive blink call that comes in there from Covers 9. Seeing how much damage he can do, gets on top of the Nature's Prophet, but it's just not enough. They've got no damage left here, Matt. The Tiny has to go back into the base, and unfortunately, it's Young G against the world, and he loses his life for multiple times this game. Covers 9 goes down, and if I'm a betting man, I'm calling the G's to be dropped in just a moment. They're going to do the buybacks. They're going to try and have a final stand here inside of their own basement. Amiga looks like they're getting sent down to the lower bracket here by one move, who are moving their way through this base. The top and the middle racks are all gone. Now they're going to go in towards the bottom side, and 30 seconds left until you have an axe back up. Maybe you can have one more fight before this game is over.
I don't think so. They're just going to push this way too quickly. Jakiro going down once again, and no buyback left for him. This should be mega creeps in about 10 seconds, as you know, the power of tempo is way too strong. We were talking about that 30-minute timer that they're looking to try and play around. They've pretty much hit it exactly. You know, this is exactly what they were hoping for. This is not a super late scaling Dragon Knight, but with how dominant they've been, with Aegis just expiring, he's still got a BKB. He's queuing into a Nullifier, but he ain't gonna need it. You know, this is just clinical Dota that I'm surprised Namiga let happen.
Yeah. Very, very clinical from one move, and I think that's a big positive for them moving forward in this upper bracket, because that's kind of the operative word. It's what they need to be, clinical. If they're trying to make their way through this Eastern European closed qualifier, because they have some big dogs that they need to fry. So they're going to leave the base. Maybe the fake back here. They've smoked up. They've definitely got all the tools available to them.
I mean, if there was any time to smoke, it's now. You got to give Kovis a way to be able to find an initiation. You can't just wait for them to jump you every single time.
And going here on difference, seeing if they can try and bait out a few more of these spells, and they definitely have. So, playing with their food is one move. And the Dragon Knight is hitting creeps. So, BB, appreciate the tip.
Ooh,
Hopefully they get your carry player to come in and fight. They have just gone in for this fight, seeing what they can do. Versus Corrupted playing shenanigans.
I mean, he's in no danger. 4K.
Oh, yeah, they're not killing him.
HP.
They're
No.
definitely not killing him.
Poor man's shield as well, on top of everything. Come on.
Okay. Rip's gone back in here on the back, but another beautiful blink hoof stomp. They just found so many members holding each other in the back part of their base, and Bashka, unfortunately for him, tosses a team member up into the air, and he was hoping that it was going to be a Game 3 victory, but it's all one move in this game number 3, Daniel, and they will move forward in the upper bracket and sending Namiga down into that lower bracket with only one life left remaining in these closed qualifiers.
You see Corrupted instantly jumping out of his seat, giving handshakes to the rest of the boys. You got to remember, he came from Namiga from about 1.5 years ago. Played with them during the GPC, and this would be some, I don't know if I would call it revenge, but just saying, you know what? I've got a team. We're looking pretty good right now, and for good reason. You know, they looked dominant in this game in particular. Like, just from the draft, from the very beginning, this seemed like a, in my opinion, 90-10 sort of draft. It was how well they were doing. And this is really the only, I would say, weak point that they had. You know, just maybe getting a tiny bit impatient. And there was some good presence of mind from Namiga to be able to read that this was coming and be able to get that that turnaround there. Because it was a really important kill, but it really felt like that was their only good point.
Yeah, and it really did feel like it was kind of
That
downhill
blink.
from there. There was so many times that people just outblinked Covers 9 on this axe. I'm not quite sure what it was, but it just felt like that they had pretty much every answer that they needed to from one move. And stellar series coming in from Corrupted. I do have to say, I think he really
Those
kind
auras.
of made a lot of these game plans very, very simple for one move. And just kind of game 3, just going back to what worked for them. I really do feel like that just putting eyesight on these very aggressive carries, very strong laner to be able to just walk around and get a lot of work done, and just playing through their offlaner. Unfortunately for Namiga, there was just a few too many of these lanes that just didn't really go well. Haven't been super pumped about this Tiny, if I'm being perfectly honest. I'm not quite sure what it is about it, but just both games, Bashka just really wasn't able to get into the game and be aggressive. Maybe, you know, trying to change the build up and go for a little bit more of the Avatos combo and try and get some of these kills early on, because it just felt like both these games, they wanted to try and go for this. Yeah, Corruption's going to get his farm, but Bashka's also going to get his. And it just felt like that was a trade that just never worked out for them.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like he just didn't get the balance right in terms of, one, joining fights, but two, when fights were happening, when he still needed to get farm, he wasn't really pushing lanes, you know? And so it just enabled one move to just keep their foot on the pedal, just keep pushing at you, because there was no real reason for them to ever defend. I'm not even sure if there was a single, maybe one, maybe two towers were taken on Namiga's side through the Death Prophet pretty much exclusively. And I don't think that should have been how it happened. You know, I actually didn't mind how Monodrama played that game on his Jakiro. You know, he was pretty effective with a lot of his ice paths and a lot of the liquid fire and everything around that. But would you say Grip was a standout player? I'd kind of give it to the old Nature's Prophet this time around, because I just feel like he was everywhere. He was annoying as hell. He forced people to still be carrying a quelling blade until like the later stages of the game. And I'm not talking supports. I'm talking Death Prophet still had it at the very end of the game, just as a way to be able to have an answer to this freaking hero with an 88% kill participation. Nuts. Absolutely nuts.
Yeah, pretty ridiculous. I definitely feel like you're correct there with BB getting the standout player, but I think potentially Prod was trying to focus our attention on the Skull Basher that group brought towards the end of the game.
I didn't see that, sorry.
That's because I saw it and I was like, that's incorrect. And then I went and looked at the scoreboard. No, he bought a Basher. So I don't know, whatever. It really did feel like Game 1 and Game 3 were reminiscent of each other, whereas Game 2, it felt like that one move kind of strayed just a little bit away from what really works for them. So they got the win, and they moved forward in the upper bracket, and unfortunately for Namiga, they have that lower bracket to contend to. So we're going to go to a break, ladies and gentlemen. We're going into our final series of the night, and then we'll say goodbye to day number 1. So join us on the other side of this.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Welcome back to the road to the International Eastern European Closed Regional Qualifiers for 2025. It is day number 1, and we are in the final series of today. We are still in the upper bracket, ladies and gentlemen. That's right, everybody's still got 2 lives ready and raring to go. Another man that is ready and raring to go is Danog. Mate, first series done, three games. Usually it's not what we expect in day 1 of a closed qualifier, so I was actually pleasantly surprised that we had a good series to start out the day.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you would have to say of all the series, that was probably the one that I was expecting to go to 3 games, just because, it was 2 teams that were already... actually, Namiga weren't invited, right? They actually had to qualify through. Yeah. So, still, though, they are like the teams that are kind of at the same-ish level based on recent-ish history, at least in the Eastern European region. And, a lot of the times in the Tier 2, Tier 3 tournaments, they tend to go up against each other, and, 3-game series is pretty par for the course for them. This one's a little bit different, though, because we've got people from a whole bunch of different teams coming together for, just a bit of a fun stack. It's not a streamer stack or anything like that, and clearly they've got the stuff because they qualified through first in Open Qualifier 2. Kalmichata, we're just going to call him Team Calm or Calm, where you've got Mirage, who came from Liga team previously, so that's going to be interesting to see any sort of beef there. Ponlo, coming from Singapore, and now he's living in Eastern Europe. Ike, who was on, I believe, Navi... No, he was on Yellow Submarine, so he was one of, like, the up-and-coming diamonds in the rough, let's call it. But more importantly, Fortnite Man is making his return to the pro scene. The 2-time OG Slayer, as we see the man, the myth, the legend himself coming through. And, I hope for Liga team's sake, they do not let his Darkseer through, because that is something that they will pick time and time again if you give them the opportunity to.
I do find it very funny that I was looking at all the players, just trying to get a little bit of background. Maybe I can have a few more things. And Fortnite Man's Wikipedia bio is like the longest bio I have seen for a player since basically Solo's one. I think his is the only one that's bigger. It is just, it's a plethora of information about the illustrious Fortnite Man being able to come into these Dota 2 qualifiers and absolutely demolishing teams. So if you're a Liga team right now, you could be quaking in your boots going up against the Fortnite Man. But as you said, a lot of these teams, as we start getting towards the pointy end of a lot of these closed qualifier games, when we have some of these open qualifier stacks come through and play up against these much more structured teams, that's when we could potentially be seeing a little bit of a disparagement when it comes to skill. Not saying Team Cal is going to be, completely below Liga team, but it is just going to be one of those scenarios where you run into a coordinated team that is hoping to make themselves towards TI up against a stack that was thrown together, can have 2 different styles of play.
Yeah, for sure. And one thing that I wanted to touch on as well is that leading into this, you might think that maybe like... Kalmichata might have a bit of a point of difference compared to Liga team, just because they've got a player like Ponlo who's played in 2 completely different regions, actually 3, maybe even 4 completely different regions, right? Like he played on Alliance in Western Europe, he played on Quincy Crew in NA, he played on a bunch of different C stacks, and then he was on, what was the China team that he was on? Team Zero, I think, was the team that he was on at the time. So he's clearly got a lot of different styles to be able to pull, information from and different ways. But I'll be surprised if we see him say more than like 2 words in this draft, because they've really put a lot of the focus onto Ike and what Ike thinks. And he's got a lot of respect. If you got a chance to do it, Ponlo was actually streaming their open qualifier run, and you got a lot of insight into, a lot of the different communication. There really no egos there on this team as well. And you can see Ike's basically the only one talking during all of this. He's got a great mind for drafting that even if things don't work out for him as a player, I could totally see him doing a great job as a coach.
Yeah, and I think being able to get those insights really just enables us to be able to emphasize that when it comes to these closed qualifier games. So very excited to see what Kalmichata can bring into this game and bring into the series and these qualifiers as well. As you said, Ponlo having a plethora of different experiences across multiple different regions and being able to succeed in a lot of those regions as well. It's not like, he was just bouncing around doing kind of nothing for the last couple of years. He was able to succeed in quite a lot of those teams. So
maybe not Alliance, but everything else he was doing pretty decent.
I didn't want to say it, okay? All right, god damn. I just wanted to, leave it to the imagination.
Well, we can't do that. We got to spell it out.
We
it's
had
got
to
be
cover a lot of
scary.
those games, all right? So
True. It's got to be scary coming up against someone like Malik as well, though, who's had a ton of experience, right, through a variety of different teams. He's stood in for Spirit. He's been on PSG Quest when they had their great runs. He's clearly just got a lot of stuff at the very high level. I think, was it top 6 that they got at Riyadh one year as well when he was playing with them? So he is no stranger to high stress, high intensity situations. You can see he's the one kind of leading. Look at all those drinks in the background. I'm a little jealous right now that they've just got anything that they could possibly want to choose from. I'm really interested to see how Yu goes as well. And he's gone by Yu, but a lot of people might know him as Violent because I really feel like his heroes fit this meta perfectly. Like when I think Violent, I think TB, TA, Morphling, and those are like the best heroes right now, or at least the ones that are likely to slip through into a lot of the drafts. And wouldn't you know it, actually, all of them except the TA are still available. Even Nature's Prophet, he can make it work as a 1, and I would be pretty surprised if one of the teams didn't snap it up again, because it can go anywhere. You don't really need to be all that worried about how you're going to be able to make it work. But this is, if you had to pick one hero for mine, TB is that one hero for Violent.
it's like, this is the reason why they pay you the big bucks, mate. Speak and you shall receive. So looks like we're going to be getting a Terror Blade from Violent, which is going to be very nice for us to see. I do like this Batrider pick early on, coming in from Kamachata, just because they have a lot of players that can definitely move it around. I feel like it is quite flexible kind of hero. And a lot of those Batriders that we've been seeing, has a lot of the power has been from a lot of its flexibility. So going to have a Mars come in here as the response to the Terror Blade. I feel like that has always been, pretty much since Mars's inception, has pretty much just been one of those heroes that can just deal with a Terror Blade nice and early on. Has a lot of good mix of physical and magical damage, as well as good ways of being able to lock him down. And Chaos Knight, is this the illustrious...
Yes.
Okay, position 4 Chaos Knight that you were talking about in the green room?
Yes, indeed. It's just like a really solid hero overall, right? You kind of have to think back to why Naga Siren was picked a lot as a position 4 and a position 5, and still kind of is every now and then. Really fast, good stats, good right click, harass potential, and ever since the... God, I'm going to have to look back at what it's actually called, but the facet that lets your Chaos Strike split into 2, Cloven Chaos, it just feels like it's a little bit more versatile of a hero, where you're able to make a lot of different trades happen. You've got a lot of burst potential as well, especially when you consider like 1 point Reality Rift, you get that minus armor, and then Mars God's Rebuke is actually going to slam people pretty effectively. Might be a little worried that you've got double melee, but I don't think against a TB and an Oracle that's a huge area of a concern.
Yeah, especially because you've got good ways of being able to bridge some of those gaps as well. You've got Spear and Rebuke to be able to get people away from you. You also have good gap closers to be able to, you throw in the Chaos Bolt and the Spear back into a tree. Can kind of close.
It's a pretty easy setup.
Yeah,
for sure.
So it's not like they're too disparaged where they are, but the Axe is a good response here. A lot of very short range heroes that really want to be up in your face, so you have a lot of good counter players coming in from the Axe, and obviously I feel like that is probably one of, I don't want to say one of, but it is definitely a Malik hero. When I think of heroes that he plays, Axe is one of the ones that really comes to mind. So I'm excited to see a whole lot more Axe go through these next couple of days of these qualifiers, but more just strength cores just coming in here with the Sven to finish it off.
They're pretty much, we were talking about comfort in the previous series, and this is basically what they ran during all of their open qualifier run. Like the Batrider is played by Ike as the position 5. Ponlo played the Chaos Knight pretty frequently. Sven was the most played position 1 by Rinsick. And it's basically just Mirage's hero that's still yet to come. And I mean, there's a lot of heroes that he's still played that are still in the pool to be able to choose from. There's DP, there's Shadow Fiend, there's Void Spirit, there's Leshrac, which I wouldn't be surprised to see. I feel like it could be a great Leshrac game.
Yeah, I really feel like that's kind of one of the heroes that just looks really good into pretty much everything that Liga has right now.
When you consider, like, you've got a ton of stuns, you've got Arena to keep people held in place, you've got a lot of magic and damage to go up against high armor from both the TB and the Axe, you've got AoE damage to deal with Willow. Feels like a great Lesh game.
And you've got a lot of the amplification. Not amplification. You've got Warcry to be able to play around with as well, the move speed and the armor.
Yep.
Really big things that Leshrac wants to try and have, but sometimes doesn't really have the space in the inventory to build. I'm really loving that Leshrac pick. We'll see what they want to go for here. So Liga will get rid of the Death Prophet, just provides them that little bit of extra tower taking ability, allows them to kind of rally behind a hero. I feel like Leshrac and DP fall in very similar spots. I think, obviously DP has that silence to kind of change up instead of the stun, but very similar heroes in the vein. But what about Liga team? Where we're kind of leaning for them now with their potential final hero?
I feel like they're going to need a little bit of initiate. I don't know. They've kind of got a bit of a do-nothing draft for mine. So I need something that is able to react to when eventually Cullen Charter is going to start running at them. So is that going to be something like an Ember Spirit where you're able to build a Mage Slayer and kind of delay things out a little bit? Is that going to be something like a Tiny where you do have a fair few melee-ish heroes, so you're going to get great value out of like an Avatos combination? A Kunkka I think would have been great, but it's already been banned out by Cullen Charter. Pangolier is still a possibility for mine.
Yeah, okay. They only really have the Lasso that can deal with the Rolling Thunder. Oh, Slaughter. Okay, they're going to go for a Shadow Fiend. When you said the Shadow Fiend as well, I felt like that was another hero that really just combines really well with the Arena of Blood, as well as just being able to provide that extra bit of team fight, and that extra bit of burst damage, and the minus armor as well. Yeah, you are correct with that. You've got a lot of minus armor with a lot of the heroes that are floating around, so...
5 seconds remaining.
And again, if you've got like a do nothing draft, you can just sit back as a Shadow Fiend and right click towers. What are they going to do about it? Like the onus is on Liga team to do something, and it's really just on a race. Like, what is he going to do it with? There's no Storm, there's no Puck because you've banned them out. You don't have any real tower taking potential outside of this Terrorblade, so it's going to need to be someone that can accomplish a lot of these things. Like, do they? And any sort of melee hero is going to have a horrible time into this SF as well. So what can you choose? Like, is it a Dragon Knight where you're just able to take towers a little bit, withstand some of the pressure that the SF is putting onto you? Something with a high amount of damage so that, okay, Pango's okay, but I'm going to need to see some rotations coming through from MRLS on his Dark Willow to be able to really hinder Mirage's game, because I think that's going to be the biggest telling point of how the, let's say, 10 to 15 minute mark of this game is going to go, or 10 to 20. If Mirage is, just snowballing and getting a little bit out of control, it could start to look very rough very quickly. However, if you're able to have killed him a few times off the back of MRLS and Respect, then it's a very different story, because I really feel like both Malik and you are going to be playing pretty passive games, at least for the very beginning.
Yeah, I definitely feel like you is going to be playing an extremely passive game. Want to try and farm up towards that very critical mass that the TB can work towards. So I think for me, I'm definitely sitting in the same boat as you. It's all about the Dark Willow to see what she can do kind of rotating around this map. And I feel like also trying to kind of match what the Batrider and the Chaos Knight want to do as well. Like, they're going to naturally want to be heroes that are going to be moving towards power runes and kind of just putting a lot of pressure on a lot of these other lanes, being able to secure those first couple of minutes for the side laners and then just walk towards that middle lane. And as you said, get Mirage off to such a nice start here. So I like the comfort that we got here from both of these two teams. And I feel like the game plans are pretty straightforward as well.
Yeah, for sure. I'm really going to be interested to see how both teams approach, for example, the power runes. I think that's going to be a pretty big deal for both of these, because you've got great ways to be able to build up a bunch of stacks. You've got great heroes at being able to take a bunch of the stacks. And we mentioned before, as we do get into the game, we're seeing a few Grandmasters here. We've got a Grandmaster Mars, we've got a Grandmaster Shadow Fiend, we've got a Grandmaster Terrorblade, and a bunch of Platinum and Master tier heroes. So Comfort, Comfort, Comfort is the name of the game, except for Ponlo playing as Chaos Knight. But one thing that we mentioned with you, aka Violent, in that he is going to be very passive, the one thing that I think he does better than a lot of other Terrorblades, and I know he's not like a top player, is that he knows how to make that distinction of when to use his meta, not just for farming, not just for team fighting, but converting it into an objective as well. Like, you're never going to see him just use it for one sole purpose. It's always going to be for 2 or 3. So I'm interested to see how well he's going to be able to execute that, because they did very much draft around him. They banned out the Darkseer as well as the Doom, which Kalim Chata had used as responses to the TB in the past throughout these qualifiers.
Yeah, that has been a big bane in the Terrorblade side for a long time. And as you said, a lot of these targeted bans really trying to enable some of these players. So that's what they're doing here for Liga, trying to make sure that Yu's having a very good time. So, seeing what Calm can do.
I think it's
with
you
the heroes.
are, not you is.
Anyways, there's a fight. A race goes in. Nice little shield crash. Fortnite, man, taking quite a lot of damage. See if he can crank some 90s up this hill, and he does. Gets away.
He's got a salve coming out to him. He will be A-OK. I think it's 2 for 2 in terms of the bounties, so not horrible. Certainly shows that this double melee is in a little bit of danger if you are not perfectly in position. Oh, okay. So Ponlo's actually going for a little bit of a different build than what we normally see. So he's going Aetherlands first, which is pretty standard, but then looks like he's building into an Aghanim Scepter next. It could still change, as Fortnite Man will be okay. But yeah, like normally we see something like an Orchid.
I'm trying to think, like, potentially there is an interaction with the presence of the Dark Lord.
Also, just if someone gets called, you just use your ultimate, and then takes that away a little bit, the damage threat.
I'm trying to like think like a way too far outside the box of like Ponlo doing some like Giga Brain, like he's cracked the code of like double presence of the Dark Lord, just minus armor out the wazoo, and then that comes in with a logic bomb of counter initiation, I guess.
Do you think the like cogs having souls should come back, like those sorts of interactions?
Yeah, 100%. I feel like that was it was such a, I don't want to say like a nothing interaction, but it was like such a like it was something that you spent time killing those souls in the fountain instead of contesting a rune. So that was like a choice that you made, rather than it just being like, oh no, like your Shadow Fiend just gets, like, obviously he gets 3 souls, but like you also miss out on 2 heroes, or potentially 3 heroes, because of the way that you used to have to do it with the deny, right? So yeah, 100%. I like weird interactions, and I like people abusing weird interactions. That's what Dota's built off of.
So I'm just looking at Violent up here on the top side. He just got 2 denies straight in Mars's face underneath the tower as well. So very nicely done. Off to a nice little start he is. So is Mirage, just looking to continue to try and put the pressure onto a race who honestly isn't having too bad of a time himself, considering, Shadow Fiend, how good he is against a lot of the melee heroes in the pool these days. Just making sure to pressure him at the right times to make sure that he's not going to get that flag bearer creep for free, but still ends up securing it for himself.
Yeah, just having the double jump and the shield crash just means you can secure so many more of those creeps. It's just very, very hard to deal with, because you obviously don't want to Shadow Raise at the wrong time as well, for Mirage. And just have it all soaked up by the barrier.
Nicely done as well to be able to leave Malik on his own in the lane. Ends up getting a stack from Amaryllis, maybe just assuming correctly that it's worth giving up the the Lotus pool for the purpose of getting a double stack up.
Especially because they are so important for a hero like Axe, right? Where just being able to accelerate towards that next item and kind of remove that awkward window where, and we were even talking about it in the last game, you know, you make the choice of Blade Mail or Blink. Sometimes that can be make or break, but if you reduce that window, if you do make the wrong choice, then you can kind of make up for some lost time. But
I mean,
either way,
they don't want to fight on Liga team is the thing. Like, they just want to sit back and do absolutely nothing and hope that they're able to get away with getting into those items. And so, you know, the ability to be able to make some of these... Oh, who's got the faster fingers? It's a race, and I was about to say this might be very, very bad for Mirage, but able to get away just in time. Won't be able to secure the bottle refill, though, so might be forced to go back to his own bounty rune, and that's, I think, exactly where MLS is starting to patrol towards. Hanging out the fact that it's still there.
Okay. Thought maybe he might walk all the way over there.
I think it would have been worth it, to be honest.
With the Ike instead. Maybe feeling like there could have been another way. Oh, Ike with the bounce up onto the high ground.
Cheeky. Hold on. Mid lane. Mirage is going for a little bit of a deep dive here.
Could be an overextension, especially because the big barrier that comes out from that shield crash. So Erase didn't have that extra bit of damage. Didn't want to swashbuckle into a Shadow Fiend. Looks like I could be able to get the kill there onto Malik on the bottom side of the map. After Ponlo gets the first kill onto Respect a little bit earlier on into the game, and now we are seeing Rinsick a lot of damage, and Yu's able to take down Ponlo on the top side of the map, who are trying to make a go there onto you.
Understandable. I mean, he has to be a little careful here. Just a couple of seconds left on the God's Rebuke cooldown. Of course, he doesn't want to go too deep underneath the tower himself, so he should be able to get a bunch of denies here on the Mars. You can tell he's hungry for it. Ooh.
They have stick charges too, so you have to be very, very careful.
Yeah, but not if you've got a Chaos Knight right there ready to clean up a bit of a free kill. And I mean, this is what happens if you've got rotating around Oracle. He's going to be helping out as well, of course. He's got Prognosticate as mid lane. Bit of a dive. Yeah, this is what we said needed to happen. Oh, Ponlo, great positioning though, to be able to yoink away that regen rune. Might end up dying for it, but I don't think he'll really care all that much. It's just about denying the Pangolier the ability to be able to make a big level of impact throughout the game. And wants that regen rune to kick back in, but the Fortune's End ends up dispelling it. So yeah, ends up getting the kill, but it does mean that Pango doesn't exactly have the most resources to be able to do anything now at this point.
Yeah, I think it would have been very dire straits if Mirage walked back into that lane and it was a full HP, full bottle Pango that he was walking into after dying. So at least Ponlo does make it so this lane is at least salvageable for Mirage, who's doing relatively well, being able to keep well ahead on the CS charts, and it's kind of what the Shadow Fiend does. But as the Liga team are well aware, kind of just send a lot of the emphasis towards that middle lane, try and get that Pangolier boosted forward in a lot of these extra early levels, get towards that Diffusal Blade, and then he can start making a lot more space around the map.
Level 4 on Ike as well, so I wonder if he is going to look to try and connect through with the Sven once Sven hits his level 6, just to be able to get that little bit of a boost for the God's Strength. Start to slam out some of that damage, but we're seeing too many stacks being built up for Kalim Charter. Not really. I mean, the ones that have been made by the Sven underneath the tier 1 tower. Maybe a little bit to the left-hand side near the Wisdom Rune, but it's really what we're seeing. What we're seeing here with Malik being able to reap the benefits of MLS and his frequent trips away from that lane. And the fact that the Axe wasn't punished when this was all happening is a little surprising. So he is doing a totally fine job, even though Sven is farming, and that's all well and good, but if you're not actually getting the kills in addition to it, that's where it starts to get a little bit more dicey.
Ponlo in trouble. He's able to stay alive there, so the Purifying Flames He's able to heal him up just a little bit here. There are a few stacks that are floating around here for the Radiant side. Looks like they're going to try and make a go on the top side. Ike will make their rotation towards top. Arena of Blood's going to go in here. You does have the Sunder available as well as the 12 stick charges, and they just fight him all the way to the end there, but they don't have the damage. Fortnite Man did not have the God's Rebuke. Mirage is going to walk forward there onto Respect and be able to take down the support. So it is Respect and Ike who will trade places, but they really wanted that kill there onto you.
They're going to be able to get this D-ward off instantly as well. I mean, it's just one of those things where they just got a little bit too antsy. It was a long TP coming through in from Mirage there. Otherwise, there probably was a kill onto the TB, and it would have been huge, you know, especially considering you've got the ability to really start to snowball if you get off to a good start on the SF, and it hasn't really been happening all that much. So advantage Liga team, in my opinion, at this stage, even though win probability has a very small advantage, only 4%. But again, they don't really want to be taking team fights. So if they're able to get a few more of these kills for free, they'll take that every day of the week.
Exactly. Being able to absorb this pressure, be able to lose out when it comes to objectives. I think that's the big thing for them. It's making sure they don't lose these early tier 1 towers and enabling a lot of these, I don't want to say greedier heroes, but you know, these Bat Riders and these Chaos Knights to get out to those early EXP and gold leads, where that's where they can really take over the game, right? Like if you have a Bat Rider who gets a very early Blink Dagger, especially at 5, that's when the game gets very, very hard for you. So.
Yep. Absolutely. Although has to be a little careful here. He's positioning, but really wanting to make sure he doesn't allow that illusion rune.
Ooh, he's going to pay the price. Just walking into the river and just getting taken down by the supports as well as the race.
And I mean, the fact that they're getting a bunch of these kills at this stage of the game is very important, right? Like, you've got level 6 on MRLS, and that's a pretty big deal considering you've got level 4, almost level 5 on the Bat Rider. I want to see him put a little bit more emphasis into his own, at least experience that he's able to play around with. Dodges out the call nicely. Just trying to be annoying at this stage. But yeah, if he's level 6, then you probably aren't able to get those Pango rolls off quite so easily. You're just going to lasso him every single time.
Just puts a little bit of extra pressure back on the side of Liga. And you can just see Yu's just doing such a good job at constantly sticking up towards his top side, keeping that farm rotating, going through. Has just popped the Metamorphosis once again. We'll continue to put this pressure back on the Fortnite Man, so he can't rotate off this top side of the map and try and help out Mirage, who is now falling back into the stacks in the jungle. So building towards that Kayasha.
Malik's getting way too much, way too many stacks going uncontested. More being built up as well. He's got the chipped vest as well as the blade mail finished up at 11 minutes. Not even a naked one as well. He's got the phase boots to be able to combine together with it. Again, yes, the Span is farming, but I don't think you really care that much, just because you are going to have ways to be able to deal with him once you get some of those early items. So he just got the blade mail finished right then, and he's already got 750 gold on top of it. So this is looking like being... Honestly, if he's really on point, I guess he doesn't really have the stacks to be able to do what I was saying. Could you potentially contest with a Blink Dagger the 14-minute Wisdom Rune on the Kalimchata side of the map? Probably not. He probably doesn't have the real estate to be able to do that at this stage. But definitely like 15 and a half minute siege creeps, looking to try and play around those to be able to win a team fight and then take a tower. That's absolutely a possibility.
See if they want to play around those timings. So right now, very slow start for both these two teams, as you were saying, Matt, just wanting to sit back and farm here for the side of Liga. Just holding on to this pressure right now.
They're just trying to bait someone to come in to defend this. Good use of his illusions though on the top side by you. Just trying to keep Fortnite Man away. If he ends up going in here, SF could look to join in, but he's just used a couple of his Shadow Razors, so I'm not sure if they would have the damage to kill the TB anyway.
Especially with the Falcon Blade plus the full Yasha completed. He's got a lot of stats that are floating around now, so that extra armor, yes, it is quite a lot of magic damage that can go through, so have to be careful of that.
Look at this smoke coming through, though. They're trying to find someone that's looking to pick up some farm. They would have loved it to be Rinsick, but won't be the case. They'll just be able to take a Bat Rider kill.
Yeah, was looking for the Sven, but Rinsik is very deep in the jungle right now. Just hitting some of those creeps and trying to stay on top of the CS charts.
I'm going to need to see a little bit more happening from Uncharted, though. Like, they've just been perhaps a bit too passive. Oracle just sitting up here trying to not allow this tower to go for free, but I think he's going to have to concede this one. On
Yeah, I can't
using
imagine
his Phantasm Illusion just for scouting.
Yeah, I can't imagine them contesting that. So just trying to build
free,
towards
though.
some of these early items here for Callum Charter. Just trying to get that 8th lens there for Ponlo, as well as the Blink Dagger up early on here for Fortnite Man. So with that extra tower, they get themselves ever so close. I'd imagine it's pretty much go time once they get the Blink and even
wow.
close towards an 8th lens for Ponlo.
So again, I don't think they'll be able to get there in time, but it is that 14-minute Blink Dagger that I was talking about before. So this is kind of nuts from Malik to be at this stage. Do they have a smoke to be able to play around with? That's the real question that I have, because they just took mid tower, so it's not like they need to play around that. Bottom tower is probably going to die soon anyway. Right now, Erase just wants to stick around for the power rune. Gets a haste. Nice.
Okay. Ponlo just walks out of harm's way.
But I mean, he's who you want to get caught by this. Like, this is... letting a CK die is totally fine. You don't want this courier to be scouted out, for example, returning back.
Rush. He was close, but didn't get caught. So you do survive if you're the Shadow Fiend, but you do lose another member in Ponlo once again. A lot of deep wards coming out here from Liga, and they're just putting the pedal to the metal. They're just going to leave you to his own devices, it seems, and they're just going to try and run around as this 4-man death squad.
I mean, they're pinging Fortnite Man, and he's doing a good job of shoving in this top side of the map, but he's got a Blink Dagger. So I'm wondering, like, at what stage are they actually ready to try and play around that? I mean, you've got... Okay, this is probably it, right? Blink Dagger on the Sven, Bat Rider. He's got Urn, doesn't have Blink or anywhere close to it, but I think that's totally fine. He's just trying to put a lot of attention onto himself, and yeah, they're going to instantly go for a smoke here, look to try and connect with Mirage, and hold on, just having a look at this Observer ward that sees the courier move down to the bottom hand side of the map, so they have a rough idea of where Rinsik is looking to try and play. He's just going to use himself as bait, I think, in the lane, knowing that the rest of the team is hanging behind him. Ooh. I was wondering if he might go for that Blink Arena. Would have caught 2 at that stage, but won't be able to do it just yet. Doesn't seem like they're fully connected with what actual objective they want. I mean, they just moved across the map and had a potential for a 5-man team fight. Maybe they think they're further behind than they actually are. They've actually got a net worth lead at the moment.
I mean, especially with how far ahead Rinsik is, like, surely you got to be feeling pretty strong if you're the Sven right now. Blink Echo Mob at 15 minutes. Maybe seeing now with the Terrorblade, he's just picked up the Mantis Tower, you're feeling like might not be that far ahead. Malik's had a very, very good start, so you're feeling like everybody else is a little bit behind the 8 ball in comparison to that Axe. But as you said, not being able to connect onto that objective just yet. You can continue to go out to push a lot of these creep waves away. So Fortnite Man, I believe he got a glimpse of a race there. Does not have Blink Arena just yet, so they don't really have anybody to connect with this either. They are trying to get themselves into position here. And Callum Charter, God Strength, they're going to go in. They're going to see if they can take down the Pango. Nice quick little kill there onto
Axe.
Erase. Now, we're looking towards the next couple of motions here. Ponlo getting very, very close to this. They're just going to throw out the lasso there onto Amorales. And Malik will jump in onto Ponlo. Doesn't really get much done, but now with the gold strength still available here for Rinsik, they will take down Malik. And that's a lot of gold now going in the pocket here of Callum Charter. And surely they're going to be feeling good now.
They're going to be feeling a whole lot better off the back of that. You know, this was really the timings that they were hoping for. The quick blink in, burst down. And, I mean, to be able to catch out, maybe they were just waiting for a higher priority, more killable even target, because, you know, you compare the Pango to the Axe. Axe has about 20 armor. Pango, I guess, has pretty similar, but 600 less health to be able to play around with. So, considering how impactful a Pango can be in the middle of a team fight, and, you know, they have the potential to be able to wipe him out in the 3 seconds that it takes for a TP to happen. So, looking not too bad, as Fortnite Man should still be okay, but again, I'm just continue to be impressed with how well Yu is able to play around the map with this Terrorblade, right? Like, he never just rests on his laurels and is just a farming TB, or just a pushing TB, or just a fighting TB. He does it all, and that's why it was, in my eyes, still a very, very worthy first pick for the team.
Seems like he does have quite a lot of responsibilities on his shoulders right now. And we'll see whether or not he can deliver for the team this game. So far, they're definitely not down and out, but the TB is the insurance policy. They're looking to see if they can potentially continue to push towards this bottom side and try and find a little bit of a stronghold here for Liga.
Actually,
More emphasis on this
considering...
tier 2 tower, Ponlo.
Yeah, has to be a little careful, especially playing around that creep wave when there's an axe around, but doesn't look like he'll be punished at this stage.
Yeah, looks like they're trying not to dive these tier 2 towers. It is very spicy kind of place on the map to be jumping into, especially onto a Chaos Knight. All it takes is for him to survive
Mars.
heated hope, but they've been able to find out Fortnite Man. Then when it comes to terrorizing the Fortune's End as well, they do have to slam dunk.
Oh,
It's
big
gonna
combo.
look in. Mirage gets it done, gets the fear as well, and Malik just bounces into the Arena of Blood. Fortnite Man will walk away as he pops the L dance and says, see you later to Liga. They're going to look to see if they can take down a race here who will be able to get away for now. Ike with the bounce back into the lasso. And it's Callum Charter who get 4-4-0.
Yeah, you just see the combination coming through there with the CK double stun, right? It just means that blink in, Requiem, is just so much faster.
He's found you on the bottom side of the map. He's very, very low here on Fortnite Man, so they have to be very, very careful. They do not have the Requiem of Souls, and you will just walk in and say, thank you so much for that. They are
feels like
being
they're just
very,
trying to
very
bait.
careful about how low they are staying here. Ponlo's going to come across. They have to be careful about the Thunder here. Beautiful little man to dodge there onto the Chaos Bolt, and Ponlo is just walking into a meat grinder.
Yeah.
And they
knows how to play the TB.
The TB.
I mean, it could have been just such a... I mean, they got a little bit greedy, and they even get another. Amorales just gets a solo kill onto the Shadow Fiend to be able to clean that one up. So what was looking like something great for Callum Charter suddenly turns into, it was all right, just considering there was a bit of an unforced error coming through there.
Yeah, you could see, obviously, trying to make that play there onto you, they just didn't have the lockdown. They didn't have the arena. They got the Mars Spear to cancel the TP. But after that, you have to be very, very careful about playing around the Sunder.
I think it's fine if the Sven's there, but he wasn't. He was on the complete other side of the map with... Oh, hold on. Speaking of Sven, I was about to say, I thought he might look to try and engage a little earlier, but maybe they'll still be able to pick up the kill onto Malik.
So Callum Charter, they're still going to try and fight here. So Fortnite Man drops down the Arena of Blood, but with Rin 6 BKB starting to wear out here, does not want to try and go back in and fight. They at least get the false promise coming out there as well. So Mirage, beautiful Blink Requiem, is able to catch out both of the supports, takes them down with a few clicks of the razors. And Callum Charter fighting around each other. A very nice set of execution. They're looking nice and strong here, Callum Charter, albeit except for that small little unforced error against you.
Yeah, it happens. They're going to be able to get a Tormentor off the back of it, and probably not going to go for the TB kill once again. Nice little bonus there with the sticky napalm now dealing some structural damage. So if you really wanted to get cheeky with this Blink Dagger, I could potentially try and get a little bit of that going. It's a 7k net worth lead now, just 21 minutes in, and this is just a stack for fun, basically, but it's looking pretty solid.
I think there's a lot of good synergies and a lot of good individual skill for a lot of these players as well. So definitely could be a recipe for success, but as we said throughout the entirety of this broadcast, there are some absolute juggernauts that are waiting in the rest of this region. So being able to get through Liga team is step one, and they still have.
So I'm just trying to think.
get through as well.
We've had a couple of fights now that have gone against Liga team off the back of Blink Requiem, basically. So BKB is the item that they're going to need to have to be able to contest this, but Axe is the only one that's got it completed. It's coming out on the courier right now. So that's the area that I'm a little concerned about, because if you don't pre-pop that BKB, the Chaos Bolt stun is long enough that with the Yasha and Kaya, with the cast range reduction, it's going to be enough to be able to burst through before you're able to pop it during the stun. Ooh, they just off the
Trouble
mark.
here. They do miss on the Arena of Blood, but they've got
Jeez,
more than
the
enough
damage.
to be able to deal with it. And that is a beautiful use of the Arena of Blood to keep Ike alive as well. So they God Strength and they take down a Pango. But you probably more than say that was worth, especially with a race being another call for the side of Liga.
Yeah, losing a tier 2 is not amazing, but I think they'll be happy enough to concede that one. I mean, all of their team fight essentially was used, though, on Kalam Charter, as actually Mirage getting caught out here.
Yeah, he got found by Malik. He has to be very, very careful. Wants to try and pump the Requiem, but with the BKB being popped here by Malik, they're going to have to try and use everything to get their Shadow Fiend out alive, and they do. So Malik uses the BKB here, and there's not really much that they can do with it, and they will just disengage here. So Kalam Charter are in a very, very good position. They got a lot of resources out of Liga. They didn't lose anything for it.
It's an 8k net worth lead, but I really still feel like this game could go either way. Like, it just takes one really good team fight for both of them, and I feel like Yu is farmed enough that he's just going to be able to run down a lane, take out another tier 2 tower. I mean, you've got the glyph refreshed, sure, but to me now this starts to swing towards, all right, top Roshan. That's really where both teams are going to be putting a lot of their focus. And I'd have to say it's advantage Kalam Charter because they've still got their tier 1 tower to be able to TP to in case, buybacks are needed. They've probably got a slight... They actually don't have a... They've got a bit of a vision advantage, I'd say, around the pit area. So maybe the priority for them is just going to be shove out mid, shove out top, get ready for Roche because it's coming top in the next 30 seconds.
Yeah, it seems like that will be the next point of contention. Both have pretty good teams at playing around
Solo kill.
the Roche pit as well. And as you said, Bombo with the solo kill.
Ooh, just dodges out the call.
Extra illusions. And Mr. Ponlo gets himself a big thumbs up from the team as well. Just a Chaos Bolt and a whole bunch of illusions. Pops the Phantasm, says see you later.
Yeah, got a bit lucky with the Phantasm there. Was able to create 3 off the back of it with his innate. Oh, down bottom, they're very deep in here. I'm not sure if they're willing to pop Rolling Thunder just to kill Ponlo, though. And again, this is the advantage of playing with something like a Chaos Knight. You're just so tanky. You're pretty fast as well at being able to, get away from a lot of these gank attempts. And even now, he's able to put a couple of points into the Chaos Strike where you might be able to get the lifesteal if you're lucky from a quick right-click and being able to escape off the back of that. But even just the order that he's gone for these components of the Aghanims. Point Booster, Ograx. Like, he wants to make sure that he's just that much harder to kill at the very start. And I feel like Fortnite Man's kind of in a similar boat where he's gone the tough enchantment just for that little bit of extra armor, for example, to be able to not die to the TB and the Pangolier. But looks like it's going to be gank attempt into Roshan is the name of the game. Still very risky to just walk on in there. Just use the CK illusions for scouting.
We'll smoke them up. See if they get eyes on anything.
Very
We'll
ballsy
see
by
a
Mirage.
race at the top side of the map. 30 seconds till he has a TP, but by then the smokes will fade. Haven't got the vision of
Able to get
anybody
anyone.
just yet, so they'll leave around. Alright, they're looking towards the bottom side, and it looks like Rinsik has been able to find the Dark Willow. Morales will unfortunately bite the dust.
And they get the D-ward off as well.
Thought Fortnite Man got a little glimpse of
Oh.
where Respect was going. He did. So he finds the Oracle in the trees. He pins him to a tree. And Mirage says, thank you for the soul.
Still not enough, though, to be able to go into the Roche pit. But I feel like you've got pretty great wards down. You've got to take advantage of that. So if they can look to try and play around this top side, they will absolutely look to do so. Not sure if Erase is going to be able to catch up to that creep wave. So he might need to just bank on cutting the next wave coming on this top side of the map and maybe using the glyph to be able to prevent that. But they're actually looking to just say, screw it. Let's just run into this Roche pit, especially now that they see the Pangolier is nowhere near the team fight. So that's just going to
Oh, and
give
they
them
found
the
him.
confidence. standards.
They 100% found him. They found a race in the bottom side of the map, and they were able to get him. Fortnite Man shout out. Gets the Blink Spear. They get the Roche as well. They take another core, and I mean, Callum Charter, they are dotting their I's, crossing their T's, and charging to a Game 1 victory.
To be able to get both of those things is kind of nuts. You know, I thought they might have to commit to either one or the other, but they just get it all. You've also got a BKB, though, coming out now for you, with level 20, with amp damage, so they didn't really use anything huge, though, to be able to make that happen. Maybe just thinking that Sven is going to be back and looking to pick up some farm, which is true.
Okay.
The God Strength isn't available. I don't know if you want to go in on this. They will, though.
Fly here onto you. He pops the BKB. Do they have the extra bit of damage? No, they do not. He turns around with the Sunder as well as the False Promise. BKB's popped a plenty. The Amplified Damage Rune is still starting to run here on this Terrorblade. You have to be very, very careful here if you are Rensick. Ponlo just cops the clicks and goes down. They've been able to find out the Sven. The first life goes down. Metamorphs is still ready
BKB,
and
though.
raring to go. And there's a lot of time to be able to play around in a lot of these fights as well. You walks forward, wants to try and find the Sven once again. So, Callum Charter in a dominant position, but Liga just say, no, we are going to catch you unawares. And they take down Fortnite Man, and they thought it was a good fight for them. But with the BKB being popped by you, it was just all over Red Rover.
It's just the Sven with no God Strength. That was the difference maker, right? Like, extra 190%. Maybe you get lucky with an extra Daedalus crit off the back of that, and you does die. But certainly not the case. You even had the Gale Guard available as well to be able to withstand a little bit of that damage coming through as well. So I think they just need to be a little smarter about, like, yes, you've got some great combinations, but it's gotten to the point now where the CK stun plus Requiem isn't going to be enough. You need the Sven there to be able to take out this TB. He's way too big. And he's even going into a Butterfly next, so as soon as that's revealed, you would have to imagine that MKB is going to need to be on the list. As I hear a Rolling Thunder, it's just onto a Pos 5, though.
Yeah, take down Ike here on the Batrider, who's trying to
Top lane, Fortnite Man.
waves on the bottom side.
I feel like players are getting much better at that. You know, they reveal on the lane, they hit the tower for 2.9 seconds, and then they TP away. So even if your TP rotation is instant, you're still going to get away.
Yeah. Just the amount of times people being caught by those TP rotations, they've finally started to develop the min-max.
I feel like Tormentor should be coming up pretty shortly as well. I think it was taken around the 21-ish minute mark, 21:30 maybe, so would love to get that for Fortnite Man in particular.
Seems like Callum Charter are definitely looking towards it.
But I mean, look at those couple of big pickups. Aghanim Scepter plus the Daedalus coming through from the TB. Can't imagine there's too many more items that you're really looking to try and save up for. If the time is now for Liga to try and make something happen. They just need to make sure that the lanes are shoved in enough that any sort of movement that they make isn't going to be too obvious. Smoke coming out here from the Willow. Now's not the time to farm, Malik. Now's the time to go. But no one really is revealing on the map. Having a look at Liga's perspective, completely dark on the map right now. Fortnite Man briefly shows, and that's where they're going to make a beeline for.
Seeing if they can find the Mars here. He is unfortunately left on an island. So Fortnite Man will try his best. He's going to BKB an Arena.
All right, maybe
that
thought
one.
the boys were coming. I mean, maybe he was just trying to buy some... Oh, just able to get away on the Sven there as they were taking the Tormentor. At least Fortnite Man gets the Aghanim Shard from that, so not the worst. Has to be very careful of sticking around on the bottom side though, Rensick, because he is standing right next to the Tormentor. He just walked past a dire active Watcher as there is no SF here, and there's no Oracle there anymore either.
Yeah, just use the double combos. Blink in, Lasso, Requiem. See you later. Again, it seems like there's a lot of counter punches that are going between both these two teams. It feels like one team gets a small advantage, the other one comes in with a counter punch. Kind of go back to this even state of equilibrium. where it doesn't really feel like either team is starting to pull ahead. And I agree with you. It feels like the net worth chart is a little misleading,
Top tower.
just because of how strong it feels like you is. Same with the Sven, to be perfectly honest with you. I feel like both of these two carries are both in that kind of godhood area where if they're left unchecked in a team fight, they will literally kill everyone. And there's not much you can do about it. So
Yeah. I do have to wonder though, like now you've got the arena coming back up in 2 seconds. You've got the BKB coming back up in 5 seconds for the Mars. You've shoved out this top lane effectively, and he's got the Aghanim Shard now as well. Ponlo's got his Aghanim Scepter. So is this now the point where you look to make a move of your own, stick Fortnite Man out there as like, oh, he's made, he's really killable, but then you get the reveal of that Aghanim Scepter, and then suddenly, you know, when you look to commit Blink Call, Rolling Thunder onto him, you've got that extra second or two that you need just to be able to survive. But I'm a little worried that Mirage isn't there with the rest of the team. They need this damage. Oh, he doesn't get the false promise off.
And they just delete absolutely everyone. Now Malik's been called out as well. They do have that BKB to be able to try and play around with though, so Malik is able to at least run away from it. Apollo does hit that Phantasm, gets everybody out of dodge for now. Will eventually lose his life though, so it's not like it is all for naught.
Oh, one
Going
hit.
Forward. And that was a big old shot coming in from Rinsik.
I want to guess, how much damage do you think it did?
He has 1200 HP, so I would say...
It was more than 1200, a lot more.
2200?
2378
Damn.
in one hit. God damn.
You love
God Strength's nearly off though, so... And he does have level 25. I'm not sure if that was off the kill or beforehand, but yeah, that extra 50% God Strength damage is pretty deadly. Yeah, I mean, I didn't see exactly what happened in the previous fight. I thought Oracle might have been able to get off the false promise, but I think perhaps part of that was Fortnite Man getting the arena off and just limiting the vision that the Oracle had at the time, so he couldn't actually false promise the Pango.
quickly looking up and seeing the indicator of no vision.
Afterwards, yes, I just thought he had like maybe 1 second to turn around and ulti the Pango, but maybe it wasn't enough.
Yep. That's a big crit.
Mm-hmm.
That's a one tap.
So what's he going for? He's going for Abyssal Blade next. Okay. Don't hate it. I mean, that's one way to be able to stop the freaking Sunder from coming through.
Next cosmetic idea, Valve. This one you're getting for free. Overkill. Like, skin. You overkill someone and it shows you. Like how much
Where does it
overkill.
show?
Like on top of the person that you kill. Like a PA like sword on the Arcana. But it's like overkill. Alright, I heard a lasso. And that means that Ike is able to blow up Morales.
Ponlo, a little bit in danger if he ventures too much further forward. Should be okay. Everyone's getting to... Well,
They're trying to fight for the top side though. A race. A little walk forward. Fortnite Man pops that BKB. Does have the TP available. They're going to go in and fight, and it looks like Rinsik is going to
doesn't
come
false
in
promise
and
again.
just delete him. He was halfway through the animation there. For respect. He tried, just wasn't there in time. It's a lot of damage that comes in from the Sven. It looks like the Demon Zeal just to get themselves away. So respect, just ever so close to getting that false promise off. I think if he gets that false promise off, that's just like a turn fight, and they just kill Rinsik as well.
Yeah.
So
They oftentimes are running pretty low on TPs on Liga team though. Like I don't think Malik was there to be able to join in just because he was lacking it at the time. But now with I mean, there wasn't really anything huge popped other than, I guess God Strength is pretty big still at this stage of the game. I don't know. I feel like even without it, you know, it's gotten to the stage where Rinsik is just threatening enough that not the be all and end all unless you're worried about TB specifically. Everyone else can still just two-shot him.
And also get to the point where it's going to have to be this dance between both of the two carries where they're both as petrified of each other at one point.
So
it's all really going to come down to what their teams can do around them.
So it's a really tough decision to have to make, and of course we can't see what neutral item choices they got, but Rinsik just went away from having the serrated shiv, which gives a chance for a guaranteed true strike, which is going to be great against the butterfly, but instead he went for the one that guarantees a crit. So with the giant small every 15 seconds. So you don't even need to worry about the potential for a crit coming through. You will be critting when you're looking to try and initiate. Yeah, it's probably not as much of a crit as what the other option is, but still it's pretty deadly to be able to have that option available. Smoke on smoke. Still not getting caught out here. Nah.
They're aware.
The smoke didn't break, so they're not going to take the bait.
They are aware.
Roche is alive up top as well, and Mirage's illusion sees it.
Just seeing if there's any more of these awkward engagements between both of these two.
No smokes
second
left on
smoke
either
there from
team.
Calm.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Actually, they've got another one in Ponlo's inventory as well, or his backpack.
Oh, they're going to walk up the high ground here. This is a beautiful position coming in here from Liga. Ponlo will walk in. We'll be able to drop some wards. He gets full vision of them.
Oh, the Lotus!
That's a huge Lotus orb that comes in with the Hex as well. Being able to catch out Fortnite Man. He has no BKB. There's no Phantasm for them to play around with either. Rinsik's going to go in towards the background, and that Butterfly is doing so much work already for you. And there is just nothing left for them to do here. They will just try and disengage. Ponlo's going to try his best here against the race. Now Mirage is going to go forward.
Finally.
Get the Requiem of Souls, and then you can just see that false promise as being able to have that disengage. Mark's going to go in, catch out Ponlo. So there will be no Chaos Knight for this fight. 54 seconds for both of these two players as they sit and watch, and Liga team will walk into the pit.
It's all about the engagement. You know, it was what was the net worth lead at that point in time? I think it was 18k, shrunk down to 16, and now they've got Roshan that is going to be going the way of Liga team, as well as another pause coming through. Hopefully everything's okay with the connections coming through. Is another tip coming through. Old teammate to old teammate.
Seems like they are having some problems with some things, but looks like they can through it and quickly. So Yu's able to deal with that and be able to get through.
Hold on. Oh, this is not good though. He's lost the gem.
The gem.
Has been killed.
Loses the courier.
2 gems now on Liga team, which is pretty huge, honestly. Like, that was the one kind of saving grace that, oh, at least they kept their gem, but not going to be the case. And, you know, quick 6k net worth swing, even having a Satanic now available as well to be able to just stand and man fight against the Shadow Fiend. What's the BKB durations looking like? 7 seconds for TBs. Sven's down to 6. Not surprising. That's just going to need to be the case of...
Really does just rely on it.
I mean, he's just going to be queuing up the... once the Abyssal Blade is there, he's going to be queuing up the fact that Blink Stun is going to be the initial, and then prior to BKB hopefully coming out. But again, it's really just about this Oracle. You know, False Promise is always going to be something that you're concerned about. So it just comes down to how disciplined is Respect. You know, he's played in a variety of regions as well, right? Despite being Belarusian, I believe. He's had time in Western Europe as well as Eastern Europe, so he doesn't have just that one play style to go from either. Maybe he learnt a few things on his time with Into the Breach, where he was able to sit back a little bit more, maybe play a little bit of a different style than what he's normally used to. What's he got coming out? I think it's Aetherlands, probably, coming out on the courier.
A bit of range. Play a little further back. Tumbler's toy as well. With the keen-eyed, so obviously very much in the
That's a huge cast
in the
range. I
business
have
of
to
having
zoom all the
long
way
cast
out.
range.
Yeah.
It's a pretty big range, that false promise.
Yeah.
And blink. It's like a
Yeah.
full screen easily.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
All right, so again,
A lot of
despite an
distance in
18k net worth lead, first team to lose all of their towers is Kalimchada,
Radiant's top tower
and they're just
is under attack.
sticking the beefiest boy on the front lines. Hold on, they've got the right TV.
They are going to drag him all the way in. Beautiful disconnection there with the Arena of Blood coming in from Fortnite Man. They do take down Respect in the background. Malik Good's absolutely deleted. Now they're going to see if they can try and win this fight here against you. They will be able to take down the Terrorblade in his first life. No Metamorphosis now for the Terrorblade, and he's stuck inside of the base. He will just...
Bash.
Where's the bash, though? And that is a big kill there for Rinsick. He's going to stand and fight
And
see
fight.
if he can win this, but he will just do a lot of damage to the Sven, and that will be it. It is
It's all about the
Liga
initiation.
losing these first couple of fights as they try and walk up towards the high ground. And they are just now reeling at the chance of potentially trying to take this game number one.
Tip is incredibly warranted there for Ike. I mean, that is not the fight that you are going to get without that amazing lasso. You know, you see the Manta split, he sees which one is the real one, grabs it, and just the burst damage potential. Even a really nice false promise coming through, probably a little bit late on the arena coming through from Fortnite Man, not able to deny away a lot of that vision, but it's just not enough at the end of the day. The damage output from the Sven and the SF is just enormous.
Yeah, it's
They'll
just...
finally get their own tier 2 tower.
This is the power of the Batrider, right? Like, it's been like this for, I mean, as long as I've been watching Dota 2, you know, pretty much being able to just catch someone with lasso and just being able to have these heroes that just do so much burst damage, and that's kind of the power of the draft that you've got here for Kalimchada, is just the fact that this Sven, if he just gets time to beat down on the Terrorblade, even though he has Satanic, even though that he has Butterfly and all this other stuff, it's just very, very easy for him to chop through that. There's no fight
I mean,
back.
this is the way that I want to see Batriders being played as well as a support, right? Like, he didn't just sit back and passively farm and take away, you know, his cores farm. He got out there. He was really aggressive with the farm that he was able to pick up. He was always, like, preventing the tower from going down too easily, enabling Sven to actually take the safe farm. Like, that's the sort of gameplay that I want to see. Sure, the flashy stuff can happen in fights, but it's just that basic understanding of, hold on, they're pinging out where exactly he is, but they're not really in a position to do anything about it right now, as he's even got a BKB now on Ike. So when he goes in for these deep jumps, the only way that they're going to be able to stop him is an axe call.
And that's just, you know, being able to have that as a response, especially when, you know, a lot of the time it's blinking for stuff instantaneously.
And even if he does call,
chance.
I wouldn't be surprised if he outworld staffs himself as well, just to be able to dodge the axe call. Like, it's a possibility, honestly, with how well he's playing.
That's something. That would be something. So, it looks like Ponlo is just spamming the Ags off cooldown to push out waves. Come on, don't push it.
Push out waves, give a lot of information through, as well as the DC coming through. Malik will take it too. Maybe things affecting Kazakhstan at this point in time, who knows?
Potentially. So hopefully all the players can get back in the next couple of moments and we can get back into this game of Dota, which has turned into a very interesting game, considering how strong that Kalimchada looked in the early couple
What's
of...
the win prob? 80%. Yeah, seems about right.
Yeah.
I'm a little surprised that they haven't put more emphasis onto taking this Tormentor. Just because you've still got 3 heroes in Kalimchada that don't have Shard, and SF is one of them. You know, with how well he's being able to use the Shadow Razors at this stage, and the fact that he's got the Dazoon Bloodright tier 4 item that increases the area of effect, that seems pretty huge to me.
Yeah, especially with the combinations that he's been able to pump out in a lot of these fights. You know, even potentially being able to give the Sven shard as well. I mean, it's at the end of the day, it's a bit of a freebie, but it just kind of helps a lot of these other heroes survive, especially when you have like all these different illusions and all these other kind of tankier heroes against something like a Terrorblade, where that feels like that's where a lot of their damage does come from, is the TB and the physical damage. So you can keep them alive and can go a long way in these team fights. So
Are they trying to bait this Tormentor? Because, yeah, okay, a few people are coming down here to the bottom side as well. I'm sure they're saying to Rinsick, bro, you're farmed enough. Get over here. Let us get this this Aghanim Shard. It's going to be so much more valuable. It's about 3 hits it, yep. Yeah, probably the worst of all the heroes gets it, to be honest. I mean, it is nice to, I suppose, push out waves a little bit.
I mean, it can, potentially be that that extra bit of damage that pushes them over the edge, getting a kill on the Terrorblade. You never know.
Sure, let's go with that.
Trying to be
Wouldn't mind a
optimistic
Boots of
here.
Bearing from him, actually. Would be pretty great.
I like the AC choice.
It is
but
good.
I do agree with you. I think the Boots of Bearing would do a lot of work for them in these fights. Because I guess it is one of those items that the Sven wants, but doesn't really have the inventory space for.
It's just a matter of who's going to make a mistake first. I mean, you got to know that something's happening here on Liga with how deep that top and mid lane are pushing in. Someone's going to need to respond to this. He's
They see
very
him.
far away from the team.
BKB. Ooh,
He's just trying to bait out abilities right now, and they've gotten out the Rolling Thunder. But he's got a refresher on Pango, so it's not the guarantee that you might expect. He's also got Dazoon Blood, right? So it's a lot wider stun radius of that Rolling Thunder. Someone's going to need to deal with this top lane. It is way too strong. It's the 45-minute creep wave, so you've got the double siege there as well. And that's the one that was being hit into previously. Ooh, no.
Yeah, Fortnite Man losing his
He's still got
refresher
buyback.
courier.
He didn't have the components of it, so it's fine. Again, one of the advantages of the CK Ags, you can just use the illusions to push out the waves. You don't need to put anyone in a risky position, as it's actually TB that TP's back. No vision of him at this point, but once he reveals there, wonder if that'll be an instant ping and they'll just try and sweep across the map and maybe take tier 2 top. Maybe wait for the TB to just push out a little bit too far. Don't think that Yu is going to put himself in harm's way anytime soon. What item is he going to get rid of, by the way, for this Swift Blink? Don't know. BKB? Popping and switching. Oh, hold on, who have they found?
Oh, look who they found. It's the Pango. Malik's the next one on the bucket list for the side of Callum Charter. They will go in towards the OD staff, but it's just not going to do enough. It's like half a second.
He could have used the false promise there, but deemed it not worthwhile. Hold on. Might be able to see the Willow.
Amorales. Doesn't catch. It's very hard to check out the mini-map with all these different fake Svens and real Svens. And
These two don't have buyback, by the way, for a minute. That's pretty enormous. Like, if they realize this, they could very easily look to get 2 lanes of racks minimum.
they're out by a couple hundred gold. So the question is right now for Callum Charter is, what kind of fight do they want to take here? Looks like Fortnite Man was a little bit on the aggressive. He's put himself in a pretty bad spot.
End up getting a Greater Lotus fed over to him. And Yu looks like he just wants to try and cut this creep wave as much as possible. Get that backdoor protection kicking back in, but they'll get 1 lane of racks. Will they go for a second?
Actually could be looking for a second. They want to try and get this fight going. That's a Hex that goes out for the BKB. Nice little use there by you. They do get respect there by the corner of the Requiem. They aren't able to collect onto the Oracle. And it looks like it's all just a little bit of fun and games. But they're taking down respect now with on the buyback. They're looking to try and get this kill here onto the Terrorblade. He pots his static, but it doesn't matter. He got booped away from Ike, and they're able to clean him up. And now into the Shadow Realm. Go
Penguin Axe are coming.
the Dark Willow. they've been able to come back into this fight. Malik will blink in. It's only
All
illusions that he catches. They're all going to buy back. They want to try and get this fight going. They're just going to leave Ponlo to his own devices, and it's the Chaos Knight. That is the only prize that Liga gets out of this. They lose Elena Rax. They lose their buybacks. And not much else for it. But maybe, just maybe here, Matt, this buyback can be worth it. No BKB and no God Strength for the next 50 seconds.
Yeah, I suppose they're going to need to go straight into the Roche pit, though, if you're assuming that they've used absolutely everything. You've also bought up all of the compol. Hold on, Mars farming underneath an observer ward.
No, Fortnite Man was stuck in no man's land, and he is dead.
He can buy back,
the
though.
buyback.
Yep.
So if they see this, they have a nice little ward there as well. Good little creep cut there coming in from Ike as well. So they will at least see them walk through the river.
I think he might want to buy back pretty damn soon.
They have
Smoke
smoked
is
up.
up.
They're walking their way over there. He does
does he
not have
TP to,
boots of
though?
travel, so his TP is going to be to a tier 3 tower. He's going to take ages to get here.
See Axe. They see Axe.
Who are they going to get? As you said, they found Malik and they blow him up. They have not
Oh,
used the
Oracle
buyback just
too.
yet, and that is a one tap once again by Rinsick. Fortnite Man, ice in his veins, not buying back just yet, understanding how important it can be.
God, how many smokes do they have? It feels like they've got an unlimited supply, but that's the last one that they've got for Callum Charter.
Hoarding them. How much longer do we have left on the God Strength? Not that much time left here on the God Strength, so this is time to go, but it looks like they've scared them out of the pit.
Oh,
They've
hold
been
on.
able to buy their time and hold on to the buyback of Fortnite Man.
Lasso still has 10 seconds left on it, otherwise I feel like they might have gone for an attempt there as it's a very ballsy move in.
Yeah, and they just walk in towards the pit. The Sven's going to be able to get the
Unnecessary.
Aegis here. They've taken down Ike. As you said, it was a ballsy move, but it opened up the space for the Roche. Rinsick, he doesn't have enough space for everything. The
That's
banner.
fine. I
Just
think
leave the banner.
He's just baiting.
They want to see what this fight is going to pan out here. Ponlo walks in, gets the Crimson Guard going. Malik's about half HP. They have to be very, very careful about where these fights go. The BKBs get popped. Malik is able to dodge it out by the OD Sphere. See what fight they can get going, and they have just walked up onto the high ground and tried to catch out you, but you gets himself away from the fight. Now they're seeing if they can take down this Terrorblade. Puts the BKB, wants to try and stand a fight outside of the Blood Arena, but it won't be
It's
enough.
over.
He loses his life to the Abyssal Blade, and GG is called. Liga lose game 1. And Ponlo and the crew march towards game number 2 after a confident victory.
A very confident victory. 0 deaths for Rinsick as well on the Sven. It really is starting to become one of those heroes that need to be bumped up a lot in priority. We talk about the comfort level that a lot of teams look to try and play around, especially in game 1 of these series. First one of the closed qualifiers, and well, I really couldn't have seen a much more comfortable draft for them to have to play around for Callum Charter. Yes, they banned out the Darkseer. They protected Violence Terrorblade a fair amount, and he did a lot of work with it, but at the end of the day, it was just that burst potential that they weren't able to respond to effectively enough that ended up getting Callum Charter over the line.
Yeah,
Look at
it
this.
really did feel like that there was just so much comfortability. And I really do feel like that Rinsick played a very, very good game here on the Sven. Just was able to constantly keep the farm up at the right times. Felt like his item build really kind of... he utilized his item spikes at the right times and just got into a good groove. You tried his darndest in a lot of these fights, but Fortnite Man, albeit sometimes there was some interesting plays, I feel like when his plays paid off, they paid dividends for the side of Callum Charter. And you know, you can see in times that they are definitely a stack that has come together for a qualifier, but they're starting to hit their stride, and they're all fantastic players to watch. So I'm excited to see what they can do in game number 2, though.
The big thing for mine is that it really felt like Callum Charter they had a lot of teamwork. You know, like their team fights were, with like one exception, pretty next level. You know, they knew exactly what needed to happen at every time. Really liked Rinsick's patience in a lot of these team fights as well. It was very rare that he was the one to just walk on in first. They were very happy to just dangle Fortnite Man out there, knowing that they had the the Crimson Guard on Ponlo. They had the Aghanim Scepter on Ponlo. They had just Mars's inherent tankiness through the Bulwark to be able to keep himself safe for long enough. So it was, good amount of work that just led into these big one-hit combos, basically, that they were able to just completely wipe them out.
I think that was a big thing as well, right? Is you talked about these one-hit combos, being able to just walk in and take out any of these supports in the back line. So Rinsik definitely is my MVP walking forward in this game, just being able to kind of have this carry versus carry matchup, and he really kind of, put them to the sword, so to speak. So I think this is a really cool team to watch. Killam Charter, they've come into this game with, I don't want to say expectations. Obviously, as we said, they're a stack. So coming into a qualifier like this, they're, just trying to get a lot of that experience, and kind of, it feels like it's an audition. Potentially for a lot of these players. So it's very exciting to see them take this first game here and potentially even move forward in this upper bracket. But ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a quick break here. We're going to have a little rest as we get ourselves into game number 2 here for our last series of the day.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Welcome back, everyone, to our final series of day number 1 of the Eastern European Road to the International Closed Regional Qualifiers for 2025. We are getting ourselves very, very close to finishing off this day, and I'm very excited to see what our wonderful stack of Callum Charter can bring in this game number 2 against Liga team, who is one of the invited teams here to the Closed Regional Qualifiers. Danog, it was, as you said, a relatively coordinated, I don't want to say relative, that sounds disparaging. It was a decently coordinated team for a stack, an open qualifier stack that we saw from Callum Charter. They team fought really, really well. They really have the style of Dota that they want to play, and that's a good style, and it seems like it's working for them.
It just seems like they've got, I mean, in terms of vibe check, they're up there, you know? Like, just, if you doubt me, go back and watch Ponlo's stream over the past, like, 2-3 days. Vibes are always good. You even had, like, XS Vampire in the chat, like, kind of cheering them on, you know? Like, that's how likable all of these players are. I mean, you got freaking Fortnite Man on the team. How can you not like it?
That's true. You've got the man, the myth, the legend, the Fortnite Man, who was kind of going in a lot of those fights like an absolute madman. But as I was saying at the end of the game, like when it works out, it works out. You know, sometimes you may question mark what they're doing, but a lot of the time it does work out. It kind of reminds me quite a lot of watching Amar. A lot of the times, I feel like there is some times where you watch what that guy does and you go, what are you doing? And then a few seconds later, you're like, oh, that's what he's doing. And it ends up being a massive boon for the team. So I'm excited to see what Callum Charter can do, even if they don't come out on top of this series. Like, I think even through a lower bracket run, these guys can do quite a lot of damage and get quite deep.
Yeah, me too. I really feel like the thing with Amar that's always stuck out to me is how, like, decisive he is in his plays. He's always certain, and it's like instant reaction of this is the right play to do. And I think the team has that. Like, they're all, if someone makes a call, they just commit to it, regardless of if it's, like, good or bad or whatever they might think. I still need to see that individually from him, though. I think that's what sets Amar apart as being, like, one of the best players in the world.
Yeah. Very, very talented individuals, but we've got some individuals here that we need to start talking about. So right now, we are looking across at the draft. You know, we're speaking in the green room about everyone wanting first pick because there's so many broken things that are floating around. And Liga team decided to go with the Dirge this time around. So AA still there. Nature's Prophet still there as well. Quite a few heroes. Bristleback is another one that hasn't been banned. It was 100% pick ban coming into this series.
So, yeah, I'm a little surprised about that. It's not really something that they've played, so maybe this is just something that Liga team was just like, bro, they just play what they like, and they're not liking Bristleback even when it's available, so let's just not contest it. Mars again, sure. I wouldn't be surprised. Like, if I'm them, I ban out Snapfire because they literally ran this lane, I believe. Maybe it was Darkseer, Snapfire, but anyway, into an Undying. But I feel like Fortnite Man is very comfortable on his Mars as well, so you can just use that. And then what else could you look to potentially have into this? I mean, I wouldn't mind an early-ish Death Prophet pick as well with an AA ban, just because Mirage can play it and Ike has played it as well, so it's not even like a full committal to the mid lane.
Has Mirage also played the Mars as well, or is that purely
so.
just Fortnite Man?
Just Fortnite Man.
Yeah, okay. We'll see. Seems like they've got an arsenal behind them about how they want to play.
Now, again, yeah, good ban on the DP. Could you into an Undying? It feels kind of weird, but again, like. I wouldn't hate the Chaos Knight again here, just because again you don't lane into the Undying. You like the CK is so fast that you can just pull. You know, like 320 movement speed, I think it has. Maybe it's even 325, something ridiculous. So it's just one of those things where you just don't have to lane and you don't have to worry about it. Yeah, it's 325 versus Undying's, I want to say 300. Yeah, so you're always going to be able to come out on top in terms of that.
Yeah, and I mean that's something that you touched on going into that first game. Was Callum Charter just seemed to really want to stick to their lane and drive that lane as fast as they possibly can. And if that means picking Ponlo the Chaos Knight again, I mean they did a double melee lane last time. Against a TB plus Oracle. Again, not as disparaging as something along the lines of like a Dirge, what they can do to double strength melee cores. But if they just do what they did last time, just constantly pull, Ponlo can continue to walk around the map and do his own thing and get that experience somewhere else, then it can still work out very similar.
I'm just picking the Nature's Prophet here. I don't care. It's too good.
Yeah, I think you just ban whatever and you just pick Nature's. Do you ban AA and just pick Nature's?
Yeah,
I mean,
I'm
AA
down with it.
Dirge feels like a pretty bad support duo though, right?
It does, actually. So maybe I wouldn't
Yeah.
be worried as much about it, but I don't know. It's just way too good. Yeah, sure. Storm
yeah.
could pretty easily kill something like a Nature's Prophet. What's another option they could go for? I know they're known Bane pickers. Disruptor as well. Decent against an Undying. Willow, okay. It's not bad, right? Terrorize into the arena for a bunch of free damage. Brambles, very easy to set up for spear combinations. Again, you can just go boots and all the wave. Keep saying it, but it's the way to answer it, so
Yep.
it is certainly a possibility. For Liga team, I feel like we're focusing on Callum Charter a fair amount, and for good reason. They do play a few unorthodox heroes. I wonder what they're going to be considering here. Like, could they just pick a Pangolier early enough into the draft? I wouldn't hate it. Don't hate a Conquer either, though.
I like the Conquer in response to the Dark Willow Mars combination. You can always just throw the boat into the middle of the arena. Even if you don't have vision, that's perfectly okay. Like, you just be able to get that run buff flowing for the rest of your team and really kind of have these tanky heroes that want to fight in an area. Dirge and Conquer. Obviously, Conquer is very good at keeping people in an area. So nice little combination there. And they're just going to go with the Muerto, just a hero that has that extra bit of damage in regards to it. Can also be a flexible hero as well. The calling can be very, very strong against a lot of these heroes like the Dark Willow and the Mars. So liking what Liga team has given to... Whoa. Is Omni Knight a hero?
Yeah, they play it as a position 5 fairly
Oh,
frequently.
okay.
The thing is, though, like, it's not like Decay is dispellable. And, I mean, maybe they just want to avoid a lot of the early damage just through the Heavenly Grace that the Conquer might be able to dish out onto them. I'm not sure. But it is something that Ike has played a decent amount. So, sorry, the Repel, not Heavenly Grace. Changes the name all the time. With this Muerta,
Back to Repel.
yeah. I'm not sure if this Muerta is going to be 4 or if it's going to be a 1. Like, Into the Mars playing a ranged 1 feels a little weird, but again, you're playing with an Undying, so that's probably what they want to do anyway. And you don't really care about, like, Omni Knight ulti, for example. You're still going to be able to do damage into it. Same sort of thing with Sven with Warcry. Like, you're still going to be able to do damage into it as long as you can get things done prior to the BKBs coming out, for example. And they do still AA. Okay, I mean, if it's against an Omni Knight, I could totally understand it. And it solidifies that it's going to be a Muerta 1 as well. So...
Just feels
do
so
you-
weak to me.
Do you run Undying as a 4? Like, I know against an Omni and a Sven, it feels pretty good, but also you kind of want it against the Muerta. Sorry, with the Muerta.
Yeah, and I guess Dirge Conquer lane, does that... I mean, it potentially could be a pretty deadly lane. You just get the decay stacks up, the Conquer gets some free farm, gets to that level 5, hit somebody with an X-Torrent combo, and you've basically killed them with a Tombstone setup. So, I mean, it could definitely be something that they want to try and go down. But we'll see how they do shore up their lanes. I feel like over all the years that we've seen these drafts like this, and there's a very weak support duo, to me, it just feels like that's just a recipe for disaster. At least they've gotten out a lot of the heroes that really would be able to abuse this kind of support duo. Your Shadow Fiends, your Lenas, your Terrorblades. where you just have these supports that don't really do much to you, and you can kind of just run over the top of them. So I like how they rounded up with the puck. They've got a lot of team fight for the side of Liga, and I think that's a big boon in their back pocket. Is they have so much team fight and so much area setting that the Muerta can pop ulti and just stand there and just shoot.
I'm not sure what these last two bans were all about with the Lifestealer and the Ursa. I really don't feel like they were ever going to be able to be picking those sorts of heroes. Like it felt pretty obvious that Muerta was going to be a one. Now at this point, I'd probably go for something like a Pangolier, just something that is able to reliably start team fights and just roll back and forth over whether it be the Puck or the Muerta or the Undying, just to be able to disrupt a lot of these team fights. I feel like
Do you
it's
go the
probably
Dragon
gonna
Knight?
be-
Because
Yeah.
there are some half decent heroes on the Liga team against the Dragon Knight, but I feel like that lane just sets you up for so much success. Just gives you that another avenue for initiation in combination with the Mars.
Even Ember, but I don't know how I feel about Ember into... I guess you have a decent amount of magic damage against the Muerta, right? But yeah, DK works, Pango works, Ember works. I'd be fine with any of them.
We'll see
Tiny,
what they want
even?
to go down. Yeah, Tiny for Mirage could be very good.
Anything that just does AoE stun that can like get onto the backlines.
Yeah,
what I want.
that's basically the criteria I was looking for. It's just another AA killer where, like, you can get Mars to set up a much more of a team fight circle for the Sven to start hitting face. Whereas if you just get one other hero that can kind of just jump towards AA and even, worst case, just spook him a little bit, give him the heebie-jeebies.
I have a lot of faith in Ike and the way that he's going to be able to play this, but he's going to be priority number one for the Conquer and the Puck, right? Like, they need him out of these fights because if he's alive, whoever Muerta's attacking, he's just going to repel him. And if you've got Pierce the Veil going, it's going to do basically nothing.
Let's see what they want to go for here. Callum Charter. I feel like Liga teams' draft is relatively well-rounded. I think they are lacking a little bit of the lockdown. But with the calling, X-Mark, Torrent... Okay, this is the Ember Spirit. Yeah, I mean the three options that you put forward, I feel like were all perfectly okay. This just gives them that little bit of extra area lockdown as well, a little bit of that extra magic damage to try and take down the water, which is a 4. It's a 3 Dirge, and it's a position 1 Conquer.
That makes a lot more sense to me.
Okay.
Just to have the Undying into the double strength lane, like get rid of the Omni Knight, get rid of the Sven, makes a lot of sense. Really does slow down Rinsik's farming potential. When you said it's a 4, I was like, hold on, it's an Ember 4, but no, it's a, it's working out that way. And I guess it does make sense as well, just having the Conquer into the Mars as well, because I was saying, one where it does make sense, but you also run the issue that you have where it's like, well, as soon as you pop the arena, you can't really do anything as a ranged core, and that's often the time that you're going to be using Pierce the Veil, so on and so forth. I do like the Ember Spirit ever since they buffed the Chain Gang. I think it can affect up to 4 units now, which is kind of nuts. So I really want to see what they're able to make happen with it. Yeah, 4 units. So if you're able to lock down multiple people inside of an arena with the spends done, it just makes it so much easier for all of this chaos to happen, basically. And that's really where I feel Callum Charter have been thriving.
Yeah, and especially with the Ember Spirit as well, it really does kind of abuse the lack of lockdown that you've got as well. So, maybe if they're using a lot of these extra spells on the Ember Spirit, then that just gives the Sven the free time. And obviously they've got Ike on this Omni Knight, so the limited amount of lockdown, you may catch Mirage in a couple of times, but you have to be very, very careful about utilizing it on him if the Omni Knight is around. So there's a lot of good avenues that we've got here for Callum Charter, but I also am really enjoying this Liga draft. Obviously, outside of the support duo, that's something that I think I can kind of look past for this game. I just kind of like the way that they can kind of play around all of their team fight ultis. I think if all 5 of their heroes are pressing their spells, I know that sounds kind of stupid, but if all 5 of their heroes are pressing their spells in a team fight, it feels pretty hard to fight into, Like, a lot of these ultimates are very kind of scary, and there's a lot of things that can go right for them.
And what about this first team fight, potentially?
Let's see. So Mirage is the one that's going to walk forward. Ike is basically just challenging them. Everyone just said, all right, see you later, mate. And they say goodbye.
Yeah, I'm interested to see how this one plays out. I think a big part of the success is going to be off the back of Mirage specifically. I mean, this is a great Mage Slayer game. You know, when you consider you're going up against a Kunkka with Tidebringer. Remember, it's the spell damage that you're reducing, so that's going to be incredibly effective at just reducing a lot of the damage coming back that way. I'm really interested to see how Malik is going to go in his lane as well, considering, again, going up against a couple of strength heroes. As an Undying, you shouldn't have any issue with picking up a ton of farm here. It's just a matter of where is the actual kill threat going to come from.
Alright, so Apollo and Fortnite Man just tried to put the pressure on you as he was going for the creep block here, so they are just going to push the creeps underneath the tower here for Mr. Fortnite Man to actually get himself that rebound of the next wave. So see how these lanes go. Mirage versus Erase. Mirage did a good job in the first game. There was a little bit more of the support rotations coming in the favor of Erase, so have to keep mindful of that in this Puck versus Ember matchup.
Apollo's been so annoying. He brought Respect down to like 50% HP already, and it meant that he wasn't actually able to get the block off onto that hard camp the first time around. So very nicely done, and he's just trying to harass them from afar as long as he can, although he misses that Shadow Realm hit, but
Yeah,
no one's perfect.
It's alright. We'll forgive it. With a lot of these lanes going relatively well so far for Liga. Amorales is doing a good job of just making sure that Ike is just not able to get in his face. And I guess that is kind of the positive of changing around how these heroes are situated in the game, right? Like making Malik having this this core Undying just means that having this range support, he can actually start to play this lane properly and put a lot of pressure on Rinsick, because that's one of the big things that we saw in that first game, right? Was Rinsick was relatively untouched, had a decent amount of these stacks to fall back to, and was able to just farm up a storm and didn't die. So,
Yep, and that's what an Undying is going to do. Like, he's kind of the anti-carry in this situation. As soon as they saw that it was, you know, the double strength, it just really sold it for them. You know, this is the way that we need to be going about this.
it is going to be a very hard lane for Rinsick, but it's all about the transition out of the lane for me for these core Undyings.
Hold on, Morales might have been in a bit of danger, but will end up getting away.
Yep.
Doesn't TP all the way back to base.
And he went to the tier 1.
Yep. Should be able to get back in time.
So the real question that I have for this Undying is what kind of build is he going to go? Is it just like auras? Like, do you just build Greaves plus Pipe and a Crimson Guard and you just kind of press the buttons? Like,
It's hard to say, right? Like, a lot of the times people, like, find even a Fortnite dagger just to be able to really get in there.
he's in lots of trouble here. Gets X-Marked as well, so Fortnite Man is going to get pulled back, and it will be the Tidebringer that will claim the first victim. So Fortnite Man just staying a little bit too far out there, and an early level in the X-Marks the spot. Gets the kill there for you.
Nicely done. Good value from just the 1 point into it. Actually a little surprised at how well Erase is doing in this mid lane. Most of the time you pick an Ember Spirit to be able to counter out the Puck, but it's basically a full wave of creeps ahead of this Ember Spirit right now.
He's doing a good job. Just keeping nice and even. I think the biggest thing for me is Malik is really starting to streak ahead. Right now, Rinsick, who's really starting to struggle, and potentially seeing with this fight in the bottom side, they want to try and make the go here onto Pomo, so they will get the Cold Feet, the Dark Realm, the Shadow Realm. We'll be able to at least keep Ponlo safe for now, and yeah, Rinsick is really starting to feel it. You can see Ike made that rotation towards the middle lane, trying to secure a few more of these runes, and Rinsik is just copying it, and there's not really much that he can do here. He's just trying to hope to see if they can try and get this kill here on Amorales, and they will just be able to walk out, and Rinsik will just say, see you later, and Ike, it is all up to you, buddy, to see if you can get this kill, but the zombie slow is a little bit too much, and Ike, once again, is just copying all of this damage. So they use a lot of spells from both these two teams, and nothing really much came of it.
He's going to need to walk all the way back to base as well on the Sven just to be able to have some HP and mana to be able to contest into this lane. It's almost getting to the point where you just want the full magic wand or, you know, that little bit of extra survivability for the lane because of how much Malik has just been spamming.
We'll see what the recovery plan is going to be here for
Cold
Rinsik.
feet.
Cold feet combos is doing so much work for them. Fortnite Man copying a lot of damage once again from that Tidebringer, and
I'll bring her in 1
start
second.
here. Close but no cigar.
I mean, Admiral's Rom is such a busted passive to give the Conqueror. It's like, well, every now and then we're just going to make you take 20% less damage. Oh, and you move faster too.
Okay, that's
helps.
a big kill to be able to get in the top lane. Ike with, what, Tilo was in Purification? Yeah, just bonked him.
Believe so. Just need the 1 point in the purity, really. You're not really looking at just right-click contest as actually in a bit of the business here is actually going in onto the
Oh,
Ember
they get the level 6 beforehand, and that is a quick kill there from Erase. Ponlo is at least here trying to
Regen too.
contest, but there is just so many heroes here in this mid lane, and as you said, just getting that regen rune just means that now Erase not only gets that kill, will now have full HP and mana, and Ponlo walked into a very awkward situation because he wanted to try and take Respect down and walk away, but this is his life as well, so a big early lead here for Liga.
Every single lane is going incredibly well for them.
Yep.
It's hard to see an avenue for them to be able to come back from this big of an early deficit as well. Like, I see no stacks being built up. I see, you know, you don't have a power rune to be able to play around with. No big item timings are going to be coming anytime soon. Of course, we're only 7 minutes in, but even then, like, triple bracer for Fortnite Man. He just wants to try and stay on his own in this lane for as long as possible, have a bunch of extra regen for himself, and I mean, maybe once they start getting the phase boots, they're going to have a little bit of extra damage to pump back the other way, as the race should be fine.
Just gets away from that. So, for me, it's really about these first couple of rotations, whether it be from Fortnite Man or whether it be from Mirage in that mid lane. So we'll see who walks where to take a bit of pressure off. Ike is trying to soak up all of this experience in the top lane, trying to get towards that level 6.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
I know they're playing it for fun, but they are, I mean, not doing like the little things like swapping out their magic wand when they're using the bottle and things of that nature. So I wonder if this early start might have gotten them rattled a little bit, because I know that's something that they would normally do. Hopefully,
Let's see
for
what the
their
game
sake,
plan is.
luck's on their side. They really need this power rune to be able to deny away from the puck, most importantly, and that might mean that Mirage can just be left on his own for a little bit more, you know? Like, he doesn't need people standing right there. He's got the raindrops, he's got the bottle with a shield rune in it. Should be A-okay.
Again, fairly passive early game for both these two teams. As you said, Mirage now with that shield rune means that he can play a little bit more self-sufficient
Dire's courier
in these
has been
lanes.
killed.
Probably just walked past a sentry ward twice, I think. I'm not sure how he couldn't see that one. That's blocking the hard camp in the Ancients area on the Dire side, but oh well. Fairly successful as Rinsik is even just getting bullied out by the enemy Pos 5. Lucky for him, no Ice Blast available just yet. And Ike's actually going to try and cut some waves, maybe? Try and prevent them from losing this tower early on, because Rinsik is really going to need these areas along the top side of the map to be able to farm, but they know that this is coming. They know the lane has gone very well, so Respect has placed an Observer Ward up near the Twin Gate, an Observer Ward that's going to, you know, catch him out when he's trying to move back and forth between those camps to farm. I think he's just trying to double up these waves so that it does push in a little bit more aggressively.
deal with this as much as you can. And again, Fortnite Man just goes down in the bottom side. Full boat torrent combination, and Yu is just at such a high level right now. It's very hard for them to try and contest him.
Again, it
Expect
just
his
comes
final.
down to like, what do they do is the thing for me. Like, how are you supposed to come back into this? We've got Mirage going for a Blade Mail coming through next, so you know, is that going to be what recovers this game for you? Are you just going to really... I mean, we know that they're good at like dangling themselves out there as like something threatening. Actually gets the amp damage as well on Mirage.
I'm going to try and see if they can get this extra kill here onto Erase, but with the extra pressure... Oh, Mirage. Very, very
Close.
close.
Didn't end up using the magic wand just yet. Would that have been enough? No. Gonna chip Best with some mana regeneration, so would have had that extra damage needed to be able to take out the puck. Still, though, done a pretty good job over the past 2 power runes to be able to deny them away from Erase. Of course, kill would be better.
They're going to try and make the go here onto the Dirge, and they will put a lot of emphasis on trying to take him down. And they will eventually get rid of him. They give it to Mirage, and they will give the Tombstone to Rinsick. And ceaseless Dirge doesn't mean that Malik will respawn.
Punker's in an
Is Malik
arena,
aware
but...
that he respawned?
Okay, eventually.
Just he was
Fortnite Man
AFK for a moment. Again, Fortnite Man goes down.
But it was inside the Radiant jungle. You know, it's not like he died in the lane, so it does drag you away a little bit from that area. And by the way, he is going for a Radiance on this Kunkka, so already super hard to kill, and he's got a lot of that passive damage coming through as well.
Yeah, I like it.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Somehow, though, the net worth lead is shrinking
Radiant structures
as a result of all of this. I mean, mostly the result of Sven just being able to have a little bit of time to be able to run back into the jungle. I think he might have got that doubled up creep wave at the time that was pushing in, although, like, in a bit of a precarious position here.
I was going to see if we can TP away here, but they've got enough damage to be able to take him down. The repel and the TP out was a bit ambitious. So,
Still, though, like, you had to use Dream Coil for that, and AA Blast, and you got the Power Rune. Erase misses the Brambles, so able to survive through that one, otherwise he might have been in a little bit of danger. So little wins coming through. Like, yes, Ike dies, but it's your 5. That's kind of your job. Your Sven is farming. You used a couple of ultimates. They have only just taken their first tower. So it's not really out of the question for Callum Charter to be in a reasonable position at, let's say, the 15 or so minute mark. I mean, you still haven't got any of your first big items coming through just yet. Blade Mail in about 500 gold for the Ember Spirit. Fortnite Man working towards a Blink Dagger for himself. Still about 1600 gold away, so it'll be quite some time. And Rinsick still only has the Mask of Bandits to be able to play around with, so still plenty of potential for scaling. And they're just going to put Rinsick out here as Fortnite Man, unfortunately for his sake, goes down for a 5th time, 0-5 and 0.
0-5-0 is not a start that you want here on Fortnite, man. Oh my god, what a beautiful dead shot there from Morales. And they do not want to have that smoke. Walking up into the high ground with Fortnite vision, walking into a puck can be very, very scary. So they will just TP out. Unfortunately, and Morales has the dead shot. So Ponlo, you will be the sacrifice. So
Or even get the D-Ward off as well. Made sure to place it on the low ground so it would be out of range of the sentry up on that high ground, but another sentry just ends up getting rid of that one. So how quickly things change. 2k net worth lead, balloons out to 4 once again.
And it's just at the point where, you know, you're going to see a few more of these items start to come up for Liga. We've already got the full armlet, getting ever so close to that Radiance. Like, EU is just going to be such a problem. Would have loved to have seen Malik go for a Halberd instead of Crimson Guard early on here. But Crimson fulfills the same role.
Maybe
Just
just
I feel
thinking
Crimson's
that,
better against lots of small instances of physical damage rather than large, small
like
amounts of
more
large
expensive
physical
block,
damage.
yeah. I get what you mean. Maybe
the
it's
same
just for his own survivability. You
Yeah.
know, lets him stick out there, lets him try and take away, or he might be scouting for stacks that the Sven might be able to be farming up at this point in time.
All right, you.
Malik might die here, but never mind. Probably going to be going back the other way. Oh, nice dodge.
Oh,
nice try.
he did not dodge out on the AA Ice Blast, getting clipped by the debuff. He does lose his life, and Liga are just doing a fantastic job at just continuing to keep this beatdown going. And this is what I was talking about when I said I really enjoyed their draft. I feel like they've got a lot of synergy between their heroes outside
really
of
gonna
the
fight
support
this?
duo.
I mean, maybe just trying to protect their tower, but Fortnite, man, TP and back. Maybe he just wants to quickly shove out this lane as well, knowing that they don't have the Dream Coil, they don't have the Ice Blast. That'll bring him a whole lot closer towards that Blink Dagger. So again, they're approaching the point where they can actually look to try and make some sort of team fight happen. You've got the Urn of Shadows, you've got the Blade Mail finished up. Not really close to the Blink Dagger on the Sven, but I think if he can get up to level 12, he might still just look to join in with the rest of the boys, and they're going to try and win a team fight around that mid tier 1 tower, I think. Maybe look to prioritize the power
hard
rune first.
In these next couple of fights, all it takes is you to turn up. I think
And he's
you
got the Radiance now as well.
Very problematic, yeah. Armlet Radiance at 16 minutes, like how do you kill him?
With great
I honestly don't think you do. Without him
they've
killing
only-
multiple people.
They've only got a little bit of time to be able to do it. Gets the deny off on the tower, so that's good.
Okay.
Question on my mind is just, where is Fortnite? You know, like, Courier's coming out to him now. He wants to try and get these creeps pushing in onto the tower, but he has to be very careful with his positioning. He's walking up into exactly where Malik is. Might be okay. They actually cancel the TP on Kunkka, I believe. No, he actually still showed up, but he's going to be able to get away in time.
You definitely
like
hung
they need-
around.
They did, but they see Rinsik farming here. Do they choose to go for it? He's very close to that Blink Dagger himself, just about 120 gold.
Okay, Ike in the middle lane, seeing if they can try and get this fight going, but it is a lot of this stun duration that just goes in, and there is so much damage for them to deal with. And this Ancient Apparition hero seems like it is just a pretty good hero in combination with Dirge. Just he hits the Decay, Ancient Apparition hits the Bone Chill or the Death Rhyme. And you just have no HP. Your HP is just gone, and then you get Ice Blasters, and then you take one bit of damage from a spell, and you're dead.
It's just the Dream Coil for mine, right? Like, at this point of the game, you don't have BKB, so you can't run out of it or do anything to be able to contest against it. So it means Boat's always going to hit, AA Blast is always going to hit. You have the potential of being dead shot and snapping the coil. The calling is always going to hit, so what other options do you really have? And plus, on top of all of this, you got the Ice Vortex just buffing up the magic damage that everyone's taking. So I'm a little surprised that they went for a fight at that point in time, because you need Rinsik there. He needs to be the one, not necessarily starting the fights, but just being there to be able to jump on anyone that's even slightly out of position. Like, you would take Amarallis at this point. No, that's the one.
And that is a lot that Rinsik just got. That's a lot of cash money. How much did he get out of that? Almost 1,000 gold.
Yep.
All right, Rinsik feeling good with that opening kill with the gold strength.
That was Puck's Blink Dagger reveal as well, so wasn't able to get anything off the back of that. Has an Arcane Rune as well, which should still persist after after he comes back from death. So still got the potential to be able to make another play, but just gives them a tiny bit of breathing room to be able to say, all right, well, we've gotten through one fight, we've slowed them down a little bit, closing in the net worth gap a little bit, and I think the most important thing moving forward is just take out this bottom tier 1 tower, and that is something that Erase is not wanting to allow them to do. I'm not sure if he can get a kill on his own, but he's going to attempt it maybe with AI Ice Blast, but doesn't look like he sent it off just yet.
Kind of playing around a little bit with his food. Seeing if you can maybe potentially bait them to stay a little bit longer here as a race. But this park is going to be fairly problematic to deal with.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Again, just
Radiant
pretty easy for him to just shove in these lanes. Couple of decays. Wave is gone. He's just gone full aura bot like we were expecting.
Oh, they're in trouble. Look at this backstab that's coming in from Liga. It is just X-Mark, Torrent, Repel, everything. He at least gets a remnant away, but can Mirage stay away? That's the real question. So he does. And Ike will bite the dust, but it's 6k. 20 minutes into the game. There is a long road ahead here.
He's not really the one that you're concerned about dying, though. Like, he got the repel off. That was the big difference, that fight. It means your Ember Spirit doesn't die. It means he doesn't give up the ton of unreliable gold that he's got. It means that he's able to get closer and closer to, looks like a Radiance that he's going for, just to have a little bit more of that damage going back the other way. Don't hate it. Wouldn't hate a BKB either, though, so that you're not completely relying on the Omni Knight to be able to do that for you.
Let's see if they can take down Malik here. So he is very big and very scary. So they are able to deal with the Dirge. The AA Ice Blast is going to completely what? No, okay. It's going to hit on the pond line.
Should be fine. Again, it's just delay, delay, delay. That's all that they're trying to do. Oh, might be able to get a quick kill here onto the Muerto, and nicely done by Rinsik once again.
All
Given
right,
that
so
they've got
Rinsik's
vision,
been
but
able to,
it's just daytime.
been able to get himself at least 2 kills now, and
Is under attack.
seems like a little bit deja vu from game number 1. You know, Rinsik's just kind of sitting back, just farming around, just hitting creeps, killing heroes. Fortnite Man now has his blink in his Yules, going to go towards that PKB. And especially for somebody like Mirage as well, it's going to take him a little bit of time to get back into this game. I do definitely agree with you. I probably would have liked a little bit more of that HP, especially as we're seeing now. I guess it's not getting too scary because a race is not going that full kind of damage control build. He's going to go to the Lincolns first. So I guess he can't get blink stunned. I mean, that's the only real thing that he needs to be scared of. He can get Yules. He can get speared, though.
Yep.
Well, it comes up, so...
Chain gang as well. Just phase shifted, but still. Hold on, who'll be put out here on the puck? Just a Willow, not the worst. And they're going to take that time to be able to clear out this bottom tier 1 tower. TPs are coming in, though. Able to get away. Oh,
TP
Tumblr's
from
toy even.
Malik. What are you doing? Oh,
Oh, the Ukes. Oh,
I think he
Oh!
overdue.
oh, nice try. Oh, never mind.
Okay.
He's out.
Being able to utilize
Easy
the
game.
repel. So they're going to try and make a fight towards the top side here. They want to try and get you. He's going to be very, very difficult to get though. Conker, before he gets his boat off, it's going to be very, very scary. Now with the armor, gets out on as well. Wants to try and TP away, but it's the Yule Scepter up into the air. They're going to keep the Conker here, and they're going to get the kill as well. Fortnite Man, unfortunately, is probably going to bite the dust. Yes, he will. And the final item on the menu is respect. And again, it's a 5 kill
Do they
streak.
Tormentor? They can Tormentor off the back of this. They've still got about a quarter of the duration of the God Strength left. Looks like they want to try and go for another kill, but I don't know. Rinsik is probably saying, bro, I don't have my amped up damage anymore.
Doesn't have amp damage, doesn't have his BKB either. So they're going to lose Ike and lose the Tormentor as well here. Ono is going to throw some vision on the Tormentor at least to see if they will want to fight that a little bit later on.
Mirage Smoke pops.
Mirage has his
got the
own
Radiance.
Radiance up now as well. So a little bit more of that extra burn damage. Okay, so with the BKB, well, I'd imagine it's what? BKB Ags for Mirage potentially here.
Yeah, seems good to me.
Just trying to see what the timeline is here for Liga. Do you start to feel the pressure if you're Liga with some of the heroes that you have? You know, you've got Malik here on the Undying. Does he lose his usefulness as this game goes on? Amplified damage rune though comes in from a raise. Wants to see if they can take down Fortnite.
Oh,
Man. They will get
perfect.
the Ewers up in the air. That's a perfect brambles there. Does not hit the terrorize though. So Ponlo's going to see if they can try and get this fight going. Fortnite Man is able to pin Malik there.
He's
onto
alive.
the wall as well. They keep them all alive thanks to Ike. They want to try and come in now. They're going to get onto the backside. Rinsik
Oh, they
wants
found
to
the
see
puck.
if he can find out the puck, and they do. They get the 2-tap, and that's a see you later onto the puck. It's a raise
Malik
who is
as
erased
well.
from this game. And Malik getting kited out. There's a lot of damage that Ponlo can do here. They have to be careful of the zombies, though. Not all too much HP on everybody left remaining, so they're just going to leave it be. God's Strength now is starting to wear thin. They want to go forward. Rensick comes in. He's able to catch out there onto the Muerta. Has to pop his BKB to stay alive. And they will just eventually get kited out. They have to just fall back here. They can't overextend too much. The puck will be up in another 20 seconds. And no BKB and no God Strength from their Sven.
Radiant's top tower.
Yeah,
He's
they need
just
to back
walked
up at
in
this
and
point.
gone towards the Tormentor.
Ponlo. Very ballsy position to be in. Bring him to back off in time.
That
I want to see. I mean, we're not getting a moment's peace, but I really want to see that that previous
Rensick?
gank attempt. Should be okay.
Ike is
Next one.
around in the area. It looks like they want to try and fight. I don't know if this is a good place for you to try and fight. Rensick goes in. Now they get the chain coming forward as well. Need to try and see if they can get this first kill. They do. Rensick, though, no BKB and God Strength. Again, there's not that many utility left for this side of
They'll get respect
Helmet
though.
Charters. Do get respect, and they look for another. So the AA as well as the Mortar go down. God Strength is back up once
got
again.
another.
See if they can kite around to conquer. Fortnite Man's getting oh so low. Misses out on the God's Rebuke, but they eventually get the damage and they kill another. Liga, they're starting to crumble here, Matt. They're starting to fall apart. They haven't been able to complete what they started. And it is just Fight City. And it feels like it's fights all on Common Charters terms. It feels like every single time that they are starting a fight, it is their fight to start.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, it's right next to Tier 2 towers. It's right where they've got all of this vision. And now they're going to get that Tormentor as well. Ponlo moving away just in time to be able to avoid death from the reflection coming through there. It's going to be Ike's.
just-
Not bad, honestly, for an Omni Knight support to be able to get that double purification coming through. Man, Fortnite Man, he is 0, 7, and 6, but he's doing a great job of just, again, dangling his life out there, making them want to have to go for him, and he's just surviving that little bit of extra time that, you know, the rest of the team needs to be able to get there. You've got Blink Dagger now on the Sven. He's level 20 as well. He's eclipsed them in net worth, and he still hasn't died a single time.
Yep. Morales as well in that that previous fight that I saw from the replay. Actually died to a neutral creep.
I still want to see that previous gank attempt on Fortnite Man up the very top, because he used his Yule Scepter to snap the Dream Coil. He got the distance perfect, that when he Yulesed it up, it actually broke the Dream Coil without him taking any damage. So if that doesn't work, I feel like it's a big play, but it seems very minor. But I think the next sequence of like 7 kills going Kellen Charter's way don't happen if he doesn't survive that.
So it's exactly what you're saying, right? It's just it's all about the dangling, and then the rest of his team can do the tangling. So they can continue to keep this game alive. And there was, what was it? Almost 10k about 8 minutes ago, and now they're ahead by a couple thousand gold. Yeah. So yeah, the
And
difference
you've got a
was
BKB on the Ember, and you've
pretty
got
close to 10k.
a level 18 on the Ember as well. And they want Roshan, because they've got basically everything up. Daedalus, by the way, on Rinsick.
Yeah, Daedalus BKB at the ready as well here for Mirage, and it looks like Liga are tails between their legs. Okay, that's a little bit of an awkward one there by Fortnite Man, but he at least gets the AA out of the way. They do take one down. I want to see if they can try and deal with this Tombstone, though. Fine, healthy. Another couple of auto attacks, see if they can get through this. Fortnite Man's getting oh so low. They get everybody up and healthy thanks to Ike. Now we are looking to try and take down this Mars.
Undying?
Fortnite Man is the one that goes down, but the Undying, he is getting clapped by this Sven, who has been, again, a very hard hero to deal with. He will just tip you all the way. Amorales wanted to try and get that kill there. The BKB just wore off, and he will be able to get the kill. Will Mirage. Does he have a way of getting out of here, though? He is silenced up, and without that BKB and no mana left, he will have no way of getting out of here. He almost took you with him.
That blade mail at the very last second, just waiting for the Radiance to tick that little bit further. I think he resigned himself to his death, but maybe thinking that he could take the Kunkka with him. Not going to be the case, though, and yeah, it wasn't the perfect initiation from Fortnite Man, to be fair. Wasn't able to land that stun, meant that you were able to get that Ice Blast off, but still, I like the confidence that they're showing to be able to just continuously go for these kills.
Yeah, I think the thing is, for me, as you said, just not having that that clean initiation just meant that Fortnite Man, you can see here, obviously having the entirety of this Ice Blast on him, gets him nice and low. Just doesn't really have that good way of resetting. If that's like a nice, quick, clean kill, they probably don't re-engage if you're Liga. Correct? Like, you know, you're in a fight like that where your AA just gets instantly tapped and you just go, okay, like, we're not going to fight this anymore. We don't have Ice Blast. But the fact that it was a little bit of a longer engagement just meant that this fight was going a little bit further. As you can see here from Mirage, he definitely had opportunities to be able to pull out of that fight at certain points, but wanting to commit to see if he could take someone with him. So...
yeah, I think his charters still had like 20 seconds on cooldown or something like that, so he would have had to remnant away and all that, and I just don't know if he had the mana to be able to do it. It's almost level 20 though, which, you know, you consider maybe Searing Chain's damage is what he wants to go for, considering he has got the Chain Gang. I know Sleight of Fist hero damage is generally pretty good, but I think he's just concerned about living in these team fights for as long as possible, considering Blade Mail, Radiance, even just the Aghanim Shard that he's been able to purchase up, just that general AoE that he's got.
See what he does want to go for. He goes through damage, so makes a lot of sense here. So Liga have been able to wrangle back this lead. Looking at some of the items that are coming up for them, the Puck has the Lincolns fully completed as well as the Parasma. So definitely hitting these absurd levels of damage here for a race. He's actually quite hard to take down as well. 2100 HP.
Fortnite Man has to be careful here.
Blink away. Does have Yules and BKB, but looks like they found a juicier target instead. They've been able to find out the Sven here. Torrent goes up in the air. Rinsick able to at least get the repel. So it doesn't have to pop his BKB for that, but all these fights are going down. They found out the Parker race.
The shield room to the left as well. Yep. Making sure he can grab it.
Fight it here, so it looks like they have been able to win that race. Was the Ember Spirit.
What now, though? You did use the Dream Coil, so it feels like a pretty alright fight to want to engage onto if you're Kamchata, but is it something where they just need another item? Doesn't seem like they're too close to being able to pick up anything in the not too distant future. Honestly, didn't seem like the worst Roshan timing. You know, they were kind of around it. They've got some decent vision. You didn't have Dream Coil available, but clearly thinking that they just need some extra little bit of oomph to be able to try and make something happen. Because they're really playing on the knife's edge here.
Does feel like they were trying to pull a few strings, maybe trying to make that rotation from Liga towards the top side of the map so they can walk into Roche, because that looks like that's what they've done. They've hit the God Strength and they're trying to take down Roche. Looks like there's no response here from Liga. They were able to at least deal with a bit of their lanes. And they are just starting to
ulting into it.
They will eventually get clipped by it, but at this point, the Aegis is already gone.
Doesn't have the shard either on Respect. I think that's the big difference, you know? The reason that people are always wanting to go for the early Tormentors, particularly if you've got the AA, means he needs to queue it up for himself and buy it. I'm not sure if Blink Dagger is the best overall option for him, but maybe just wanting to make sure that whichever target they initiate onto, you're not going to get Guardian Angeled, Repelled, Purification, whatever it might be. They found you.
You?
Doesn't look like they
Ballsy
have
not to pop the BKB there. Bonlo was getting close.
He
Did
doesn't
hit
have the
the
Blink
setup.
Dagger quite yet on Ponlo.
It looks like they're going to try and commit towards this bottom side. Maybe trying to catch out
Radiant are scanning.
Rinsik.
He's like in Fortnite Man's positioning. He's just waiting to see who makes a move and kind of pressuring in that top tower as well. He's trying to bait someone to TP back so that they can get an outnumber going through, but it doesn't look like Liga are taking the bait at the stage. Just using you to just go and right-click into that tower.
And it seems like Kim and Shard are more than happy to play this a little slow. They understand that a lot of these team fights can go one way or another.
Has fallen.
All it takes is a nice initiation, one team. Ike.
Hold on.
That is a shield rune that is on Mirage here. Ike is around the corner, so they will drop the repel. Pops the BKB as well, though, so maybe he's put Ike in a bit of an awkward situation. He has Mirage. They want to see if they can get this fight going. Arena of Blood goes in towards the backline here from Fortnite Man. This is a little awkward now for the Conchadas.
Should be okay, though. Again, you've used Pierce the Veil, you've used Tombstone, you've used Flesh Golem, you've used Dream Coil. So, yeah, they've used a few things themselves, but still kind of feel like you can go back in. The main thing that you would be holding that BKB for would be Dream Coil at this stage. My eyes are on Mirage. Doesn't seem like Rinsik wants to fight just yet. He wants to be able to finish up that Swift Blink first. Got 2.5
Interesting that
minutes left
Mirage-
on the edges.
Interesting that Mirage didn't get X marked there. Not sure why you didn't X mark him, but that's okay.
That's why he gets the
Should
tip.
know that the BKB is on cooldown.
You know what,
Would've been a
sometimes
free
we,
kill.
we saw all the Kazakhstani brothers at the start of the game tipping each other, and maybe it was just a little bit of good vibes coming through there.
Yeah. Try to hit him with the. I was going to say something that would have sounded extremely etch. Tried to hit him with the 360 no scope, the 3-pointer, the swish. Just hit him with the torrent boat combination without the X mark.
He's got enough for Ags, by the way, on Mirage, and he's got a freaking arcane rune. Jesus.
Dire's bottom tower is
Yeah,
under
that's
attack.
a lot of remnants that are going to be going out, especially with the chain gang as well. It's going to be
Gang.
a lot of damage that's going to come out from this Ember Spirit. I think the question is now, if you're the side of Liga, is there any kind of item that you're waiting for on the horizon? Like EU is huge, like this Conquer's massive. Is there anything that you're kind
No,
of
EU
like
is
looking
huge.
at? Is there anything that you're looking at in the future to try and kind of tip the scales in your favor? Is it really just the AA shard that you're potentially waiting on?
Probably not, to be honest. Like, it feels like they just want to wait out this Aegis and then wait for Conchata to make a mistake. You know, wait for them to overextend a little bit. But how much time are they going to have with this? They've got a minute left on the Aegis. They've got Ember's courier spawning in 15 seconds, sorry. But they're not going to need to use it because he's just ran all the way back to base. Alright, this is it. You got to make a play right now. You got 48 seconds to do it. Quickly shove out the wave.
Dire are scanning.
Well, they have the they have the Ember.
I'm a
remnant.
little worried with how split up they are at this point in time, though, on Liga. Like, yes, you don't want to take a full-on team fight, but
Or
you
the
also don't
puck.
want to be caught
They
off.
have a Hex. Fortnite Man has been able to find out one. The AA goes absolutely bye-byes. There is no way for this AA to get their way back in here. They do have that AA Ice Blast now after a little buyback. Have to be very, very careful, though, if you're you. They're going to come forward here for Mirage, getting very, very low. AA, once
Blast.
again, just trying to throw out this Ice Blast, see if he can clip out onto the Emissary. It doesn't
Did
get
not.
it done. Rinsik is again trying to walk
Got the
away
haste.
as well. Malik's getting very, very low when it comes to that mana. It is very, very scary for this Undying. Once again, Fortnite Man will walk up into the air, though. He's going to try and get himself away, but he will not be able to make it. The Omni Knight goes down as well to a race in the back line. So it looked like it was a good start for them. They just can't convert this into any big core kills.
Is under attack.
Yeah, they got the Hex onto the AA instead of the puck. It would have been a completely different fight if you're able to take out a race. But of course, he's got the Lincoln Sphere as well, so easier said than done.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
You do at
Surely
least have
Fortnite
the
Man.
glyph for this high ground.
Blinks in Yules as well as the Hex. Ways to pop it himself to see if they can get that kill on the puck. Because I feel like the puck is the real scary hero here. yes, Yu does quite a lot of damage, but you can kite him out. You can try and get around him. You can do so much more. The Yules comes up into the air here on Yu, so he will be stuck a little bit here towards the tier 3. So Mirage is able to pull these creeps back. They won't lose the tier 3 tower, and it looks like Rensick wants to try and go in here. The puck is TPing away, but they haven't been able to convert it.
Okay.
Ooh, a bit zealous there on the God's strength.
I
They've
understand.
X-marked someone. They're coming back. It's going to be Malik. They want to try and go back in here. 2 taps the Undying. Thank you very much for you. And Mirage is going to keep going forward here. Does have the Aghanim Scepter. Wants to try and find Amarallis. Able to find him, so the X marks is not going to work out. But now up onto the high ground goes Rensick. Does not have anything to play around with here, so he has to pop the BKB to walk away, especially because the God Strength has gone away. Okay, looks like they're going to try and see if they can get this fight going, and then Her Blood will go down. They take down the Muerta, and they will look to try and take down Fortnite Man. He goes dead as well. 85 seconds without his life anymore. Looking to see if Ponlo can walk away from this fight, and he will. There's no way to stop that TP. And again, it's just a lot of these tiny little skirmishes here, Danog, where it's going one way or another. Nobody's really getting that perfect opportunity to cut down any of these big calls, and especially with Malik having that Ceaseless Dirge. You get a big pick-off in taking down the Undying, but you can't do anything about it because he instantly respawns.
We've got 4 different Outworld staffs in this game as well. I would have to imagine it's just trying to dodge out, like, for against Liga team, the boat combination plus potentially the AA blast if you're really on point with it. And then from the other side, what is it, like Sven stun onto you, I guess, would be the main thing that you're trying to dodge, or maybe, you know, Cursed Crown, maybe Syringe. Yeah, I guess, maybe. It'd be really rough though, the range on that is quite large.
Dire's bottom tower is
It
under
is
attack.
just such a close game still. It's actually 76% win probability for Liga team. I'm not sure if I agree with that. Like, it's only a 4K net worth lead. They haven't lost any lanes of racks so far. So it's not like the lanes are going to be passively pushing in. The damage is only going to ramp up further and further. Whereas I'm not sure if I see, outside of this Ags for a race, like, where is the extra damage coming from at this stage of the game? Okay, look at Use Quick Buy. Rapier, that's where it's coming from. It's getting to that stage.
Yeah, I was going to say, I feel like for you, he's reached that critical mass of, yeah, I'm super tanky and it takes them a long time to kill me, but I don't kill anyone just yet.
I also
because
feel like...
everyone's-
Do you feel like Undying's items have stayed pretty much the same for the past, like, 20 minutes? Because I do. You know, we see a Blink Dagger and a fresh-ish BKB, but that's not really what you come to expect over 20 full minutes, you know?
Yeah, it definitely feels like he is starting to fall behind, especially, you know, in comparison to Fortnite Man, who has very similar net worth, but his net worth effectiveness is a lot more than what it is for the Undying, right? You know, the Blink, Yules, BKB, and Hex, like, that's basically guaranteeing you allowing the Sven to just delete anybody that they catch with the Hex. So
Hold on. Big smoke coming through here, potentially catching up Fortnite Man.
BKB. He does have a repel around him, so they will be able to at least get this first arena going down. Malik, though, has to be very, very careful. They're going to come in here with Rensick, seeing how much damage he can do. He's trying to chop through the Undying. He's able to get through him with the Abyssal Blade. Now, with
Sven
the
might be in
buyback
trouble.
back on the Omni Knight, Sven is oh so low. He loses his life. 100 seconds on the Cylon with no Rensick, and this could be all off the back of Mirage doing so much work in the backlines, takes down these supports. So it is just the cores that are left available here, and Ponlo going to see if he can get himself away from you. Yu still has that BKB, but with the damage that comes in from arrays, that is enough for them to take down Ponlo. So, Sven, no buyback.
What did he die to? Majority Puck was doing the damage to the Sven, and honestly, Erase is doing a phenomenal job so far.
That was
Doesn't even have that
as
Aghanim
well for the Puck.
Yeah, that'll do it. Similar sort of thing with Mirage.
Does have to be careful. And it's a nice little dodge that comes out there from Mirage. Ike is here in the back line as well. They will pop the BKB here from the Conqueror. And Mirage is just going to stand his ground. especially with that rappel. He wants to see if he can take down the Conquer here as well. They have not gotten in
Oh, he
the
goes back
proper
in.
zones, and he will
Nice.
be able to take down the Conquer. And unfortunately for Mirage, I think he just overstepped his bounds just a little bit because Ike just that buyback. Ike bought back. There is no rappel. You have to be very careful here if you are the Ember Spirit. He wants to try and take down a race who will just go into the OD Astral Spirit realm. Let's see if he can take down a Puck. So Mirage holds. They lose a tier 3. They will have
He's out
to
of-
use his
He's just out
buyback.
of remnant charges. That's the thing. Like, he would have kept going if he just had anything left to be able to play with. And I mean, he had a fair amount just because of how many kills he was getting. What was it? A triple kill solo, basically, on the back lines, just through existing as this Ember Spirit. I mean, he's got the Veil, has, I believe, now Shiva's completely finished up as well. It's going to be amazing just for providing a lot of vision in a lot of these team fights.
Yeah, just that extra bit of amplification as well to try and deal with the Conquer.
Roche is up, by the way. I feel like you kind of just go for it for Ember, surely.
Yeah.
Force the Ember Spirit, Conquer to buy back. Respect
Sven
is making his way over there.
$1,500 away. They have found him out. They can find a race. They have not been able to pop his linkers. Right now, they're just going to go in onto the back line, go directly onto the dirt sheet. I want to see if they can take him down before he gets down any of these spells. He doesn't get anything done. Rensik's going to go directly on top of the Ancient Apparition and see you later. That is 3 members biting the dust. Extremely quick here for Liga team. And now you 100% walk into the pit and you will give an Aegis to Mirage. Roche has roared, so they know exactly what's going on here for Liga.
Surely Erase can't do
What
this.
can
Surely
Erase
not.
do? He's going to walk in. They get the snap on the first bit of the Dream Call. Erase is still sitting inside of that realm, and the Aegis goes the way of the Ember Spirit. And there will be no stealing today, sir.
Cute little attempt, for sure. Even could potentially punish the Puck if he goes for the Power Rune, but it's top.
There's a shield rune for Mirage, so it gives him a little bit of extra freedom.
I wonder if he's even just going to stick himself out there, you know, shove this lane in really effectively. There's still a tier 1 top, by the way, you know. It's honestly worth just going in and 3-clicking it at this stage on the Ember Spirit just to take away one of their TP points.
So what's a nice little attempt there from Erase.
Oh, Ponder might be in trouble. Dream Coils him as well.
Not much that he can really do here for Ponlo. He's kind of just wasting time, I guess.
Got it terrorized, I guess.
Yeah.
But
It's just
you can't, you don't TP in on the Muerta if that tower's dead. That's all I'm saying.
Yep, that's true. So now we go back to the wonderful late game Dota conundrum of how many creeps can I hit while this Aegis is up. And I guess
Who's going to overextend first, basically?
Yeah. And if I was a betting man, I would say the first person to make a aggressive movement is going to be Fortnite Man.
Oh, for sure.
He's going to be looking for something.
He's going for that victory royale is what he's doing.
It's too early in the morning for you to say that to me with a straight face. I know you straight face that too. All right, Mirage. Looks like he missed the chains combo. On respect.
Can we call when he uses the BKB? Can he's popped his chug jug?
Oh. No, I'm not saying that. I'm never saying that. There's a fight, so we can talk about this. So the Abyssal Blade, big old Lotus Sword to be able to get that Abyssal Blade going back onto Rensik. So he's used a lot of his BKB. He has to use that refresher. Wants to try and take down the Dirge, but he's going to have to TP away the Nightfall. Will be able to get himself away, but it's the X-Marks in the spot, and he gets himself back into the Shadow Realm, but it doesn't matter. So he's going to lose his life here. They've been able to keep Rensik still alive. He wants to try and get some more of this HP back in, and he stays alive. Yu goes down. They're looking to see if they can try and get this kill here with a race, and they do. They turn it back around with Malik trying to go in and take down Mirage as well, who's just burning through this Undying, but he gets so much of his HP back. They're just going to leave him here, and Malik is going to turn and fight against Mirage. He wins the fight. Fortnite, man, you got to help your buddy out. Respect is able to take down Ponlo as well, and it is a very terrible fight. If you are looking on the side of either of these two teams, and the Ember Spirit is losing their life again, it's a race who is unstoppable in these fights, and it is just the determining factor for every single one of these fights has been a race. And I think if this game's going to go any longer here, Daniel, you have to start looking towards this puck. You have to kill him.
But how do you do it? You know, like, I feel like that's part of the reason why you've even gone the Yules for Fortnite, man. Like, yes, it saved him a few times, and it does allow you to, in theory, set up for kills onto a race, but he's got that freaking Lincolns. He's got an Outworld staff as well to be able to play around with, so unless you're literally queuing things up perfectly with a Yule Scepter into the Scythe of Vice, you ain't killing this puck.
And I think that line is going to mean that Liga, they're going to try their best here. So here's an Arena of Blood from Fortnite, man, to
For
see
the
if they can
vision.
catch out on the park.
He just wanted to get rid of the vision so that the Rax wasn't hittable. As simple as that. He doesn't even have a refresher. Like, he's got one queued up, but I have to have thought that it was valuable to have that, especially with Sven respawning in 5 seconds, maybe just expecting that they wouldn't stick around while you've got Rinsick coming up. Just 2 deaths again for the man on the Sven.
2 impactful deaths, so that's what happens with these calls in these late game scenarios, is every single one of these deaths can be oh so impactful.
I do wonder, like, I think Mirage has got the right idea with his itemization, going for a Wind Waker next, as opposed, and I kind of want to see Fortnite Man do a similar sort of thing. There have been a few times where he's just lost like 75% of his health because he's had to sit inside of this Dream Coil with, of course, the piercing debuff immunity talent to it. Whereas if he can just snap it mid-air, then feels like he can actually look to rejoin a team fight a whole lot more easily. And he's already got the Yules.
You don't have the Sam.
Has fallen.
Let's see what these next round of items are going to bring us, Daniel, because we are at 50 minutes. We're ever approaching the event horizon that is tier 5 items. Whether or not they're needed is a completely different question.
Another smoke out. Who are they going to be able to catch? I mean, Ponlo's kind of deep on his own. If the smoke breaks, I'm not really sure what the expected outcome is. They smoke themselves. He doesn't have blink for himself.
No. He goes into the Shadow Realm, so he's buying a bit of time here, but that's all that it really is. He at least has buyback. They're going to see if they can get this fight going. Rensick is sitting on the sideline here. He wants to go in with that BKB as well as the God Strength. Walking forward, gets nullified, though. Look at how much damage that's going forward here. He's just standing and fighting. He wants to see if he can get this game done, but unfortunately for him, that looks like it is done.
Where are his
not
boys?
the way that he had wanted. Everybody else is sitting in the backlines, and that's just not the fight that you wanted to have here. And Ike will be losing their life as well, and this looks like it is a blunder at the 52-minute mark.
I'm not sure what that was. You know, that was just a couple of people doing their own thing completely away from the rest of the team. And, well, you've got a big wave of creeps inside the base. Nothing really to stop them from continuously pushing forward. Ember Spirit doesn't have BKB, and well, luckily for him, he has that Wind Waker. What now?
Try and go forward here onto the park. How much damage do they have here? They've been able to keep him at least on towards the wall for a long time. Hexed up as well, but just need that extra bit of damage, and Ponlo loses his life as well. And Danog, I think this potentially could be a game that we go to the third.
I think so as well. It's going to be pretty fitting as well. It has felt a lot more even than we saw in the previous series, even though that was a 3-gamer as well. It felt like both teams could go either way with the outcome of this one. Oh, just misses on the
Very
spear
close
there.
from Fortnite Man. So
They're just trying to delay.
Hold for 30 seconds. They will have Rensick back. They do have a glyph as well, so they can buy an extra couple of seconds. Fortnite Man's going to try his best. Walk forward, seeing how much damage he can do. Not really able to do much here as well. So they're just going to keep cleaving through these tier 4 towers. The race is going to keep going forward. Fortnite Man
needs to go in.
Best. They have not been able to do all too much. So they're just going to go in towards the back line here. They're taking out the Ancient Apparition, looking towards the Ancient here. Getting oh so low. A race is just focusing on towards the Ancient, seeing how much they can do, and it is not going to be enough for Rensick to hold on and try and keep this game alive. It will be a Game 2 victory here for Liga team. They push it to 53 minutes, but they get it done, Danog, and that means they are forcing a third. If they do want to see any more of these qualifiers in the upper bracket, they're going to have to fight tooth and nail in this final game for it.
They will indeed. We really did feel them kind of come apart at the seams there on Callum Charter that time around, right? Like they were just making individual plays rather than the big team fight performances that we were expecting coming from their game one. It really felt like this was the point that it started to kind of come undone for them, you know? Like it wasn't a completely clean team fight, and rather than Rinsick carrying the later part of the game, it was Mirage keeping him in it. You know, he was dealing so much damage on the back of his Ember. What was actually the outcome at the very end there? Damage dealt 60,000 for Puck. Next highest were Rinsick and Mirage at about 53, 55k. So it was very much the erase show for sure. But I feel like this was more of a Callum Charter. I hesitate to say throw, but there were a few plays that they made that just didn't need to happen.
Yeah. I agree with you with the hesitating to say throw. I think there was definitely a lot of scenarios where they kind of had to extremely overperform in the scenarios that we're in, but there was definitely a couple of times, I think...
I don't know what this is. Honestly, I have no idea what this is.
Especially because
look,
watch Rinsick
Fortnite
on the
Man's
side.
back in the base. He's back in the base, Fortnite Man. Like, are we?
Yeah.
Is this how we're taking fights?
Especially because you look across at the buyback status for the Radiant. They all have buyback. Novi on the Dire has buyback. In a scenario like that, you just let Ponlo die. He's got buyback. Let him die. You try and take a fight inside of the base with Arena and God Strength and all that kind of stuff. But sometimes it's the decisions that you make, and you have to live by them. And that's what happened to Callum Charter. They just made some unfortunate decisions, and Liga team did a really, really good job at just holding on for long enough to be able to make it so a race could constantly keep getting a lot of these kills and just forcing a lot of these different buybacks in these bad situations. So Liga team, they hold on to this second game. I definitely felt like there was times where it looked like Callum Charter could have taken that game. But I do agree with you. There was just a couple of times where it left kind of scratching your head. I mean, it has been a long couple of days for Callum Charter.
True. With
With that game, that was just a small little lapse in their judgment. Maybe they got a little bit ahead of themselves.
Maybe. But hopefully for their sake, it's only one lapse. We're going to go to a game 3, and they're going to have a chance to redeem themselves. I'm not sure who's going to have the first pick overall, but they're both going to be clamoring for it because it really does feel like that is potentially what will decide the outcome. So we'll have to go to a short break before we find that one out. We'll be back in a few minutes. Stick around because we've got the last game of the night for the Eastern European region coming right at you. So stick around.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Welcome back to the Road to the International Regional Closed Qualifiers. We're in the Eastern European region, where it seems like this is where all the best Dota players in the world come from. So hopefully we may find the next set of brand new Eastern European players that want to play. So let's see what this final game of day number 1 is going to give us, Danog, because we've basically been given everything from the top to the bottom. And I'm very excited to see if we get some new heroes or whether or not it's going to be Sven, AA, Dirge, Dark Willow, Mars again.
Nature's Prophet. Yeah,
Yep.
It's got to happen. Depends what gets let through. Darkseer, always going to be banned, so I don't think there's any risk of anything supernatural coming through. We did like the Chaos Knight 4. We did like a little bit of that, jankiness coming through. Just ban AA, please. I'm really tired of seeing this hero. Like, it's already... It's just... I don't know.
so
To
strong.
me, it feels anti-fun, but then again, so do heals sometimes. So I don't know. I just want some variety. I'm fickle in that way, like a couple of series and I'm done with it already.
All right, we've seen the trick now, Ancient Apparition. You can go bye-bye again. You can go back to irrelevancy. But I do agree with you. I think that hero has, it's 100% win rate that we've cast, correct?
Maybe?
I
Maybe
think
one loss.
the games that we've covered today, I'm fairly certain it has 100% win rate from what we've seen. It's just, I feel like it is so strong. The shard is really strong. The ulti is very hard to play around with. His facet in combination with his innate is very, very good. And it just seems like there's just so many heroes that can play frontline for him. And
Even just the Ice Vortex, right? Like, part of the reason
Yeah.
Puck was doing so much damage is because he's doing 25% more damage because of AA,
It's a very scary time to be any hero when you have those combinations. So it looks like so far we are staying on the same track. Dirge this time around has been taken out from...
Come on, you can do it. Call me Charter. There you go.
Charter. It's just every time I read it, my brain reads it differently.
You might want to get that checked at the doctors. By the way, for all the viewers watching, so pulling back the curtain a little bit, Liga team did get the choice of what they wanted, and they chose first pick. So they've got the one. They're the ones that basically saying, right, what do we want to let through? What do we want to first pick? Shadow Shaman gone. AA picked up. Kunkka picked up. Okay, so
Okay.
kind of feels like not a bad AA pick for Kalmachata, surely. Like,
Especially
you have to
with,
consider the rum and
showing what the Kunkka problems that he had against the Spirit Vessel, and showing how powerful the Ancient Apparition can be. So Liga feeling that Kunkka is a little bit stronger than what the Ancient Apparition is. I think you just have to send it. Like, you just seen
flips
how
it going
strong
1, 2,
it
3
is.
as well.
Yeah.
Always fun. I think it's in the top 10 contested heroes of the patch so far, so totally understand why. I mean, I'm just thinking any sort of Spirit Vessel builder is something that they have to be considering as well. This is fine. Not necessarily a vessel builder, but something that's going to do fine enough in the lane. And again, it does give them that flex that they're wanting. You have to imagine it's an AA ban, though, coming now for Kalmachata. Just... I mean, they could leave it in if they just wanted to get it for themselves. They have the first pick after the ban phase. And they've got the last ban of the ban phase as well, so it kind of puts the onus on Liga team, if they don't want to play against it, to get rid of it right now.
Yeah, exactly. Forcing them to, I don't want to say waste a ban, but utilizing a ban on something along those lines. So I feel like this probably potentially could be floated by both of these two teams. Because I feel like Kalmachata is most likely just going to, I don't want to say go straight for Ancient Apparition if it's left in, but it's definitely got to be a thought, right? And just being able to have that Ancient Apparition pick into being able to cover it after the 1-2 punch from Liga. Definitely.
I mean,
feels
it's
strong
just an
position to be in.
easy combination to land, right? You've got X marks. You're guaranteed going to land the Ice Blast as a result of it, you know? Puck just made it giga easy for them to do it basically every single time, especially pre-BKBs and post-level 25 on Puck. There's just no response to it. Yeah, taking their time though. Really
Yeah,
just
we'll see
debating what do we let through.
What are some of the problem heroes that they've had to deal with? Do they feel concerned about this Mars anymore? I don't think so now with the Conquer being picked up.
No,
Maybe
not
there's a
really.
few other Fortnite man heroes that he can go for.
He likes his Timber Saw. That could be an option. You could Doom as well. I think that's actually been banned out a couple of times against them. There we go. It just feels good overall, right? Like it's a way of having that negative AA. No, CK. Okay. I guess that is one way to be able to beat an AA though, right? Is like have illusions and stuff. AA sucks at having to deal with those.
Yeah, that's true.
Also very vulnerable to just straight up dying. But I mean, against a Death Prophet, you can just stay way back from a lot of these team fights. And again, X-Marks. So, you can Yules, you can do whatever you want. You're still going to get at least clipped by the Ice Blast as this DP. So I'd still be going AA if I'm Liga team. Yep.
Yeah, okay. It felt like it was such a straightforward slam dunk for either of these two teams, I think, but much more so for Liga, just having that, as you said, just such easy setup for them. I think the one thing that
maybe this is bait though, right? Like they could just put DP5 now. Like you're using this AA to counter the DP, and they have played DP5, and then they just pick a 2 that they're much happier with. Like I'm not going to say Lesh, just because some of the lifesteal that you're going to get is going to be counted out by the Ancient Apparition. But you get what I'm saying.
Yeah, I was thinking also for Cal Machado as well, having this Chaos Knight that if you eventually get to a point where it's a very good position 1 Chaos Knight game, AA hates that. Like that's such a tough matchup for him where Chaos Knight can literally just one tap him and there's nothing that AA can do. So potentially it could be bait. Usually a lot of the times with those very obvious picks, there has to be a reason why you let a lot of this stuff through. So let's see what Cal Machado wants to go for here. It is just going to be the Mars for Fortnite, man. I was thinking about whether or not they wanted to go along the lines of like a Centaur. Obviously, you do have problems with the Bramble Maze as well as the X marks the spot. So that could have been a reason why they went for something a little more straightforward.